decisive in killing, spiritual energy revival, brain hole, high martial arts initial flow, sign-in, system, blood boiling, urban 10,000. Realm sign-in system, activated. Character, Yang, Chen mortal. Physique, none. Title, none level, mortal. Permission, sign-in. Remaining sign-in attempts, 1. Mall not opened. With the initial sign-in, he becomes a Grandmaster and apprentices under the Emperor of Humanity. As an orphan living in the early days of spiritual energy revival, he possesses supreme power from start. Let's see how he grows stronger and creates brilliance amidst the tide of spiritual energy revival. Chapter 1. Signing in as a Grandmaster. In 2220, a storm powerful enough to shake the entire earth swept through. Things that existed in mythological stories suddenly became commonplace all over the globe. Have you ever seen someone fly? Have you seen someone who could swing a sword and split mountains and rivers? Have you witnessed flames engulfing the sky with a mere wave of hand? After that storm, all of this became real. With the existence of these individuals, even airplanes and cannons became somewhat trivial in this era. Globally, those who could traverse the skies and the earth were collectively referred to as superhumans. That storm was also known as the Qi storm, and the power dynamics of countries reflected the strength of their superhumans, showcasing the overall might of a nation. The entire earth is now governed by 3 powerful ancient nations: Huaxia, Nordic countries, and the rising star, North America. Although North America was established relatively recently, its rapid rise to become the top nation on the planet certainly showcased its exceptional qualities. On the other hand, Huaxia and the Nordic countries have been established for over 1,000 years, and within their territories lie some extraordinary existences. After experiencing that storm, countless superhumans emerged like mushrooms after a rain, appearing without any cost. However, regarding the strengths and weaknesses of these superhumans, various countries quickly calculated an extremely accurate ranking, divided into E, D, C, B, A, S, and Grandmaster. Every Grandmaster level superhuman is a top-tier existence on the entire planet, comparable to the deterrent power of a nuclear bomb before the storm. The reason Huaxia, the Nordic countries, and North America became the 3 most powerful nations on Earth is entirely because they have Grandmaster-level powerhouses to maintain their status. As more and more superhumans appeared, now every human is proud to become a superhuman. Even the status of superhumans in society is exceedingly high. 3 months after that storm, in a small city in the southern part of Huaxia, the city is called Hansheng. Though small, Hansheng is fully equipped. While it may not have the splendor of larger cities, it has everything one needs. In the old streets of Hansheng, there is a somewhat dilapidated house. The house is small, merely 20 to 30 square meters. Inside this tiny house, a boy is curled up in a thin blanket. The layout of the house is cramped, with no extra items, just a simple bed, and the rest are bags and containers of instant noodles. There's an old kettle that can barely be used for boiling water. Next to it is a small bathroom. It is quite shabby. The boy's complexion is pale, his fingers tightly gripping a black stone that emits a faint black glow. This glow gradually brightens the originally dim little house. However, this glow is black. The boy is named Yangchun. He is an orphan. After leaving the orphanage, he settled in Hansheng, living off scavenging. One time, he found this black stone in a trash can, thought it looked nice, and wore it. He had not encountered any significant changes until today, when for some unknown reason, his finger was cut by something sharp, causing blood to flow, which dripped onto the black stone. Then, the stone emitted a powerful shili, continuously drawing Yang Chen's blood from the wound. His complexion turned pale, as if he were about to become a dried corpse. Fortunately, it seemed that the stone sensed Yang Chen's condition and gradually stopped. Then, a cold voice appeared in Yang Chen's mind. World sign-in system activated. As the voice fell, a panel appeared in Yang Chen's mind. Character, Yang Chen mortal. Physique, none. Title, none. Level, mortal. Permissions, sign-in. Remaining sign-in attempts, 1. Mall not opened. Yang Chen took a long time to clearly see this panel. After all, he was just a person living by scavenging. How good could his quality of life be? Although the Qi storm had swept through, enhancing the physiques of people worldwide, long-term lack of nutrition still led to a relatively weak physique. What is this? Yang Chun struggled to look at the panel in front of him, his mind a mess, still trying to figure out what was happening. After a while, Yang Chun gradually reacted and began to ponder. While he was deep in thought, the system's voice sounded again. Detected that the host has one sign-in attempt. Do you want to use it? That cold voice instantly pulled Yang Chun back. Yang Chun let out a bitter laugh. Is this a bit of an additive to my miserable life? Let's use it. Although he didn't understand what was going on, since it appeared in his body, he might as well use it shouldn't cause any harm. Moreover, he had nothing to be coveted, except for this life. No, even this life was just a worthless one. So, Yang Chun wasn't too worried. Signing in. Suddenly, a massive roulette appeared in front of Yang Chun, spinning rapidly, with a pointer standing upright. As time passed, the roulette gradually came to a stop, and on the pointer's side, there were several large characters. Physique enhancement. Yang Chen's pupils slightly contracted, although he didn't know what it meant. He clearly remembered from the previous panel that his physique seemed to be that of a mortal. Could this physique enhancement elevate him from being a mortal? Wouldn't that mean he could become a superhuman? In an instant, Yang Chen's thoughts became active, breathing heavily through his nostrils, staring intensely at those large characters, waiting for a response. Indeed, at the moment the roulette stopped, the system's voice rang out. Physique enhancement has begun. Sign-in is on cooldown time. Half a month. Ding. A crisp sound echoed, and then Yang Chun felt an invisible force instantly wrap around his body. Yang Chun felt as if his flesh and blood had come alive, the cells within his body continuously dividing and growing stronger, with his bones cracking loudly. At his dantian, a small vortex slowly emerged, and gentle energy continuously gathered within his dantian, feeling extremely warm. As that warm energy entered his dantian, it flowed through his meridians into Yang Chen's body. As time passed, more and more energy filled Yang Chen's entire being, and under the nourishment of this energy, his body gradually became more vibrant. A feeling of comfort filled Yang Chen's heart. Refreshing. Yang Chen's brows relaxed, his face filled with a strong sense of joy. At that moment, Yang Chun felt as if he was soaking in a pool of warm water, experiencing great relaxation, both physically and mentally. Gradually, the energy began to become subtle. Yang Chun realized that perhaps the transformation had reached its end. Ding! Another crisp sound pulled Yang Chen's thoughts back. Transformation complete. His slightly closed eyes suddenly opened wide, and a burst of divine light instantly erupted. A powerful wave of energy surged forth from Yang Chen's somewhat slender body, as if it broke through the small house and soared straight into the sky. Yang Chun looked at his hands in astonishment, unable to believe that his body could unleash such formidable power. The page reappeared before Yang Chen's eyes. Character: Yang Chun Grandmaster. Constitution: Mortal. Level title: None. Level: Mortal. Permissions: Sign-in. Cooldown time: 15 days. Shop not opened. Yang Chun noticed two changes. One was that the title next to his name had changed to Grandmaster, and the other was that his constitution had become mortal level. Grandmaster. Huh. Yang Chun found it hard to believe, as on Earth, a Grandmaster was the pinnacle existence. Only with a Grandmaster could a country be considered a top-tier power. And he had become a Grandmaster just by signing in once? This felt too fantastical. Meanwhile, thousands of miles away in the imperial capital, in a courtyard, a young man was gently polishing a knife on his thigh, his eyes filled with tenderness as if he were gazing at his beloved. At that moment, the young man's eyebrows slightly raised as he looked towards the south, his lips moving slightly. The aura of a Grandmaster. To the south. Could it be that Uncle Lu succeeded? Then, a smile gradually formed at the corners of the young man's mouth, his eyes betraying an uncontainable joy. Since Uncle Lu has succeeded, I can finally set down this heavy burden. The young man then slowly stood up, gently placing the knife into its sheath at his waist, and strode towards the door. Chapter 2. The Abilities User. In the bathroom, Yang Chun splashed cold water on his face and looked at his slightly flushed face in a mirror, unable to help but crack a smile. However, this smile wasn't very pleasant. Yang Chun was an orphan, having grown up in an orphanage, which made his personality not very lively. During this time, he had been surviving by scavenging for trash. He had hardly any interactions with others, making his character somewhat reclusive. Smiles rarely appeared on Yang Chen's face. Yang Chen's tightly clenched fists felt a powerful energy coursing through them, filling him with a sense of security. The feeling of being able to take control of his own destiny was truly wonderful. In the past, Yang Chen could only hope for good luck to find something valuable to survive. One could say that the old Yang Chen had relied entirely on the mercy of the heavens to live. But now it was different. As an abilities user, Yang Chen could grasp his own fate in his hands. Abilities users held a high status among all of humanity. Although Yang Chen didn't know what kind of abilities user he was, he knew one thing. Even the weakest abilities user had a higher status than a civil servant. Yang Chen took out a few crumpled bills from his pocket and counted them. Exactly 11 yuan. He pushed open the door to his room and prepared to go outside for something to eat. Now that he was an abilities user, he couldn't neglect himself. 11 yuan was enough for Yang Chen to fill his belly. After going downstairs, Yang Chen walked straight towards the nearby Liuji noodle shop. The shop was somewhat shabby, yet the flow of customers was continuous. Even the entrance was filled with tables, as if they were afraid of being fully occupied. At the entrance, a large iron pot was set up and an elderly man stood next to it, occasionally tossing in some noodles to boil in the steaming water. After a while, he fished them out, placed them in a bowl, and added some seasonings. Soon, the aroma of the noodles mixed with the spices wafted through the air. The smell entered Yang Chen's nostrils, immediately stirring his appetite. His stomach growled. Yang Chen strode into the noodle shop. But the people nearby frowned at his tattered appearance and moved aside, as if standing next to him would bring them bad luck. Yang Chen seemed accustomed to these reactions, quietly approaching the elderly man and softly saying, 3 servings of plain noodles, less chili, please. After that, Yang Chen carefully took out the crumpled 11 yuan and gently placed it on the stove in front of the elderly man. Please make it. The elderly man simply nodded slightly. Hearing this, Yang Chen casually found a spot to sit quietly, saying nothing. He seemed oblivious to the cold stares and ridicule from those around him, sitting there like a wooden statue. After a while, the elderly man brought a bowl larger than Yang Chen's face and placed it on his table. The fragrance of the noodles was enticing, and the bright red oil made Yang Chen's appetite surge. Several large pieces of beef floated on top, quite noticeable. For some reason, Yang Chen felt as if something was stuck in his throat, rendering him momentarily speechless. Perhaps only this elderly man had truly looked at him. Eat up. It will get cold and won't taste good. The elderly man dropped the sentence and walked back to the stove to continue preparing noodles. Yang Chen took a deep breath, grabbed the chopsticks, and began to eat heartily. During the meal, a tear fell onto the noodles, which Yang Chen swallowed without seeming to notice. Before long, he had cleaned the bowl of noodles, even drinking up the broth completely. Just as Yang Chen was about to get up and leave, a very arrogant voice rang out. Boss, why is there a fly in this noodle? Yang Chen turned to look and saw a young man with fiery red hair, casually standing beside a table, sneering with a dead fly in hand, addressing the elderly man. The elderly man glanced at the red-haired youth and calmly replied, Sir, how about we consider today's bowl of noodles on the house? Do you take me for a petty thief? Let me tell you, if I get a stomach ache, you'll be responsible. The red-haired youth said disdainfully, his foot propped up on the table. Some customers eating noodles, seeing this situation, quickly left their money and quietly slipped away. They didn't want to stir up trouble. The elderly man ignored the red-haired youth, continuing with his own tasks, as if the youth didn't exist at all. He had seen this kind of thing many times before. These were just people looking for trouble. The elderly man knew his own noodles were clean. There couldn't possibly be a fly in them. Feeling ignored, the red-haired youth's anger flared up. Do you know who I am? I am an abilities user. Number 98. The elderly man's hands paused slightly before he continued working. When did number 98 become an organization that oppresses the common people? Number 98 was an abilities user organization in Huaxia, encompassing all abilities users in Huaxia. They either had to be registered or become members of number 98. Some of Huaxia's Grandmasters were also part of this number 98. This was not much of a secret in Huaxia anymore. After all, the recovery of spiritual energy had happened a long time ago, and it was time for the general public to know some things. Yang Chen's brows slightly furrowed. What he was looking for was precisely number 98. Joining number 98 not only promised generous rewards, but also provided a guarantee of identity. Even some hereditary families with immense wealth would have to lower their heads before number 98. Of course, the premise was that one had to hold a certain status within number 98. The red-haired youth before him was still insignificant compared to those wealthy families. However, even an ordinary member of number 98 was not someone an average person could afford to provoke. After all, the power of ordinary people was quite weak in front of abilities users. This was exactly what the red-haired youth had in mind. He wanted to leverage his identity as an abilities user to make some quick money. Chapter 3 yang Chen takes Chen. Unfortunately, that red-haired guy was turned away by the old man right in front of him. Logically, as long as the red-haired guy revealed his identity as a supernatural being, ordinary people would usually show him some respect. However, this old man seemed to have some backing and completely ignored the red-haired guy. This made the red-haired guy feel somewhat uncomfortable. After all, he was a supernatural being, someone who stood above all ordinary people. Although he was only an E-level, he was still comparable to a top Special Forces soldier. This was just the toughness of the lowest level supernatural beings. The red-haired guy felt a bit embarrassed. He had just become an outer member of number 98 today, originally planning to show off a bit and earn some extra cash. But who knew that this old man wouldn't give him any face? Are you looking for death? The red-haired guy got angry, raised his fist, and a flash of red light flickered over his fist, just enough to reflect the color of his hair. The temperature around his fist seemed to have quietly increased by a few degrees, and then he swung it towards the old man. The speed was extremely fast, making it hard for an ordinary person to catch it even with the naked eye. But in the next moment, the red-haired guy's expression changed. He didn't feel his fist hit the old man's face. Instead, something as strong as steel had gripped his hand. Then he saw a somewhat ragged young man, gripping his fist with cold eyes, staring at him like a fierce wolf. A chill rose in the red-haired guy's heart. In the dark pupils of that young man, his own reflection was visible, as if it were a black hole ready to swallow him. The red-haired guy was covered in goosebumps, swallowed hard, and forced himself to look calmly at Yang Chen, saying dryly, "Why you? Who are you?" I'm a member of number 98. Is 98 really the kind of organization that produces people like you? Yang Chen gently gripped the red-haired guy's arm, although he could feel the red-haired guy struggling. To Yang Chen, it was no more than a child thrashing around, easily subdued. For a moment, Yang Chen was somewhat certain that the Grandmaster mentioned in the system corresponded to the Grandmaster realm on Earth. Even if it wasn't exactly the same, it wouldn't be too far off. After all, although the red-haired guy was an E-level supernatural being, he had just exhibited flames, indicating that he was also a rare elemental supernatural being. Such supernatural beings, even if they were only E-level, could exert power that could barely reach D-level strength. And here he was, easily dealing with him, which suggested that his own strength was definitely above D-level. He even had plenty of energy left. Yang Chen felt as if it was as simple as breathing to subdue the red-haired guy. Yang Chen's hand moved slightly, and then there was a crisp sound, followed by a scream that sounded like a pig being slaughtered. The red-haired guy screamed in agony and then bent down. Yang Chen also let go of the grip he had on the red-haired guy, allowing him to slump to the ground. The red-haired guy's forehead was covered in beads of cold sweat. His face turned pale, and his previously intact hand was now twisted beyond recognition, clearly crushed by Yang Chen. "Get out! Don't let me see you. If I see you again, I'll hit you again," Yang Chen said without any politeness. Having often been in the gray areas of the city, Yang Chen knew very well what such people feared the most. It was nothing more than being bullied by those stronger than them. Only by giving him a hard blow could he learn his lesson. The red-haired guy looked terrified, hurriedly getting up, and, just as he was about to run out the door, he turned to Yang Chen and viciously said, "You wait for me." Yang Chen heard him, but didn't take it to heart. Han City was small. Although there were powerful supernatural beings stationed there, they definitely wouldn't exceed A-level. Although A-level supernatural beings were strong, Yang Chen wasn't afraid at all. Furthermore, would someone like him be able to call upon an A-level powerhouse to help him? Even if he could, Yang Chen wouldn't mind educating that A-level powerhouse station in Han City. as number 98 was a supernatural organization in Huaxia. Not only had it failed to protect the city, but it also condoned such actions from its subordinates. What was the use of such an organization? Grandpa Lu, are you okay? Yang Chen turned to the old man and said softly. A glimmer of light flickered in the old man's eyes, and then he smiled faintly. What could happen to this old man? But you, kid, are probably in big trouble. Number 98 is extremely protective of its own. Yang Chen rarely showed a hint of a smile, saying, let them come. I'm not worried about dragging you into this. In his words, Yang Chen was full of confidence, and this confidence came from his strength. The old man sighed lightly. My little noodle shop isn't a problem, but the one in trouble is you. Seeing you defeat that red-haired guy, you must have become a supernatural being. In Huaxia, those who are not accepted or joined by number 98 are considered outliers. It won't be long before number 98 takes action against you, so you should escape quickly. Yang Chen's eyes moved slightly. Number 98 taking action against him? Wouldn't that be just what he wanted? Yang Chen was worried about how to connect with the higher-ups of number 98. After all, he had ambitions. He didn't want to take things step by step. Since he had such powerful strength, why not directly stand in a position that matched this strength? Wouldn't that be better? Now that no. 98 was going to take action against him. He thought he could connect with the higher-ups of number 98 in the process, perfectly aligning with Yang Chen's intentions. Let them come. I'll handle it. Today, I trouble you, Grandpa Lu. Your kindness, I will repay in the future. Yang Chen slightly bowed to the old man and then walked back to his small room without looking back. The old man stood silently at the stove, watching the direction Yang Chen had left, with a hint of contemplation in his eyes. The old man's lips moved slightly. The energy from yesterday could have been created by this kid. Good kid, I can't even see through you. Then, the old man smiled and began to tidy up the table that had been messed up by the red-haired guy. After cleaning up, he closed the door. Today, he wasn't planning to open for business. Chapter 498. At night, the starry sky is dotted with stars, adding a touch of brightness to the dark sky. For some reason, the moon tonight seems particularly bright. Yang Chen sits on a small bed, staring blankly at the interface in front of him. He has gained strength, but how can he improve? Is it really only possible to rely on the system sign in 15 days later? That would be too absurd. Moreover, signing in may not necessarily enhance his strength. Yang Chen just carefully looked at the sign-in page. There are many rewards, such as spiritual liquid, weapons, cultivation methods, martial skills, armor, mounts, and even a thank you for your patronage. This means that if he only relies on sign-in rewards, it will still be very difficult for him to improve. After all, apart from his current strength, he doesn't know anything else. Even the simplest way to utilize the power within his body is a tricky problem. In short, he feels like someone who has found a powerful weapon. Although he knows it's great, he can only swing it around and cannot use its most powerful aspects, which rely on its hardness and sharpness to slash and kill. Therefore, Yang Chen feels quite helpless. Is it really only possible to rely on 98? Yang Chen pinched his brow, feeling somewhat resigned. Good grief, perhaps he is the only useless master on the entire earth. He can only hope that 98 moves a bit faster. Otherwise, it would be too frustrating. Yang Chen shook his head and closed the page. This system now has no functions other than signing in. It really is quite useless. Previously, Yang Chen had read other novels, where the protagonist systems were impressive, but his? How can he put it? Utterly useless. Apart from signing in, there is nothing else, and signing in takes 15 days. It's worthless. He might as well be given an AK and a shotgun. Get bigger and stronger, and create brilliance again. Ugh. Just as Yang Chen was endlessly complaining about his system, he noticed a slight movement in his ears, as if he sensed something, and a smile appeared on his face. Sure enough, 98 is here, moving quickly. Then, Yang Chen's body moved slightly, and he directly blended into the darkness, as if he had merged with it. If one did not look closely, it would be hard to see him. At this moment, in an open space outside Yang Chen's small house, several men in black appeared out of nowhere, their expressions cold, with a hint of danger radiating from their pupils. The surroundings were silent and deserted. The wind blew, startling a few birds that took flight. Have we found the target? Yes, it's in that house. As long as we have found it, I don't know how that red-haired guy managed to persuade the captain to let us execute this task. The men spoke among themselves, and one of the men in black even showed a look of disgust. Obviously, they also looked down on that red-haired guy. Sai, whatever. It's not like he discovered a new ability user in Huaxia. We still have to capture him. We just need to teach this new ability user a lesson. That red-haired guy is indeed a parasite of our 98. It's been months since he became an ability user. Yet he can't even defeat a new ability user. How embarrassing. As soon as these words came out, the group of men in black nodded in agreement. Indeed, you've been an ability user for so long, yet you can't even defeat a new one. Isn't that embarrassing? You can't win and still come looking for help to deal with this person. To them, he was truly a useless person. Well, just a little prank on him, and maybe this newcomer will become our teammate. Who knows? Among the black-clad men, one who seemed to be the leader waved his hand and said softly, "Let us go. Bring him back so we can report." Yes. As soon as the words fell, the figures of several men flickered. One person had a faint white glow appearing in his hand, and then a red dot appeared within that white glow. "Found it right in the room," that person said in a low voice. The others exchanged glances, and then one of them quickly slipped into the darkness, rushing towards Chen's house. This action had its significance. After all, a new ability user who had not yet been absorbed by 98. If he was filled with hostility towards them, then directly confronting him would be a suicidal act. What if he was a spy from another country? Such things had happened before. Thus, this action was taken. Even within Huaxia, one must remain vigilant at all times. This is the creed of all 98 personnel. After all, this is not an ordinary era. It is the era of spiritual energy revival. With countless ability users, it's very possible that the person passing by you is a spy from another country. Even though Huaxia is one of the 3 most powerful countries on Earth, it still cannot guarantee that there are no spies from other countries within its territory. Of course, a red-haired person like that can only be considered an external member of 98 or merely an ordinary ability user affiliated with 98, and cannot gain the recognition of 98 personnel. The other men in black also quietly found a secluded corner very close to Chen's house, but not easily discovered. They were willing to become internal members of 98, and their ability levels were quite high. After all, although 98 aims to recruit all ability users in Huaxia, very few can actually enter the inner circle. Apart from those with exceptional talent, they must be at D level or above. And this team is composed entirely of D level members. Even if they encounter a C level ability user, they can still fight together. The black-clad person who slipped into the darkness quickly arrived around Chen's house, carefully observing. Then his whole body twisted slightly and directly passed through the thick wall, entering Chen's room. This is the person's ability, to traverse. Once the black-clad person entered the house, he quickly melted into the darkness, where the effect of his black clothing was fully manifested. It was night, and Chen's room was also dark with no light at all, making it the perfect place for the black-clad man to show his skills. However, after entering Chen's room, the black-clad man realized something was wrong. The entire room was too quiet, so quiet that it didn't seem like anyone was inside. Yet before, his teammate clearly detected fluctuations of spiritual energy in the room. Suddenly, the black-clad man's heart sank, just as he was about to make sound. He felt a powerful hand grab his neck, rendering him completely unable to make a sound. The black-clad man wanted to move, but found that the powerful hand was like steel. No matter how he struggled, he couldn't escape, only helplessly allowing that strong hand to lift him up. It was as easy as grabbing a chick. The black-clad man's pupils showed a trace of fear. He still had some judgment about his strength, and even when encountering a C-level ability user, he could resist a bit, but in this case, he didn't even have the chance to resist. Among the 98, I have only felt it among those B-level powerhouses. At this moment, the leader of the black-clad men outside Chen's house furrowed his brows slightly. His teammate had been inside for a minute, yet there was not a single sound coming from him. It's important to note that Chen's house is not very big. It should only take a few seconds to find him, enough for him to send out a signal. But now, a minute has passed with no movement. This shouldn't be the case. Even if there was a fight, there should be some noise coming out. For a moment, the leader of the black-clad men felt a bit confused. He exchanged glances with the surrounding black-clad men, and one of them revealed a faint white glow in his hand, with 2 red dots on it that stood out prominently. Could it be that they encountered each other? The leader of the black-clad men frowned, falling into deep thought. Suddenly, he raised his head, a glimmer of realization in his eyes, and said solemnly, "We can't wait any longer. We need to take action directly." "Yes," several black-clad men responded, and a faint wave of spiritual energy began to emanate from their bodies. In an instant, the surrounding area was swept up by gusts of wind. At that moment, the door of the house was quietly opened. A slightly thin figure emerged, dragging a black-clad man whose pupils were somewhat dazed, as if he was hiding immense power within. The figure then casually tossed the black-clad man aside and looked at the several black-clad men who had taken up defensive stances, revealing a bright smile that stood out exceptionally in the darkness. "Are you looking for me?" Chapter 5. Wild Wolf Outside of Seoul. There is a small mountain peak that conceals a massive base buried underground. There is only one passage that allows entry from the outside to the interior. At this moment, inside a small room within that base, Chen is lazily lounging on the sofa, his entire body sprawled out, feeling quite comfortable. The room is spacious, nearly as large as Chen's own house. In front of the sofa, there is a crystal-like coffee table, adorned with bottles of drinks and an array of fruits, which looks quite enticing. However, Chen's tattered clothing seems somewhat out of place in this setting. Chen comfortably reclines on the sofa, picking up a bottle of drink with one hand while holding a large piece of fruit in the other, taking bites and savoring the juicy sweetness. After he has eaten and drunk his fill, Chen leisurely lies back down, enjoying the softness of the sofa, and he even considers taking a nap there. Even his small bed at home cannot compare to the comfort of this sofa. This is the first time Chen has sat in such a comfortable environment. Suddenly, he shifts slightly on the sofa, then sits up, directing his gaze towards the door. Tap, tap, tap. The sound of boots striking the ground rings out crisply, with a steady cadence that reveals the person's extraordinary nature just from the sound alone. Then, the door opens. A middle-aged man with a square face, dressed in dark green military attire, strides in with an imposing expression as if he has no flaws at all. Every movement exudes a chilling aura. It is evident that this person has experienced bloodshed, and the number of times he has done so is likely beyond counting. Although Chen does not sense any threat from this man, the killing intent emanating from him still makes Chen somewhat uncomfortable. After all, despite Chen's strong abilities, he has never taken a life. He is like a novice in this regard. Unconsciously, Chen's aura diminishes slightly. The officer calmly sits opposite Chen and begins to speak. "I am the highest commander of the 98th Unit in Seoul, codename Wild Wolf, an A-level ability user." Wild Wolf quickly introduces himself, then fixes his gaze on Chen as if he wants to see through him completely. Chen smiles but remains silent. Although Wild Wolf is staring at him, Chen feels no fear. Since he does not sense any threat from Wild Wolf, it means the other party is not his opponent. So there is nothing to be afraid of. Wild Wolf slightly furrows his brow. Typically, under his intense gaze, people would feel uncomfortable. Yet this young man shows no signs of distress and even smiles. It is known that Wild Wolf comes from a military background and has been through numerous battles with ability users. The killing intent surrounding him is enough to crush the spirit of a D-level ability user and would significantly diminish the resolve of a C-level ability user. Yet this young man, for some reason, is unreadable to him. There are only a few possible explanations. Either this young man has a significant background and has undergone specialized training, or he is a spy. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to reach this level. As for the third possibility, his strength surpasses Wild Wolf's. However, if he were a spy, how could he willingly enter the inner sanctum of the 98th Unit? Moreover, Chen's background has been thoroughly investigated. He is merely an orphan raised in an orphanage and was just scavenging for garbage a few days ago. Now he seems like a completely different person, completely transformed. For a moment, even someone as knowledgeable as Wild Wolf feels a bit perplexed. However, he does not lose his composure. I have heard about your request, but there are very few Grandmasters in all of Huaxia, and there is only one in the entire Jiangnan region. It is very difficult to meet a Grandmaster. Wild Wolf slowly withdraws his gaze and speaks coolly. Yang Chen's heart stirs slightly, and a hint of a smile appears on his face. What conditions? The other party only mentioned that it was difficult but did not refuse, which indicates there is still room for negotiation or a way forward. However, there will definitely be conditions. Meeting a Grandmaster is challenging even for me. Wild Wolf shakes his head. Only those with S-level abilities can have the opportunity for close contact with a Grandmaster, although he is the commander of the entire Seoul unit. Seoul is just a small city in Huaxia, which has hundreds of cities like it. If he had such authority, the Grandmasters across Huaxia would be overwhelmed with requests. I can introduce you to the overall leader of Jiangnan's 98th unit, but I need to see your strength. Otherwise, even if I introduce you, you may not be able to convince that person to recommend you to a Grandmaster. Wild Wolf pauses, then looks at Yang Chen, his eyes glinting. He has also heard what his subordinate said. To easily capture a trained D-level ability user from the 98th unit without any defenses is something even C-level ability users cannot accomplish. Based on his observations, this young man evidently possesses considerable strength, even comparable to his own. Wild Wolf has not faced an opponent of equal ability in a long time, and he is quite eager to test Yang Chen's strength, but he genuinely wants to experience the thrill of combat as well. Yang Chen shifts slightly, then lies back on the sofa, smiling. You just want to see my strength, so why beat around the bush? If you want to see, then let's do it. While Wild Wolf has the motivation to test Yang Chen's strength, Yang Chen also wishes to assess his own abilities. Although his system page indicates he possesses Grandmaster-level strength, whether it matches the Grandmasters on Earth remains to be seen. Now, having an A-level ability user as a sparring partner is the perfect opportunity for experimentation. Yang Chen is also curious to see how the ability users in the 98th unit, who can dominate in Huaxia, measure up. Wild Wolf glances at Yang Chen and slightly furrows his brow. As a soldier, he is not fond of Yang Chen's casual demeanor, feeling it lacks discipline. However, since Yang Chen is not a member of the 98th unit and is not under his command, he cannot say much. Let us go. This place isn't suitable for a fight. Wild Wolf stands up and walks out. Seeing this, Yang Chen also stands up and follows behind him. Along the way, some members of the 98th unit look at Yang Chen with mild surprise. His appearance is quite rare in the 98th unit. After a while, Wild Wolf leads Yang Chen to a massive combat arena. The venue is expansive, covering several hundred square meters, larger than even a football field. Inside the arena, various ability users are continuously practicing and battling, showcasing an array of bizarre abilities that dazzle Yang Chen's eyes. Some people had flames bursting from their hands, while others had ice towering in their palms. The various supernatural abilities were simply eye-opening for Yang Chen. Wait, Yang Chen paused for a moment, wondering what his own supernatural ability was. For a moment, his expression became strange. Could it be that he didn't have any supernatural ability? Aside from his strong physical body, it seemed he didn't possess anything else. Could it be that he was a fake supernatural being? Yang Chen shook his head, pushing that thought down. But his heart was filled with doubts. Could one cultivate without supernatural abilities? Carrying this thought in his mind, Yang Chen had already arrived at the venue with the wolf. When the supernatural beings saw the wolf, they all stopped training, saluted him, and then looked at Yang Chen with a hint of confusion. Yang Chen was already used to such gazes and didn't feel embarrassed. The wolf waved his hand, signaling them to leave, then turned to Yang Chen and said heavily, "If you can withstand 10 minutes under my hands, I will recommend you to the general manager of Jiangnan. If not, just stay at no. 98 and wait until your level rises before I recommend you to the general manager." How about that? Although the wolf had learned from his subordinates that this young man was extraordinary, he still felt that Yang Chen was at most B level. After all, for someone as young as Yang Chen to reach A level seemed like a fantasy. The revival of spiritual energy had not been long, and those A level, S level, and even Grandmaster level experts had all started their cultivation during the last magic era. They simply caught the wave of spiritual energy revival and became top experts. For a young person to become such an existence was obviously extremely difficult. Yang Chen raised an eyebrow slightly, revealing his white teeth, and then smiled. What if I beat you? The wolf was taken aback, clearly not having thought about this question, as he had never had a rival in Han City. Even among A-level supernatural beings, he was one of the top contenders. Yet this kid in front of him was thinking about defeating him? The wolf laughed, and his laughter was somewhat loud. Haha, if you can defeat me, then what if I give you the position of the person in charge of Han City? Chapter 6. Yang Chen versus Wild Wolf. Yang Chen smiled. Forget it. I'm not interested in your position. If I win, you have to agree to one thing. Yang Chen shook his head, not at all tempted by Wild Wolf's earlier words, but instead. Wild Wolf's expression slightly tightened, and looking at Yang Chen, his impression of him immediately dropped a few points. Too arrogant. Even if he really had strength, he shouldn't be this arrogant. After all, he was the top person in Han City, a dignified A-level ability user. How dare he think about defeating him? Moreover, Wild Wolf, as an A-level ability user, had killed many foreign A-level ability users. Wild Wolf's eyes narrowed slightly. Then he opened his mouth. If you can defeat me, not to mention one, even three, I will agree to you. Yang Chen's pupils moved slightly. Then he walked straight into the arena, standing still, his gaze fixed on Wild Wolf, his chin slightly raised. Looking down at Wild Wolf through his nostrils, softly said, Come on, what the hell? Who is this person so arrogant? He even dares to provoke the team leader. Is he tired of living? Learning to seek death at such a young age, this is not good. Yang Chen's actions immediately stirred the emotions of the other ability users in the area, who looked at him with righteous indignation. Moreover, they all felt that Yang Chen would definitely be taught a painful lesson by Wild Wolf. After all, in the area, Wild Wolf was the most fearsome existence. Wild Wolf raised his hand, silencing the agitated ability users, his eyes like a real wolf, staring fixedly at Yang Chen, as if looking at prey, his gaze filled with bloodlust and a hint of murderous intent. Wild Wolf took off his jacket and tossed it aside. Suddenly, his body, like iron cast, was revealed to the world, and some female ability users, seeing Wild Wolf's perfect physique, felt their faces flush slightly. However, their eyes occasionally glanced towards Wild Wolf. Wild Wolf, however, didn't care at all, and a terrifying aura emanated from him, instantly making the entire venue feel as if it was trapped in a cold snowfield. Some ability users with slightly weaker abilities were covered in goosebumps. Only some D-level and above ability users could withstand this pressure and watch the battle. Indeed, the weak don't even have the qualification to watch the fight. Meanwhile, in the distance, Yang Chen's eyes narrowed slightly, his clothes tattered but standing there. He seemed to blend seamlessly into the environment. His momentum also became solidified. Wild Wolf's eyes also showed a slight change, because in Wild Wolf's eyes, Yang Chen's figure seemed to be gradually growing larger, his aura becoming stronger. Other ability users might not feel it, but as one of the more prominent A-level existences, he could clearly sense it. Yang Chen seemed to have become a part of this area, and he couldn't capture Yang Chen's aura at all. In an instant, a word suddenly burst forth from Wild Wolf's mind. Grandmaster. To comprehend the world, to integrate oneself into the world, to communicate with the heavens and earth, to harness the power of the world. That is the power of a Grandmaster. The young man before him was doing exactly what only Grandmasters can do. However, compared to the Grandmasters Wild Wolf had seen in battle, this young man still seemed somewhat inexperienced. But that did not diminish how monstrous this young man was. In Wild Wolf's mind, Yang Chen's identity information surfaced again. Wild Wolf could not imagine how a scrap collector could achieve such a level at such a young age. After all, even those aristocratic families from the end of the Law era might not be able to train such a monster. However, before Wild Wolf could shift his thoughts, Yang Chen had already moved. Yang Chen's body moved slightly, and then left behind a series of afterimages in the arena, as if countless Yang Chens had appeared in the arena, making even Wild Wolf momentarily unable to discern Yang Chen's location. So fast, Wild Wolf's heart trembled, a thin layer of cold sweat appearing on his forehead. At this moment, a sense of regret filled Wild Wolf's heart. Such ghostly speed, even the S-level existences responsible for Jiangnan might not be able to catch up. At this moment, Wild Wolf felt how foolish his earlier words were. How could a mere A-level dare to boast in front of someone who might be a Grandmaster? However, even so, Wild Wolf did not immediately admit defeat. As a soldier of China, he was not allowed to give up. Bang! A muffled sound erupted from Wild Wolf's body, and then a silver light shone on his body, instantly filling Wild Wolf's physical form. At a glance, Wild Wolf's body looked like a piece of steel, and this was Wild Wolf's ability, metallization. It allowed Wild Wolf to metallize any part of his body. With the enhancement of Wild Wolf's ability, he could now completely metallize every part of his body. Wild Wolf once relied on this ability to withstand the pursuit of an S-level ability user from Northern Europe for half an hour. This time, facing the ghostly Chen, Wild Wolf also wanted to use his excellent defense to buy time. In Wild Wolf's view, Chen was also an extremely clever person, as long as he dragged it out for 10 minutes. He could hint to Chen later that he could at least maintain his undefeated status under the watchful eyes of his subordinates. However, just as this thought rose in Wild Wolf's mind, he noticed a huge fist in his field of vision, rapidly magnifying. The surrounding air seemed to be torn apart, stinging Wild Wolf's skin. Then he saw the fist lightly falling onto his body. Boom! Wild Wolf felt a terrifying impact instantly explode in his body. Even his metallized body felt weak. In an instant, the venue was filled with smoke, blinding everyone's vision. Chapter 7, can you lend me 10,000 yuan? In the arena, thick smoke enveloped the area where the wolf was located. Even though the abilities of the supernatural beings were extraordinary, it was still difficult to see clearly in such dense smoke, especially when a somewhat weak breath came from within the smoke, causing their hearts to skip a beat. Could it be that the boss was defeated? The wolf was the leader of number 98 in Han City, and even among A-level supernatural beings in Jiangnan and all of China, he was considered one of the top existences. How could he be defeated by a single punch from the young man in front of him? Yes, just one punch. The unwilling gazes of the spectators turned towards the smoke, wanting to see if the wolf had truly been defeated. If he really lost, the reputation of 98 would be diminished, because the one who defeated the leader of Han City number 98 was just a young kid. Gradually, the dust became thinner and slowly disappeared. At this moment, the scene within the smoke slowly appeared in the eyes of the many supernatural beings from number 98. However, because of this, the supernatural beings from 98 were even more shocked, because their boss, the wolf, was currently bleeding profusely, as if he had endured a cannonball hit. There was a deep fist mark on his chest, and blood was flowing out heavily from that spot. In an instant, the strong smell of blood began to permeate the entire arena. The wolf was now half kneeling on the ground, desperately holding himself up. Otherwise, after taking Chen's punch, he would definitely not be able to get up. Ha! The wolf was breathing heavily, and large beads of sweat were flowing down his forehead. There was a deep fear in the wolf's eyes. According to reason, as a soldier from China, it was difficult for the wolf to experience such emotions as fear. Even when facing an unbeatable S-level supernatural being, he had never shown such fear, because the wolf was confident he could escape from the hands of that S-level supernatural being. But in the hands of Chen, the wolf could clearly feel that Chen had held back in the end. If it weren't for that, the wolf would probably already be a corpse. How could this be? How could the boss be defeated by a young kid? A supernatural being in the stands suddenly became dazed, looking at Chen with disbelief, as if he had gone mad. Who is this person? The wolf is an A-level supernatural being, and he couldn't even withstand one punch from the opponent. How is that possible? However, some people remained calm and began analyzing Chen's identity, and some even left to check Chen's information. This person was too sudden, having such strength, and 98 didn't know him. If such a person was not clarified, it would be a huge ticking time bomb for China. Chen stood in place, looking at the wolf. But there was a hint of surprise in his eyes. Was his strength really that strong? Could it be that the level displayed on the system was the same as the levels on Earth? If that were the case, wouldn't he be able to do whatever he wanted on Earth? For a moment, Chen felt a bit giddy. But suddenly, a cold voice rang out. Interrupting Chen's togs. Ding. Defeated an A-level supernatural being. Reward. 1 A-level spiritual energy irrigation. Spiritual energy irrigation? What is that? Yang Chen was momentarily stunned, with a hint of confusion in his eyes. Forget it. I'll take a good look at it later when I have time. For now, let's get down to business. Yang Chen was not a person without desires. On the contrary, having grown up in an orphanage and even living off scavenging after growing up, he urgently needed money and status to make up for the losses he had suffered over the years. And the fastest way to obtain these things was to become a high-ranking member of Number 98. Only in this way could he get what he wanted. And the wolf in front of him, the overall head of Han City Number 98, was a conduit for Yang Chen to enter the upper echelons of Number 98. Yang Chen slowly walked towards the wolf, looking down at him, and said, "Now, can it be proven?" The wolf struggled to lift his head, looking at the somewhat youthful boy in front of him, and for a moment he appeared a bit dazed. Then he sighed heavily in his heart and said, "You won. But could you wait until I recover from my injuries before taking you to meet the overall head of Jiangnan? It will only take a day." As if worried that Yang Chen might be displeased, the wolf hurriedly said. It wasn't that the wolf was being cowardly, but a person like Yang Chen, who was suspected to be a Grandmaster, was something a small A level like him couldn't handle. After all, how many Grandmasters were there in all of China? The existence of a suspected Grandmaster would undoubtedly be a huge shock throughout China. Yang Chen frowned, then relaxed again. It's just a day. Anyway, Yang Chen had nothing to do, so he could just play at home for a day. It wasn't a waste of time. All right. A hint of relaxation appeared on the wolf's face. Thankfully, this person was relatively easy to talk to. If he had encountered someone difficult, his injuries might drag on, leaving some hidden troubles that would make it difficult to break through to S level in the future. Then I'll report to the overall head of Jiangnan, and you can rest here for a day. Or, the wolf slowly stood up, hesitating as he spoke. Yang Chen waved his hand and said, "Forget it. I'll go home. I'm not used to staying here." The wolf thought for a moment, and then said, "Then you can go back first. The day after tomorrow, I will personally come to pick you up and accompany you to meet the overall head of Jiangnan of Number 98. Yang Chen nodded, preparing to leave. However, just as he turned around, he suddenly paused, turned back, and with a hint of embarrassment on his face, scratched his head and said awkwardly to the wolf, "Can you lend me 10,000 yuan? Chapter 8, New World Building. Can you lend me 10,000 yuan? Yang Chen's slightly awkward voice rang out. For a moment, besides the wolf, even the group of ability users from Number 98 standing in the stands were taken aback. What's going on? Borrow money? You, a person who can defeat A-level strong opponents with a single punch, actually need to borrow money? For a moment, all the ability users were a bit confused. 10,000 yuan was like drinking water for this group of ability users. Sometimes when they went out to eat, they would spend several thousand. A mere 10,000 yuan. Did it even need to be mentioned as a loan? The wolf showed a hint of bewilderment on his face. 10,000 yuan. How much is that? At his level, 10,000 yuan was practically no different from nothing. For him, exchanging for items for cultivation at No. 98 would start at 100,000 or even a million. 10,000 yuan was really too little. In the stands, some quick-witted ability users had already started taking out money, and after collecting from each other, they managed to gather 10,000 yuan. After all, in this era, it was rare for people to carry cash. Lending Yang Chen 10,000 yuan not only could bring them closer to him, but perhaps also earn them a favor from him, which was a significant opportunity for each ability user present at Number 98. After all, a person who could defeat the wolf with one punch, no matter how weak, was at least an S-level ability user. Such an existence was like a god in a small city like Han City. Yang Chen received the 10,000 yuan from several ability users, feeling its substantial weight, and he felt a strange sense of reassurance in his heart. "I'm leaving." Yang Chen smiled and walked directly out of the venue, leaving a group of Number 98 ability users staring at his back. For some reason, seeing Yang Chen made them realize that even a beggar's outfit could have such a commanding presence. All right. Don't think about getting too close to this person. Such people are generally proud, and frequent contact may not be a good thing. After Yang Chen left, the wolf called to the surrounding Number 98 ability users. "Just go do what you need to do." The group of ability users threw disdainful looks at the wolf and then dispersed. In the entire venue, only the wolf remained standing in place, scratching his head, feeling a bit awkward. Good heavens, this is so embarrassing. In the center of Han City, there stood a towering building with several large characters in the center. New World Building. Yang Chun stood at the entrance of a New World building. Looking at the tall skyscraper, he felt as if he had become an ant. Huh. Yang Chun took a deep breath and then stepped into this place that he yearned for. In the past, Yang Chun had been here, but at that time, he didn't have much money in his pocket and didn't dare to go in. But now, feeling the substantial 10,000 yuan in his pocket, Yang Chun felt a lot more secure. As soon as he entered, it was as if the scene was flowing. Various shops of all sizes came into Yang Chun's view. Ignoring the gazes of those around him, he headed straight to a store selling casual men's clothing and bought an outfit. As soon as he changed clothes, Yang Chun's entire demeanor transformed. The slightly loose sweatshirt paired with baggy jeans made him look like the boy next door rather than someone unkempt. He spent nearly 1,000 yuan on this outfit, and the beggar's clothes were directly discarded by Yang Chun. With new clothes, why keep the old ones? After that, he went to the second floor and found a place to eat. The restaurant wasn't very big, but as soon as he approached the door, a delicious aroma wafted out, and it was this enticing smell that led Yang Chun inside. Once inside, he discovered that there weren't many people in the restaurant. The shop was quite simple, and when he first walked in, Yang Chun was puzzled. With such a delicious smell, how could there be no one? But as he walked in, he realized that a group of burly men was intimidating the restaurant's owner. No wonder there was no one. Yang Chun frowned, not wanting to attract any trouble. However, the owner, surrounded by the burly men, seemed to see him as a lifesaver and called out, "Little brother, help." As soon as these words were spoken, the big men noticed Yang Chun's presence. Damn it, Yang Chun cursed under his breath, then looked at the group of burly men with some helplessness. You guys continue, I'll just leave." One of the apparent leaders shot a glance at one of the men, and that man understood immediately and walked towards Yang Chun, a cruel look appearing in his eyes. Yang Chun sighed inwardly. Sure enough, one should stay away from women. They're simply a disaster. He hadn't done anything, yet he was dragged into this mess, which made Yang Chun feel quite displeased. "Kid, don't blame me. Blame yourself for walking in here." The burly man grinned, cracking his knuckles with a fierce look. Yang Chun's expression gradually turned cold. "What? Do you want to prevent me from leaving?" "Leaving? It's likely that won't happen. Crawling out is still an option." As he spoke, the burly man threw a punch, intending to knock Yang Chun down. The cruel look in the burly man's eyes intensified. He could already envision Yang Chun being knocked to the ground. Although he wasn't an ability user, he was incredibly strong, capable of knocking down even a bull. On Earth, after the recovery of spiritual energy, the physical constitution of humans had generally improved. Even ordinary people were much stronger than in previous times. Not to mention someone like this who was well trained. However, in his view, Yang Chun's fate would be quite miserable. But the next moment, the burly man's expression changed. It felt as if his arm had been caught by an iron clamp. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't free his arm. Meanwhile, the burly man's companions also noticed the situation and turned their attention to Yang Chun. The leader frowned. "What are you doing? Hurry up and resolve this." The burly man was sweating profusely. It wasn't that he didn't want to. The problem was that this young man in front of him was just too strange. His strength was considerable, and even some E-level ability users who weren't good at strength might not be able to match him. Yet, his proud strength seemed to lose its effectiveness here, feeling somewhat useless. "Get lost." Yang Chun's voice exploded in the burly man's ears. Immediately, it seemed as if Yang Chun was swinging something light, effortlessly lifting the entire body of the burly man and then throwing him aside. Boom! A loud crash echoed. Everyone's attention was drawn. The leader's pupils suddenly contracted. He, who often frequents the gray areas, knew he had encountered a tough opponent. The other party was likely an ability user. Otherwise, with that strong man's strength, it would have been easy to take this person down. The leader slowly stepped forward and then formed a faint smile. "Little brother, I am a subordinate of Prince Wong from number 98. I hope you can give us some convenience. We will definitely reward you handsomely later." A hint of arrogance appeared in the leader's eyes. Clearly, this so-called Prince Wong for number 98 was not weak in strength or power. Otherwise, a subordinate would not have such pride. However, he was not an ability user, so he was relatively polite to Yang Chun. Chen dusted off his clothes and said lightly, I don't know what kind of prince you're talking about. I came here to eat, and since there's nothing going on, I will leave now. Although Chen was not afraid of this so-called Prince Wang. He did not want to cause trouble. After all, his current identity could not be considered a legitimate member of number 98, and if something big happened, it would be a bit difficult to handle. Although Chen was not afraid of these. Here, this white card has 10,000 yuan. Consider my apology to you. The leader laughed heartily and then took out a bank card from his pocket and handed it to Chen. Chen raised his eyebrows slightly, and a hint of a smile appeared on his lips. The leader noticed Chen's smile and lowered his regard for him a bit. In his eyes, Chen was likely just a newly awakened ability user. Otherwise, he wouldn't be easily bought off with just 10,000 yuan. Only those who had just become ability users and were extremely short on money, typically those coming from impoverished backgrounds, would behave this way. In the leader's view, Chen was indeed such a person. Although this kind of ability user was not someone an ordinary person like him could provoke. The people behind him were not afraid of these. It should be known that the people behind him had some say within number 98. Chen smiled and accepted the bank card handed to him by the leader. And just as he was about to leave, he heard a shout. I'll offer 100,000, willing to invite the prince to take action. Chapter 9. Sorry, someone offered a higher price. I bid 100,000. Please, little brother. Take action. Just as Chen was about to leave, a woman's sharp scream rang out. Instantly, the foot that Chen was about to step out with froze, and he turned around to look at the woman, his eyes shining with bright light. Really? The leading man's brows furrowed tightly as he said in a deep voice, Little brother, I already offered you 10,000. Chen waved his hand dismissively and said nonchalantly, That was your compensation to me. This is different. By the way, if you can really give me 100,000, I can resolve this situation for you. Chen's eyes sparkled. He had an obsessive impulse towards money. After all, he had been desperately short of cash before, and even a few bucks would make him feel pain for a long time. But the female boss was offering 100,000 outright, which made it hard for Chen to refuse. As for the money those people offered him, he had already said it was compensation for himself. That didn't count as working for money. The leading man's face darkened immediately, but he didn't act directly because he knew that ability users were not to be trifled with. Even the weakest ability user could take out several of them. Moreover, judging by Chen's demeanor, he didn't seem to be a weak ability user either. If his group really took action, they might end up suffering here and find it hard to get out. Even if Chen killed them, it wouldn't be too much trouble. After all, they were just ordinary people with slightly better physiques, and the status of ability users in this world was significantly higher than that of ordinary people. So now, they could only hope that the female boss couldn't come up with 100,000 or that Chen wouldn't take the job. Among the strong men, a slightly frail woman slowly stepped out. Her crimson lips bore a faint sadness that flowed between her eyes, presenting her as a fragile woman. Yet, within that fragility, there seemed to be a hint of determination. Clearly, she was an independent woman. The woman bit her red lips and said with some difficulty, My shop is worth several 100,000. If little brother can resolve my troubles, I am willing to give you a share equivalent to this shop. Chen instantly lost interest and waved his hand, feeling bored. Forget it, not cash, I'm not interested. As soon as he said this, the leading man's eyes sparkled. Clearly, this woman's chips were not enough to make this ability user take action. Do you think you can afford to hire an ability user with such a small amount of money? The one behind me is only a C-level ability user, but hiring him costs over 1 million, or even more. And this female boss, as far as he knew, couldn't come up with 1 million. The woman's pupils suddenly seemed to lose their luster, and she trembled slightly. Chen could be her lifeline, but clearly, her bargaining chips were insufficient. Little brother, I still have several thousand in cash. I can give you that first, and as for the rest, how about I transfer it to your car tomorrow? The woman gently leaned back in her chair, and when she said this, it seemed she had used all her strength. If Chen still didn't agree, she would have no other options left. Her shop would only be forcibly taken away by them. Just as the woman felt a bit desperate, a voice suddenly rang in her ears. Deal. Chen revealed his white teeth, wearing a harmless smile. Getting several thousand was good. Counting it, his net worth was close to 100,000 now. After giving her his card number, his wealth would likely exceed 100,000. Such wealth, if it had happened before, would have been impossible. He could only dream about it. Little brother, you need to think carefully. Our Wang Xiao is a C-level ability user ranked 98. The leading man looked at Yang Chen with a gloomy expression. He simply couldn't understand how such a small amount of money could persuade Yang Chen to take action. Wasn't that a bit too cheap? Unfortunately, he had never experienced Yang Chen's life and had no idea how obsessed a small person could be with money. I'm sorry, someone offer a higher price. Yang Chen's expression gradually turned cold. Are you leaving on your own, or do I need to ask you to leave? Since he had taken the money, he had to play the role well. Otherwise, he would receive a bad review. A flicker of anger flashed in the leading man's eyes, but he quickly suppressed it and did not explode. He was still rational. Otherwise, he would have acted directly. Of course, the only outcome of acting directly would be being ruthlessly pressed to the ground by Yang Chen. I hope you can withstand our Wang Xiao's wrath. We're leaving. The leading man glanced at Yang Chen with a hint of gloom, then led the strong men out of the shop. At this moment, the female boss finally breathed a sigh of relief, slumping in her chair and starting to cry. Yang Chen looked at the female boss in this state and momentarily didn't know what to do. He awkwardly walked up to her, scratched his head, and said, "So, about the money." Hearing Yang Chen's words, the female boss seemed to momentarily forget her tears, looking up at him with a strong sense of suspicion in her eyes. Is he still human? She's crying, and he is so direct about asking for money? Is this something a person would do? Yang Chen felt a bit embarrassed under the female boss's gaze, scratching his head, unsure of what to say. After a while, the female boss finally said softly, "They won't let it go easily. Soon, there will probably be ability users coming." Yang Chen understood. She was worried about further trouble. As for crying, TSK, what a mindset. Yang Chen patted his chest and said, "Let them come. I want to see who dares to take action against me after I just defeated the wild wolf in front of so many ability users." The female boss looked at Yang Chen and then said, "If you can really resolve this, I will give you that several thousand in cash." Deal. Chapter 10. Wang Xiao's eyelids twitched a little. At this moment, in an office building in Han City, a somewhat youthful-looking young man sat on a lounge chair, lightly playing with a teacup in his hand. In his eyes, there was a faint longing, as if he was reminiscing about something, lost in thought. Who exactly was this person, that even his master was no match for him? Was he a descendant of an ancient family? For a moment, the young man's gaze became even more confused. His background was extraordinary, at least considered so in Han City. Coupled with a powerful master, he had also encountered some descendants of ancient families, and those people were truly monstrous. However, among them, only a few could defeat his master. Moreover, to defeat his master at such a young age, there was not a single one in all of China, or rather, not a single one on the entire planet. This was the part that left the young man most bewildered. In this world, could there really be someone who could reach A level, or even above A level, at his age? The answer was certainly no. It was impossible. Of course, Yang Chen didn't T-count. He was an anomaly, a bug in the system, different from ordinary people. Yet, he had personally witnessed his master being defeated with a single punch by that person in the arena. The young man fell silent. His master was Yilang, and that person who made him feel a sense of longing was none other than Yang Chen. He came from a commercial family in Han City, considered a direct descendant. After the awakening of spiritual energy, his abilities as an ability user were not weak, and he was taken as a disciple by Yilang. His status in the family had risen significantly, and he was now able to fully control his family's power. In recent days, he had been continuously suppressing the foundations of other direct descendants, wanting to take control of his family. However, just after returning from number 98, upon encountering such a terrifying person, he suddenly found himself less interested in wealth and such matters. It all seemed rather dull. With strength, one could have everything. There was no need to bother suppressing others. If he could reach his master S level now, when he returned to the family and raised his hand, who would dare to oppose him? But for some reason, his eyelids had been twitching frequently since he returned from number 98. One must know, how can an ability user experience such a problem? Left eye twitches, peach blossoms bloom. Right eye twitches, chrysanthemums bloom. His right eyelid kept twitching. and he felt that something was off. There was indeed something wrong. Just then, a knocking sound came from the door. Top, top, top. The knocking was somewhat hurried, and the young man frowned but still spoke up. Come in. The door opened, and a burly man walked in, looking quite humble. When he looked at the young man, there was a strong sense of admiration and a hint of respect in his eyes. Wang Xiao. The young man said somewhat displeasedly, "What is it? Didn't I say not to disturb me unless it's something urgent?" The burly man's body suddenly seemed to stiffen, a layer of cold sweat streaming down his forehead. Young master, someone is obstructing us from taking over the second young lady's shop. The burly man stammered. He knew how terrifying the young man before him was. Although he was young, he had a ruthless way of doing things. Moreover, as an ability user, even if he were to beat him to death, no one would say anything. Besides, his ability level was not low, being a C-level ability user. Why not just beat them up? Do you need to bother me with this? The young man's frown deepened. Sometimes he really found these ordinary people annoying. Clearly, things could be solved with fists, yet they had to make it so complicated. Did they really think he was idle? Being an ability user was better. He could directly solve everything with his fists, without all this hassle. But the other party was also an ability user. Oh, the young man suddenly became slightly interested. Looking at the burly man with a hint of mockery, he smiled and asked, "Did you not report my name?" The burly man hesitated for a moment, then replied, "I did, but what? But that person seems to not take you seriously." The burly man said cautiously, then looked at the young man worriedly, fearing that he would get angry and vent his frustration on him. Although he looked strong, in the eyes of an ability user, he was just trash. One punch would be enough to leave him recovering for half a year. Well, the only ones in number 98 who don't take me seriously are those old-timers, right? Interesting. Take me to see. The young man suddenly became intrigued. He didn't expect that in a small Han city, there were still people who wouldn't give him face. What background does that person have? The young man tilted his head, looking at the burly man, smiling slightly. The burly man immediately bowed respectfully and said, "I'm not very sure, but from the clothing, it seems they come from an ordinary family, just relatively young." Relatively young. The young man's pupils suddenly constricted. He was somewhat sensitive to this term. Wasn't the person who defeated his master also a young man? For a moment, the young man's expression became a bit panicked. Could it be that person? But dressed so poorly? The young man said uncertainly. The burly man looked at his young master in confusion. Wasn't it just an ability user? Why was his young master reacting so much? Even when a B-level ability user caused trouble for their family some time ago, his young master didn't panic this much. Why was a young man making him feel this way? No, it's a young man dressed in casual clothes. The burly man thought for a moment and then said. Wang Xiao visibly breathed a sigh of relief, then revealed a wry smile. If it were that person, then even if his master intervened, it would probably be futile. Forget it. Take me there. I'll handle it. Ultimately, Wang Xiao felt that he should go personally. If it really were that person, even if it meant losing some money, he had to establish a good relationship. If it wasn't, then it would be easier to handle. He could just eliminate that person as an ability user. He had killed before. At that time, he could use some of his influence in number 98 to erase the traces. For a moment, Wang Xiao's mood significantly improved. As long as that person wasn't there, everything was negotiable. Besides that, he had nothing else to fear. Chapter 11. The Depressed Wang Xiao. At this moment, in the restaurant within the New World building, Yang Chen was wolfing down the delicious dishes in front of him. It must be said that the food was quite tasty. No wonder the aroma was so rich. The beautiful female owner was quietly resting her chin on her hand, highlighting her alluring curves as she watched Yang Chen. In her big, beautiful eyes, there were many questions and a hint of curiosity. She was curious as to why such a young ability user was so greedy for money. One must know that even the lowest level ability user, with a subsidy of 98, earns over 10,000 a month. Yet this young man in front of her was no ordinary ability user. But why would a mere 100,000 yuan be enough to make him act? Could it be? The owner gently pressed her lips together, a rare blush appearing in her eyes. She was not very old, probably just in her 20s, but she was still single. And Yang Chen's age wasn't very old either. Just as the owner was lost in her thoughts, Yang Chen finally finished the delicious meal in front of him and let out a satisfied burp. Burp! So comfortable. Yang Chen leaned back in his chair, a look of immense satisfaction on his face. This was the first time he had eaten such delicious and somewhat high-end food. Even though he had finished, he still savored the taste. The flavor was really good, Yang Chen said with a smile. The owner smiled back, looking at Yang Chen with a hint of charm. Gently smiling, was the little brother referring to the food? Or? Yang Chen was taken aback and confusedly asked, could there be something else? Of course, I'm talking about food. The owner's expression stiffened for a moment, but quickly returned to normal. Yang Chen took a sip of water and asked with interest, by the way, I haven't asked why they are looking for trouble with you. The owner rolled her eyes at Yang Chen's lack of romantic understanding, and then said bitterly, they're servants of my family. My existence threatens my older brother's position, so they plan to eliminate me. But because my identity is sensitive, they can only resort to this method. Yang Chen nodded, I really don't understand the affairs of you financial magnates, but since you've paid, I'll help you with this matter. Earlier, the owner had given Yang Chen 80,000 yuan in cash, and then she gave him an anonymous bank card, totaling 100,000 yuan. This was also the reason Yang Chen was willing to take action, having received the money. Otherwise, why would he still be here? Moreover, he was also planning to try that A-level spiritual energy irrigation. Thank you, little brother. The owner sighed and smiled, her eyes turning into crescent moons. In today's world, having the help of an ability user can easily resolve many issues. Take their Wang family, for example. Although they are considered a top financial magnate in Han City, in front of powerful ability users, they are utterly vulnerable. Now, it's no longer a world for merchants, but for ability users. No matter how much money you have, it may not be able to protect you. Conversely, as long as you are powerful enough, you can have as much wealth as you want. Just then, a commotion suddenly arose outside the door. Yang Chen's attention was drawn over, and he saw a young man followed by more than 10 burly men. Those burly men were the ones who had caused trouble in the restaurant earlier. They're here. A faint smile appeared on Yang Chen's lips. This is good. It could be resolved sooner. Yang Chen was waiting to finish the matter and go home to sleep. Oh, right. I haven't checked in today yet. Yang Chen stretched his neck, then stood up, positioning himself in front of the owner, smiling at the newcomers. At this moment, Wang Tong felt like he had eaten shit. The smiling young man in front of him was someone he was extremely familiar with, the one who had defeated his master. For a moment, Wang Tong wanted to kill all of his subordinates. Why did they provoke this guy? Even if he risked everything, he might not be able to resolve it. No, even if his master intervened, it might not work. Wang Tong's face turned ugly. Now he understood why his eyelids had been twitching earlier. It turned out that disaster was truly imminent. Meeting this guy, it was impossible for him not to be in trouble. At this moment, one of his subordinates boldly stepped forward. Kid, you didn't appreciate my kindness before. Now if you kneel before me, maybe I'll say a few good words for you in front of Wang Xiao. The burly man approached Yang Chen with a sneer. In his view, since Wang Tong had personally come, as long as the other party was an ability user, especially one from Han City, they would know Wang Tong's reputation, or even have seen him before. However, Yang Chen's reaction made the burly man feel perplexed. Yang Chen looked at Wang Tong, a faint smile curving his lips, then tilted his head, passing by the burly man's body, and smiled at Wang Tong. Haven't we met before? Wang Tong awkwardly smiled, just about to speak, when a rude voice interrupted him. What is your attitude? My boss is asking you a question. One of the leading burly men pointed at Yang Chen and shouted. Wang Tong's face instantly turned ugly. Shut up. Wang Tong's fists clenched as he roared at the group of burly men. Wang Xiao, what's wrong? The group of burly men was confused. They couldn't understand why Wang Tong, who was all-powerful in Han City, reacted this way. Even when encountering a B-level ability user, Wang Tong had never lost his composure like this. Why now? Wang Tong felt an impulse to kill his foolish subordinates, but he held back. After all, Yang Chen was still here. Wang Tong forced a smile, trying to maintain some semblance of calm, then said to Yang Chen, Sir, I didn't know it was you. If I had known, you could handle the shop as you wish. It's all my blind subordinate's fault for causing you such trouble. Wang Tong bent slightly, approaching Yang Chen, and continued, Rest assured, sir, I will deal with these people seriously and let them offend your eyes. Yang Chen smiled faintly and waved his hand. Then you handle it yourself. I'll protect this person. I don't want to hear news of her being in trouble, understand? Wang Tung's expression changed slightly, but he still lowered his head and bitterly said, "What you say is true." Yang Chun's words were simple. It meant that not only could Wang Tung not act against the owner, but he also had to ensure her safety. If anything happened to her, then he would have trouble with Wang Tung. Wang Tung was not a fool. After all, he was able to become the disciple of the wild wolf and control such a large financial group, so he was quite sharp-minded. He clearly understood Yang Chun's implied meaning. However, he had no way to refute it. Who made Yang Chen's strength countless times greater than his? Perhaps he would never reach Yang Chen's level in this lifetime. So rather than entangle with Yang Chen, it was better to admit defeat directly. At least he wouldn't offend Yang Chen. Moreover, Yang Chen is really too young to achieve a status that surpasses that of Master Wang Tung at such a young age is truly remarkable. In the future, he will undoubtedly become even more formidable. Among the names of the top powerhouses in Huaxia, Yang Chen's name will surely be listed. This is something Wang Tung can be certain of. Therefore, even if he has lost some face today, Wang Tung does not care. After all, he is just a mere direct descendant. Once he takes control of the Wang family, there will be no need for him anymore. Anyway, it wasn't part of his plan. Yang Chen clapped his hands and then smiled at the boss lady, saying, "All right, I've resolved your issue. I consider this 100,000 to be in my hands now. What happens next is no longer my concern." After speaking, Yang Chen ignored the boss lady's reaction and directly left. Wang Tung is a clever person, and he has seen Yang Chen's skills. If that were the case, then if Wang Tung dared to do anything to the boss lady, it could only be said that Wang Tung is a fool. The female boss gently pursed her lips, watching Yang Chen's departing figure, wanting to say something but ultimately didn't voice it. After Yang Chen left, Wang Tung's expression gradually turned cold. He raised his hand, and a powerful energy instantly enveloped his arm, striking the burly man who had spoken with a slap. Bang! The terrifying force sent the burly man's entire body flying, crashing hard against the wall. The others felt a jolt in their hearts and lowered their heads. The leading burly man turned pale. He knew he had just been the most vocal one, and Wang Tung was likely to come after him. However, what slightly eased his mind was that Wang Tung merely glanced coldly at him before shifting his gaze away. The burly man let out a slight sigh of relief. Wang Tung gradually turned his attention to the woman. His expression darkened and said, "I don't know what methods you used to bring this person here. You should stay in the Wang family from now on. Otherwise, if something happens to you, I won't have a good explanation." Wang Ting emphasized the word "something happens" heavily. The woman slightly raised her head, looking for some emotion in her brother's eyes, but she found only a deep coldness. This is the kind of familial bond within a financial conglomerate. The woman let out a bitter smile, then lifted her swan-like neck and slowly walked out. Chapter 12. Yang Chen's Superpower. By the time Yang Chen returned to the vicinity of his home, it was already evening. On the way, he strolled around for a bit. It was at this moment that he discovered that this small Han city actually had a different charm within it. In his previous life, Yang Chen was just a garbage picker, and he had no time to observe the scenery or the appearance of Han City. How could someone who struggled to make ends meet pay attention to anything unrelated to whether he could have enough to eat for his next meal? But now it was different. Yang Chen no longer had to worry about his hunger, so he took the rare opportunity to wander around. After spending the whole afternoon exploring, he slowly walked back to his neighborhood. He arrived at Lu Ji Noodle House. Looking at the somewhat aged signboard, Yang Chen felt a wave of nostalgia. The people were still the same. The old man was continually lifting noodles from the boiling water, skillfully adding various seasonings. The familiar aroma immediately wafted around Yang Chen's nose. However, Yang Chen was no longer the same. Just yesterday, he was a beggar who could only scrape together his entire fortune to barely survive on the beef gifted by the old man. But now, Yang Chen had tens of thousands in his pocket. Yang Chen couldn't help but feel a bit emotional, then smiled as he walked into Lu Ji Noodle House. As if sensing Yang Chen's arrival, the old man gently raised his head and smiled slightly. "Still 3 portions of plain noodles, hold a chili?" Yang Chen paused, revealing his pearly white teeth. 3 portions of beef noodles, hold the chili." The old man paused for a moment, then chuckled. "All right, 3 portions of beef noodles. Hold the chili. After leaving Lu Ji Noodle House, the sky had already turned a bit orange, with the sunset nearly sinking below the horizon. Yang Chen walked contentedly back to his home. The old man sat in his chair, his eyes slightly squinted as he watched Yang Chen's figure, a faint light flickering in his murky eyes. It wasn't until Yang Chen returned home that the old man shifted his gaze away. He took out a pipe from somewhere, took deep puffs, and then exhaled thick smoke rings. Old man, you can't even see clearly anymore. The old man gently placed the pipe on the table, then closed his eyes, not sure if he had fallen asleep or was just pretending. Once Yang Chen returned home, he sat cross-legged on the bed, eagerly wanting to know what the so-called A-grade spiritual energy infusion could do. However, from the name, it seemed quite promising. System: use A-grade spiritual energy infusion. Yang Chen adjusted his mental state and activated it. Ding! Activation successful. The system's cold voice echoed, and Yang Chen felt a massive amount of energy continuously pouring into his body. It was like a torrent. The violent energy surged within Yang Chen's body. His face turned slightly red, but he suppressed it. Yang Chen's body was already at the Grandmaster level. Just his physical body alone was enough to place him among the top experts in all of Huaxia. Therefore, this violent energy couldn't stir up much turbulence in his body for now. However, the only problem was that Yang Chen had never experienced such an influx of energy. The energy he had signed for was an enhancement of his physical constitution, which only modified his body. His cultivation level, however, was still at a novice level. Suddenly, so much energy flooded into Yang Chen's body, and even though he was strong enough to rival a Grandmaster, a vague sensation of pain began to surface. A strong physical body does not equate to a strong meridian and dantian. The strength of the physical body lies in the enhancement of Yi Qingtian's blood and vitality, and the improvement of his constitution. But now, in a world where spiritual energy was reviving, superhumans absorbed spiritual energy to strengthen their abilities, allowing them to level up. Yet, Yang Chen was now, apart from having reached the Grandmaster level in physical strength, still a novice in absorbing spiritual energy. The A-grade spiritual energy infusion involved forcibly injecting the entire cultivation level of an A-grade superhuman into the host body. Such an operation would be relatively manageable if it were simply an E-grade energy infusion, as E-grade was just the beginning and most people could handle it. However, A-grade was different. It was already considered a powerful existence among superhumans. If an average person tried to receive such a level of cultivation, the only outcome would be explosion and death. Fortunately, Yang Chen was different. His constitution had been enhanced, allowing him to withstand such a terrifying concentration of spiritual energy. However, the pain was still present. The surface of Yang Chen's body had developed faint blood-red cracks, spreading out like a spiderweb. It looked quite gruesome and terrifying. A faint bloody scent lingered in the air. Yang Chen's face contorted in agony. During the process of enhancing his constitution, he had not felt such pain, but this time, the infusion of spiritual energy made him feel a hint of despair. Nevertheless, despite this, Yang Chen did not give up. With a system that could change his life, if he gave up now, he might as well become a useless person picking up garbage. Bring on, Yang Chen shouted, then forced himself to hold on. The continuously pouring spiritual energy seemed to respond to Yang Chen's voice. The already violent infusion intensified, flooding into his body. The terrifying energy surged through Yang Chen's meridians, racing through every part of his body, incredibly wild. This energy was entirely unclaimed, pure, and held a hint of wildness. If it came in slowly, it would be manageable, but coming all at once in such a large quantity resulted in immense damage. However, Yang Chen's meridians were not weak. In fact, they were quite strong. Although he could endure it, the pain was still unbearable. Yang Chen's neck bulged with veins, a hint of crimson flashing in his eyes, and large beads of sweat appeared on his forehead and temples, only to evaporate directly from the high temperature radiating from his body. At this moment, the energy, or spiritual energy, within Yang Chen's body had reached a terrifying level. Countless spiritual energies swirled within his somewhat small dantian, gathering together. Gradually, the originally fog-like spiritual energy began to condense into a liquid state as it increased continuously. The spiritual energy in the dantian became thicker. Over time, the spiritual energy transformed into droplets, suspended within Yang Chen's dantian. Only after all the spiritual energy had been absorbed by Yang Chen did it slowly come to a halt. When the infusion ended, a brand new scene suddenly appeared in Yang Chen's mind. In this scene, Yang Chen found himself in a starry sky, surrounded by countless stars floating in the universe. Rays of colorful light shimmered upon each star. Yang Chen's eyes were filled with a hint of confusion. Hadn't he just been receiving the nourishment of spiritual energy? How did he suddenly end up in the universe? Moreover, wasn't there no oxygen in the universe? How could he breathe? 100,000 questions surged in Yang Chen's mind. This situation was truly unexpected for him. However, soon after, Yang Chen noticed that each star in the universe was bursting with different energies. Some stars were ablaze with flames, some stood tall with ice, and others even had violent sword energy spreading around. Yang Chen squinted slightly, looking at the surrounding stars, feeling an inexplicable sense of familiarity rising within him. This feeling seemed like supernatural powers. Yang Chen suddenly recalled the source of these feelings in his memory. The stars in this universe were just the supernatural powers of those ability users, weren't they? Could it be that these were the essence of supernatural powers? Yang Chen was puzzled, but at that moment, a strong attraction caught Yang Chen's attention, pulling him toward a certain direction in the universe. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Yang Chen's speed was incredibly fast, as if he were traveling at the speed of light, weaving through the dense stars. With each star he passed, Yang Chen could sense a feeling of fear emanating from them. Were these stars afraid of him? What was going on? Yang Chen felt even more bewildered, but he suppressed this thought because he sensed that the attraction pulling him was becoming even stronger. It was nearby. Yang Chen's heart raced. He was eager to find out what his own supernatural power would be. This feeling was akin to buying a lottery ticket, with a nervous anticipation before seeing the final result. You hope for the best, but fear that the outcome could be the worst. After an unknown amount of time, Yang Chen slowly arrived at a place. There were no stars here, only a vast expanse of darkness. A black hole. Chapter 13, Superpower, Devour. Before him, a massive jet-black vortex spread out, the surrounding space collapsing and twisting within the continuously rotating whirlpool. Black hole. These two words immediately flashed in Yang Chen's mind. The pitch-black black hole was so deep that it seemed to absorb all light. Faintly, one could see the reflections of countless stars projected from the surface of that black hole. Yang Chen felt a shock in his mind, but for some reason, within that dark black hole, there came a sense of inexplicable familiarity. It was as if the black hole was a part of his own body, just severed away. And now he had found it. At that moment, Yang Chen realized that the force pulling him towards it was indeed emanating from the mouth of the black hole. Is it you pulling me? Yang Chen softly spoke. However, the surroundings seemed lonely and silent, except for the quivering black hole. A faint smile gradually formed on Yang Chen's lips as he gently raised his arm and slowly placed it near the black hole. Strangely, the space near the black hole was under immense pressure, which was difficult to withstand. Yet Yang Chen's physical body was only at the Grandmaster level. Compared to space, Yang Chen's body was considerably weaker. However, where Yang Chen's arm was placed, he felt no disturbance at all. Even the space around his arm became quiet. It felt somewhat empty and out of place. As if confirming Yang Chen's thoughts, he slowly walked towards the black hole. The closer he got, the more he could feel the increasing attraction from within. It became more and more intense. Yang Chen's heart filled with joy, and his pace quickened slightly. Gradually, the distance between Yang Chen and the black hole diminished until he stood directly before it. At this moment, he noticed that the surface of the black hole emitted strands of dark light that twisted and curled. These lights were the main reason the space around the black hole appeared distorted. Yang Chen took a deep breath and then extended his hand into the pitch-black abyss. Initially, he thought something painful would happen, but the moment he reached inside, he was astonished to find his arm becoming warm. A wave of comfort erupted along his arm. Following that, he saw energy from the black hole continuously flowing into his body, circulating through his meridians before gradually entering his dantian. The spiritual energy that had originally entered his body began to transform within that dark light. Drops of liquid spiritual energy were enveloped by the black light, gradually transforming into a black sheen. Slowly, the spiritual energy in Yang Chen's dantian was completely enveloped by the dark light, and waves of formidable power continuously emanated from the dark light. At this moment, Yang Chen's spiritual energy cultivation had already successfully broken through to the A-level Esper realm due to A-level spiritual energy irrigation, but with the coverage of the dark light. While his spiritual energy cultivation didn't see a significant increase, Yang Chen could distinctly feel that the quality of his spiritual energy seemed to have undergone a slight change under the influence of the black light. Improvement. If the A-level spiritual energy irrigation was the infusion of ordinary spiritual energy from the world into his body, then it was ultimately the most basic quality of spiritual energy. Among Espers, some could surpass others in higher realms purely because of the quality of their energy. Others might have just reached A-level, but their energy quality was much higher than yours, while you remained with the most ordinary energy quality. Even if you had accumulated experience in A-level for a long time, you might not be able to match a newly promoted A-level powerhouse. This is the difference in energy quality. And now, Yang Chen was enhancing his energy quality with the help of the black hole's light. As time passed, the spiritual energy enveloped by the dark light gradually became somewhat dark like the black light. Not only did the color change, but the strength of the spiritual energy also increased significantly. Yang Chen could even feel that he could defeat a wild wolf relying solely on his spiritual energy cultivation. Although the wild wolf had spent considerable time in A-level, it was still somewhat weak in terms of energy quality. As for how the wild wolf managed to escape from an S-level Esper, it was entirely due to its defensive type ability, which was quite decent. Otherwise, with the wild wolf's strength, it would indeed be a challenge. Of course, the wild wolf itself had not realized this. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been unable to withstand a single attack from Yang Chen. Immediately, a faint dark light emerged from Yang Chen's body, and a subtle pressure erupted from him. However, this pressure was not very strong. It couldn't distort the surrounding space like the black hole, but it did cause slight ripples in the space. The black hole seemed to tremble as if it had humanity, then suddenly began to spin rapidly. Under Yang Chen's gaze, it gradually shrank and transformed into a streak of black light, piercing through the space and entering Yang Chen's dantian. When the black energy in Yang Chen's dantian sensed the arrival of the black hole, it seemed to recognize its king, scrambling to make way for the black hole. Curling up in a corner of Yang Chen's dantian, the black hole, as if it deserved to enjoy this full power, arrogantly positioned itself at the center of Yang Chen's dantian and then fell silent. It transformed into a black pearl, quietly floating above the dantian. Yang Chen looked at this scene and couldn't help but find it amusing. Has this guy become conceited, so swollen with pride? After a moment, Yang Chen seemed to suddenly remember something and looked suspiciously at the black hole in his dantian, mumbling to himself. But what kind of superpower does it give me? Before coming to the black hole, I saw many stars with superpowers, and those stars weren't as terrifying as this black hole. However, even though I refined the black hole, I feel nothing. So what exactly is my superpower? Yang Chen was somewhat at a loss. It seemed that the black hole noticed Yang Chen's confusion. The originally quiet black pearl hovering in Yang Chen's dantian suddenly trembled violently, and then the dark light surged. An overwhelming pulling force erupted instantly. Streaks of pitch-black brilliance manifested in an instant, like black chains, piercing through Yang Chen's body and rushing toward the point in the starry sky. Before Yang Chen could react, he saw a fiery red star being rapidly enveloped by the dense dark light and then pulled over with extreme speed, crashing towards Yang Chen. What the hell is happening? Yang Chen was stunned, wanting to dodge, but realizing it was too late. That was a star. The size was so great that even with Yang Chen's Grandmaster body, it was impossible to remain unscathed under the impact of a star. Yang Chen watched helplessly as the fire-filled star collided towards him. Then he gently squinted his eyes. However, after a moment, Yang Chen did not feel any physical pain. Instead, his body was filled with a warm aura. What was going on? Yang Chen was stunned for a moment, then quickly began to introspect his body. To his surprise, he discovered that a small red area had emerged on top of the black orb. A wave of intense heat spread out from that red area. Could it be? Yang Chen swallowed hard. He seemed to have some idea of what his ability was. However, if it was really as he thought, it might be a bit abnormal. With an excited heart, Yang Chen slightly opened his palm, and with a thought, a flame suddenly erupted from his palm. As Yang Chen infused spiritual energy into the flame, it quickly spread and enveloped his entire body. This flame was exactly the same as the aura of the star filled with fire just now. Devouring? Looking at the raging flames, Yang Chen felt no burning sensation at all. Then suddenly, a page appeared in Yang Chen's vision. It was similar to before, except at the bottom, there was an additional box for abilities. Character: Yang Chen Grandmaster. Physique: Mortal level title: None. Level: a level. Permissions: sign in. Cooling down: cooldown time: 14 days. Mall: not opened. Ability: Devour. At this moment, the information on the page showed a change in level, and an ability section was added to the attributes. A sense of joy immediately appeared in Yang Chen's heart. So he also had an ability. Soon after, Yang Chen felt the world spinning around him, and when he regained consciousness, the scene had returned to his home. Chapter 14. Heading to Jiangnan City. Character: Yang Chen Grandmaster. Physique: Mortal level title: None. Level: a grade. Permissions: sign in. Cooldown time: 14 days. Mall: not opened. Ability: Devour. Yang Chen looked at the page in front of him, noticing that the attributes on the page had gradually increased, which meant that his strength was also gradually improving. At this moment, Yang Chen not only had a physical body comparable to a Grandmaster, but even his spiritual energy cultivation had reached the terrifying a grade. It is important to note that an ordinary ability user would take several years, even over a decade, to progress from E grade to a grade. Yet Yang Chen achieved such terrifying strength in just one day. One must admit, the system's functionality is remarkable. With a slight movement of his finger, a small flame began to flicker and dance at Yang Chen's fingertips. Feeling the warmth of the flame, Yang Chen was pleasantly surprised. The devouring ability cannot be easily exposed. After all, if others find out that he possesses such a monstrous ability, he would likely become a target. Even though he currently had the physique of a Grandmaster, Yang Chen was still acutely aware that he did not possess the strength to look down on everyone in Huaxia. After all, reaching the level of a Grandmaster physically was different from having the spiritual energy cultivation to match. He could handle an S-grade ability user, but if he were to encounter a deeply established Grandmaster, losing would be inevitable. Yang Chen estimated that he could only be considered a novice in the Grandmaster realm. How many novices could there be among all the Grandmasters on Earth? Definitely not more than a dozen. Most were powerful beings who had been entrenched in the Grandmaster realm for a long time. Regarding this world, even with number 98, Yang Chen still held a hint of caution in his heart. Even if number 98 were the guardian deity of Huaxia, there would inevitably be some pests among them. If he were to be coveted, it would be troublesome. Dispelling the flame, Yang Chen glanced out the window, only to find that it was already daytime. He hurriedly took out his phone and checked the time. It was already 7 o'clock the next day. Yang Chen was somewhat astonished. In that scene, he had only felt like a short time had passed, at most half an hour, but an entire night had gone by in the outside world. Time flies so fast. Yang Chen couldn't help but sigh. Pulling back the curtains, beams of sunlight slowly filtered through the window and shone on Yang Chen's face, causing him to squint slightly. Gurgle, a sound of hunger came from Yang Chen's stomach. Hungry again? Yang Chen smiled wryly. He realized that since becoming an ability user, his appetite had increased significantly. Sometimes, he would feel hungry after just 2 or 3 hours. In the past, he could go 3 days without eating. But now, if he didn't eat for 3 hours, he would already feel a bit of hunger gnawing at him. Shaking his head helplessly, Yang Chen opened the door and walked towards the Lu's noodle shop. Although today was the day he had agreed to meet with the person in charge of Jiangnan, he still wanted to eat a bowl of Grandpa Lu's noodles first. After all, he called the shots, didn't he? The person with the bigger fist has the power to set the rules. And clearly, he was the one with the bigger fist. At this moment, there were already some people outside. The place where Yangshan was located could be considered the old town of Hancheng, where houses were relatively cheaper, but the foot traffic was considerable. The Lu's noodle shop was even busier. Yangshan was not surprised by this scene at all, as the taste of Lu's noodles was top-notch within 100 meters. He walked in familiar with the surroundings, found an empty spot, and smiled as he waved at the old man, saying, "Grandpa Lu, a few bowls of beef noodles. Less chili." The old man looked at Yangshan, his murky eyes slightly narrowing, before he quickly returned to his usual amiable demeanor, nodding with a smile. However, when he lowered his head, his expression gradually became somewhat surprised, and he kept murmuring to himself, "An A-grade ability user? It shouldn't be." When he saw Yangshan for the first time today, he sensed Yang Chen's spiritual energy cultivation, while yesterday it was still a vague perception. It is important to note that if Yangshan were truly an A-grade ability user, with his eyesight, he certainly wouldn't have misjudged. However, the contrast between yesterday and today was different. What was going on? The old man shook his head in confusion, then continued making his noodles, though his movements became a bit stiff. Soon, the old man brought a large bowl of beef noodles to Yang Chen's table. Yang Chen smiled and thanked him before he began to feast. At that moment, a black sedan slowly drove in and stopped beside Yang Chen's house. A burly middle-aged man in military uniform stepped out of the car. His face was stern, resembling iron, and following him was Wang Tung, who looked somewhat awkward. That burly middle-aged man was none other than Wild Wolf. Today was the day he had arranged to meet with Yang Chen. So he had come early in the morning to pick Yang Chen up to go to the provincial city and meet the person in charge of Jiangnan. This was also the intention of the person in charge. As soon as Wild Wolf got out of the car, he noticed the Lu's noodle shop, then found Yang Chen at a table, and his expression softened slightly. He and Wang Tung walked over to Yang Chen. At the same time, Yang Chen also noticed Wild Wolf's arrival. Since his physique had been upgraded to the Grandmaster realm, his senses had undergone a qualitative leap. Thus, he could feel Wild Wolf's approach. Without lifting his head, Yang Chen continued eating his noodles, while Wild Wolf and Wang Tung were unconcerned, casually ordering 2 bowls of noodles from the old man, then joining Yang Chen to eat. After a while, Yang Chen finished his noodles, wiped his mouth, looked at Wild Wolf, and smiled, saying, "Just waiting for you." Wild Wolf also paused his chopsticks at that moment, saying, "Since Mr. Yang has finished eating, let us head to Jiangnan City to meet our person in charge. The master is already waiting for you." Yang Chen nodded, then looked at Wang Tung beside Wild Wolf with a smirk. Wang Tung instantly froze, forging a dry smile at Yang Chen. Wild Wolf frowned. He was aware of what had happened yesterday, but thankfully Wang Tung handled it reasonably well. Otherwise, he wouldn't have brought Wang Tung along today. "Yesterday, my disciple's subordinate was disrespectful. I hope Mr. Yang won't hold it against him." Yang Chen waved his hand and said generously, "How could I? I was just doing my job for money. It just happened to fall on his head. How could I hold it against a junior?" Wang Tung's face turned somewhat awkward, and he couldn't help but feel indignant. "Aren't you about the same age as me? Why am I still considered a junior? All right, you are strong. You have the final say." Wild Wolf didn't mind these things. After all, strength is what matters, and whatever is said is right. If one were to be overly concerned about such matters, it would seem a bit forced. Instead, he said to Yang Chen, shifting the topic appropriately, "I've noticed something. Mr. Yang, are you short on money?" Yang Chen was clearly interested in this topic as well, his eyes sparkling as he nodded vigorously. After pondering for a moment, the Wild Wolf took out a black card from his pocket and handed it to Yang Chen, saying, "This is our exclusive bank card for number 98. It is valid at all banks and has a limit of 1 million. Mr. Yang, feel free to use it. Consider this a small gift from me. I hope you won't hold my apprentice's mistake against me." Yang Chen took the card and smiled, saying, "Why would I? It's not every day you meet someone like this." Hee. The Wild Wolf visibly relaxed. 1 million wasn't too much for him, but if it could resolve some issues between Yang Chen and his apprentice, it was worth it. Wang Tung, who was beside the Wild Wolf, also appeared to relax somewhat. although coming along with his master to meet the head of the Jiangnan region was significant, especially since that person was a legendary figure. Easing the relationship with Yang Chen was even more important. However, it seemed to be quite effective. So, Mr. Yang, is there anything else you need to prepare? If not, we have some matters to discuss in the car. How about that? The wild wolf asked softly. Yang Chen nodded and followed the wild wolf into the black sedan. The elderly man at Lu Ji Noodle House watched as Yang Chen and the wild wolf left, a faint glimmer flashing in his murky eyes before he slowly walked back inside. He picked up an old-fashioned phone, took a deep breath, and a determined look appeared in his eyes. Beep beep. The old man gently pressed the buttons on the phone, connecting a call. Go tell Xiao Chan to pay attention when he meets that kid later. This person is a bit too. The old man thought for a long time, but couldn't find the right words, finally exhaling slowly. Perverted. There was a long silence on the other end of the line. After a moment, a magnetic voice resonated through the phone. All right. Chapter 15. The General Manager of Jiangnan. The black sedan quickly drove out of Hansheng and onto the highway, moving at high speed. Fortunately, the black sedan was not using a regular license plate, so it was not subject to speed limits. Inside the car, it was quite comfortable. Even on some rougher roads, the black sedan remained relatively stable. The space inside was also quite large. Yang Chen, the wolf, and Wang Tong sat in the back of the black sedan, and it didn't feel crowded at all, with plenty of extra space. Yang Chen took a chilled drink from the small refrigerator in the car and drank it in big gulps. Although it was morning, it didn't affect Yang Chen's taste at all. Not bad. Yang Chen nodded leisurely. At this moment, the wolf also spoke up. By the way, Mr. Yang, let me introduce you to our General Manager of Jiangnan. Yang Chen put down the drink in his hand, his eyes showing a hint of interest. He was quite curious about this General Manager of Jiangnan. Jiangnan was a relatively large region in all of Huaxia, and being the general manager of the entire Jiangnan 98 meant that this person must be quite capable. Otherwise, it would be impossible to command the many supernatural beings in number 98. Yang Chen had met the supernatural beings of number 98 before. They were a group of rebellious individuals. After the spiritual energy revival, they gained extraordinary abilities, who wouldn't be inflated with ego. However, for this group of supernatural beings to be governed, they needed stronger supernatural beings to rule over them. Wang Tung's expression became serious. Even though he was considered a decent person in Hansheng, even top-notch, he was still nothing in the entire Jiangnan. Even the wolf had just barely entered the first tier in Jiangnan. However, the general manager of Jiangnan was different. That person could be considered a top-tier powerhouse even on the entire planet. A Grandmaster. That's right. The general manager of Jiangnan was indeed a Grandmaster powerhouse. Moreover, they were a seasoned powerhouse among the Grandmasters. Although Grandmasters were rare, the vast land of Huaxia, with its population of over 1 billion, could certainly produce several Grandmasters. This was also why Huaxia could become one of the top 3 countries on Earth after the spiritual energy storm. It was entirely due to the remarkable reputation of the Grandmasters in the competition among various countries. Jiangnan had its place in Huaxia, so it naturally had its own Grandmasters, and the general manager of Jiangnan was among the top of these Grandmaster powerhouses. The wolf cleared his throat. His eyes filled with fervor as he spoke. Master Chen is our strongest in Jiangnan. He ranks among the top 10 in the entire Huaxia number 98. And even among Grandmasters of the same realm, unless several Grandmasters join forces, it's impossible to be a match for Master Chen. Yang Chen's expression gradually became serious. It would take several Grandmasters to match Master Chen. As someone with the physical body of a Grandmaster, Yang Chen was very clear about what being a Grandmaster entailed. Just the physical body alone could withstand all S-rank existences, not to mention the differences in spiritual energy and supernatural abilities. Even Yang Chen might not be able to defeat a Grandmaster powerhouse. And that Master Chen actually required several Grandmasters to confront him. That was somewhat terrifying. In that case, some of his abilities could not be exposed. For example, devouring supernatural powers. The wolf seemed unaware of Yang Chen's expression and continued with a hint of admiration in his tone. Master Chen is only in his 40s and has become a presence that looks down on all supernatural beings. He is the only genius in the entire Jiangnan. 40 years old. Yang Chen took note of this phrase. The realm of Grandmasters is incredibly powerful, but behind that power are extremely challenging conditions. Generally speaking, even an extraordinarily talented supernatural being would take decades to reach the level of Grandmaster. Many Grandmasters are already in their 70s or 80s when they achieve this status, but Master Chen is different. He managed to become a Grandmaster at the age of 40, which is incredibly talented. Although Yang Chen was not particularly familiar with this world, he could still be sure that anyone who could become a Grandmaster was usually quite old. At his age, it was almost unheard of, even going a decade older. It was still rare. Therefore, Master Chen was truly a genius. Even Wang Teng's expression changed. As a scion of a wealthy family, he was quite knowledgeable about certain matters, but even such a family had never heard of someone becoming a Grandmaster at the age of 40. The wolf glanced at Yang Chen's expression and explained, Master Chen previously lied about his age out of fear of being targeted by people from other countries. Now that he has reached the top, there is no need to care about that anymore. Yang Chen nodded, then moved his lips, lying back in his seat and smiling. Suddenly, I'm a bit interested in this Master Chen. Such a figure intrigued Yang Chen. He was eager to meet this legendary person. The black sedan sped along, and within an hour, it had covered a distance of 100 to 200 kilometers from Hansheng. If an ordinary person's vehicle were to go this fast, they would have been pulled over by the traffic police long ago. But this was different. This was a special license plate unique to number 98. Even if noticed, as long as it didn't cause a major accident, generally speaking, they wouldn't intervene. This was the privilege of being part of number 98. Before long, as they exited the highway, Yang Chen could already see towering skyscrapers through the car window appearing before him. The majestic city exuded a grand atmosphere built within this realm. Yang Chen had always lived in a small city like Hansheng and had never seen a provincial capital city like Jiangnan City, not even on television. His previous life had been too uncertain for him to care to learn about such places. Wow, it's so big. A hint of bewilderment appeared in Yang Chen's eyes. This was truly the first time he had seen such a city. However, his words went unheard by the wolf and Wang Teng. The black sedan soon entered this vast city, and amidst the continuous flow of traffic, the back of the black sedan suddenly revealed flaps that opened up, and blue flames burst forth. To the onlookers, the black sedan actually soared into the sky. The strange thing was that the citizens of Jiangnan City seemed unfazed, showing no signs of surprise. However, Yang Chen's eyes were filled with astonishment. This car can fly? The cars of number 98 have been specially modified. Sometimes, to save time and avoid long queues, they are equipped with flight capabilities, the wolf explained. The black sedan soared through the sky, arriving before an incredibly tall building, which bore large black characters on it. Number 98. Number 98 in Hansheng is built under a small hill outside the city, because the area of Hansheng is simply too small to accommodate it. However, Jiangnan City is different. As a provincial capital, it naturally has enough space to establish number 98. A black sedan slowly came to a stop in its designated parking space, and then the wolf led Yang Chen and Wang Teng out of the car. Looking at the massive entrance, Yang Chen felt a wave of shock. The entrance was made of glass, and there were two soldiers in military uniforms standing tall at the door. Yang Chen sensed that the two sentry soldiers were both D-level ability users. It is known that in Hansheng, D-level ability users are already somewhat famous. Yet here, they could only be considered as guards. Moreover, everyone entering through the door of No. 98 was no weaker than a D-level powerhouse. E-level ability users were a rare sight here. More common were the D-level and E-level powerhouses. There were also B-level ability users, but their numbers were still fewer compared to the other two levels. Nevertheless, this still shocked Yang Chen. When he was in Hansheng, it was quite difficult for Yang Chen to meet an ability user. Although it was related to the management of number 98, it was indeed very challenging. Let's go. The wolf called out to Yang Chen, then smiled and said. He then directly led Yang Chen and Wang Teng into the building of number 98. The moment they entered the building, the scenery changed and countless high-tech products appeared before Yang Chen's eyes. Various task screens emerged, displaying the missions of different ability users. In the center of the first floor, there was a drowsy old man sitting there. However, The passing ability users all cast respectful glances at the old man. The wolf then brought Chen and Wang Tong to the old man's front. But before the wolf could speak, a sarcastic voice echoed in the ears of the three. "Oh, isn't this our A-level ability user, the wolf?" Chapter 16. Class A Esper, Blood Butcher. "Hey, isn't that Class A Esper, Wild Wolf?" A sarcastic voice suddenly echoed in the ears of Chen and his companions. Chen slightly frowned and then looked in the direction of the voice. He saw a burly middle-aged man walking slowly through the entrance, accompanied by a pale-faced young man who looked malnourished. The drowsy old man behind Wild Wolf also raised his head slightly, revealing a hint of interest in his eyes. However, when he looked at Chen, his gaze froze slightly, as if a look of surprise had appeared. But the old man's movement was extremely subtle, and it went unnoticed. On the other hand, the burly man's face bore a grotesque scar that stretched from his forehead down to the corner of his mouth. A faint scent of blood wafted from the burly man. The pale young man behind him looked somewhat weak, but his lips were curled into an eerie smile. Blood Butcher. Wild Wolf's expression became heavy as he looked at Blood Butcher, and for a moment, his face did not look good. Wang Tong's face also gradually turned unpleasant, as if he recognized the burly man before him. Blood Butcher's lips slightly parted, and then he looked at Wang Tong and Chen behind Wild Wolf, a mocking expression emerging in his eyes. "Brought your two disciples to Jiangnan City to seek a sense of presence? Wild Wolf, your vision seems a bit lacking." Wild Wolf was taken aback for a moment, then glanced at Chen, feeling inexplicably amused. Has this guy taken Chen as his disciple? Whatever. It's none of your business. Wild Wolf's lips moved, and then he spoke. At the moment Wild Wolf spoke, Blood Butcher's expression changed. In an instant, a blood-red wave spread out like ripples, enveloping the entire first floor. The old man behind the counter merely moved his fingers slightly, releasing a surge of spiritual energy that forcibly compressed the blood-red ripples, confining them to a 10-meter radius. If you want to fight, be careful. If you break anything, it's 10 times the compensation. The old man's light voice echoed throughout the hall, and Blood Butcher's expression changed slightly before he laughed. Rest assured, old Moo, I know the rules. In an instant, all the espers in the hall noticed the commotion here, and some idle onlookers turned their attention this way. Hiss. So it's Wild Wolf. These two are sworn enemies. Today, there is going to be a good show. A battle between two Class A espers is sure to be exciting. Around them, murmurs of discussion flowed continuously. Wild Wolf looked at Blood Butcher with a grim expression. He had brought Chen to see the overall manager today and did not intend to cause trouble. But unfortunately, he ran into Blood Butcher. It seemed that it was impossible to avoid a confrontation today. Mr. Yang, please wait a moment. Let me resolve this matter, and then I will take you to meet Master Chen. Wild Wolf whispered in Chen's ear. Chen nodded slightly, then looked at Blood Butcher. What Blood Butcher had just released seemed to be his ability. Within this range, Chen could actually feel that the spiritual energy in his body had become somewhat viscous, making it slow to operate. A domain-type ability? Chen raised his eyebrows slightly, feeling a surge of interest. After finishing speaking to Chen, Wild Wolf also revealed a sinister smile, and his arm directly became metallic, the silver brilliance flickering in the eyes of the crowd. Today, I want to let you off easy, or I want to share your last name. Wild Wolf's upper body suddenly expanded, his clothes tearing apart to reveal hard muscles. Boom! The spiritual energy exploded, and a terrifying wave instantly spread out. That was the power of a Class A Esper. Following that, Wild Wolf's body moved slightly, and he shot out like a cannonball, throwing a punch at Blood Butcher. Blood Butcher's expression also became serious. He and Wild Wolf were both Class A Espers, but compared to Wild Wolf, his ability was more inclined towards control, and in a physical fight, he was indeed not as strong as Wild Wolf. Blood Domain. Blood Butcher roared, and suddenly, within a 10-meter radius, the space seemed to be filled with a dense blood aura. To those outside, it appeared as a red zone. Wild Wolf's speed noticeably slowed down. However, due to the proximity of their positions, in an instant, Wild Wolf's fist was launched. Bang! Blood Butcher's palm caught it. but the terrifying force still exploded. Blood Butcher's body shook slightly. Then he roared, "Get lost!" The blood in Blood Butcher's veins writhed continuously, and a red glow erupted in an instant, spreading through the space, converging on Blood Butcher's arm, and the red energy burst forth. Swish! A streak of crimson light suddenly struck Wild Wolf's chest. However, Wild Wolf, after all, was a battle-hardened warrior. At the moment Blood Butcher moved, silver light flickered at Wild Wolf's chest. Metallicization. Class A espers could already cover their entire bodies with their abilities, and Wild Wolf was certainly capable of that. Clang! A crisp metallic sound rang out, and then Wild Wolf's other arm swung out fiercely. Buzz! The metallic arm slashed through the air, cutting through layers of blood, aura, and suddenly landed on Blood Butcher's face. Bang! Blood Butcher was instantly sent flying, crashing against the door, but at the moment of impact, a gentle surge of spiritual energy emerged, lifting Blood Butcher's body. Cough! The door is a bit expensive. Let's not break it. An old voice resounded. Wild Wolf's expression turned serious, and he turned to the old man at the counter, giving a slight bow. Yes, old Moo. Yang Chen's gaze shifted slightly, and he glanced at the old man, only to find that he seemed unable to clearly discern the old man's cultivation. In other words, that old man was definitely above Class S. In an instant, Yang Chen couldn't help but sigh. Is an old man at the counter such a powerful existence? Just then, the pale-faced young man moved. A series of afterimages suddenly appeared in the hall, and then, beside Wang Tung, the pale-faced young man's figure abruptly materialized. A strange arc on his lips. Wang Tung's hair stood on end, a sense of crisis erupting from his body. If your master hits my master, then I'll just kill you. A soft voice echoed directly in Wang Tung's ear. The pale-faced young man slightly raised his hand, and a black shadow quietly materialized. It was a figure dressed in samurai clothing, wearing a ghost mask, holding a sharp sword. Then, the young man's hand fell slightly, and the shadow swung the sword directly at Wang Tung. You're asking for death. Wild Wolf's eyes instantly turned bloodshot, with endless anger flashing in his pupils. That disciple of the Blood Butcher actually dared to attack his own disciple. He even went for the kill. However, Wild Wolf's reaction was a bit too slow. He only realized what was happening as the young man's hand descended. By then, it was already too late to intervene. The old man behind the counter narrowed his eyes slightly. He had intended to act, but a voice in his ear told him not to intervene. So he held back. Otherwise, under his watch, the only way someone could take a life was if they were a Grandmaster-level powerhouse. Though the Blood Butcher's disciple was strong, he was far from reaching the level of a Grandmaster. Wang Tung's mind was thrown into chaos. This was the first time he had encountered such a terrifying presence. Despite being a C-rank ability user, he felt utterly powerless at this moment. His opponent's strength surpassed his own. Even the surrounding ability users were stunned. This was the headquarters of the Jiangnan No. 98 Ability Users Association. To dare commit murder here was nothing short of suicide. How could this pale-faced young man be so bold? Even the Blood Butcher himself, the young man's master, paled. Though his grudge with Wild Wolf ran deep, it had always been limited to causing trouble, never to the point of killing. For the first time, even he couldn't understand his own disciple. Stop! The Blood Butcher shouted, trying to intervene. If his disciple killed someone here, he wouldn't escape unscathed either. But the young man seemed not to hear him. A trace of madness flickered across his face as the spectral samurai behind him accelerated, its blades slashing toward Wang Tung's neck. Yet in the next instant, the young man's expression changed. He felt an overwhelming force seize his arm, or rather, the phantom arm of the spectral samurai, like unyielding steel. No matter how hard he struggled, he couldn't bring the blade down. The young man jerked his head up and found himself staring into eyes as deep and unfathomable as the cosmos. Within those pupils, a dark void seemed to flicker in and out of existence. Thinking of killing someone? Seems you've forgotten about me. A mocking voice exploded in the young man's ears. Chapter 17. Islanders. Do you want to kill? You must have forgotten me. A disdainful voice suddenly exploded in the young man's ears. He abruptly looked up and was shocked to discover a person about his own age smiling at him. To his astonishment, His own phantom was firmly grasped in the other youth's hand. Is this considered catching a knife with bare hands? How is this possible? The pale young man's expression suddenly changed. He was well aware of his own strength. Even an B-class powerhouse might not easily take on his abilities. Moreover, how could someone so young possess such strong abilities? It shouldn't be possible. For a moment, countless thoughts flashed through the pale young man's mind, but overall, he was still filled with confusion about the person who had suddenly intercepted his supernatural ability. The pale-faced young man gritted his teeth, and then his fingers moved slightly, causing a blue pill to appear. He then tossed the pill gently onto the ground, and in an instant, a wave of green smoke emerged. Yang Chen's eyes narrowed slightly, and spiritual energy instantly gathered in his gaze, allowing him to see the young man's figure clearly through the smoke. After that, the young man actually fled directly under Yang Chen's gaze. Yang Chen was momentarily stunned, his mind struggling to process it. Even if you intended to kill someone but didn't succeed, number 98 wouldn't do anything to you, right? Was there really a need to run? In the next moment, Yang Chen understood why the young man had escaped. The islanders should stay. The voice of the old man behind the counter instantly echoed throughout the entire first floor. Immediately afterward, a terrifying surge of spiritual energy erupted, resembling chains that lashed out like pythons, directly coiling toward the figure of the young man. Japanese. At the moment the old man's voice fell, the abilities in the hall were all taken aback, and some even immediately assumed a defensive posture. The island nation. Although it is not considered a top country in the world, for China, that island nation is a hostile force. Moreover, it is a country with deep-seated blood feuds. So, within the territory of Huaxia, there has appeared an ability user from an island nation, and it appeared at the headquarters of number 98 Jiangnan. That is quite intriguing. Moreover, he was brought in by an A-class powerhouse of number 98. And he is actually a disciple of an A-class powerhouse of number 98. At this moment, the blood butcher at the gate also changed his expression as his own disciple turned out to be someone from the island nation. Moreover, within the headquarters, there are also thoughts of assassinating the ability user number 98. Regardless of whether Xuetu was aware of his disciple's identity before, he will definitely be investigated by No. 98 now. Moreover, with this stain, even if the blood butcher could miraculously escape severe interrogation from Unit 98 in the days to come, it would be impossible for the blood butcher to be reused by Unit 98. Even if the blood butcher could become a Grandmaster, it would still be impossible. There is no shortage of Grandmasters in Huaxia. Moreover, even blood butcher himself is not sure if he can become a Grandmaster. And this confidence comes from No. 98. The old man's spiritual energy quietly fell into a void space, and a pale figure immediately appeared. Around that figure, there was a faint spiritual energy, like chains, binding that person tightly. Let me go. The pale figure with a twisted face roared at the old man. The old man merely glanced at him indifferently, then turned to Yang Chen and said, "Thank you, young friend. Otherwise, these people from the island would have truly killed the genius of our Huaxia." Wang Teng is not very old, yet he has become a C-level ability user, and in a small city like Han City, such talent can be considered genius. Yang Chen slightly cupped his hands and smiled politely. The old man smiled faintly, then waved his hand gently. Suddenly, a pitch-black square appeared between heaven and earth, and a black hole, the size of an adult, emerged on the square. Following the old man's command, the bound young man was directly sent into the pitch-black square. An ability prison. Someone in the hall spoke up, a hint of apprehension reflected in their pupils. An ability prison? Yang Chen raised his eyebrows slightly. At this moment, Wang Teng beside him had calmed down and cast a grateful glance at Yang Chen. If it weren't for Yang Chen, he might have already died at the hands of that islander. This could be considered a life-saving grace from Yang Chen. So, Wang Teng leaned close to Yang Chen's ear and explained that the ability prison is specifically designed to hold ability users. Due to the power of these ability users, ordinary prisons are simply unable to contain them, which is why the ability prison was established. It is said that within that ability prison, there are even existences at the Grandmaster level. Yang Chenes pupils contractet. A presence at the Grandmaster level. For a moment, Even someone as defiant as Yang Chen was filled with apprehension towards number 98 of Huaxia. In the eyes of ordinary people, supernatural beings are already seen as high and mighty, and Grandmasters are even more like the pinnacle among supernatural beings. To be able to imprison such an existence as a Grandmaster, number 98 must be extraordinarily powerful. It is worth noting that even Yang Chen might not be able to defeat a Grandmaster, yet number 98 has the capability to imprison such beings. After finishing everything, the old man waved his hand, and the black square immediately disappeared from everyone's sight. Ahem, everyone can disperse now. Some matters will be discussed once the designated people have investigated them. The old man coughed lightly, and immediately the onlooking ability users hurriedly walked out, fearing they might also be investigated. Being investigated by number 98 was certainly not a good thing. Bloodslaughter's face turned pale, just like his disciple, filled with a deathly pallor. He realized that his life had come to an end, and there was no possibility of any further progress. Looking at the wolf, Bloodslaughter inexplicably felt a trace of envy in his eyes. The wolf also quickly approached Yang Chen, checked that his disciple was not seriously injured, and let out a slight sigh of relief, bowing to Yang Chen. Thank you, Mr. Yang, for your assistance. It's nothing. Consider that 1 million as my repayment. Yang Chen waved his hand and said nonchalantly. The wild wolf was taken aback for a moment, then smiled and replied, That 1 million was originally a gift from me to you, sir. How could it possibly repay the kindness of saving my disciple? From now on, if you ever need anything, just give the word. Yang Chen nodded and then said, All right, let's not talk about this for now. Don't you want to take me to meet Master Chen? Then hurry up and take me there. Right. I was a bit confused by that islander earlier. But now I'll take you there, sir. The wild wolf patted his head, then said in bewilderment, You want to meet Grandmaster Chen? At this moment, the old man behind the counter glanced at Yang Chen, his eyes carrying a faintly amused expression. Yang Chen was taken aback and asked blankly, What? Is there a problem? Not bad. Little one, really not bad. The old man didn't answer Yang Chen's question. Instead, he just chuckled to himself and muttered. Yang Chen felt a bit puzzled, and then followed behind the wild wolf, walking towards the upper floors and taking the elevator. In the lobby, the old man leaned against the counter, glancing at the direction Yang Chen had left, pondering the voice that had sounded in his ear earlier. A faint glimmer erupted in his murky eyes as he muttered to himself. At such a young age, he actually possesses A-grade cultivation. This kid's background is somewhat mysterious. Could it be the successor of those old fellows? Forget it. I can't be bothered to think about it. Let old Chen and the others figure out. I'll just stay here and be a salted fish. The old man gently shook his head, then chuckled softly before continuing to doze off. At this moment, Yang Chen had already followed the wild wolf to the elevator and arrived at the top floor, the 18th floor. Ding! The elevator doors opened, and a spacious office immediately came into view for Yang Chen. The entire 18th floor was one office. That's right, just one office. And this office belonged solely to one person, Master Chen, the general manager of Jiangnan, number 98. Yang Chen's eyes were filled with curiosity. He found it hard to imagine that such a large place was merely a workspace. Such a person must be a bit too extravagant. The wild wolf, on the other hand, seemed familiar with the place, showing no signs of surprise. Even Wang Teng was stunned by the sight before him. He was from a wealthy family and had seen many things, but this was the first time he had encountered such a massive office. How big was the entire 18th floor? At least several hundred square meters, right? Just this room alone might be worth over 100 million, even a billion. Yet, such a place was being used for office work, wasting resources. This was the only thought in the minds of Yang Chen and Wang Teng. So big. Yang Chen murmuret. The wild wolf gently tugged at Yang Chen's sleeve and then whispered, Do you see the person by the window? That's our general manager of Jiangnan, Master Chen. Following the wild wolf's words, Yang Chen looked over. Sure enough, by the wide glass window, stood a middle-aged man who resembled a scholar, quietly holding a cup of coffee and smiling at him. Chapter 18. Chen Tianxin. As Yang Chen's gaze shifted over, the middle-aged man, resembling a scholar, had a slightly gaunt figure that seemed to harbor a terrifying energy continuously converging within him. It was as if a primordial beast was cloaked in human skin. Even with that seemingly harmless smile, Yang Chen sensed a profound danger. This person was formidable. The words suddenly appeared in Yang Chen's mind. The middle-aged man seemed to have sensed Yang Chen's gaze. The corner of his mouth twitched slightly as he tilted his head, intriguingly meeting Yang Chen's eyes. Boom! In an intangible moment, it seemed as if an explosion had erupted. Yang Chen suddenly felt a wave of weakness in his mind, which immediately surfaced, carrying a terrifying shockwave that directly exploded in his consciousness. In an instant, Yang Chen felt as if his soul had been somewhat shattered, and his eyes began to shimmer with golden lights. "Mr. Yang, what happened to you?" The wild wolf beside him noticed something was off with Yang Chen, a look of confusion in its eyes. It lowered its head and asked softly. Yang Chen shook his head, then looked at the middle-aged man with a serious expression and said, "It's nothing. This person is the overall person in charge of Jiangnan, right? This must be the little genius from Seoul." Before the wild wolf could speak, the middle-aged man, who looked like a scholar, leisurely walked over to Yang Chen with a cup of coffee in hand, a smile on his face that resembled the gentle breeze of spring. It seemed that any negative emotions would completely vanish in the presence of this man's smile. Even Yang Chen, upon seeing this man's smile, temporarily forgot the damage caused by the previous clash of their gazes. Beside him, Wang Tung's eyes were filled with deep admiration. This person is the overall head of Jiangnan, the characters from the legends of Jiangnan. And today, I can actually see such a character. So close. Wang Tung was so excited that he trembled all over, his shoulders slightly rising and falling, and his eyes were filled with intense excitement. In response, the middle-aged man only smiled slightly, then led the three of them into the office. It was only after entering the office, aside from the elevator doors, that Yang Chen realized what luxury truly meant. The surroundings are completely made of glass, and it's the kind of double-sided glass where you can see outside from the inside, but the outside cannot see inside. In this way, some privacy is well protected. However, in that case, the expenses would be somewhat expensive. Nevertheless, this middle-aged person is indeed the overall person in charge of Jiangnan number 98. Even if he is the most distinguished person in all of Jiangnan, it wouldn't be a problem. Having such a luxurious office is quite normal. However, a look of envy appeared in Yang Chen's eyes. After enduring hardships for a long time, he truly envied the lives of these high-ranking individuals, who not only didn't have to worry about their basic needs, but could also elevate the quality of their lives infinitely. After a moment, the middle-aged man led Yang Chen and the other two into a room. The room was still quite large, but this time there were several additional figures inside. Among them, Yang Chen was surprisingly somewhat familiar. Among the figures, an elderly man waved at Yang Chen and smiled. Yang Chen was taken aback, his eyes filled with surprise. Wasn't that the same old man who had restrained the Japanese man on the first floor earlier? He was a Grandmaster. Yang Chen clearly knew. The middle-aged man closed the door, then fetched another cup of coffee from somewhere, nodded slightly toward the figures, and said, "These are the Grandmasters of Jiangnan. You came here just to see a Grandmaster, didn't you? Well, now I'll let you see your fill." Yang Chen scratched his head, looking somewhat embarrassed. Before encountering the wild wolf, he had been quite unruly, but he still understood that in front of this person, he had to maintain the demeanor of a junior. Among those figures, apart from one elder he had met before, there were three others. One of them carried a large blood-red blade on his back, and around him, a faint scent of blood seemed to linger, reminiscent of the blood butcher's ability. However, compared to the blood butcher, this person's aura of blood was even more intense. A person who is a gaunt fellow, looks like a skeleton, just with human skin stretched over it. Even the flesh and blood are barely noticeable. A chilling aura enveloped the surroundings, causing the temperature to drop. There was also a stunning young woman, whose every smile and frown exuded endless allure. She even teased Yang Chen, causing his face to turn crimson. Although Yang Chen had become a being comparable to a Grandmaster level due to the abilities of the system, he was still a young man at the peak of his vitality. At that moment, he was somewhat entranced by the teasing of the beautiful woman. However, he quickly regained his composure. A trace of surprise flashed in the young woman's eyes. She knew how powerful her charm was. Even some veteran S-class supernatural beings could be enchanted by just a fraction of her abilities, let alone a young man like Yang Chun, who was even easier to enchant. However, the other party's reaction was beyond the young woman's expectations. She instantly became clear-headed. Although Yang Chun had not yet realized that he had used his supernatural ability on her, it was indeed an incredible power. Very strong. This is the evaluation of Yang Chun by a young married woman. Beside him, the middle-aged man's eyes flickered for a moment, similarly to that of the young woman, showing a hint of surprise. However, it was quickly suppressed by the middle-aged man, who smiled and said, "You have already met that old man. Just call him Old Wang. The one with the knife is called Shan Shou, and as for that dead skeleton, you can call him Gui Xing. As for this one." The middle-aged man's tone paused for a moment, then he said with a hint of a headache, "What was his name again?" The beautiful young woman cast a resentful glance at the middle-aged man, then said with a charming tone, "Of course, Master Chun, who is busy with his affairs. Wouldn't remember a little girl's name. Little brother, remember this. My name is Meng Yao." Meng Yao shot a displeased look at the middle-aged man, and then withdrew her gaze. Seeming to sulk, Yang Chun rubbed his nose and glanced around, mentally noting down the names of a few people. After all, he was here to join number 98, and he would inevitably have to interact with these people in the future. It would be quite awkward if he couldn't even recall their names later. As for me, my name is Chen Tianxin. You can call me Uncle Chun or Master Chun. Either is fine. Chen Tianxin chuckled softly and gently patted Yang Chen's shoulder. "Introduce yourself. Let these grandmasters see the genius of our Jiangnan." Yang Chen nodded, then said with a hint of seriousness, "I am Yang Chun, half-step grandmaster." Yang Chun paused for a moment when talking about his own strength. After all, he wasn't sure if he had reached the great master level, considering that his spiritual energy cultivation was only at a rank. However, even so, this sentence exploded in the entire room like a bomb. Half-step master. The four grandmasters all turned their gazes toward Yang Chun. A half-step grandmaster at such a young age. They had never heard of such a thing. Among them, Old Wang's cloudy eyes flickered with a trace of disappointment. He could clearly sense that Yang Chen's spiritual energy cultivation was only at the A rank. Yet the young man dared to boast so boldly in front of them. Wasn't this just putting on airs? Youth. Old Wang shook his head lightly, his favorable impression of Yang Chun diminishing slightly. At that moment, the middle-aged man who resembled a skeleton spoke up. "Kid, just because you say you're a half-step grandmaster, does that make it true? Young man, it's best not to be so arrogant." He didn't believe Yang Chen's words in the slightest. After all, even if one was only a half-step grandmaster, anyone associated with the title of grandmaster was far from weak. He knew all too well how much time he had spent to break into the grandmaster realm, how he had even reduced himself to this ghastly, inhuman state. And how old was Yang Chun? At most 20. Yet he dared to claim he was a grandmaster? Too arrogant. He felt it necessary to teach Yang Chun the weight of the title grandmaster. Otherwise, any random upstart would start calling themselves one. Yang Chen glanced at Gui Xing, then swept his gaze over Chen Tianxin, Old Wang, and the others. Seeing their indifferent, detached expressions, he immediately understood. They wanted him to prove himself. Although he had previously defeated Wild Wolf, that didn't necessarily mean he had reached the realm of a grandmaster or even a half-step grandmaster. But if he could exchange a few moves with a true grandmaster, his real strength would speak for itself. As for Wild Wolf and Wang Tong, the two were so overwhelmed by the auras of these grandmasters that they stood like invisible men, utterly speechless. Yang Chun took a deep breath, and in his eyes, the fierce glint of a lone wolf surfaced. He licked his lips, then swept his gaze over the surrounding grandmasters once more, a faint smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. "Since none of you believe me, how about we fight it out?" Chapter 19. Yang Chun versus Gui Xing. "Since you all don't believe it, how about we have a battle?" Yang Chen's calm voice echoed throughout the room, causing even Chen Tianxin to glance at him a few more times, filled with doubt. Gui Xing is a genuine grandmaster-level powerhouse. Yang Chun claims to be a half-step grandmaster, but even a true grandmaster might not gain any advantage against Gui Xing. After all, Gui Xing ranks among the top within the grandmaster tier. Is Yang Chun really that angry? Wang Lao also looked at him with suspicion. Normally, no one should lose their rationality like this. Could it be that this kid really has some skills? But a grandmaster is an insurmountable realm. Even an S-rank peak ability user would struggle against a Grandmaster, let alone someone who is merely at the half-step Grandmaster level. Shan Shou glanced at Yang Chen, then continued to look at the ground, as if this matter had nothing to do with him. Little brother seems quite confident. Meng Yao covered her mouth and chuckled softly, swaying her waist and exuding endless temptation. There are always people wanting to provoke the authority of a Grandmaster. Today, I'll let you see the power of a Grandmaster. Gu Xing let out a strange laugh, and then his entire figure suddenly became hazy, as if blending into the shadows, almost impossible to see with the naked eye. In an instant, a chilling aura spread from Gu Xing's body, causing the surrounding temperature to plummet drastically. Wang Tung, standing next to Yang Chen, began to shiver, seemingly unable to withstand the cold, and started to circulate his energy for warmth. It was only slightly better. Yang Chen squinted slightly, and then his fingers moved gently. Boom! 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 Endless flames suddenly erupted, surrounding Yang Chen, instantly pushing back some of the cold aura, while the rest was completely burned away by the intense heat. Chen Tianxin smiled slightly, waved his hand, pulling out both Wild Wolf and Wang Tung, and then unleashed streams of spiritual energy, trapping Gu Xing and Yang Chen inside. Gentlemen, this is not outside. If anything gets damaged, you'll have to compensate. So, let's take it slow within the barrier. Chen Tianxin's voice resounded within the barrier. Dealing with just a child, there's no need for Master Chen's barrier. This will be over in a breath. Gu Xing smiled faintly, and a greenish glow flickered in his hollow eye sockets. Immediately, a ghostly figure appeared behind him. The moment the ghost emerged, a terrifying pressure erupted, as if a mountain had manifested from the void. Gu Xing looked at Yang Chen, a mocking expression in his eyes. Do you think an A-rank ability can compare with me? That's too far-fetched. But the next moment, Gu Xing's expression changed. As time passed, Yang Chen stood calmly amidst the flames, resembling a monarch of fire, worshipped by countless flames. Is this it? Yang Chen's eyes narrowed slightly, and then a terrifying wave of power erupted from his lean body. Boom! Boom! Blood energy surged like a giant crimson dragon, floating around Yang Chen, emanating a powerful wave. This is... Wang Lao raised his head sharply, his murky eyes filled with astonishment, shining with light. The Grandmaster body. The levels of ability users below S rank grow by absorbing spiritual energy into their dantians to strengthen their physique and enhance their powers. However, upon reaching the Grandmaster realm, the physique undergoes a qualitative leap. Although still considered a mortal body, it has been fully developed to its utmost potential. It can be said that a Grandmaster-level powerhouse, even without using spiritual energy, can easily defeat any powerhouse below Grandmaster. And the physical strength Yang Chen displayed at this moment had evidently reached the Grandmaster level. Terrifying. At this moment, if anyone still doubted whether Yang Chen had the strength of a half-step Grandmaster, it would be as if these Grandmasters were blind. A person with a Grandmaster body cannot be considered anything less than a Grandmaster. Otherwise, no one could claim to be a Grandmaster. However, Yang Chen's situation was a bit strange. His spiritual energy level, or ability level, was only A rank, just reaching Wild Wolf's level, while his physical body had already reached the Grandmaster realm. Such an anomaly had never been seen among ability users on Earth. Gu Xing's expression gradually turned serious, cold light flickering in his skull-like eyes. Yang Chen's current strength had gained his recognition, but he still did not want to let go. After all, Yang Chen was considered his junior. He felt a desire to test this junior's strength. Gu Xing licked his lips, eager to see the extent of Yang Chen's Grandmaster body. As you wish. Yang Chen smiled faintly, then suddenly his body flickered, leaving behind afterimages as he moved. In just a moment, Yang Chen's figure appeared right before Gu Xing. His fist enveloped in intense flames, bursting forth with a dazzling light, radiating intense heat. Fire eyes. Boom, boom, boom. The orange-red flames erupted from Yang Chen's fist, flashing with brilliant light, quietly landing on Gu Xing's face. However, just as a smile began to appear on Yang Chen's face, he suddenly stiffened. His hands seemed to be directly restrained by something, and the flames were instantly extinguished, producing thick smoke. Yang Chen focused his gaze and discovered that a ghostly figure had emerged out of nowhere, extending a bony arm to capture him. The chilling aura around it forcibly extinguishing his flames. Impossible! Yang Chen's pupils constricted sharply. His power had always been unstoppable, but at this moment, the opponent's strength seemed to far exceed his own, making his power feel somewhat insignificant. At this time, Gu Xing slowly stepped out from the shadows, radiating a chilling aura from his skeletal body, then opened his mouth to laugh. However, to Yang Chen, this smile was filled with coldness, making one feel a chill down their spine. Kid, not bad. You've reached half-step Grandmaster strength, or you could be called the first person below Grandmaster. But compared to a Grandmaster, your strength is still lacking. If your ability could reach S rank, even some who just entered the Grandmaster realm might not be able to defeat you. But right now, Gu Xing let out a strange laugh. I am not an ordinary Grandmaster. Saying this, the ghost holding Yang Chen's arm seemed to go insane, an endless white mist spreading from its body, as if even the air had frozen. Yang Chen gasped heavily, his breathing becoming difficult, his chest rising and falling rapidly, and a will to resist shone fiercely in his eyes. So what if he is a Grandmaster? Yang Chen gritted his teeth, and then a burst of flames erupted again. The orange-red flames seemingly tinged with a faint purple, the temperature becoming extremely intense. Break for me. Blaze. Oh, there's still power? Then suppress it for me. Gu Xing raised an eyebrow, a look of appreciation continuously appearing in his eyes, but he felt that the young man still needed to be subdued, especially a genius like Yang Chen, who had such strength at such a young age. With some tempering, he could soon step into the realm of a Grandmaster. And after a few years of ups and downs, he might even reach the level of Chen Tianxin. But for now, he was just an undeveloped genius. Kikek! The fierce ghost let out a roar, and a pair of bones instantly pierced out, directly striking Yang Chen's soft spot, a feeling of weakness spreading through Yang Chen's body. Gu Xing's methods were high-level. Striking Yang Chen's soft spot would not cause him harm, but could temporarily render him combat ineffective. The flames on Yang Chen's body instantly dissipated, collapsing on the ground like a pile of dead meat, but there was still a hint of unwillingness in his eyes, although a feeling of weakness rose within his body. In terms of will, Yang Chen was still quite excited. However, if the body couldn't exert strength, everything was in vain. At this moment, Gu Xing slowly walked in front of Yang Chen, then leaned closer and said to him, Kid, you're quite good. Maybe you could be my disciple. Gu Xing, what are you doing? This is someone I've set my sights on. Do you want to snatch my disciple away from me? A displeased voice echoed, and it was none other than Meng Yao. Meng Yao looked at Gu Xing with a strong sense of vigilance in her beautiful eyes, a faint aura appearing around her. It was clear she was ready to fight at any moment. Gu Xing's expression instantly changed, and he said in a deep voice, I said, when you all kept silent at that time, now you choose to speak, isn't that a bit excessive? I've lived alone for most of my life. What's wrong with wanting my first disciple now? Gu Xing also erupted with a dazzling cold light, staring intently at Meng Yao. Chapter 20. Snatching a Disciple. You want to compete with me and this old lady? Meng Yao's eyes were filled with coldness as she glared at Gu Xing, her swaying figure emanating a faint wave of energy. Gu Xing was equally unyielding, sneering as he remarked, just now, none of you showed up to avoid losing face, and now that you've seen someone else's talent, you all want to make a move. You people really have some thick skin. Meng Yao coldly replied, did I say I wouldn't make a move? Bring out the evidence. I didn't say a single word before you snatched it away. Gu Xing was taken aback. It seemed Meng Yao really hadn't spoken before he stepped forward. For a moment, even Gu Xing felt awkward. Cough, well, let us leave it at that. You already have 4 or 5 disciples, so don't fight with me over it. Meng Yao nonchalantly said, so what if I have 5 or 6? Those are all useless. After so many years, not a single Grandmaster has emerged. Unlike Yang Chen, Gu Xing's expression soured a bit, and, at that moment, Old Wang chuckled and said, everyone, are we starting to snatch disciples now? Moreover, this requires the consent of the person involved, right? Old Wang stood up, then walked over to Yang Chen with a smile, releasing a wave of spiritual energy that enveloped Yang Chen and then merged into his body. Immediately, Yang Chen felt a warm energy flowing through his veins, and the feeling of weakness dissipated, replaced by a strong sense of power. Yang Chen got up and brushed off the dust from his clothes. After fighting with Gu Xing, he realized just how terrifying a Grandmaster-level expert could be. Even though his own physical strength had reached the Grandmaster level, he was still significantly weaker compared to a true Grandmaster. However, earlier, Yang Chen had held back, such as with his devouring ability. Although everyone present was a Grandmaster-level expert, if his devouring ability were to be exposed, he might not be able to walk out of this building. Some people might covet his ability. However, he had also heard the conversation between Gu Xing and Meng Yao earlier and couldn't help but smile wryly. You seniors are overestimating me. What merit or ability do I have to become your disciple? The implication was that he didn't want to be their disciple. Chen Tianxin raised an eyebrow, looking at Yang Chen in surprise, laughing. Wow, quite arrogant, huh? Do you think everyone here is unworthy of being your master? In fact, Yang Chen thought so as well. After all, he had the system. As long as he had enough time to sign in, he could do it without needing a master, even without cultivating. He could become strong just by signing in. Kid, do you know how the Grandmaster realm is divided? Chen Tianxin took a sip of coffee and said slowly, the Grandmaster realm division? Yang Chen was taken aback. He really didn't know that there were divisions within the Grandmaster level, thinking that Grandmaster was the highest realm. But now, Chen Tianxin's words clearly indicated otherwise. How is it divided? He asked. The so-called Grandmaster is merely a collective term for S-level ability users, and within the Grandmaster level, there are many divisions. Otherwise, do you think we can distinguish between the strengths of Grandmasters? Only S-level ability users would know this. But since you have the Grandmaster physique, you're considered to have 1 foot in the Grandmaster realm and can know about it. Chen Tianxin paused, then continued. Among Grandmasters, there are divisions such as Great Grandmaster, Lock, and Heavenly Gate. The Grandmaster level is above S, but above the Grandmaster level, there's still the Lock and Heavenly Gate realms. Every time you break through a realm, you gain immense power. Yang Chen's heart stirred, so there were so many divisions within the Grandmaster level. It seemed he had underestimated this world of spiritual energy revival, thinking that a Grandmaster was an invincible existence. And among the 5 of us, 3 are at the Lock level, 1 is an ordinary Grandmaster, and as for Heavenly Gate, there are no more than 10 on the entire planet. Your Grandmaster physique is just barely at the initial stage of the Grandmaster level, and Gu Xing is originally at the Lock level, so it's normal that you lost. If it were a Grandmaster at the initial stage, you might not necessarily lose. Chen Tianxin smiled at Yang Chen and explained. Yang Chen nodded, realizing. So that is why I felt an insurmountable feeling when facing Gu Xing earlier. It turns out he was a Lock-level expert. Kid, how about it? A Lock-level existence as your master. Isn't that qualified? That little girl Meng Yao is just a Grandmaster. Gu Xing said excitedly. He truly saw potential in Yang Chen, who had reached the A-level ability stage at such a young age. Even he had only reached A-level at 25 or 26. Moreover, Yang Chen wasn't just A-level. He also had the Grandmaster physique, which was a talent in itself. So what if you're a Grandmaster? Lock level? Not satisfied? Meng Yao immediately became unhappy, placing her hands on her hips and scolding Gu Xing. Gu Xing smiled awkwardly, clearly not daring to provoke the woman too much. After all, women are often unreasonable. Yang Chen didn't respond to Gu Xing, instead staring eagerly at Chen Tianxin, licking his lips and saying, Master Chen, you mentioned 3 locks and 1 Grandmaster. But what about you? Heavenly Gate? A radiant expression emerged in Chen Tianxin's eyes as he smiled. That's right. Boss, you're making it boring. Didn't you say you wouldn't take disciples? Gu Xing immediately became displeased, looking at Chen Tianxin with a hint of dissatisfaction in his eyes. Do you have any objections? Chen Tianxin said sternly, staring at Gu Xing, clearly suggesting he could take action if there were any objections. Sure enough, when Chen Tianxin said this, Gu Xing immediately fell silent, retreating into himself. Yang Chen ignored this and looked at Chen Tianxin with shining eyes, asking, would you be willing to take me as a disciple? Although Yang Chen had been very keen on finding a master before, after hearing Chen Tianxin's words, he felt that finding a master wouldn't be a bad idea. After all, there were so many realms above the Grandmaster, and Chen Tianxin was a heavenly gate existence. Whether it was for teaching or as a shield, it was a good choice. Just think about it. In the future, if he said he was Chen Tianxin's disciple, even if he didn't practice, he would still receive many privileges. Yang Chen quite liked such benefits. Chen Tianxin smiled lightly. I want to take disciples. As soon as this was said, even Gu Xing was stunned. So all that talk was just nonsense? And if you're not taking disciples, why say so much? Yang Chen felt a hint of disappointment in his heart, but quickly recovered. If he couldn't have a heavenly gate master, finding a lock master would still be good. However, I can help you find a suitable master. At this moment, Chen Tianxin's voice rang out again. Yang Chen suddenly looked up at Chen Tianxin and saw him smiling broadly. Immediately, Gu Xing's lively thoughts cooled down. Since Chen Tianxin said this, he clearly had no hope left. But thinking about how Meng Yao wouldn't be a possibility either, Gu Xing felt a bit better. Not bad. No one gets it. Hee. Which master Chen are you referring to? Yang Chen asked solemnly. When it came to choosing a master, Yang Chen wanted to select someone slightly better, as his own cultivation was already quite good. Although he was still considered weak among the Grandmasters, he was absolutely invincible below that level. Moreover, among his peers, he could definitely find no one comparable to him. Therefore, Yang Chen had certain expectations for his master. Chen Tianxin smiled faintly, understanding Yang Chen's mindset to some extent. After all, geniuses often sought out powerful figures as their masters. He had been the same way back then. Don't worry, he won't be inferior. In a few days, he happens to be coming to Jiangnan, and I'll take you to meet him. He is certainly not worse than me. At this point, Yang Chen felt a bit relieved. After all, Chen Tianxin was a strong figure from Tianmen, and he presumed the same could be said for this master. The several grandmasters around them exchanged glances. Even Gu Xing fell silent at that moment. It was rare for Dan Shou to fix his gaze on Yang Chen, examining him closely before looking away. By the way, you haven't joined number 98 yet, have you? Later, let Old Wang take you to handle that, and then complete the tasks. That will officially make you a member of number 98, Chen Tianxin said, as if recalling something. And, Old Wang given that task. Since it's him, we can't assign him a regular task. Let that person assess his abilities. Otherwise, that person might not think highly of him. The words were quite definitive. Yang Chen frowned slightly. Not thinking highly of him? Who exactly was that person? Since he had high standards, he would let him see for himself. In an instant, Yang Chen's competitive spirit was ignited. All right then, Old Wang chuckled and directly took Yang Chen out to start handling the formalities for joining number 98. Inside the room, after seeing Yang Chen leave, Chen Tianxin stroked his chin with a smile on his lips. I found you a good disciple. I'll have to treat you to a good meal later. Chapter 21, Spirit Beasts. The procedure for handling the number 98 was quite simple, especially under the guidance of Old Wang. In just a short while, Yang Chen had completed everything. However, Old Wang personally accompanying Yang Chen to handle the procedures did leave the supernatural beings at the headquarters of number 98 in awe. Who is this person that Old Wang is personally leading? Could he be the descendant of some great master? A group of people looked at Yang Chen and Old Wang with somewhat dazed expressions. Old Wang had always been stationed at the counter on the first floor and rarely left, except for urgent matters. But now he had left just to assist someone with paperwork. Incredible. Yang Chen was not very interested in their gazes. Under Old Wang's guidance, he received a token for number 98. It was an ancient token coiled by a divine dragon, with a large letter A on it. Moreover, it was made of wood. However, this wooden token seemed very hard. Even with Yang Chen's master-level physique, he couldn't crush it with a gentle squeeze. What material is this? Just as this thought surfaced in Yang Chen's mind, a row of large characters appeared in his mind. Dragon bloodwood, a spirit would form from the blood of dragons, is one of the main materials used to forge peak mortal-grade weapons. System? Yang Chen raised an eyebrow, surprised that the system, which had been silent until now, was finally reacting. However, Yang Chen noticed two things. One was the explanation of the dragon bloodwood, and the other was the mention of peak mortal-grade weapons. Is there a classification for weapons? Yang Chen didn't quite understand. After all, how long had he been in the world of supernatural beings? At most just a few days, and he was still a novice in many respects. System, are weapons classified? Yang Chen asked in his mind. After a while, a cold voice gradually echoed. Weapons are classified as mortal, spirit, earth, and heaven. Since the host world is merely a low martial world, the strongest weapon is at most a spirit-grade weapon. So no further explanation is necessary. Yang Chen began to understand a bit, but what exactly is a low martial world? Well, Earth does indeed count as low martial. After all, the revival of spiritual energy hasn't been long, so it's normal for the system to categorize it as low martial. As for the dragon bloodwood, it wasn't what Yang Chen was particularly concerned about. Now, what Yang Chen cared about more was the weapon. After all, as a supernatural being, having a suitable weapon is essential. A good weapon can geometrically enhance a person's combat power. However, the sign-in system was currently on cooldown, and it would take about 10 more days to sign in. Moreover, even if he did sign in, there was no guarantee he would receive a weapon. Perhaps he could look for something at number 98 first. Just as Yang Chen was contemplating this, Old Wang's voice rang out. Now you are considered half a member of number 98. As long as you complete the entry task, you will truly be a part of number 98. Yang Chen nodded and then asked Old Wang, does number 98 have weapons? I want to find a suitable one. Old Wang stroked his beard and smiled, saying, once you complete this task, you will naturally be able to choose a weapon and the quality won't be low. Now follow me, and I will introduce you to this task. Instead of directly answering Yang Chen's question, he led him to the task reception area. It was a spacious hall filled with flickering screens, each displaying numerous tasks. However, each screen had a classification of levels, clearly showing the classifications of supernatural beings. Old Wang led Yang Chen straight to the counter, behind which was a fairly attractive woman. Upon seeing Old Wang's arrival, the woman revealed a sweet smile. Old Wang, you're here. Yes, find that S-level task for me and record it for this guy. Old Wang said straightforwardly. The woman was momentarily taken aback, then revealed a professional smile, gently saying to Yang Chen, sir, please take out your token. Yang Chen promptly took out the token. When the woman took it, her body trembled, and she glanced at Yang Chen, a look of shock appearing on her face. So young and already in A-level, her voice was a bit loud, immediately attracting the attention of some passing supernatural beings, who looked at Yang Chen with surprise. So young and already in A-level. In an instant, countless supernatural beings slowed their pace to carefully observe Yang Chen. The woman seemed to realize she had lost her composure and gave Yang Chen an apologetic look. Yang Chen simply waved his hand lightly, not minding it. Then the woman began typing on the computer, and after a while, she handed over a document. Yang Chen took it and began to read. Spirit Beast Group outside Jiangnan City. Spirit Beasts? Yang Chen felt a bit confused. He realized that there were indeed many things he didn't know. He didn't even know about weapons before, and now he was unfamiliar with spirit beasts as well. How useless. System. What exactly are spirit beasts? Spirit beasts are wild beasts that absorb spiritual energy after the revival of spiritual energy. Compared to ordinary beasts, they possess greater attack power. Some exceptionally gifted spirit beasts can even cultivate autonomously like humans, thus gaining improvements in their cultivation. It can be like this? Wow. Yang Chen was somewhat shocked, then carefully examined the document. In the deep mountains, 100 kilometers outside Jiangnan City, there is an S-level tiger beast king that once trampled a town guarded by D-level supernatural beings, slaughtering tens of thousands of people. Several A-level supernatural beings attempted to encircle it, but suffered disastrous defeats, and even one A-level supernatural being fell. Suggestion: only S-level supernatural beings may accept. Yang Chen es pupils contractet. Only S-level supernatural beings may accept. Now that's a bit challenging. Yang Chen licked his lips and then looked at Old Wang with a smile. Old Wang, I'm not S-level. Are you not afraid of me falling if you assign this task to me? Old Wang rolled his eyes at Yang Chen, saying, are you trying to act like a fool here? You're already a master-level being, still pretending? ISNT that a bit too fake. If you were to die at the mouth of that beast king, I'll buy you a coffin. How about that? Old Wang said grumpily. Hey, I was just joking. Yang Chen smiled awkwardly. Chapter 22, White Tiger Mountain. Yang Chun smiled awkwardly, still hoping to gain some benefits, but it seemed that Old Wong was not falling for it. Indeed, the old man is cunning. Old Wong is not easy to deceive at all. Old Wong smiled at Yang Chun, then stroked his beard and slowly said, "Actually, this can be considered an opportunity given to you by Master Chun. That person will be coming in a few days. If you have this task as proof, it will be quite easy to become that person's disciple." Yang Chen's expression became serious, and then he quietly asked Old Wong, "Old Wong, who is that person you mentioned? Please don't sell me out later." Old Wong looked at Yang Chun with annoyance and said, "What are you thinking? Since Master Chun said that person is not weaker than him, then they're definitely not weak. As for who is stronger or weaker, well, I can't say, haha." Old Wong smiled slyly, not revealing what he was thinking. Yang Chun breathed a sigh of relief. At least it was a strong person from the heavenly gate. Yang Chun remained proud. Not just anyone could be his master. They had to have terrifying strength. Otherwise, why would he want to become a disciple? To surpass them? In Yang Chen's mind, becoming a disciple was just to find a shield and to have someone to guide him. If he found a useless master, what could he do besides having a title? Nothing at all. Forget it. It's better to complete this task well. When the time comes, he will naturally see that person. If he is not satisfied, he can just refuse. Moreover, completing this task would also yield a weapon, which is not bad. Yang Chun carefully reviewed the information. After all, it was his first time participating in a task. Although he had strength on his side, he still needed to be cautious, especially since the opponent was a spirit beast, not a human. Humans might have a chance to survive, but spirit beasts did not care about that. They would attack directly. He needed to be careful, especially since it was an S-rank spirit beast. The Flying Tiger, an S-rank mid-level spirit beast, adept at wind-type abilities and capable of flight. The introduction of spirit beasts was limited, but even this little information came at the cost of a life from that group of A-rank ability users. It was not easy. Flying. Yang Chen's expression turned serious. Only great masters could fly, but this spirit beast could leverage its own advantages to soar through the sky. Yang Chen might not be able to kill it. It seemed he needed to find an opportunity to strike decisively. Yang Chun pondered for a moment, while Old Wong did not interrupt his thoughts. After all, it was an S-rank task, and being better prepared was always good. If Yang Chun carelessly fell to the jaws of this tiger, it would be a significant loss. A young genius like Yang Chun was a rare find on the entire planet. Such a loss could not be afforded. After a while, Yang Chun finally revealed a smile and then said to Old Wong, "Old Wong, then, will you send me over?" "Of course." Old Wong waved his hand, and immediately, a middle-aged man in a black suit approached, respectfully bowing beside Old Wong. "Take him to White Tiger Mountain, and then wait on the outskirts. If there's no news in 3 days, you can come back by yourself." After saying this, Old Wong looked at Yang Chun and asked, "How about it? 3 days should be enough, right?" Yang Chun carefully examined the size and width of White Tiger Mountain, then nodded, "No problem. I can find it in 3 days." "All right, then you can go with him. He is responsible for picking you up and dropping you off." Old Wong nodded, his eyes filled with appreciation. The middle-aged man gently said to Yang Chun, "Sir, this way, please." Yang Chun nodded and followed the middle-aged man out. Old Wong watched Yang Chun leave and slightly moved his lips. Was it a bit hasty to let him take on an S-rank task? The body of a master is not as weak as you think. You know that. Don't worry. The voice of Chun Tianxin echoed in Old Wong's ears. Old Wong curled his lips and then slowly walked back to his counter, starting to take a nap. Not long after, a black car could be seen cutting through the sky, flying towards the south of Jiangnan City. Yang Chun sat in the car, his eyes slightly squinted, but his mind was still constantly thinking about how to deal with the S-rank Flying Tiger. The fact that the Flying Tiger could fly was quite troublesome, and moreover, Yang Chun had no combat experience with spirit beasts. However, having lived at the bottom of society, Yang Chun possessed a unique trait that others did not have. He was not afraid of death. Yet spirit beasts were even more vicious. The environment in which spirit beasts survived was originally a jungle of the survival of the fittest, making them more ferocious than humans. Therefore, the trouble was even greater. Although spirit beasts had fewer methods compared to humans, their instinct for battle was extremely strong. So, this was also one of the troublesome points. The car sped along quickly, and with no traffic, in less than half an hour, the black car had already taken Yang Chen several dozen kilometers away. From a distance, he could already see the outline of a large mountain, White Tiger Mountain. The voice of the middle-aged man in black echoed, pulling Yang Chen's thoughts back. Yang Chen gently opened his eyes, looked out the window, and saw the ethereal mountain shrouded in clouds and mist. He could already feel a faint pressure emanating from within White Tiger Mountain. Indeed, it was pressure. Even before approaching White Tiger Mountain, Yang Chen could already sense the pressure. Although this pressure was not very strong and could even be ignored, once a D rank or C rank ability user entered, their combat power would likely be instantly lost. Not to mention E rank ability users. They wouldn't even have the qualification to step here. Even Yang Chen, with his A-rank spirit energy cultivation, felt a slight obstruction, but fortunately, he had the body of a master, so he could easily dispel this pressure. White Tiger Mountain is said to be a mountain formed by the fall of a great master-level white tiger, containing the pressure of a great master-level white tiger. Only B rank and above ability users can enter. Other ability users cannot set foot here. At this moment, the middle-aged man driving the car began to explain. By this time, the black car had arrived at the outskirts of White Tiger Mountain and slowly came to a stop on the ground. Yang Chen stepped out of the car, looking around, and immediately felt as if he were in a fairyland. Everything around was shrouded in mist, and looking out, the entire mountainous terrain resembled a giant tiger. Coupled with the white mist floating around, it completely looked like a sleeping white tiger. However, this white tiger's territory spanned thousands of miles, and there were no other signs of human activity. There had been some before, but after being attacked by the S-rank flying tiger, no one had returned. Mr. Yang can enter, but I might have to leave after 3 days. This is Old Wang's order, and I hope Mr. Yang understands. The middle-aged man in black also stepped out of the car, slightly bowing to Yang Chen and speaking softly. Yang Chen nodded. This had already been agreed upon beforehand, and he was confident he could resolve everything in 3 days. All right. After saying this, Yang Chen turned and walked into White Tiger Mountain, his figure gradually concealed by the white mist. Chapter 23, Flying Tiger. Chapter 22, Flying Tiger. It was hard to tell how long it had been, but Yang Chen had already entered the White Tiger Mountain. The location was not easy to determine, but before coming, Yang Chen had made some preparations. Yang Chen took out an object resembling a compass from his pocket and looked at it, realizing that he was still in the due south direction. The White Tiger Mountain is located to the south of Jiangnan City, so if he continued south, he could reach the depths of the White Tiger Mountain. However, the only troublesome thing was that the surrounding white mist made Yang Chen's vision weak again, even though Yang Chen had reached the level of a master. Significantly enhancing his eyesight, it was still difficult to see clearly beyond a few hundred meters. At most, he could see a little over 10 meters, which was his limit. No wonder there were A-level ability users who had fallen. Yang Chen sighed, thinking that with so many A-level ability users, even the S-level ones had to avoid danger, as there was a vast gap between S-level and Master level, although numbers could close the distance. However, even so, one could still be counter-killed by the Flying Tiger, and many A-level ability users were severely injured. It was not only because the Flying Tiger was powerful, but also due to the terrain here. The white mist affected even Yang Chen. What about those A-level ability users? Thus, it was normal to be defeated by the Flying Tiger, especially since the Flying Tiger could fly, making it even more difficult. Just as Yang Chen was pondering, a sense of crisis suddenly arose in his heart. His body immediately became vigilant, and a faint blood color appeared. Then, the sound of something slicing through the air rang out. Whoosh! A green light directly cut through the white mist and, in the blink of an eye, rushed towards Yang Chen. Get lost! Yang Chen shouted angrily, throwing a punch that carried a faint flame, flickering in the mist. Bang! The green light was instantly torn apart, and then Yang Chen's eyes slightly narrowed. His body shot out like a cannonball, with a thick flame erupting, dispersing the surrounding white mist. Then, Yang Chen saw a massive body coiling up. It was a python, its triangular pupils fixed on Yang Chen, with only a cold glint and no other expression. Spirit beast. Yang Chen was taken aback. It was his first time seeing a spirit beast. After all, there were no televisions before, and cell phones were still buttons. He had only heard about them from others. But this was indeed his first encounter. However, the aura emanating from that python was not very strong, at most at the sea level, so Yang Chen was not in a hurry to make a move, just looking at the python mockingly. When the python saw its attack miss, it immediately opened its bloody mouth, its tongue flicking out continuously, a bloody scent wafting in the air. Stinky. Come on. Yang Chen provocatively looked at the python, his eyes filled with mockery. The python seemed to sense Yang Chen's mockery and instantly became furious. Its pupils turned red, raising its massive head, and its entire body coiled as it charged towards Yang Chen. Hiss! The python roared, its green lights surging, choosing the most direct method to engage Yang Chen in a physical fight. Yang Chen chuckled, flames erupting from him as he threw a horizontal punch. Like a king in flames, carrying extreme heat, directly attacking the python. Boom! The flaming fist collided with the python's body, and a terrifying wave of energy instantly spread out. The sound echoing throughout the White Tiger Mountain, startling many birds. The white mist was directly torn apart, like thin paper. Hiss! The python let out a miserable cry. Yang Chen's fist was not something weak, with A-level fire ability and a master-level body. The terrifying energy could even make S-level spirit beast think twice before taking it head-on, let alone that mere C-level spirit beast. The python's body was directly torn apart, thick green blood gushing out from its massive body, flowing down to the ground, which even sizzled, corroded by the blood. Good heavens, is there poison? Yang Chen smiled faintly, but the toxins were not a significant threat to him, as his fire ability was A-level, and no matter how strong that sea-level toxin was, it would only become nourishment for the flames. Ding! Defeated sea-level spirit beast, rewarded with 1 sea-level spirit energy infusion. Yang Chen raised his eyebrows. He understood this reward. Defeating a being or spirit beast of a certain level grants a corresponding level of spirit energy infusion. However, this sea-level spirit energy infusion seemed not very useful for Yang Chen. Forget it, a mosquito is still meat. Yang Chen did not dwell on this, but focused his gaze on the python's body. He noticed that within the shattered body of the python, there was a faint green object resembling a green gemstone. Yang Chen narrowed his eyes, recalling that he had done some research before coming. He knew that the object resembling a green gemstone was called an inner Dan. It was the essence of the spirit beast's body. It could be used for cultivation or alchemy. Yang Chen collected the inner Dan and pondered slightly while looking at the python's body. Then, a surge of black energy erupted from his fingertips, landing on the massive body of the python. A terrifying force of attraction erupted violently within the python's body, and the already shattered body was reduced to pieces. Then, streams of green energy were enveloped by the black light, flowing into Yang Chen's body. Ding! Congratulations to the host for devouring ability. Toxin. Hearing this voice, Yang Chen couldn't help but smile. Not bad. He gained a new ability, and his means were strengthened. He extended his hand, and a streak of green light appeared, corroding the surrounding air, producing unpleasant sounds. What a strong toxin! The toxin in Yang Chen's body was much stronger than that of the python. After all, Yang Chen's cultivation was A-level, while the python was only C-level. The gap between them was still quite large. However, as the python's body shattered, a bloody scent quickly spread out, and Yang Chen carelessly forgot one thing. This was the wild. There were countless spirit beasts. The bloody scent of the python could attract many spirit beasts. Roar! The roars of spirit beasts suddenly snapped Yang Chen back to reality. He was stunned for a moment before realizing, oh no, so many! The dense roars of spirit beasts rose and fell, layered upon one another. Damn it! Yang Chen cursed inwardly and prepared to flee. But at that moment, a tiger's roar echoed in the sky, and a massive figure, treading on clouds and flapping its wings, flew over from the depths of White Tiger Mountain. It was none other than the Flying Tiger. Chapter 24. Battle against the Sky Tiger. Roar! A tiger's roar echoed through the air, instantly silencing the previously roaring spirit beasts around, as if they had become mute. Then, the massive shadow descended slowly, and Yang Chen finally saw the true form of the colossal creature. It was a tiger as white as snow, but on its body, there was a gigantic wing. A thick aura emanated from the sky tiger, and combined with the white mist and the pressure from White Tiger Mountain, its presence became even more formidable. At that moment, Yang Chen understood why so many A-level ability users had mobilized but still couldn't capture this sky tiger. Even Yang Chen felt the spiritual energy within him starting to stir. Luckily, his blood energy was strong enough to suppress the agitation within, making him feel slightly better. So this is the sky tiger. Yang Chen stared at the massive body of the sky tiger, his gaze becoming somewhat grave. This sky tiger could be said to be the strongest opponent he had encountered. Aside from masters, damn S-level mid-tier. Yang Chen sensed the aura of the sky tiger and immediately cursed. How could this be S-level mid-tier? It was clearly nearing S-level peak. Yang Chen was feeling a bit frustrated. The information clearly stated it was S-level mid-tier, but now it looked more like S-level peak. Wasn't this just misleading? Meanwhile, in Building 98, Chen Tianxin slowly approached Old Wang's side and joked, "Do you think that kid will collapse if he encounters the sky tiger and realizes it's not as the data shows?" As he spoke, a hint of mockery appeared on Chen Tianxin's face, mirroring the look Yang Chen had when he faced the python. Old Wang lifted his head slightly, glanced at Chen Tianxin, and chuckled. "You really know how to cause trouble. Even if the S-level experts from Building 98 attack, they might not be able to take it down. That kid is probably going to suffer a bit. Suffering a bit isn't a bad thing. That kid is a piece of uncarved jade that needs proper refining." Chen Tianxin replied indifferently. He cared a lot about Yang Chen's talent. If it weren't for some past events, he might have really taken Yang Chen as his disciple. However, even if he couldn't take him as a disciple now, refining him properly was still okay. "Aren't you afraid he might die in the mouth of that sky tiger?" Old Wang teased Chen Tianxin. "If that sky tiger's teeth could consume a master, I'd eat this building." Chen Tianxin retorted. "Well, the kid will definitely have to suffer." Old Wang said, "All right, the people are here, and I can't be bothered to think about these things. Just know your limits." Old Wang shook his head and then lay back down, his eyes gently closing. Chen Tianxin, unfazed by Old Wang's actions, simply gazed towards the south, a glint flashing in his eyes. At this moment, in White Tiger Mountain, Yang Chen was somewhat speechless as he looked at the sky tiger before him. Although he wasn't particularly afraid, he was still somewhat displeased. Damn it, can those in the intelligence work get it right? This could lead to many deaths. If it weren't for his decent cultivation, he might really have fallen here. No, he must go back and tell Old Wang that the intelligence work in Building 98 is too poor. Useless thing. The gigantic pupils of the sky tiger also noticed Yang Chen. Although the aura emanating from Yang Chen wasn't very strong, it was still quite annoying. It reminded the sky tiger of the previous annoying swarms of ants. Therefore, the sky tiger felt irritated. Roar. A tiger's roar instantly reverberated, and the massive pupils reflected Yang Chen's figure as a gale surged, tearing apart the flesh and blood of the python scattered on the ground. Yang Chen gradually became serious. Although he wasn't afraid, it would still be troublesome if a fight broke out. The fierce wind continuously tugged at Yang Chen's body. But how could his master physique be so easily shaken? Even though his spiritual energy hadn't crossed into the master realm, the suppression from his physical body was enough. "Open up." Yang Chen focused, and a stream of blood-red energy erupted from his body, filling the air with blood energy as a terrifying pressure surged like a tidal wave towards the sky tiger. Boom! The fierce wind was instantly torn apart, and at this moment, the surrounding white mist dissipated significantly, some being stirred by the wind, while others were directly shredded by Yang Chen's blood energy. A hint of human-like hesitation appeared in the pupils of the sky tiger. This little guy, who had previously seemed weak, suddenly became incredibly powerful, even slightly weaker than itself. What the heck was going on? The not-so-smart sky tiger was now confused, but it didn't have time to ponder further, as Yang Chen's fist was already crashing toward the sky tiger. Flames and toxins enveloped Yang Chen's fist. Logically speaking, toxins and flames were energies that didn't merge well, but since both abilities were devoured by Yang Chen, they were entirely his own powers, so there was no rejection. However, the combined energy was terrifying. The sky tiger swiped its paw, wrapped in a dense gale. Sky Tiger's ability, Gale Power. This was also mentioned in the data. Yang Chen understood this and knew that his punch wasn't meant to defeat the Sky Tiger, but to test its strength. Boom! The seemingly soft tiger paw, upon collision, felt as hard as steel, as both terrifying powers erupted, tearing the surrounding air apart. Yang Chen's eyes flickered as he entangled with the Sky Tiger. The scene looked quite harmonious, with a small person jumping around on the massive body of the Sky Tiger, green and red lights flashing like neon. The Sky Tiger, however, was extremely annoyed. It had come smelling blood, not wanting to fight, hoping to take a free meal, only to encounter such a nuisance. Like a flea, Yang Chen hopped around on its body. As if that wasn't enough, he was also hitting it quite painfully, which was really irritating. Roar! The Sky Tiger roared angrily, and suddenly the wind howled as a terrifying power gathered instantly, a tornado silently forming. The Sky Tiger dashed toward the tornado. There was no other choice. Since Yang Chen had jumped on its body, it couldn't hit him, so it had to resort to this method. Using the tornado's tearing ability, it aimed to shred Yang Chen to pieces. But what it underestimated was Yang Chen's powerful physique. Boom, boom, boom. The surrounding area was filled with rumbling sounds as the tornado's terrifying tearing force unleashed, gusts of wind like blades striking Yang Chen's face. However, Yang Chen was entirely unfazed. Although there was some pain, it didn't pose a threat to him at all. I'll make you stop moving. However, Yang Chen's temper was also triggered by the Sky Tiger. Each punch, like a storm, slammed down on the Sky Tiger's body, each strike causing its flesh to burst. Drops of red blood dripped from the Sky Tiger's body. Roar! Roar! The Sky Tiger was in unbearable pain, flapping its massive wings and taking off into the air, causing Yang Chen to lose his balance and sit down on the Sky Tiger's body. Fortunately, Yang Chen managed to grab hold of the flying tiger's fur in time. Otherwise, the flying tiger could have easily thrown him off. At that moment, the flying tiger was also extremely agitated, constantly flapping its enormous wings and shaking its body, trying to throw Yang Chen off. However, it found that the kid was gripping its fur tightly without any sign of letting go. You damn beast. You want to throw your grandpa to his death? Bah! Yang Chen cursed angrily, and immediately a surge of dark energy erupted forth, flowing into the flying tiger's body through its wound, as if there were no barriers. In an instant, a terrifying tearing force erupted from within the flying tiger's body, exploding outwards and forming a small black hole. The black hole possessed a powerful suction that began to draw in the flying tiger's spiritual energy and supernatural abilities bit by bit. Roar! The flying tiger became anxious. It never expected that a black hole would appear inside its body. What the hell? Is this some kind of joke? This defies logic. Streams of spiritual essence and the flying tiger's wind power were drawn into Yang Chen's body through the black hole. Ding! Congratulations to the host for acquiring a new supernatural ability, wind power. Yang Chen's pupils flickered, and then the wind power erupted instantly, lifting his body into the air with gentle gusts of wind. Wow, I can really fly. Yang Chen initially thought the flying tiger could fly due to its massive wings, but now it seemed it was thanks to the effect of the wind power. Not bad at all. Yang Chen enjoyed the solid feeling of being in air before finally loosening his grip on the flying tiger's fur. The flying tiger's huge eyes glanced at Yang Chen, looking somewhat bewildered. Wait, why does that supernatural ability seem so familiar? ISNT that my ability? How did it end up with Yang Chen? What the hell, there's such a trick. The flying tiger was filled with confusion. What the heck is going on here? The flying tiger was truly stunned. Yang Chen rubbed his palms together and then flashed a fierce smile at the flying tiger, saying, "You think you can mess with me? Now, if I don't beat you to a pulp, I won't be surnamed Yang." Chapter 25, Slaying the Flying Tiger. In the sky, Yang Chen and the flying tiger faced each other, their eyes locked. However, in the large eye of the tiger, there was an overwhelming expression of confusion. What was going on? How could this guy fly? Damn it, my tiger eyes are blinded. The flying tiger flapped its massive wings, suspended in the sky, its large eyes filled with great uncertainty. But Yang Chen did not share such emotions. With a sneer, he looked at the flying tiger. and the power of the gale instantly emanated from his body, whipping up gusts of wind just like the flying tiger. However, amidst those winds, there were strands of fire mixed in. Flame tornado. Boom, boom, boom. The howling wind and exploding flames unleashed immense power in an instant. The flying tiger trembled, its massive wings flapping, trying to create storms to block the attack for a moment. But with the addition of flames, how could it be as simple as ordinary winds? The flames surged with the wind, and a fiery tornado twisted and tore through the thick white mist around, suddenly crashing through the flying tiger-esque gusts and landing heavily on its body. Roar! The flying tiger let out a roar, a cry of pain. The marks left by Chen's punches on its back were now being scorched by the raging flames. Its blood was evaporating in the heat. It's time to end this. Chen's eyelids slightly drooped. After gaining the flying tiger's unique ability, his strength had greatly increased. Originally, flying below the master level seemed insignificant before Chen. Therefore, he had no reservations and directly took action. The dark green light surged, and green poisoned arrows shot out from Chen's hands, striking the body of the flying tiger. Roar! In an instant, the green glow enveloped the flying tiger, and waves of intense pain made it exceedingly uncomfortable. The A-grade toxin ability was still quite strong. After all, the flying tiger was merely a spirit beast. Even though it had antibodies within its body, it was still significantly weakened. Especially under the onslaught of the flame tornado, the flying tiger's strength was diminished. And now facing Chen's toxins, it was in trouble. However, as the king of beasts lurking in the jungle, the flying tiger was no pushover. It opened its massive mouth, its tiger eyes filled with ferocity, and directly bit down on the piece of flesh most deeply infected with the toxin, causing torrents of blood to flow from its body. Roar! At this moment, the flying tiger's eyes turned crimson. Ever since it advanced to S level, it had never been beaten so badly. It had always been the one doing the beating, the ant-like creature before it had successfully ignited its rage. Damn it! Suddenly, a faint blue glow appeared around the flying tiger, arcs of lightning jumping around its massive body. Then, a black lightning mark was branded on the tiger's forehead. Roar! The flying tiger roared, and a terrifying arc of lightning exploded instantly. In the sky, dark clouds slowly gathered, and within those thick clouds, arcs of lightning flickered. A terrifying pressure instantly spread. Chen's expression changed slightly. Thunderstorm power? Damn it, these intelligence workers really should be beaten to death. They clearly had lightning power, but insisted on writing it as wind power. They're killing people without compensation, right? Chen silently cursed in his heart while looking at the flickering arcs of lightning in front of him with a serious expression. This is truly a trap. He scolded the intelligence personnel in his mind several hundred times, but now he had to face the flying tiger, which had begun to harness lightning. However, Chen was puzzled because he had clearly activated the devouring ability just now. In theory, as long as the lightning was the flying tiger's ability, he should be able to devour it too. But why didn't he feel it? While Chen cautiously watched the flying tiger, he was constantly pondering. But the flying tiger didn't give him time to think. It let out a roar, and arcs of lightning descended from the thick clouds, carrying immense power. Charging toward Chen. Chen controlled the gale power, his small body flickering amidst the thick bolts of lightning, dodging the terrifying attacks. However, Chen's size was simply too small compared to the lightning, making it quite difficult for the bolts to hit him. Moreover, as the lightning continued to fall, the flying tiger's aura seemed to weaken, gradually diminishing. Chen's pupils constricted as he noticed this, and he quickly controlled the gale power to dodge the bolts of lightning while continuously moving closer to the flying tiger. The flying tiger's somewhat exhausted tiger eyes suddenly narrowed. It seemed to understand Chen's intentions. It immediately shook its spirit and roared again. Following that, countless bolts of lightning fell, sealing off all space for Chen. Chen frowned slightly, but it was not without a solution. However, the best method was to break through with force. Chen immediately engulfed himself in flames, the raging fire soaring, with extremely high temperatures distorting the surrounding space. Chen had an advantage over other ability users. Possessing the devouring ability allowed him to infinitely use the abilities he had already devoured, even using different abilities simultaneously without any problem. But other ability users, including spirit beasts, were different. When the flying tiger used lightning power, it could no longer use gale power. Open up. Yang Chen threw a punch, and with the strength of a master, his fist exploded with power, directly tearing through the thick bolts of lightning in the flying tiger's incredulous eyes. Then, that originally tiny fist began to magnify in the flying tiger's vision. Boom! The flame-covered fist struck the flying tiger's face, instantly filling its body with flames, beginning to scorch it. This was no ordinary fire. It was the fire of abilities. Even though spirit beasts had bodies stronger than humans at this moment, they were directly consumed by the flames. Coupled with the power of the master physique, it directly smashed a massive deep pit into the flying tiger's forehead. The flying tiger's massive body fell to the ground, creating a deafening sound that echoed throughout the entire White Tiger Mountain. Boom! Boom! The earth shook, and the flying tiger's body was reduced to a mass of flesh. From such a height, combined with Yang Chen's terrifying power, even an S-level peak spirit beast could not withstand it. Amidst the flesh, a pure white inner core slowly floated in midair, emitting a milky white glow. Chapter 26. S-Rank Qi Irrigation. Yang Chen controlled the power of the gale and slowly descended, landing beside the flesh of the flying tiger. He extended his arm to pick up the milky white inner core that was floating in midair, holding it in his hand. The faint milky white glow on it flickered slightly, and as Yang Chen looked at the inner core, feeling the immense energy within, he couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement. Ding! Congratulations to the host for defeating the S-Rank Spirit Beast, the Flying Tiger. Reward: 1 S-Rank Qi Irrigation. Yang Chen was momentarily stunned. Then a look of intense joy erupted on his face. With this, there was no doubt he would be promoted to S-Rank. S-Rank Qi Irrigation could directly push him to S-Rank. Moreover, the system's Qi Irrigation was the purest form of Qi, which could be directly absorbed without needing Yang Chen to refine it himself. He wouldn't mind having a few more of these. Looking around, Yang Chen prepared to use the Qi Irrigation directly. The surrounding spirit beasts had been terrified by his battle with the flying tiger and had long since fled the area. Even if they wanted to return, it would take some time, and this time was more than enough for Yang Chen to complete the Qi Irrigation. Without hesitation, Yang Chen sat cross-legged beside the flesh of the flying tiger, completely unbothered by the lingering stench of blood. Furthermore, although the flying tiger was dead, its pressure still lingered. As the overlord of White Tiger Mountain, this pressure was still effective in dispersing spirit beasts. System: activate C-Rank Qi Irrigation. Yang Chen's voice echoed his mind. He decided to first use a C-Rank Qi Irrigation as a warm-up. Although it wouldn't significantly improve his strength, it would still help replenish his current state. Ding! Activation successful. The system's cold voice resonated in Yang Chen's soul, followed by an immense wave of qi that seemed to suddenly materialize from nowhere, flooding into Yang Chen's dantian. Although this qi was vast, it wasn't much compared to Yang Chen's current state. As this pure qi entered Yang Chen's body, his depleted state gradually improved. However, for Yang Chen at this moment, C-Rank Qi Irrigation was truly nothing. In just a short time, he absorbed all the qi into his dantian, transforming it into his cultivation. His cultivation also received a slight boost from the qi irrigation. At this moment, Yang Chen's state improved, returning to its peak condition. Yang Chen slightly opened his eyes, sensing his surroundings and finding that there was still no trace of life. He looked up at the sky and realized that less than a day had passed since he entered, and it wasn't even evening yet. Forget it. I might as well use the S-Rank Qi Irrigation since I still have plenty of time. Yang Chen shook his head and then closed his eyes again. System: activate S-Rank Qi Irrigation. Ding! Activation successful. The familiar sound echoed again, and immediately, an extremely massive energy flooded Yang Chen's body. The terrifying energy caused even Yang Chen's master-level body to feel a sense of swelling pain, with his meridians bulging as if they could barely withstand it. Oomph! Yang Chen grunted softly, but he quickly realized that although this energy was powerful, he was no longer a novice with no qi cultivation. After using A rank and C rank Qi irrigation consecutively, Yang Chen was now able to endure some of the Qi's impact. Moreover, the Qi produced by the system was the purest kind, posing no obstruction to his body, and instead quickly integrated into Yang Chen's body. Thus, the feeling of swelling pain disappeared in no time, replaced by a steady influx of energy entering Yang Chen's dantian from a certain point. At this moment, in Yang Chen's dantian, if someone could see it, they would find it completely covered with dense Qi liquid. His dantian resembled a container filled with water, and that Qi liquid was the water. Right now, not only was his dantian filled with Qi liquid, but there was also a rich Qi flowing through Yang Chen's meridians into his dantian. The container filled with water was now full, and to accommodate more, it could only compress the water infinitely. Yang Chen understood this. After all, he was no longer a novice in the world of supernatural abilities. Although he didn't have any techniques to help him effectively compress the Qi in his dantian, there was still a primitive method. That was to forcefully compress. Logically speaking, forceful compression would cause significant harm to the body, but Yang Chen wasn't worried at all. After all, if the master-level body were that easily damaged, how could it still be called a master-level body? Condense. With a thought, an invisible force began to compress within Yang Chen's dantian, causing droplets of Qi liquid to merge continuously, making room for the incoming Qi. However, the speed of compression was quite slow, and it couldn't keep up with the influx of Qi, causing a sharp pain to surge through Yang Chen's dantian. At that moment, the black pearl occupying Yang Chen's dantian suddenly emitted a surge of dark light. However, within that dark light, it seemed to gather flames, gales, and toxins into one. The light instantly enveloped Yang Chen's dantian, and to Yang Chen's astonished gaze, his dantian actually began to expand slightly. Dantian expansion. This was unprecedented. Even Yang Chen didn't expect that his dantian could expand. One should know that a person's dantian is fixed and predetermined, and it is extremely difficult to change after birth. At least on Earth, there were no means to expand one's dantian. His supernatural ability was quite extraordinary. Not only could it absorb various supernatural powers, but it could also expand the dantian. Yang Chen was truly gaining insight. Chapter 27. The Traces of the Islanders. Against the odds. At this moment, the only word Yang Chen could think of to describe his ability was against the odds. It was simply too incredible. At least on Earth, among the known abilities, none could compare to his devouring ability. Moreover, even if there were abilities that could match it, what of it? He could simply devour them. Once devoured, they became his own, which meant he was even more impressive, right? After a brief comparison, Yang Chen's thoughts became more agile again, and he silently observed the changes in his dantian. As the dantian expanded, the influx of spiritual energy had its own territory, transforming into drops of spiritual liquid that floated within Yang Chen's dantian. However, even though the dantian had expanded, it still couldn't accommodate all that massive spiritual energy. After all, an S-level spiritual energy was several times more potent than an A-level spiritual energy. Just the A-level spiritual energy was enough to fill Yang Chen's previous dantian, let alone the S-level spiritual energy. Even if Yang Chen's dantian expanded by half, it might not be able to fully absorb it. Moreover, when Yang Chen's dantian had expanded by half, it stopped again. The half-expanded dantian space was quickly filled with dense spiritual energy. And although the expansion of the dantian had halted, the dark light had not completely ended. The dark light left the dantian, directly covering the continuously incoming spiritual energy. And immediately, the influx speed of the spiritual energy began to slow down after being enveloped by the dark light. Seeing the scene, Yang Chen let out a slight sigh of relief, and then continued to control the power, beginning to compress it. Drops of spiritual liquid started to merge together, and for some reason, the spiritual energy covered by the dark light merged exceptionally smoothly under Yang Chen's control, as if there were no obstacles at all. Upon seeing this, a hint of joy appeared on Yang Chen's brow. Having such an effect was truly fantastic. As time passed, the S-level spiritual energy also had its limits. After the last bit of spiritual energy entered Yang Chen's dantian, The dark light seemed to have completed its task and departed, subsequently drifting onto the black bead. At this moment, the black bead was already filled with three powers: flames, toxins, and fierce winds. It quietly floated at the center of the dantian. The spiritual energy also gradually began to change into a bead shape under Chen's constant compression. After a while, a spiritual bead the size of a mung bean formed. Although its size had shrunk, a terrifying aura emanated from it. S level. Chen successfully advanced. He had successfully advanced to S level. However, this current state could only be considered as just stepping into the S level domain. After all, the spiritual pill was still too small, only the size of a mung bean. However, Chen was not a greedy person. How long had it been since he became an ability user? To have such cultivation already was quite remarkable. Moreover, with the master body, Chen was already considered invincible beneath the master level when he was at A level. Now that he had advanced to S level and acquired two abilities, his strength had significantly increased. Chen now even felt that he could fight against a newly entered Great Master level expert. Remember, the Great Master level mentioned here is the real Great Master level, not the shackled or Heavenly Gate experts. Chen slowly opened his eyes. At this moment, the sky outside had been shrouded in darkness, as if a heavy night curtain hung above. Dots of stars dotted the sky, and a crescent moon hung in the night sky, emitting a faint silver glow that fell to the earth. It was dark. Chen, feeling a bit tired, stretched lazily and then yawned. Cultivating was indeed quite exhausting. Looking around, the white mist had begun to spread without him noticing. Previously torn apart by the battle between Chen and the Flying Tiger, these mists had covered the area again due to the terrain of White Tiger Mountain. It seemed inexhaustible. The pressure from the Flying Tiger's corpse was also gradually fading away. It probably wouldn't be long before this pressure completely disappeared, and then it would become food for other spirit beasts. This is the jungle. This is the law of the jungle. A rule of the weak being preyed upon by the strong. A hint of regret appeared in Chen's eyes, but it quickly vanished. Chen was never a soft-hearted person. He had lived at the bottom of society since childhood. What dark things hadn't he seen? When Chen was young, he had witnessed murder. Back then, it was still the early days of spiritual energy recovery, and society was in turmoil. Some psychologically dark individuals took advantage of the chaos, leading to many innocent people dying in the upheaval. Fortunately, later on, the 98th number appeared like a stabilizing force, calming the entire Chinese society, leading to the stable society we have today. Only then could China become the top nation on earth. Therefore, Chen was not someone who had never seen the world, nor was he a timid person. It's just that the world Chen had seen was much darker than that of ordinary people. Different classes have different ways of life, and Chen also had his own way of life and social circle. And it was this social circle that prevented Chen from becoming a perfect person, a gentleman filled with noble aura. Chen was a complete lone wolf, a lone wolf who had seen the harsh realities of the world. He didn't know why the spirit beasts here had disappeared. Just as Chen was still lamenting, a voice speaking in a peculiar accent of the Chinese language rang out, causing Chen's eyes to flicker. He then quickly concealed himself in a hidden place. This was an unfamiliar area. Even though Chen's strength was formidable, he still chose the safest method. Sure enough, just moments after Chen left, a series of chaotic footsteps approached, and then he saw 4 or 5 shorter figures appear here. The moment they appeared, 3 words flashed through Chen's mind. Islanders. To be honest, the appearance of the Islanders and the Chinese people is quite similar. The only difference is that Chinese people are generally taller and sturdier, while Islanders tend to be shorter. However, even this difference makes it hard to distinguish between the two. As for why Chen could tell, it was entirely because the 4 or 5 people were wearing wooden clogs. This is something that very few Chinese people would wear, as they are quite uncomfortable. Only Islanders would wear them. So bizarre. But why were the Islanders here? Doubts began to arise in Chen's mind. Chapter 28. The White Tiger Cave. This is, after a moment, the few Islanders had arrived at the location where Chen had previously been. Looking at the body of the Flying Tiger, which had turned into meat paste, Their eyes were filled with shock. One of them, seemingly the leader, stepped forward and poked at the body of the flying tiger. Immediately, his expression darkened. "This is an S-rank spirit beast," the leader said in a deep voice. He spoke in Chinese, but with a slight accent. S-rank. The faces of the other three changed drastically. "It seems there is an S-rank powerhouse from China lurking here. We need to act quickly, or we won't be able to escape if we are discovered." The leader turned to look at his teammates with a grim expression. Their cultivation levels were not weak. The leader had even reached the peak of A rank, just one step away from S rank, while the other three were at B rank. This force could somewhat contend with an S-rank powerhouse. However, this was ultimately Chinese territory. They were islanders, and there was a deep-seated blood feud between China and the islands. This enmity had persisted since before the recovery of spiritual energy. Even now, they still viewed each other as enemies. Thus, whether an islander or a Chinese person entered the other's territory, they would have to tread carefully. The Chinese were in a better position, as China was still the top nation with countless strong individuals. But the situation was different for the islanders. There weren't as many strong individuals in the islands compared to China, and even among Grandmaster-level powerhouses, they were far fewer than in the top 3 countries. Therefore, islanders could only engage in petty theft if they didn't enter China normally. After all, the entry of supernatural beings from the islands into China was strictly prohibited. Just like the incident with the blood butcher's apprentice, it was unclear whether that person had lost their mind or what, but they certainly acted foolishly and exposed themselves. And that was right under the eyes of Grandmaster Wang. The outcome was quite tragic. Thus, these islanders were also aware of their situation. They were on Chinese territory, and the distance to Jiangnan City was only about 100 kilometers. If they were discovered by a Chinese Grandmaster, 100 kilometers was merely half an hour away. The inner core of the spirit beast had already been taken, and judging by the state of the corpse, it seemed to have just fallen not long ago. "We need to quickly find the White Tiger Cave. Otherwise, it will be bad if the people from number 98 find us," the leader of the islanders said gravely. The 4 exchanged glances, and one of them took out an ancient map from his pocket. The map was filled with dense lines, but amidst those complex lines, there was a place marked with bright red ink. It shouldn't be far. If the crust hasn't shifted, it should be nearby. "Let's go," the leader shouted softly, and then led the other 3 to dash forward like drawn swords. Young Chen frowned sleekly. The White Tiger Cave? His eyes turned slightly, and he prepared to follow. There were 2 points. First, the opponents were islanders, and islanders coming to China was not a good situation. If he could slay them, it would be a good thing. Second, it was the White Tiger Cave they mentioned. This place was called White Tiger Mountain, and the White Tiger Cave they spoke of was also here, which greatly piqued Yang Chen's interest and gave him an urge to explore. Did the White Tiger Cave have an intricate connection with White Tiger Mountain? Follow them. Yang Chen controlled the power of the whirlwind, his body moving like a breeze, rushing towards the direction of the islanders. Yang Chen found that the power of the whirlwind was quite good. Not only could it allow him to fly, but his speed also increased compared to before. If his previous speed was rated as 1, then now, with the power of the whirlwind, his speed could reach 5. Unmatched. Soon, the figures of the islanders appeared in Yang Chen's line of sight, and he did not alarm them, quietly following behind. After all, Yang Chen couldn't find the White Tiger Cave on his own. He needed these people to help him. Let us spare their lives for now. These 4 islanders still had no idea that their lives had already reached a conclusion. Once the White Tiger Cave appeared, it would be their end. The terrain of White Tiger Mountain was somewhat complex. If it weren't for the map in the hands of these islanders, it might have been very difficult to find their way through the many misty terrains. Along the way, several spirit beasts launched attacks against the islanders. But they were all minor creatures. The strongest among them was not even a C-rank spirit beast. They were weaker than the python that had ambushed Yang Chen before. Under the islanders' fierce assault, those spirit beasts turned to souls, and their inner cores were taken. Yang Chen felt a bit greedy but held back. After all, once they reached their destination, all of that would be his, so there was no rush. Soon, as the speed of the group increased, for some reason, the surrounding white mist became denser. There was even a faint sense of pressure emerging around them. It was exactly the same pressure Yang Chen felt when he first entered White Tiger Mountain. However, when he entered, that pressure was somewhat weaker, and Yang Chen quickly adapted. But as they went deeper, Yang Chen suddenly realized that the pressure had become stronger. Fortunately, Yang Chen's cultivation had also undergone a qualitative leap, successfully advancing to S rank. Although that pressure was strong, it was not enough to shake Yang Chen's strength. However, the situation was different for the Islanders. The A rank leader was fine, but the 3 B rank Islanders began to pant heavily. The consumption of spiritual energy, combined with the overwhelming pressure, left them somewhat fatigued. However, just as they continued to delve deeper into White Tiger Mountain, the thick mist surrounded them, and faintly, they could see an ancient cave standing ahead. The cave was nestled against the mountain, and the entire cave was embedded within the mountain. Yang Chen could clearly sense that the pressure was indeed emanating from that cave. "We've arrived." The leader of the Islanders stopped, his eyes filled with fervor, his mouth mumbling something as he looked at the blurred cave ahead. The White Tiger Cave. Chapter 29. Guardian Beast. The faces of several Islanders also showed signs of excitement. They had secretly infiltrated Huaxia just for this White Tiger Cave. Otherwise, why would they risk their lives coming to Huaxia for fun? This White Tiger Cave is the truly valuable thing. It is the key to their advancement. They found it. They found it. The few B-level Islanders seemed to be in a daze, their spirits appearing somewhat frenzied, and they even began to dance with joy. This left Yang Chen, who was nearby, looking completely bewildered. Is it really that exciting? It's just a cave, after all. Although he didn't know what was inside the White Tiger Cave. Yang Chen had read some fantasy novels, and these so-called caves must have good things inside. As for what those good things were, he had no idea. However, even so, it shouldn't lead to such a reaction. Yang Chen scratched his head, feeling a bit confused. The leading A-level Islander seemed to be more composed. After a moment of excitement, he calmed down and took out a pure white stone from his bosom. For some reason, the moment that stone was taken out, it erupted with brilliant light. A milky white glow burst forth in an instant, and the thick white mist around seemed to disperse uncontrollably as if it had encountered something terrifying. Immediately after, within that milky white stone, a white tiger phantom slowly emerged. Roar! The tiger phantom let out a low roar. A wave of energy like ripples instantly spread out, and then a beam of light shot out from the entrance of the cave in the distance, illuminating the tiger phantom as if to confirm something. The surrounding Islanders nervously stared at the light beam, some anxiously looking around, fearing someone might intrude at this moment. Yang Chen hid behind a massive rock, remaining undetected. After a moment, under the watchful eyes of the 4 tense Islanders, the light beam slowly dissipated, and then the ground trembled violently. Boom, boom, boom. Like an earthquake, cracks spread out like a spider web, and large boulders began to fall from the mountainside. Fortunately, the few of them were all ability users, and their cultivation levels were not low, so they wouldn't be crushed by these falling boulders. Waves of abilities were unleashed, shattering the boulders that were falling from above. Then, they could see that the cave's entrance slowly opened. It opened. The leader's expression changed, and a strong sense of joy appeared on his face. The stone he had taken out earlier was indeed the key to this cave. Yang Chen, hiding behind, felt a flicker in his eyes. Thankfully, he hadn't acted earlier, or even if he found this place, he wouldn't have been able to open the door. He had to admit, these 4 people were excellent tools. The 4 Islanders exchanged glances, then looked around to confirm there were no traces of anyone before walking towards the cave entrance. Yang Chen struggled for a moment, but held back. He initially wanted to rush out and eliminate this group of Islanders, then explore the cave himself, but he realized he wasn't prepared and lacked experience. Unlike the 4 Islanders, who came well prepared and surely had a lot of experience, it would be better to let them be the tools for now. Yang Chen felt he was quite clever. How could someone be as smart as him in this world? When I wrote this line, I felt like a fool. As the door opened, the figures of the 4 Islanders were gradually swallowed by the darkness within. Just as Yang Chen was about to move, he heard an angry roar. Get out first, there's a spirit beast. Yang Chen's body stiffened, and he once again hid behind the massive rock, watching ahead. After a moment, the figures of the 4 Islanders reappeared in his line of sight, along with a gigantic creature, a massive white tiger. Roar! The white tiger let out a roar as soon as it emerged, causing many boulders to tumble down a mountainside. Its large mouth opened wide, and the king character on its forehead twitched as if it had encountered something extremely infuriating. An S-level spirit beast. The leader of the islanders had a grim expression. He hadn't expected that there would be an S-level white tiger guarding the white tiger cave. That white tiger was indeed a guardian beast. However, even though he looked grim, the four islanders still sprang into action. The four moved like a well-trained team, quickly distancing themselves from one another, and then unleashed their abilities. There was ice, water waves, and flames. And the A-level leader-S ability was a long staff, sweeping through with a powerful wind. Kill! The leader shouted angrily, and streaks of staff light struck the massive body of the white tiger. Chen watched clearly from behind, and when he looked at the leader's ability, his eyes lit up. Weapon-type abilities were quite rare. With such an ability, there would be no need for a weapon. After all, abilities transformed into weapons are more suited to oneself than any crafted weapon. After all, abilities are a part of the body, while crafted weapons are merely external objects. Of course, divine weapons are another story. They are definitely superior to abilities. But right now, Chen didn't have a weapon. And if he could have a weapon-type ability, that would be great. Unknowingly, Chen had already set his sights on the leader-S ability. At this moment, the heated battle had already begun between the islanders and the white tiger, their abilities striking the tiger-S body as if they were free. There was no choice. That was an S-level spirit beast, and the strongest among the islanders was only the A-level leader. But even so, facing this white tiger, they still seemed insufficient. However, the islanders didn't want to give up and directly unleash their strongest techniques. The leading A-level islander roared angrily, his clothes instantly shredding, revealing his muscular physique. The long staff in his hand was wielded with vigor, and streaks of staff light aimed directly at the white tiger's vital points. Roar, roar, roar! The white tiger was hit and let out a painful cry. The king character on its forehead twisted even more violently, and its massive body ran wildly in the spacious area, charging toward the leader, perhaps having lived in the cave for too long. The white tiger's combat ability was noticeably lacking. In Chen's view, this white tiger was not as strong as the flying tiger he had slain earlier. In just a moment, the white tiger was already covered in wounds, with gory scars bleeding crimson blood, coupled with the erosion of flames and ice. The white tiger was in an even worse state. This is too pathetic. Chen couldn't help but complain. You're a dignified S-level spirit beast, and yet you can't even defeat an A-level and 3 B levels? It's known that spirit beasts are inherently stronger than humans of the same realm. Even so, being beaten to this extent is just too weak. The white tiger roared in anger. Lightning flashed across its body, revealing the power of thunder. The sky above darkened with ominous clouds, arcs of lightning leaping within the clouds, and a terrifying pressure instantly spread out. Boom, boom, boom. Like the previous flying tiger, thick bolts of lightning fell directly, striking at those islanders. However, due to the injuries of the white tiger affecting its control, the lightning bolts were somewhat skewed, hitting only a few. Fortunately, although they missed, the shockwaves still struck several people. The attack of an S-class spirit beast is formidable. Even the residual force is powerful. 2 B-class islanders spat out blood, their faces turning pale instantly. But even so, they unleashed their abilities towards the white tiger. The situation now is either they kill the white tiger or the white tiger kills them. Both sides are fighting desperately. Only Chen, hiding behind a boulder, easily blocked the spreading shockwaves of the lightning. Indeed, being a third party is comfortable. The leading islander's long staff suddenly elongated, shining with a metallic luster under the sun, aimed directly at the white tiger's vital points. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of collisions echoed, and a terrifying force exploded on the white tiger's body. Already injured, the white tiger struggled against the onslaught that was like a raging storm. The anger in its eyes gradually faded, replaced by deep fear. It was scared. It wanted to escape. Even spirit beasts fear when faced with the threat of death. The white tiger turned and ran towards the cave. In its view, the safest place was the cave. But would those islanders let it escape? The answer is no. As the white tiger turned, the leading islander shouted, "Die for me." The long staff blocked the air, surrounded by towering ice flames, mixed with fierce attacks, crashing down on the white tiger. Boom, boom! The tremendous force directly smashed a huge wound into the white tiger's body, and its massive form was sent flying, crashing hard into the mountainside. The mountainside was directly smashed into a huge pit. Awoo! The white tiger howled in agony. A large mouthful of blood flowed from its mouth. Its breath became weak, as if it could die at any moment. The leading islander slowly walked to the white tiger's side, his eyes devoid of any emotion, and suddenly thrust the long staff into the white tiger's pupil, then withdrew it. He repeated this several times until the white tiger's life force completely vanished. And only then did the leading islander stop his actions. He then took a deep breath, and his mind gradually relaxed. At that moment, a mocking voice suddenly exploded in the leading islander's ears. "Not bad. You killed an S-class spirit beast, which has saved me a lot of trouble." Chapter 30. The White Tiger Inheritance. Not bad. Killing an S-class spirit beast has saved me a lot of trouble. A mocking voice rang out, and the leader suddenly turned around, his pupils constricting. Who is it? Immediately, a young figure appeared in the leader's line of sight. In the leader's view, several of his subordinates were bound and unable to move their hands or feet. It was clear that this was the work of the young figure, and that young figure was none other than Yang Chen. Yang Chen looked at the islander with a smile, feeling quite satisfied. After all, an S-class spirit beast could be quite troublesome, although this white tiger was even weaker than the flying tiger. Being able to solve it without lifting a finger was a good thing. This group of tools is really nice. Esper, what do you want? You can't kill in Zone 98. The islander forced himself to calm down, speaking in somewhat halting Chinese. Zone 98? Where are you playing at, islander? Do you think I'm a fool? Yang Chen smiled, looking at him, his eyes filled with amusement that made the islander uncomfortable. How did you find out? The leader said in a deep voice, believing he had been flawless, but did not expect to be discovered by this kid before him. Found out? Are you stupid? Have you ever seen anyone in China wearing wooden clogs for no reason? Yang Chen looked at the leader with the gaze of someone looking at a fool, his eyes filled with sarcasm. So that's how it is. The leader lowered his head, unable to see his expression clearly, then suddenly raised his head with a fierce look, roaring, "Die!" A small dagger appeared in the leader's hand at some point, emitting a faint cold light, and a hint of murderous intent emerged from the dagger. He then lunged at Yang Chen. The leader's eyes were filled with the triumph of a plan coming to fruition. In his view, Yang Chen was still too young. Even though he was now cornered, he still had a final strike to make. This dagger would be his last blow. The leader could already imagine his dagger plunging into Yang Chen's body, the blood gushing forth. It would be a beautiful sight. However, for some reason, halfway through the thrust, a tremendous force suddenly seized the leader's arm. No matter how hard the leader tried, he could not pull it out. The leader looked at Yang Chen in horror, only to find that familiar smiling face. "What's wrong? Do you still want to kill me?" Yang Chen smiled brightly. Although he was a newbie esper in these lowly places, he was no novice. The moment the leader made his move, Yang Chen had already noticed. Yang Chen's strength was already above his, and his speed far surpassed that of the leader, making it easy to disarm him. Yang Chen's smile gradually turned cold. With a slight movement of his hand, he crushed the leader's arm, then seized the dagger, stabbing it into the leader's heart. Poochie! The sound of the blade entering flesh echoed. Blood gushed out from the wound. Pooling on the ground, the leader's face showed a hint of unwillingness, his head tilting to the side, and just before dying, his gaze was directed toward the entrance of the white tiger's cave. He was unwilling. He had come all this way, defeated the guardian beast, and the inheritance should have been his, so why? Why did it have to be snatched away at this moment? He truly felt unwilling. Yang Chen expressionlessly pulled out the dagger, then using the same method, killed the 3 B-class islanders, tossing their bodies aside before clapping his hands and moving toward the white tiger's body. The white tiger's head was smashed, but the inner core was still intact. After rummaging through the white tiger's corpse, he took out a glowing blue orb. The orb seemed to flicker with tiny arcs of lightning. Yang Chen's eyes sparkled. and a dark glow appeared on his fingertips, enveloping the blue orb. Wong wong. A crisp chirping sound resonated, and Yang Chun immediately felt a strange power filling his dantian. Then, a blue arc of lightning gradually emerged from the black orb above his dantian. Thunder ability. Yang Chen's spirit shook, and with a thought, arcs of weak lightning jumped at his fingertips, shattering the surrounding air. This power is a bit strong. Yang Chen raised his eyebrows, feeling a surge of joy. Among his previous abilities, the fire ability had the strongest offensive power, but now, having absorbed the thunder ability, his offensive power had become even more terrifying. This also meant that Yang Chen's strength had increased once more. With his master-level physique and spiritual energy cultivation, Yang Chen was already one of the strongest beings below the master level. Now, after his journey to White Tiger Mountain, he had acquired 3 new abilities, further enhancing his strength. Yang Chen now even felt confident he could contend with a newly entered great master-level expert. Moreover, his spiritual energy cultivation had also reached S-class. In fact, Yang Chen was quite envious of the Islander's weapon ability. After all, he still wanted a weapon. However, the Islander's weapon ability was just a stick, and honestly, Yang Chen didn't really like sticks. Yang Chen preferred swords. He had always admired the sword immortals he saw in TV dramas, longing for their ethereal presence. As the saying goes, a sword shines cold across 19 states. That's what sword immortals are. More importantly, sword cultivators look cooler. As for the other Islander's abilities, Yang Chen only absorbed the Ice-type Esper's ability, as ice and fire attributes are both quite useful. Soon after, a snowflake slowly appeared on the surface of the black orb above his dantian. After finishing everything, Yang Chen controlled the flames to incinerate the corpses of the few Islanders, along with the White Tiger's corpse. The main reason was that this was still White Tiger Mountain, even though he hadn't sensed the presence of other spirit beasts. The smell of blood would inevitably spread. If it attracted other spirit beasts, even if they weren't strong, it could affect Yang Chen's entry into the White Tiger's cave. Yang Chen didn't want to invite trouble. After finishing everything, Yang Chen turned his attention to the depths of the White Tiger's cave. Yang Chen hadn't gone in before, and the Islanders had only just entered before encountering the guardian beast and coming back out. So, he had no idea what the situation was inside. However, Yang Chen had read the information on White Tiger Mountain. It was rumored to be the place where a great master-level White Tiger fell. As for whether this great master level was a shackled realm, a heavenly gate, or simply a great master, the information didn't elaborate. But regardless of which realm it was a level Yang Chen could not compete with at present. Such a powerful being's cave would surely have some protective measures. Yang Chen didn't believe otherwise. Take this White Tiger, for example. It was clearly one of the means left behind after its fall. As for what other means were left, Yang Chen was uncertain and would have to wait until he entered to find out. Yang Chen took a deep breath and then walked towards the door. Behind the door was a pitch-black space. A flame flickered at the tip of Yang Chen's fingers, immediately illuminating the surroundings with a faint glow. If only he had a light ability, he could even act as a light bulb. Yang Chen complained and then used the dim light to survey his surroundings. He saw that the area was completely an ancient room, quite large, about 300 or 400 square meters, furnished with a bed and a table. Yang Chen was taken aback, his expression becoming strange. What the hell is this? A cave dwelling. This is completely a bedroom. You put the inheritance in your own bedroom? Yang Chen looked around again in confusion and found that it really was a bedroom. In the bedroom, there were no other so-called amenities. Perhaps that S-class White Tiger spirit beast was the only obstacle in this cave dwelling. Goodness, it really is casual. Yang Chen mutret, feeling a bit sympathetic for those 4 Islanders. If it weren't for him, they might have actually gotten the White Tiger's inheritance, but unfortunately, after they killed the only obstacle, he snatched it away. Sigh, sometimes bad luck is a big problem. It was destined to be this way. Yang Chen strolled around the room and found that besides some ancient tools and furniture, there was nothing else. Yang Chen rummaged through the room and found that in this so-called White Tiger cave dwelling, there was nothing? Then why keep a White Tiger locked up? Yang Chen was a bit bewildered. This is completely nonsensical. Yang Chen was somewhat speechless. With such a large cave dwelling, why was there nothing else? Are you just fooling around? Yang Chen felt a bit irritated. Although he hadn't exerted much effort, the result was still frustrating. And suddenly arcs of lightning flickered around his body. He really wanted to blow this cave dwelling up. However, at the moment the arcs of lightning appeared around Yang Chen, a brilliant light suddenly erupted from a corner of the room. Yang Chen's attention was drawn to that light, and when he saw the object within the brilliance, he couldn't help but be astonished. This is Chapter 31, White Tiger Projection. Yang Chen's pupils suddenly contracted, especially when he saw what was in that light. He was even more shocked. A spatial ring. In that blue halo, there was a small ring slowly floating in midair. The ring was extremely ancient, with blue patterns covering its entire surface. On the way here, Yang Chen had learned some things about the world of supernatural beings, one of which was this ring in front of him. The spatial ring. Inside the ring, there was another space that had been opened up. To be able to open up a space, one must be a top-tier powerhouse, and those who can own a spatial ring are even fewer. At the very least, Yang Chen could be sure that even in the entire Earth, some Grandmaster-level powerhouses might not possess one. Even those in the Shackles realm might not have such a treasure. Only those in the Heavenly Gate realm could possess it. For others, having a spatial ring, regardless of the size of the space inside, is extremely precious. Gulp. Yang Chen swallowed hard, his gaze firmly locked onto that spatial ring, and there was a fiery light in his eyes. He wanted it. Yang Chen's hand suddenly reached out toward the spatial ring floating in midair. But at that moment, a sudden change occurred. Boom! The blue light around the spatial ring suddenly surged, illuminating the entire room, and then a phantom slowly emerged from the ring. Roar! It was a white tiger. The blue patterns on the ring kept flickering, erupting with brilliant blue light. Surrounding the white tiger, thick arcs of lightning were jumping. And as soon as Yang Chen's arm reached in, he felt a tingling sensation come from his arm. Yang Chen immediately withdrew his arm, looking horrified at the phantom of the white tiger. You must know, Yang Chen had devoured the thunder ability and had a certain immunity to thunder. Plus, with his master body, ordinary thunder would not be able to harm him, even if the flying tiger resurrected and used its strongest strike again. Yang Chen could walk out unharmed. But just now, those subtle arcs of lightning actually electrified Yang Chen's arm. The quality of that lightning arc must be very high. The blue phantom, which was the white tiger's phantom, slowly opened its eyes. Boom! At the moment the white tiger opened its eyes, the surrounding space seemed to slightly twist, and a terrifying wave instantly spread out. Zzz. The arcs of lightning jumped and made sounds. Yang Chen stared at the white tiger, with a strong sense of caution in his eyes. The white tiger's pressure was very strong, even stronger than that of Gue Xing. You must know, Gue Xing was already a powerhouse in the Shackles realm, but the white tiger in front of him was merely a phantom, and its pressure was even stronger than Gue Xing. Although Gue Xing had not used all his strength before, he also had the strength of a Grandmaster. Could it be that the white tiger in front of him was stronger than Gue Xing at its peak? Heavenly Gate realm? The white tiger's huge tiger eyes looked at Yang Chen, seemingly pondering something. Then its mouth opened. Huaxiao person? The white tiger spoke fluent Huaxiao language. Yang Chen was taken aback. It was his first time hearing a spirit beast speak, and it was speaking such fluent Huaxiao. For a moment, he was also shocked. Yang Chen gently nodded, unsure of what the white tiger was thinking. Since it was a Huaxiao person, it would be easier to deal with. Show me your spiritual root. The white tiger lowered its huge head, looking closely at Yang Chen, its voice thunderous. Yang Chen thought for a moment, then released the thunder ability, with weak arcs of lightning jumping and leaping at his fingertips. In the white tiger's tiger eyes, an extremely human-like expression appeared, and Yang Chen could clearly see that it was a look of disdain. He wondered how the people these days trained. They were already so old and still lingering in the spirit-gathering realm. Spirit-gathering realm? Yang Chen felt a bit confused. He felt that he and this white tiger were no longer on the same level. The white tiger seemed to notice Yang Chen's expression and said solemnly, "How long has it been since the time of the human emperor?" Human emperor? Yang Chen's soul shook. He had once seen a passage of text describing ancient Huaxia. Among them were the words, human emperor, predecessor. Are you referring to the human emperor, Xian? Yang Chen asked tentatively. It has been thousands of years since the time of the human emperor. Thousands of years. I see. The white tiger lowered its head, falling into deep thought, then seemed to sense something as a peculiar wave spread from its massive body like ripples. No wonder the spiritual energy is so thin now. No wonder. However, with such thin spiritual energy, you can actually cultivate to the peak of the spirit-gathering realm. It seems your talent is not weak. The white tiger looked at Yang Chen, a hint of appreciation in its huge pupils. Predecessor, you flatter me. But what kind of realm is the spirit-gathering realm you mentioned? Yang Chen smiled awkwardly, then asked again. You don't even know about the spirit-gathering realm? Now was the white tiger's turn to be puzzled. After pondering for a moment, it said to Yang Chen, first, explain your current cultivation level to me. Yang Chen Bao said, then began to explain his current cultivation level and some common knowledge about the supernatural world that he knew to the white tiger phantom in front of him. After a long while, Yang Chen slowly finished explaining everything to the white tiger, including the situation across the globe, such as North America, Northern Europe, and the islands, as well as Huaxia. After finishing, the white tiger looked at Yang Chen with some suspicion, disbelief evident on its face, and said, you mean Huaxia cannot unify the earth? Useless. A bunch of useless people. The first ancient nation actually cannot achieve unity in this era. It's simply embarrassing us, the white tiger said angrily. The surrounding space seemed to twist under the white tiger's rage. After a long while, the white tiger finally calmed down and looked at Yang Chen, saying nothing. Chapter 32 Secret. Yang Chen was also looking at the white tiger, silent. Just like that, they stared at each other, unsure of how much time had passed, before the white tiger finally moved its body and spoke. Kid, you probably don't know about the ancient times, do you? Yang Chen thought for a moment and realized that he really didn't know much about the past. His knowledge of history was still limited to what was in textbooks. But those books didn't mention that there was also an era of supernatural beings during the ancient times when spiritual energy was revived. The white tiger seemed to see through Yang Chen's thoughts and mocked. It's normal that you don't know. During a great war in ancient times, the spiritual energy on Earth was originally drained. It has only recovered after such a long time. I estimate that now, besides some inherited families, there are probably no other people who know about the ancient times. Yang Chen nodded sleekly. Indeed, he really didn't know anything about the ancient period. The only thing he knew was that there had once been a group of such people in history. However, beyond that, Yang Chen had no knowledge. After all, he was someone who hadn't even completed 9 years of compulsory education. Knowing these things was already quite good. The term nailing realm refers to absorbing the spiritual energy between heaven and earth into one's dantian to enhance one's spiritual root. And the so-called spiritual root is what you now refer to as supernatural abilities. The white tiger sighed, then said to Yang Chen, take what you just said. There's still a large number of people on Earth who don't have supernatural abilities, which is actually a mistake. They can also cultivate, but compared to those with supernatural abilities, their combat power is much lower. However, this is already considered an end-of-the-law era. Many inheritances should have been cut off. Otherwise, if the whole country could cultivate, how could China not unify the entire Earth? In the white tiger's enormous pupils, there was a sense of desolation, as if lamenting the decline of China today, and also reminiscing about the prosperous times of the past, when nations came to pay tribute. Ordinary people can also cultivate. Yang Chen's pupils contracted. He seemed to have realized something significant. If this information were to spread, perhaps the entire Earth would be thrown into chaos, and countless powerful beings would gather here. After all, if ordinary people could cultivate, then once a country obtained the methods of cultivation, it would surely become the top nation. Just think about it. If everyone in a country could cultivate, every person would be a cultivator, regardless of whether they had supernatural abilities or spiritual roots. That would be a terrifying combat force. Who on earth could stop them? Shock appeared in Yang Chen's eyes. He seemed to imagine that if China could acquire such methods, wouldn't unifying the earth no longer be just a fantasy? The white tiger glanced at Yang Chen and then said somewhat helplessly, don't think about it. I forgot that kind of low-level method a long time ago. I have high-level methods that ordinary people cannot cultivate. Yang Chun immediately felt deflated and looked at the white tiger with irritation. Damn it, if you don't have it, why say so much? Isn't that just wasting my expression? Yang Chun was speechless. The white tiger in front of him didn't seem like a good thing at all. Just useless. However, I don't have anything useful for ordinary people, but I have something useful for you. The white tiger chuckled and looked at Yang Chun with a teasing gaze, seemingly wanting to see Yang Chen's expression. Sure enough, when the white tiger said this, Yang Chen's attitude immediately did a complete turnaround. Hee, senior, if you have good stuff, just take it out. Who knows? Maybe one day, when I achieve great success in my cultivation, I can lead China to unify the world. Hee. The white tiger rolled its eyes at Yang Chun, as if to say, how can you be so thick-skinned? However, Yang Chen's words still pleased the white tiger. Although this kid was only in the nailing realm, his physique had already reached the body refining realm, which is the realm of a Grandmaster. In this newly revived era of spiritual energy, he was still quite strong. Even the white tiger's era, some gifted individuals might not have been able to achieve that. Therefore, in the eyes of the white tiger, Yang Chen's talent was quite impressive. A good seed. The white tiger pondered for a moment, and then said, your spiritual root, like mine, is of the lightning attribute, so you can accept my inheritance. However, my inheritance is very difficult. Without the strength of the locking realm, even if you accept it, the outcome will only be one, boom. You'll explode. Yang Chen's expression froze, somewhat speechless, but also a bit serious. Just how powerful was this white tiger's cultivation that it required one to be in the locking realm to accept its inheritance. It should be noted that in this day and age, the strong ones at the heavenly gate are already top-tier existences. If one does not emerge from the heavenly gate, those in the locking realm are among the top individuals. And to accept the white tiger's inheritance, one actually needed to be at the locking realm. Terrifying. This was Yang Chen's astonishment at the white tiger's cultivation. However, your physique is already at the body refining realm. If you can refine your physical body to the locking realm, you can also bear it. Hee. The white tiger looked at Yang Chun and laughed. Body refining? That's what you now refer to as the Grandmaster realm. Oh. Yang Chun understood, then nodded. Indeed, he had the system. Even though it was an era just after spiritual energy was revived, as long as he had enough time, reaching the heavenly gate realm would be simple. After all, Yang Chun had not even been in this realm for half a month and had already transformed from an ordinary person with no cultivation into an S-rank powerhouse. With a physique that was even at the Grandmaster level, the locking realm. It's just a matter of time. Since I can't get the inheritance now, I can always come back for it once I reach the locking realm. After thinking this through, Yang Chen's heart felt a bit better. Seeing Yang Chun with a confident expression, the white tiger nodded. That's the demeanor a genius should have. Confidence is important. However, it seemed the white tiger thought of something, then said to Yang Chun, although the inheritance requires the locking realm, some things I've collected might bring you considerable convenience. I'll give you this spatial ring. Under the white tiger's control, a blue ring slowly floated up and then landed in Yang Chen's hand. Yang Chun held the ring and carefully put on his finger. Looking at it, a look of joy appeared in his heart. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining a spirit-class spatial ring. Yang Chen's mind stirred, and then a more delighted expression appeared. He clearly remembered that the system had mentioned that the top-tier equipment and weapons on Earth were spirit-class. Chapter 33. The Azure Dragon and 5 Tiger Sword. Just a drop of your own blood is enough to recognize the master. I have already erased my previous mark. The white tiger said to Yang Chun. Yang Chun nodded, then forced out a drop of his blood, which fell onto the blue ring. Immediately, he could see the blue patterns on the ring flickering for a moment, and then it swallowed Yang Chen's blood. In the next moment after the absorption, Yang Chun felt as if there was an unseen connection binding him to the ring. He even had the feeling that as long as he concentrated, he could see what was inside the ring. Yang Chun looked at the white tiger, who nodded slightly. Then, with a thought, Yang Chun suddenly felt the surrounding space undergo a tremendous transformation. When it reappeared, he found himself in a small space, not large, only about a square meter. This space was filled with blocks of white stones, from which rich spiritual energy emanated. System, what is this? Ding! Low-level spiritual stone. The spiritual energy content of one low-level spiritual stone is comparable to that of a sea-level ability user. Yang Chen's mind shook. Although the spiritual energy content of a sea-level ability user seemed insignificant to him now, the low-level spiritual stones piled up like small mountains before him must contain enough spiritual energy to create several S-level ability users. More than a dozen flat spaces were occupied by these spiritual beasts, taking up a large portion of the area. The remaining space contained some unfamiliar medicinal pills and several ancient books. The books were yellowed, some even had holes from insects. Yang Chen did not carefully examine those books, but noticed something glowing with blue and white light. Upon closer inspection, he found it was a long sword. Yang Chen had been wondering whether he should find a sword as his weapon. Now, he had unexpectedly found one in the space ring gifted by the White Tiger. With a thought, the long sword appeared in Yang Chen's hand. The sword was entirely made of a material resembling cold ice, except the handle was carved with a winding dragon on one side and a roaring giant tiger on the other. What a good sword! Yang Chen stroked the blade of the sword, feeling as smooth as a young girl's skin, with no gaps or unevenness. Yang Chen infused his spiritual energy into the long sword, which immediately emitted a gentle sword chirp that resonated throughout the cave. However, within that sword chirp, Yang Chen could vaguely hear the roar of a dragon and the growl of tiger. Yang Chen felt a moment of daze, but in an instant, he regained his composure and exclaimed in admiration, "What a powerful sword!" Yang Chen performed a beautiful sword flourish, and the long sword glimmered with blue and white light, shining in the cave. Oh! The White Tiger looked at the long sword in Yang Chen's hand, surprised, not expecting that this sword would be with me. Yang Chen had a line of black lines appear on his forehead. "You don't even know that this sword is in your own space ring?" The White Tiger chuckled and said, "I forgot since it has been so long." Sigh. Yang Chen shook his head, unsure how to respond to the White Tiger. It was said to be powerful, but its mind seemed a bit off, and yet it was once a formidable being with immense cultivation. He could only sigh. This sword is called the Azure Dragon and Five Tiger Sword. The White Tiger's expression gradually became serious, as he said solemnly, "This sword is forged from thousands of years of cold ice and 1,000 years of thunderstone, possessing both thunder and cold attributes. Even among spiritual grade weapons, it ranks among the top. It was crafted personally by my master." Yang Chen shot a displeased glance at the White Tiger. "Damn it, you made it sound so impressive. I thought you made it, but it turns out it was made by your master. What a waste of my expression. You possess the thunder spiritual root, and using this sword will allow you to unleash half of its power. Even at half power, in this world where spiritual energy has just revived, you can still fight above your level." The White Tiger ignored Yang Chen's expression and continued. Yang Chen's mind stirred. The White Tiger only knew he had a thunder attribute, but did not know he also had a cold attribute. Previously, Yang Chen had devoured the ability of an ice-type ability user from an island nation, so he possessed the ice attribute as well. So, could he not maximize the sword's potential? Wouldn't he be able to defeat that Grandmaster? Yang Chen's heart ignited with excitement. Indeed, possessing a divine weapon significantly enhances combat power. This journey was truly worthwhile. Not only had his cultivation advanced to S level, but he had also absorbed several abilities: poison, gale, thunder, and ice. Counting them up, Yang Chen now had 6 abilities, including fire and devouring. With so many abilities, he might be unique from ancient times to the present. Yang Chen estimated that his physical body was already at the Grandmaster level, and combined with all his current means, he could probably defeat some Grandmasters. Yang Chen was not entirely sure, as even now, he did not have a precise concept of a Grandmaster-level powerhouse. Even though he had fought against Gu Xing, it was merely a rough encounter. He had never truly engaged with a powerful Grandmaster. Therefore, the exact level of his current combat power remains to be determined. However, Yang Chen was confident that he could defeat some Grandmasters. The White Tiger looked at Yang Chen, then said impatiently, "All right, you've taken the items. Besides the inheritance, which you need to reach the shackled realm to accept, there's nothing else. You can go back the way you came. Once you reach the shackled realm, come back here." After speaking, the White Tiger did not wait for Yang Chen to respond and slowly disappeared, until he vanished completely. Yang Chen silently watched it. then lightly bowed to the place where the white tiger's shadow had been. Such a great opportunity in the world deserves a bow from Yang Chen. Chapter 35. Returning home. Yang Chen slowly walked out of the cave, feeling an impulse in his heart after obtaining the Tsanglong Wuhujian. He wanted to have a good try with this spirit-level longsword. It was like a child who had received their beloved toy, eager to play with it. He needed to find a place to test it. Yang Chen's eyes flickered for a moment, and then he soared into the mountains like a flying swallow, his whole body gliding through the forest like a feather. In a part of White Tiger Mountain, Yang Chen swung his sword, and white and blue light alternated as a massive sword aura erupted from the Tsanglong Wuhujian. It burst forth like a crescent moon, with a terrifying tearing force unleashed in an instant. Boom! The earth was directly cut open, and in front of Yang Chen stood an A-class bear-type spirit beast. The black bear's paw pushed forward, attempting to withstand this terrifying blow with its physical strength. But how could such a fearsome strike be resisted by a mere A-class beast? Whoosh! The sword aura effortlessly pierced through the black bear's chest and struck an ancient tree. The tree was directly severed by the sword aura. What a sharp sword! Yang Chen sighed, his eyes fixated on the Tsanglong Wuhujian. As for the black bear's inner core, he couldn't be bothered to even take a glance, casually storing it away without absorbing the abilities, as some abilities were just too worthless for him. Yang Chen's requirements for abilities were gradually increasing. Ordinary ones didn't catch his interest unless they were rare or special. For instance, the weapon abilities of that A-class islander were desirable, but he didn't choose to absorb them since he wasn't interested in stick-type weapons. After placing the black bear's inner core in his spatial ring, he headed toward the outside of White Tiger Mountain. At this moment, 2 days had already passed out of the 3-day period, and Yang Chen had gained quite a bit in this time. Indeed, one couldn't improve by merely staying stagnant. Only through practice could one enhance themselves. It must be said that although there weren't many battles, the accumulated experience was still considerable. At the very least, Yang Chen had gained a certain understanding of the ability world. White Tiger Mountain was vast, but for Yang Chen now, it took only a short while to exit. The fog within White Tiger Mountain greatly affected visibility, but the impact was much reduced in the sky. Yang Chen used the power of the wind to fly, and soon exited White Tiger Mountain. In the distance, the black car came into Yang Chen's view. Although it appeared as a small black dot, it proved that he was heading in the right direction. Yang Chen breathed a sigh of relief. To be honest, he wasn't very good with directions and could be considered directionally challenged. Now that he had found the correct path, he could quickly leave the mountain. Meanwhile, the middle-aged man in black, instructed by Old Wong to wait outside White Tiger Mountain, glanced at his watch and occasionally looked toward the entrance of the mountain. 2 days had passed, and with just 1 day left, he could return to report. At this moment, Yang Chen landed a distance away from the middle-aged man in black. He didn't want to reveal his wind abilities, as he still couldn't protect himself in the ability world, and aimed to expose as little as possible. Who knew if that middle-aged man in black would secretly inform others? Then, under the watchful gaze of the middle-aged man, Yang Chen slowly walked out of the entrance. Seeing Yang Chen emerge, the middle-aged man let out a slight sigh of relief. Although Old Wong said that he could return regardless of whether Yang Chen came out or not after 3 days. The middle-aged man was very perceptive and understood that this young man was undoubtedly gifted. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been assigned the task of killing the flying tiger at such a young age. After all, even he might not be able to complete that task. Yang Chen's appearance clearly indicated that the mission was accomplished, and such a genius would be heavily protected in number 98. Let's go. Yang Chen called to the middle-aged man in black and walked straight toward the black car, casually slumping into the seat. He grabbed a cold drink from the small fridge inside the car and began to gulp it down. Although these past 2 days did not involve life and death battles, Yang Chen had a proper meal. He had only hunted some spirit beasts and roasted them to eat. But without any seasoning, it was truly unappetizing. Moreover, he had to be wary of spirit beast attacks at night, so he and T slept well. Now that he was in a comfortable space, Yang Chen relaxed and began to enjoy himself. The middle-aged man in black merely smiled slightly before taking the driver's seat and starting the car. Vroom! The engine roared, releasing a long stream of airflow from the exhaust, and then the car sped away like a shooting star toward Jiangnan City. Shortly after the black car left, the entire White Tiger Mountain seemed to tremble slightly, and small cracks spread across the ground. Deep underground in White Tiger Mountain, a red pupil suddenly appeared, radiating a terrifying pressure. Instantly, all the spirit beasts within White Tiger Mountain crouched down as if facing a king, not daring to move. In that blood-red pupil, a hint of fatigue appeared, as if it had experienced great turmoil and was somewhat weary. We must grow quickly. Our time is limited. An ancient, hollow voice echoed throughout White Tiger Mountain, sounding like muffled thunder. Some of the weaker spirit beasts within White Tiger Mountain were directly shaken into mush by the wave of that voice. The A-class and S-class spirit beasts trembled in fear, not daring to breathe. If Yang Chen were still present, he would undoubtedly recognize that the owner of this voice was none other than the White Tiger. This meant that deep underground in White Tiger Mountain was the resting place of the White Tiger. The White Tiger was still alive. Chapter 36. Visitors from the imperial capital, in Jiangnan City, within Jiangnan Airport. At this moment, the airport seemed to be enveloped by a group of level 98 superhumans, with no ordinary people in sight. Even the overall leader of Jiangnan's level 98, Chen Tianxin, was present. Surrounding Chen Tianxin were Wang Lao, Meng Yao, Gue Xing, and Dan Shou. All the strong masters above the Grandmaster level in Jiangnan had arrived. Such a grand occasion inevitably led one to wonder. Could it be that a significant figure has come to Jiangnan? But what kind of major figure would require all the Grandmasters of Jiangnan's level 98 to be present? Isn't that a bit too much? By the way, it has been 2 days already, and Yang Chen still hasn't returned? Chen Tianxin stood at the airport, glancing at Wang Lao beside him, and asked. Wang Lao smiled kindly and said, "It's only been 2 days. He is already on the way. If nothing unexpected happens, he should arrive today. I asked Shao Li to bring him directly here." Chen Tianxin nodded, then looked at the sky, seemingly lost in thought, his lips moving slightly, wondering what Yang Chen would feel when he saw him. What else could he do? You sold him out. Could he possibly kill you? It seems he really could. Meng Yao looked at Chen Tianxin and smiled charmingly. You just can't wait for me to die early so you can inherit my position. Can you? Chen Tianxin chuckled lightly, not taking Meng Yao's words to heart. They were both geniuses of this era and should have common topics to discuss. Chen Tianxin propped his chin, uncertainly saying, "What is the point of discussing this? When he arrives, we will naturally know." Gue Xing chuckled strangely. Chen Tianxin nodded, then turned to Dan Shou, who had been silent, and said with a smile, "What's wrong, Dan Shou? Your master is here. Aren't you happy? Perhaps you will have a little junior brother soon." Dan Shou's cold face rarely broke into a smile as he stiffly said, "If he really can become my little junior brother, I won't be so lonely anymore." Chen Tianxin glanced at Dan Shou, then fell silent, merely letting out a soft sigh, his gaze returning to the sky. Just then, the roar of an airplane echoed from above, and a tiny appeared in the sky. If it weren't for the presence of several Grandmaster-level experts, it would have been difficult to see clearly. "He's here," Chen Tianxin said softly. Immediately, even Wang Lao raised his head, his hunched body straightening considerably as he looked at the gradually enlarging white, a glimmer of light flashing in his murky eyes. Meng Yao also put away her charm and became serious for once. Gue Xing and Dan Shou were similarly affected, with Dan Shou's face turning red, his whole body slightly trembling with excitement. Soon, a violent gust of wind spread out, and a huge passenger plane slowly came to a stop beside the crowd. After a while, the plane's door slowly opened. A remarkably young man stepped out from the aircraft. The young man's appearance bore a hint of youthfulness, and behind him was an ancient-looking sword sheath, for which an aura of age emanated. As soon as the young man stepped out of the plane, a powerful aura surged forth. This was not something he intentionally created. It was simply because his strength was too formidable. Even if he tried to control it, a very subtle breath still emanated. But it was those extremely subtle breaths that created a strong aura. The young man's immense power was self-evident. "Welcome, Minister Liu." Chen Tianxin was the first to greet him, his demeanor as warm as spring. With a slight motion of his body, he dissipated the young man's aura. The young man, however, seemed unconcerned, a slight smile playing on his lips. Master Chen. Behind Chen Tianxin, Wang Lao and the others quickly followed suit. The young man glanced around at Wang Lao and the others, briefly pausing on Dan Shou before moving on. Dan Shou seemed to sense the young man's pause. An excitement filled him as he straightened his back and puffed out his chest while looking at the young man. The young man merely smiled faintly, then turned his gaze back to Chen Tianxin and said, "Where is that person? I want to meet him." Chen Tianxin, with an elegant smile, waved his hand, glanced at his watch, and said, "He should be here soon. If all goes well, he will arrive shortly." The young man nodded and, following Chen Tianxin's lead, walked toward the airport's VIP lounge, accompanied by numerous Grandmasters. Meanwhile, outside Jiangnan City, a black sedan sped through the sky toward Jiangnan Airport. Inside the car, Yang Chen furrowed his brow slightly and said in a deep voice, "This doesn't seem to be heading in the direction of level 98. While speaking, Yang Chen became more vigilant. Although his sense of direction was poor, the tallest building in Jiangnan City was the headquarters of level 98, and, clearly, this direction was not toward the Jiangnan headquarters. The middle-aged driver smiled faintly and said, "Wang Lao mentioned that if he picked you up, he would take you directly to Jiangnan Airport." "Airport?" Yang Chen murmured, yet his vigilance did not lessen. His life experiences had taught him never to trust anyone easily. Indeed, as the sedan sped along, the scene of Jiangnan Airport came into Yang Chen's view. In his sight, the area around Jiangnan Airport was filled with superhumans. Not a single ordinary person was in sight. This made Yang Chen even more puzzled. Logically speaking, the airport should be a place with a high volume of passengers. How could they prevent ordinary people from entering? What a huge undertaking that must be. However, at the same time, Yang Chen's vigilance was slightly eased. After all, even though he was very powerful, he wouldn't mobilize such a massive operation. There must be other factors at play that he was unaware of. The sedan slowly came to a stop, and under the guidance of the middle-aged man in black, Yang Chen walked toward the airport's VIP lounge. Inside the lounge, Chen Tianxin and others had already taken their seats. Upon hearing footsteps outside, Chen Tianxin smiled slightly and said to the young man, "He's here." Everyone's gaze turned toward the door. Creak! The door swung open, and Yang Chen's figure appeared before the eyes of the Grandmasters. Chapter 37, Lu Feng. As soon as Yang Chen saw that Chen Tianxin and the others were in the VIP room, he was immediately bewildered and asked in confusion, "Master Chen, old Wang, what are you doing?" At the same time, Yang Chen also noticed the young man sitting next to Chen Tianxin, who was carrying a sword box on his back. Yang Chen was puzzled. How could such a young person sit together with Chen Tianxin? It should be noted that old Wang and the others were seated below Chen Tianxin, while the young man's position was completely on par with Chen Tianxin. This person seemed to be about the same age as him. Who is this person to be able to achieve such a status? Yang Chen's heart was filled with doubts. At this moment, Chen Tianxin spoke up. "The flying tiger was killed?" Yang Chen nodded and then said with some annoyance, "Master Chen, I really think the intelligence personnel for number 98 need to be properly reorganized. They clearly reported the S-level peak flying tiger as an S-level mid-tier. This is completely misreporting." Chen Tianxin and old Wang forced themselves to suppress their laughter and then cleared their throats, with Chen Tianxin saying, "Ahem. We will naturally handle the personnel responsible for the intelligence. Did you bring the inner core of the flying tiger? Show it to me." "Oh." Yang Chen took out the inner core of the flying tiger from his spatial ring. The moment Yang Chen revealed the spatial ring, both Chen Tianxin and the young man's brows twitched in unison, and they exchanged glances. Spatial ring. Chen Tianxin looked at the blue glowing spatial ring in Yang Chen's hand, a thoughtful expression flashing in his deep-set eyes. The quality of this spatial ring is not low. It seems this kid has a great opportunity. However, Chen Tianxin didn't dwell on it too much. After all, everyone has their own opportunities. He himself had also received many opportunities when he was young. The opportunities of the younger generation should be left for them to seize. Anyway, Chen Tianxin didn't need them. Chen Tianxin took the inner core of the flying tiger, and the moment he touched Yang Chen's fingertip, he was momentarily stunned, looking at Yang Chen, and blurted out, "You have advanced S level?" Yang Chen nodded and said, "It seems I can't hide it from Master Chen. I accidentally advanced to S level during the trip to White Tiger Mountain. Otherwise, dealing with this flying tiger would have been somewhat difficult. Yang Chen still concealed some facts and didn't say everything. However, even so, it was enough to shock Chen Tianxin. It should be known that when Chen Tianxin saw Yang Chen 2 days ago, he hadn't even reached the peak of A level. In just 2 days, he had directly advanced from A level to S level. Moreover, in Chen Tianxin's perception, Yang Chen's foundation was extremely solid, without a hint of frivolity. This is somewhat abnormal. Chen Tianxin now had no interest in looking at the inner core of the flying tiger, instead continuously sizing up Yang Chen as if he had discovered a precious treasure. The young man also seemed to have gained some interest, his lively eyes carefully observing Yang Chen, and then his eyes slightly lit up. What a pity. If it weren't for my promise, I might really have taken you as my disciple. Some people are going to benefit from this. Chen Tianxin sighed, his words carrying deeper meaning. Yang Chen humbly replied, Master Chen, you flatter me. Old Wang and the others also looked at Yang Chen in unison. Their eyes filled with shock. Even though they were all Grandmasters or above, upon seeing the speed of Yang Chen's cultivation, they were also somewhat astonished. It should be known that while advancing from A level to S level is somewhat simpler than advancing to Grandmaster, it still has considerable difficulty. But how many days did Yang Chen take? Just 2 days. Cough, cough. He's the disciple you introduced to me, right? Just as everyone was in shock, the young man slowly stood up, cleared his throat, and looked at Yang Chen. Yang Chen was taken aback, looking at Chen Tianxin with a questioning gaze. The master you mentioned to me is this guy? This person who looks about the same age as me? Although Yang Chen couldn't discern the young man's cultivation level, it didn't matter how high it was. The most important thing was whether he could teach him well. What can a guy who looks about the same age as me teach me? Yang Chen had imagined many times what his future master would be like. Possibly an elder like Old Wang or a middle-aged man. But he never expected that his master would be a young man roughly his age. As if seeing through Yang Chen's thoughts, Chen Tianxin gently said, This one is one of the true leaders of number 98. As for why he looks this way, that's a long story from a long time ago, and I want to explain it. Just think of him as a figure like Tian Shan Tong Lao. Yang Chen then sighed in relief. Thankfully, it was an old monster. However, for some reason, he always felt a bit awkward when looking at the young man. The young man stepped forward and then carefully scrutinized Yang Chen again, smiling. Let me introduce myself. I am Lu Feng, the head of number 98. You will follow me from now on. With this statement, it was clear that Lu Feng regarded Yang Chen as his disciple. Yang Chen fidgeted a bit and then awkwardly said, I've met my master. Kid, don't doubt me. Even Chen Tianxin may not be my opponent. Lu Feng looked at Yang Chen's expression, holding his sword box, and then lightly lifted one corner of the box, instantly unleashing a violent aura. Boom, boom, boom. The terrifying power exploded in an instant. Yang Chen, being the closest, quickly operated his cultivation. But he was horrified to find that the spiritual energy in his dantian seemed to be trapped in a quagmire. No matter how he operated, he couldn't mobilize it. In desperation, he activated his flame ability, and flames immediately enveloped Yang Chen's body, slightly blocking that terrifying aura. However, the items in the VIP room suffered greatly, being turned into powder and scattering throughout the hall. Even Old Wang and the others had to activate their cultivation to remain safe here. After a moment, the young man smiled slightly and gently closed the sword box. The moment it closed, the aura vanished as if it had never appeared. The young man looked at Yang Chen and softly said, How about it? Do you believe me now? Chapter 38. The Mayor's Son. Yang Chen nodded in shock, looking at Lu Feng with a hint of fear in his eyes. So powerful. Just a slight movement released an aura that even Yang Chen couldn't contend with. It's important to note that Yang Chen was no longer a novice who had just entered the world of superpowers. However, even so, when the corner of a knife box was lifted, Yang Chen still couldn't bear it. What level of existence was this person before him? Yang Chen's perception of Lu Feng had risen significantly. He had seen his master. Yang Chen directly bowed slightly to Lu Feng and respectfully said, Master, please. At this moment, Yang Chen finally recognized this master that Chen Tianxin had found for him from the bottom of his heart. Previously, there had been some reservations. Lu Feng nodded in satisfaction and then sat down in his seat, looking at Yang Chen. Yang Chen immediately understood and brought a cup of tea from his side, gently walking forward to present it. "Master, please have some tea." "Good." Lu Feng smiled faintly, took the tea that Yang Chen offered, took a gentle sip, and then looked at Yang Chen with satisfaction. "You could be considered my second disciple. Come meet your senior brother." "Senior brother?" Yang Chen glanced around and found that apart from the Grandmaster, there was no one else present. At that moment, Dan Shou slowly walked out, a rare smile appearing on his stiff face. But no matter how one looked at it, this smile was somewhat creepy. "Junior brother." Dan Shou held a large knife in one hand and waved at Yang Chen with the other. Yang Chen was taken aback, and a wave of emotions rose in his heart. Dan Shou was Lu Feng's disciple. It's important to note that Dan Shou was already a figure at the Shackled Realm, an invincible existence under Tianmen. Yet, such an existence was actually Lu Feng's disciple. Hiss! Terrifying! Yang Chen gasped and clicked his tongue. "Senior brother." Yang Chen also bowed. Just then, the door of the VIP room slowly opened, and a middle-aged man with a square face walked in, followed by a young man with a defiant expression. His eyes raised high as if he didn't regard anyone in sight. "Greetings, esteemed masters." As soon as the middle-aged man entered, he bowed to everyone and then looked at Chen Tianxin. Chen Tianxin was momentarily stunned, seemingly not expecting this person to come, but still smiled and said to Lu Feng, "Old Lu, this is our mayor of Jiangnan City, Lu Zihan." Lu Feng's expression was not pleasant. He looked calmly at Lu Zihan, who immediately broke out in a layer of fine sweat on his forehead. "Who allowed you to come in?" The voice was not loud, but everyone in the VIP room could hear it clearly. However, even after hearing this, the Grandmasters made no move, merely casting their eyes aside, as if this matter had nothing to do with them. Yang Chen remained silent, silently standing beside Dan Shou. His master seemed a bit angry. Lu Zihan felt as if he were facing a prehistoric beast. Although his cultivation was not weak, otherwise, he wouldn't be able to sit in the position of mayor of Jiangnan City with a terrifying S-level cultivation, just half a step away from the Grandmaster realm. But facing Lu Feng, he felt like a child confronting a towering giant, appearing somewhat insignificant. "Lord Lu." Lu Zihan stammered, feeling dry and tongue-tied. "I need an explanation. Otherwise, tomorrow Jiangnan City's mayor will be replaced." Lu Feng's finger lightly tapped on the armrest of the chair, producing a crisp sound that was extremely jarring in the entire hall. In Lu Zihan's ears, it sounded like the sound of death's scythe. "I came here to have Lord Lu meet my son." Lu Zihan lowered his head and hurriedly said, fearing that he would be directly killed by Lu Feng before he even finished speaking. His son was considered a genius in the Jiangnan region, having reached B-level at just over 20 years of age, and he had learned through certain channels that Lu Feng would come to Jiangnan City today. He wanted to showcase his son's talents to Lu Feng, hoping that if Lu Feng could take him as a disciple, his entire family would rise in status. He even thought that he might receive some small favors and perhaps step into the Grandmaster realm. However, while he envisioned this beautifully, he forgot that he had the status to meet Lu Feng. Who is Lu Feng? Lu Feng is the ruler of number 98, one of the highest-ranking figures in all of Huaxia. He is also one of the top people on the entire planet, not to mention just a small mayor of Jiangnan City. Even a Grandmaster would show utmost respect when meeting Lu Feng. His reckless entry had already displeased Lu Feng. The young man behind Lu Zihan watched his father like this, gritting his teeth, and stood up, saying, "Minister Lu, my father is still the mayor of Jiangnan City. Why be so aggressive? Shut up." Before Lu Feng could respond, Lu Zihan shouted loudly, his cold sweat becoming even more intense, feeling an impulse to beat his son to death. "Damn it, can't you see the situation? That is the ruler of number 98. Your father isn't even worthy to hold his shoes." I have to say, Lu Zihan's self-awareness is quite clear now. He realized that having his son become Lu Feng's disciple was definitely impossible. Lu Feng looked at the young man and said lightly, "What is your name?" The young man raised his head and said, "This young master is Lu Ming. Did I tell you to raise your head?" Lu Feng shouted angrily. With a slight pressure of his hand, a terrifying force suddenly erupted on Lu Ming's head. Bang! Under everyone's gaze, Lu Ming suddenly crashed into the floor, the powerful force driving him completely into the ground. leaving him in an upside-down position. TSK, TSK. Yang Chen looked at Lu Ming with a bit of pity. Why did this kid have to show off? Now he had gone too far. Minister Lu, please forgive him. The child is ignorant. I ask Minister Lu to show mercy. Lu Zihan immediately knelt on the ground, pleading with Lu Feng. Chapter 39, Giving You a Chance. Lu Zihan knelt on the floor. A mayor of Jiangnan City and an S-class supernatural being. Without a Grandmaster, he was a figure who could cover the sky with one hand in the entire Jiangnan. Yet now, he was kneeling here. He now understood that some of his small calculations were nothing in front of true powerhouses, and it was even difficult to bring them up. Now, his son had been directly pinned to the floor, and, as a father, he had to put aside his pride and plead. Master Chen, could you help me speak a few words? Lu Zihan looked at Chen Tianxin, his eyes filled with deep pleading. Chen Tianxin glanced at the kneeling Lu Zihan. To be fair, Lu Zihan could be considered his colleague. When he wasn't around, it was Lu Zihan who maintained Jiangnan City. As he said, although Lu Zihan had no merits, he still had some hardships. Cough, cough. Chen Tianxin cleared his throat and then smiled at Lu Feng, saying, Brother Lu, give him some face. It's just a kid. A small punishment is enough. Lu Feng looked at Chen Tianxin with a half-smile and said, It's not that I'm unwilling to give you face, Brother Chen. You should know that a Grandmaster cannot be insulted. Chen Tianxin thought for a moment, then looked at Lu Zihan and smiled. Mayor Lu, you also know that a Grandmaster cannot be insulted. Moreover, it's Brother Lu. How about this? You apologize to Brother Lu, and then offer some gifts. I'll help you speak again, and this matter will be settled, okay? Lu Zihan was already a seasoned player in the political arena. How could he not hear the two of them working together to get something good? Lu Zihan gritted his teeth, and then took out a herb emitting a blue glow from the ring on his hand. A look of pain flashed across his face, and then he trembled as he handed it to Lu Feng, whispering, Minister Lu, this is a high-quality, ordinary herb I obtained by accident. I hope Minister Lu can forgive my son's ignorance. Lu Feng took the herb, but his gaze lingered on Lu Zihan's fingers. My dear Liu, you have quite a few good things, huh? This spatial ring. Some Grandmasters may not even have one. Yet you possess it. Lu Zihan's face changed drastically, turning pale instantly. Minister Lu, this. For a moment, Lu Zihan became incoherent. Did Lu Feng want his spatial ring? It's been a lot of resources and time to obtain it. It could be said that 9/10 of his wealth was in this spatial ring. Not to mention, this spatial ring was priceless. All right, Minister Lu has far-sighted vision. How could he covet this little ordinary spatial ring of yours? Chen Tianxin patted Lu Zihan's shoulder and then helped him up. Right, Brother Lu. Lu Feng's gaze flickered slightly, then he smiled indeed, hearing Lu Feng's words. Lu Zihan finally breathed a sigh of relief, then looked at his son. At this moment, Lu Ming's feet were still kicking on the floor. And my son. Lu Zihan cautiously looked at Lu Feng, fearing that he might anger him again. He was no longer as spirited as before. Now he resembled a lowly servant, needing to read his master's mood for everything. Lu Feng waved his hand nonchalantly and said, just pull him up. Upon hearing this, Lu Zihan hurriedly lifted his son from the floor, infusing spiritual energy into Lu Ming's body to heal his injuries. After a while, Lu Ming finally recovered and woke up. However, Lu Ming, perhaps due to a concussion, immediately wanted to shout again upon waking. But he was quickly silenced by Lu Zihan covering his mouth. Then, he awkwardly smiled at Lu Feng, saying, Minister Lu, you all carry on. We'll take our leave first. Saying this, he pulled his son towards the exit. But just as Lu Zihan turned around, he heard, stop. Lu Feng slowly stood up and said calmly, did I let you leave? Lu Zihan's footsteps trembled, and cold sweat began to drip from his forehead as he looked at Lu Feng and said, Minister Lu, is there anything else you need to instruct? He was genuinely scared and wanted to escape quickly. Was it not better to stay at home? Why come here to seek death? Now, Lu Zihan just wanted to slap himself. Now he had offended the top figure in Huaxia, and his position as mayor was likely nearing its end. He knew many people below were watching him. Lu Zihan wiped the cold sweat off his forehead, trembling as he looked at Lu Feng. Lu Feng took a few steps toward Lu Zihan and smiled. You can avoid the death penalty, but not the living penalty. However, I'm not a bloodthirsty person. I can give your son a chance. What chance? Lu Zihan seemed to grasp at a lifeline, his eyes filled with hope. Lu Feng smiled faintly, then looked around the crowd, finally fixing his gaze on Yang Chen. Yang Chen was taken aback. What are you looking at me for? Seeing Lu Feng smile, Yang Chen felt a chill down his spine and involuntarily took a few steps back. Is he trying to set me up? Lu Feng couldn't help but laugh at Yang Chen's reaction, pointing at him. Come out. Yang Chen seemed to understand Lu Feng's intentions and looked at Lu Ming, who at that moment had his mouth covered by Lu Zihan, wanting to speak but unable to. Yang Chen shook his head and stood beside Lu Feng. All right, looking for trouble for myself? Huh? Is there a master like you? Lu Zihan also noticed Yang Chen, but since Yang Chen's cultivation was not displayed, he didn't even know Yang Chen's level of strength. However, seeing Yang Chen was so young, he felt slightly relieved. All right, let your son take action. If he can defeat him, I will take your son as my disciple. How about that? Lu Zihan's eyes lit up, and he hurriedly said, Minister Lu, are you serious? Serious. Lu Zihan's breathing became heavy, his chest rising and falling. He never expected to have such an opportunity. He looked at his son, filled with confidence, and without thinking, he agreed. Okay, Chapter 40. Yang Chen takes action. Lu Zihan released her son's mouth and said to him, Son, your opportunity has come. Defeat that person, and you can become Minister Lu's disciple. At this moment, Lu Ming's eyes also brightened slightly. Although he had been disrespectful to Lu Feng before, he would still be very willing to become Lu Feng's disciple. As the son of the mayor of Jiangnan City, he knew that Lu Feng was a significant figure in the whole of Huaxia. If he could become a disciple of such a person, even if he was not particularly outstanding, becoming a Grandmaster would be a sure thing. That is a Grandmaster. Even his father had not reached that level. As long as he became Lu Feng's disciple, he would definitely become a Grandmaster. Not just Lu Zihan, but Lu Ming's breathing also became heavy as he looked at Yang Chen, his eyes filled with intense fighting spirit. As long as he defeated this person, he could become Lu Feng's disciple. Although he didn't know the details of the young man in front of him, as the son of the mayor of Jiangnan City, he had been surrounded by rare treasures since childhood, and he did not believe there was anyone more talented than himself. Yang Chen looked at Lu Ming's eyes and couldn't help but laugh. Did he really think of himself as a soft persimmon? Yang Chen sighed. Was this person really that foolish? The fact that he could appear here clearly showed he had some abilities, yet he underestimated him? No wonder Lu Ming acted the way he did before. It turned out the whole family was not very clever. Ahem, since that's the case, let's settle it here. After all, it's spacious enough. Chen Tianxin also stepped forward at this moment, coughed lightly, and then unleashed a wave of spiritual energy that enveloped both Lu Ming and Yang Chen. Go ahead and fight. This way, there won't be any damage to the surroundings. Chen Tianxin watched the two with a look of amusement, his eyes slightly narrowed as he teased. The barrier enveloped the two, while the others stood outside it, ensuring fairness. However, it was inherently unfair for Lu Ming to fight Yang Chen. Chen Tianxin was not a good person. Yang Chen didn't care about this. Lu Ming hadn't seen through his cultivation, but he had seen through Lu Ming's. Wasn't he just a B-level? Not to mention now, even when Yang Chen had just entered the ranks of ability users, he could have easily defeated him. Therefore, this battle was as easy for Yang Chen as solving a test meant for elementary school students. However, Lu Ming did not think so. Lu Ming grinned maliciously, rubbing his fists, and said to Yang Chen, Kid, it's not too late to admit defeat now. He was determined to win this battle, not only to become Lu Feng's disciple, but also to escape Lu Feng's punishment. As long as he defeated the kid in front of him, he could do it. Yang Chen looked at this somewhat dim-witted guy helplessly and said lightly, Come on. Seeking death. Seeing Yang Chen's somewhat disdainful expression, Lu Ming instantly became furious, and a long spear suddenly appeared, its cold light flashing within the barrier. Weapon ability. Yang Chen's eyes flickered. This was the second weapon type ability user he had encountered, the first being that A-level person from the island nation. Yang Chen was somewhat interested in weapon abilities. However, when he saw Lu Ming's long spear, he felt disappointed. It wasn't a long sword. If it were a sword, he might have been able to devour it later. After all, that Songlong Wuhu sword was too high in rank and would easily attract covetous eyes if taken out. Especially after Yang Chen learned about the realm beyond Grandmaster. He developed such feelings. Lu Ming roared, the long spear suddenly thrusting forward with the momentum of breaking through bamboo. The spiritual energy within his body operating at its peak, all concentrated at the spear tip. The air around the spear tip was directly torn apart and extinguished. The powerful force erupted instantly, carrying a fierce aura, stabbing towards Yang Chen. Yang Chen intended to toy with him, not in a hurry to strike back. Constantly dodging Lu Ming's attacks. The barrier was not large, but for some reason, Yang Chen's body moved like a swimming fish, flickering around within the barrier. No matter how Lu Ming attacked, he couldn't even touch Yang Chen. Damn it, do you only know how to run? Lu Ming was somewhat frustrated, the speed of his spear thrust slowing down. He had initially aimed to crush Yang Chen in one go, but who knew Yang Chen was so slippery that with Lu Ming's speed, he couldn't hit him at all. It was just a waste of his energy. Yang Chen chuckled silently. Wow, did you think fighting was like playing cat and mouse? Did he have to stand right in front of you waiting to be killed? Yang Chen felt somewhat disdainful. Indeed, this rich young master thought too simply. Yang Chen dodged Lu Ming's long spear once again, then slightly moved his lips. Young Master Lu, I'm going to make my move. You better block it. Lu Ming twirled his spear, planting it upright on the ground, saying, come at me. Yang Chen's face was hidden in the shadows, smiling slightly. You better block well. Don't get killed by me. As soon as the words fell, Yang Chen's figure moved like a ghost, leaving behind a series of afterimages within the barrier. Before Lu Ming could react, he saw a massive fist gradually growing larger in his view. Bang! A punch directly struck Lu Ming in the abdomen. The powerful force exploded on Lu Ming's stomach, and the tremendous inertia slammed him against the barrier. Fortunately, Yang Chen had held back, only using a layer of his power. Otherwise, with Yang Chen's punch, Lu Ming's body would have shattered. Lu Ming fell down, crashing hard onto the ground. His body convulsed, unable to get back up. Mingya, Lu Zihan outside the barrier, was furious. That was her son. Her son had been beaten to such a state by this barely grown kid. Pain instantly spread within her. And at the same time, an endless rage surged into Lu Zihan's mind. At this moment, she had forgotten that Lu Feng and Chen Tianxin were also present. Her eyes were only on Yang Chen, who had beaten her son into such a miserable state. I want you dead. Lu Zihan's pupils instantly turned red. Veins bulging on her face, and a terrifying aura exploded in an instant. S level. Chapter 41. The Angry Lu Zihan. Boom, boom, boom. Behind Lu Zihan, a massive phantom of a python slowly emerged, its large triangular eyes glinting with a cold light, and its forked tongue flickering continuously. Beast-type abilities. Yang Chen noticed the change in Lu Zihan, and when he looked over, he happened to see Lu Zihan's abilities erupting. Beast-type abilities are also quite rare among ability users and are of high quality. Lu Zihan is, after all, an S-rank beast-type ability user. You are dead. A stream of white air was expelled from Lu Zihan's nostrils. Coupled with a huge python phantom behind him, it looked somewhat terrifying. The surrounding Grandmasters all looked at Lu Zihan, but after a slight shake of his head, Lu Zihan did not make a move. It should be noted that even an old-school S-rank ability user like Lu Zihan would seem like a child in front of a Grandmaster. If they wanted to, Lu Zihan wouldn't even have the time to use his abilities before being captured directly. Clearly, this group of Grandmasters did not make a move. Or rather, Lu Feng didn't allow them to. Lu Feng looked at Yang Chen with great interest. Although he had heard some information about Yang Chen's strength from Chen Tianxin, he still wanted to see for himself where Yang Chen's strength and talent lay, especially regarding a certain person. And Lu Zihan, as an S-rank ability user, was the best experimental subject. Lu Zihan was not weak. Among S-rank users, he was quite strong, almost stepping into the realm of Grandmasters. Otherwise, he wouldn't have stood out among many S-rank powerhouses to become the mayor of Jiangnan City. It should be noted that Jiangnan City is the core of the entire Jiangnan region, and becoming its mayor requires strong business acumen and strength. Clearly, Lu Zihan possessed such strength. Lu Zihan's neck twisted strangely, and dense scales emerged on his body. making him look like a scaled creature. Then, his entire body surged with extreme speed, launching a punch toward Yang Chen. Yang Chen's gaze slightly narrowed. Lu Zihan's strength was formidable. In Yang Chen's perception, even the S-rank flying tiger from before was weaker. Yang Chen's gaze flickered slightly. If it were when I was a rank, I might have been somewhat wary of you. But now what are you? Yang Chen also became somewhat irritated. Dealing with the lesser ones and then facing the stronger ones was something he always disliked. So he decided not to hold back. Boom, boom, boom. Flames erupted and extreme temperatures ignited, enveloping Yang Chen's body. Yang Chen appeared as a giant of fire. With every movement, the air around him burned, and the surrounding space slightly distorted. Yang Chen threw a punch directly at Lu Zihan's body. However, Lu Zihan, being an experienced powerhouse, retained his battle instincts even in anger. His body twisted like a soft-bodied animal, bizarrely dodging Yang Chen's punch. Lu Zihan's body moved like a python, and his arm shot out like a slender rope, directly locking Yang Chen's arm, extinguishing the flames on Yang Chen's arm. Yang Chen's body trembled as he saw Lu Zihan's other arm coming toward him. Get away! Yang Chen's blood energy exploded in an instant, and a terrifying force erupted from Lu Zihan's body. Thick blood energy surrounded Yang Chen, pushing Lu Zihan back several steps before he finally stopped. Lu Zihan looked at Yang Chen with some caution. Being pushed back by him meant that the person's strength was certainly not weaker than his own. Though he was enraged, Lu Zihan still retained a sliver of clarity. He could still make a preliminary judgment on the strength of his opponent. However, even so, Lu Zihan would not hold back. Just after Lu Zihan steadied himself, spiritual energy surged, and the giant python phantom behind him instantly transformed into a stream of light that merged into Lu Zihan's body. Then, under Yang Chen's watch, Lu Zihan's body suddenly began to swell, and dense scales emerged on his body. He transformed into the form of a python. This was the exclusive ability of beast-type ability users. Possession. Beast-type abilities could enhance the host's physical capabilities and could also possess the host, allowing the host's body to reach the level of a spirit beast for a short time. It should be noted that the body of a spirit beast is inherently much stronger than that of a human at the same level. Therefore, beast-type ability users have a significant advantage in capabilities among peers. Feeling Lu Zihan's aura gradually becoming stronger, Yang Chen also became increasingly serious. However, he still had no worries in his heart. While the physical body of a spirit beast is strong, Yang Chen's Grandmaster body is even more powerful. All beings below the Grandmaster level are ants. This was not just a saying, it was based on solid facts. And Yang Chen's invincibility below the Grandmaster level was no idle boast. No matter how strong Lu Zihan was among S-rank ability users, he was still just S-rank. While Yang Chen was a physical Grandmaster, Yang Chen's disdain for Lu Zihan reached its peak, so he decided not to hold back any longer. His fire abilities instantly reached their peak, and his physical strength began to operate continuously. As for the other ability users, Yang Chen had no intention of using them, as there were still many Grandmasters present. Too many eyes watching. It was time to end this farce. Yang Chen chuckled lightly. Then his eyes suddenly shot out a brilliant light, landing on Lu Zihan. Just after Lu Zihan completed his possession, he felt a wave of fear spreading in his heart. It was his python ability that was trembling. How could this be? Lu Zihan suddenly raised his head, just in time to meet Yang Chen's indifferent gaze, and his heart tightened. He then saw Yang Chen's figure disappear from his sight. When he reappeared, Lu Zihan realized that Yang Chen had somehow appeared right in front of him, flames engulfing his vision. Then, Lu Zihan felt a sharp pain spread across his face, and his entire being fell into a state of confusion. Bang! The deafening sound reverberated as Lu Zihan's body turned into an arc midair and violently crashed onto the floor. Chapter 40. The Death of Lu Zihan. Bang! A loud noise echoed throughout the entire hall, and the barrier set up by Chen Tianxin was directly shattered by the two. Oh no! It should be said that it was shattered by Yang Chen. Lu Feng's eyes flickered. This kid is impressive. He hasn't even used his full strength yet. Lu Feng had sharp eyesight. Even if Yang Chen didn't use his full strength, Lu Feng could see it. Meanwhile, Chan Tianxin looked regretfully at the cracks on the floor. Sighing, more money to spend. But he didn't mention Lu Zihan at all. Lu Zihan was the mayor of Jiangnan City, such a high status. Yet in the eyes of everyone, he was less significant than this cracked floor. To be honest, Lu Zihan's situation was a bit unfortunate. No wonder he was called Yang's little brother. Meng Yao smiled gently, her beautiful eyes sparkling with brilliance. Even Dan Shou nodded in approval, seeing great potential in Yang Chun. This kid is somewhat abnormal. Just a couple of days ago, he was so weak, and now he is so strong, almost reaching the master level. Gu Xing looked at Yang Chun as if he had seen a ghost. At this moment, Lu Zihan, who had been struck down to the floor by Yang Chun, struggled to get up, the humanity in his pupils gradually fading. This is the flaw of beast-type abilities. If the possession lasts too long, one might completely lose their humanity, becoming a bloodthirsty existence like a spirit beast. Half human, half beast. Hiss. Lu Zihan's neck twisted strangely, his tongue flicking out, but it resembled a snake's tongue. His eyes instantly turned crimson, looking from afar like two red beans. Yang Chun frowned slightly, unsure of what had happened to Lu Zihan. However, Yang Chun could still confirm one thing. Lu Zihan's strength had increased. Indeed, as humanity gradually faded and was replaced by beastly instincts, the host's strength would also gradually become stronger. However, once the beastly instincts completely dominated, humanity would be directly extinguished by the beastly instincts, severing all ties with humanity. Minister Lu this. Elder Wang looked at Lu Zihan's appearance, raised his head, and saw Lu Feng, a hint of concern appearing in his eyes. Don't worry. No matter how strong Lu Zihan is, he can't reach the Master Realm. Just watch. Maybe this kid will surprise us. Lu Feng raised his hand, stopping Elder Wang's words. And then his deep-set eyes seemed to have stars swirling within them, focusing on Yang Chen's body. Kid, show me your full strength. Lu Feng murmured, the excitement in his eyes growing stronger. This time, he had truly gained a good disciple. Lu Feng was quite satisfied with this trip to Jiangnan. 4 top-tier experts like Lu Feng, who were already invincible in the world, what interested them most, aside from continuing to climb to higher realms, was imparting knowledge and solving doubts. A good disciple could keep them excited for a long time, and Yang Chun was clearly such a promising seedling. Hiss! At that moment, Lu Zihan suddenly roared, the scales on his body standing on end, shimmering with cold light, and a terrifying aura burst forth from Lu Zihan's body. A thin mist spread out, filling the entire space. Then, in Yang Chen's line of sight, a sharp water arrow shot out instantly, aiming at Yang Chun. Yang Chen's eyes narrowed, his body moved slightly, and with extreme speed, he barely dodged it. However, after dodging the first one, a dense barrage of water arrows continuously shot toward Yang Chun from behind. Damn, so many! Seeing the densely packed water arrows, Yang Chun felt a bit numb on his scalp, constantly dodging in the confined space, while also activating his fire ability to try and disperse these water arrows. But water and fire have always been incompatible. Water restrains fire, and Yang Chen's spiritual energy cultivation was roughly on par with Lu Zihan's, with Lu Zihan holding a slight advantage. Especially now that Lu Zihan's aura was continuously growing stronger, it became even more difficult to resist. One water arrow struck Yang Chen's body, then quietly exploded, tearing his clothes apart and revealing Yang Chen's somewhat muscular physique. The barrage of water arrows turned Yang Chen's skin red and purple. It should be noted that Yang Chen's body was at the master level. A master-level body was being battered to such an extent by these water arrows. If it had been any other S-level ability user, they would have likely been pierced through. The difference between master-level spiritual energy and physical body was a qualitative leap. The gap was not trivial. Yang Chun gritted his teeth, and then a fierce look appeared in his eyes. Dispersing the flames around his body, Yang Chun strode forward, charging at Lu Zihan. Regardless of the dense water arrows hitting his body, seemingly unconcerned, Lu Zihan seemed to sense Yang Chen's intention. His body suddenly flickered, creating distance between them. One had to admit that Lu Zihan, after being overtaken by beastly instincts, had become somewhat more formidable in combat. Meanwhile, Chen Tianxin frowned slightly as he watched Lu Zihan darting around the hall. If it's a fight, then fight. Why are you running everywhere? Soon after, a surge of spiritual energy instantly enveloped both Yang Chun and Lu Zihan. This barrier was much stronger than the previous one. At least, without the strength of a Grandmaster, it was impossible to break it. Lu Zihan glanced at Chen Tianxin outside the barrier, roared at him, and then continued to distance himself from Yang Chun within a barrier. Oh, turn into a beast and still provoked me. Chen Tianxin couldn't help but laugh. Yang Chun looked at the surrounding barrier and threw a grateful smile at Chen Tianxin. Then his gaze slowly fell on Lu Zihan. With a sinister smile, he said, "You keep running. If you can escape, I'll wash my hair upside down." Then his body suddenly flickered, resembling a cannonball, and the spot where he had stood moments ago revealed a huge pit, demonstrating just how great Yang Chen's power was. Bang! Yang Chen's fist directly struck Lu Zihan's body. But for some unknown reason, the scales immediately stood on end, and the scales on his body acted like little knives, leaving cuts on Yang Chen's fist. Hiss! Yang Chen felt some pain, and there was also a hint of surprise in his eyes. These scales are quite formidable. Even his master-level physique was injured. These scales seem really powerful. Shaking his hand, Yang Chen once again enveloped his body with flames. If he and T had some distance, he would have easily been injured by these scales, even with a master-level body. A strange smile appeared at the corner of Lu Zihan's mouth, as if mocking Yang Chen. His snake-like tongue flicked slightly, and his aura burst forth. He actually chose to attack directly. Yang Chen's pupils suddenly constricted, and then flames erupted into the sky. Streams of fire pillars instantly surged with violent energy toward Lu Zihan. The flames transformed into the shape of a dragon, roaring. The scorching temperature exploded to the extreme. Then, he struck out like a monarch of flames, a fire fist suddenly smashing toward Lu Zihan. Yang Chun shouted loudly, and the spiritual energy and physical body operated to the extreme. The terrifying power instantly exploded, shattering the air within several meters into a vacuum zone. Lu Zihan was entangled by several fire pillars, and when Yang Chen's fist fell, he was still oblivious. Boom! Flames erupted instantly on Lu Zihan's body. Scales shattered into tiny fragments, falling to the ground. Hiss! Lu Zihan cried out in pain, and then his pupils turned red, opening his mouth as if to bite Yang Chun. He would rather die than let Yang Chun have it easy. A trace of ruthlessness flashed in Yang Chen's eyes. Previously, considering Lu Zihan was still the mayor of Jiangnan City, or out of respect for him as a person, Yang Chun did not want to kill him. After all, they were both Chinese. However, the current Lu Zihan could no longer be considered a person. His humanity had been extinguished by his beastly nature. Even if he didn't kill him, those Grandmasters would still take action. Rather than getting injured himself and letting those Grandmasters act, Yang Chun would rather take action himself. Yang Chun roared again. No. At some point, Lu Ming, who had been knocked unconscious by Yang Chun, woke up and saw his father being beaten like this. Instantly feeling rage boiling in him as he shouted at Yang Chun. Yang Chun was momentarily taken aback by the shout, and inadvertently, his arm was bitten by Lu Zihan. Then a large chunk of flesh was torn off by Lu Zihan. You're looking for death. Yang Chen's heart hardened, flames erupted, and he threw punch after punch directly at Lu Zihan's face. Boom, boom, boom. After several punches, until Lu Zihan's breath weakened, Yang Chun finally released his grip, his face looking somewhat grim. The flames burned his wound, and no blood flowed out. However, Lu Zihan was bleeding profusely, blood flowing from all 6 orifices. It was somewhat chilling. Father. Lu Ming was somewhat broken down as he ran towards Lu Zihan, pushing Yang Chun aside and rushing to his father's side, holding him and crying uncontrollably. Yang Chun tended to his own wounds and then looked at Lu Ming, falling into silence. To be honest, he had no deep hatred with his father and son. At most, it was Lu Zihan wanting to take action for his son after seeing him beaten like that. But the change of events was too rapid. Lu Zihan, under Yang Chen's attack, became so enraged that his beastly nature replaced his humanity, leading to the situation spiraling out of control. This was something even those Grandmasters could not have predicted. But now that it had come to this, Lu Zihan could only die. Otherwise, if he were released, an S-class half-human, half-beast would be somewhat terrifying in destructive power. Therefore, when Lu Zihan's humanity was extinguished, his fate was already sealed. At this moment, Lu Feng slowly walked to Yang Chen's side, patted his shoulder, and softly said, "Don't mind it. These things will happen a lot. Adapt as soon as possible." Lu Feng truly had high hopes for Yang Chen, so when Yang Chen was feeling somewhat down, Lu Feng was the first to come and enlighten him. If such a genius were delayed by these matters, it would be a tremendous loss. Then Lu Feng looked towards Lu Ming and said, "Lu Ming, your father is already dead. This was his own doing, so don't blame others." Lu Ming's back stiffened slightly against Lu Feng's shadow, and after a long while, he said softly, "Understood." Then, under the watchful eyes of the Grandmasters, Lu Ming picked up his father's body and slowly walked out the door. Director Lu Ming remaining is just a disaster. At this moment, Chen Tianxin slowly walked over, looking at Lu Ming's back with a half-smile, half-crying expression. Lu Feng replied lightly, "Just a B-class, what waves can he make?" This time, considering his father's hard work, "I'll let him go once. I hope he can realize his mistakes. Indeed, it's time to leave some future for the Lu family." Chen Tianxin nodded. Yang Chen remained silent for a moment, then raised his head, his eyes filled with unprecedented light. He finally understood. Since he had entered the world of supernatural beings, how could there be no deaths? Death was very normal. The world of supernatural beings was far more competitive than the ordinary world. It was either you die or I forget. Many people might fight fiercely over a single herb, and some might even kill over a mere glance. What Yang Chen was experiencing now was just a small projection of the world of supernatural beings. Since he chose to enter this world, he had to try to integrate into it and become even stronger within it. Yang Chen slowly exhaled a breath of turbid air, then slightly bowed to Lu Feng, thanking him for his guidance. Lu Feng waved his hand dismissively, saying it was nothing. "You go clean up. We're preparing to return to number 98. After saying that, without waiting for Yang Chen to respond, he walked out towards the hall. Yang Chen was taken aback for a moment, then smiled bitterly. His master was indeed quite decisive. Afterwards, he did not dwell on this matter any longer, went to the restroom to clean his wounds slightly, and then walked out towards the main door. Chapter 43, The Ruins. At this moment, atop building number 98, in Chen Tianxin's office, the Grandmasters from Jiangnan, along with Lu Feng and Yang Chen, were gathered here. At this moment, Yang Chen had changed into new clothes, having discarded the ones torn by Lu Zihan. Although he felt a bit reluctant, he now had money. He wasn't afraid anymore. He had money, so he wanted to be a bit extravagant, even if the clothes were essentially free from building number 98. As long as it wasn't something he had to pay for, Yang Chen felt quite satisfied using it. He wasn't worried about waste. Lu Feng and the Grandmasters were seated on the sofa, and Yang Chen came in later, finding a spot to sit down as well. Seeing that everyone was present, Lu Feng cleared his throat and said that their visit to Jiangnan was not just because of Yang Chen, but there was a more important matter at hand. The other Grandmasters seemed to sense that Lu Feng was about to say something serious, their expressions becoming somewhat grave. Only Yang Chen, the clueless one, looked a bit bewildered. Yang Chen scratched his head and asked what was going on. Hearing Yang Chen's words, even Lu Feng paused for a moment, then smiled and said he had forgotten that Yang Chen didn't possess the Grandmaster level, so he would explain things to him. Lu Feng slowly stood up from the sofa, calm and composed, speaking about the revival of spiritual energy, which was the ancient spiritual energy of Earth. In ancient times, practitioners emerged, but now they were called abilities users. However, there was a period when spiritual energy was scarce, and Earth fell into a time of magic depletion, with no abilities users appearing. Yang Chen nodded. He had heard about this from Baihu before. But what did this have to do with what was to come? Lu Feng continued, saying that the revival of spiritual energy was not just about that. What else was there? There was also the revival of ruins. Ruins? Yang Chen was even more confused. He felt entirely lost today, like a fool. Lu Feng didn't mind Yang Chen's many questions and continued to explain that the so-called ruins were left behind by practitioners from ancient times. It should be known that the spiritual energy in ancient times was extremely abundant, and practitioners back then were incredibly powerful. Even the current grandmasters in that ancient era would at most be considered mid-tier existences. His Chen inhalet sarpli. He was well aware of what a grandmaster's level was. In today's world, grandmasters were at the pinnacle of the pyramid. The existence of a grandmaster could even bolster a nation's confidence significantly. Yet in ancient times, grandmasters were merely mid-tier. What level of prosperity did practitioners reach back then? Yang Chen found it hard to imagine. The surrounding Wang Lao and Chen Tianxin, knowing the situation, were not surprised and certainly did not feel disheartened. Even if they were only considered mid-tier in ancient times, so what? In today's world, they were still among the top tier. They only needed to compete with this era. The ancient times were just a bygone era. Now was their time. Lu Feng smiled and said that one of the main reasons for coming to Jiangnan was that a ruin was about to appear. Lu Feng said this as if the ruin was merely a common occurrence. At this moment, Yang Chen began to feel a bit interested. After all, it was something left behind from ancient times, and any abilities user would be extremely interested. However, what Yang Chen did not notice was that the expressions of the grandmasters, including Chen Tianxin, had turned grave. Ruins were not so easy to handle. However, Yang Chen was still unaware of this. Lu Feng noticed Yang Chen's mood and then said solemnly that while ruins indeed contained many treasures we currently did not possess, capable of creating many strong practitioners, he must say that there were also dangers within the ruins. Even grandmaster-level powerhouses could fall within them. Lu Feng's words struck Yang Chen like a wake-up call, extinguishing his earlier excitement. There are dangers? At this point, Yang Chen noticed the serious expressions of the grandmaster powerhouses around him, and his own expression gradually became serious. It seemed these grandmasters also felt that this ruin was somewhat dangerous. This trip to the ruin wouldn't be easy. Previously, Yang Chen had been thinking about scrounging some treasures from the ruins, but it seemed that along with opportunities, there were also endless dangers. What? Did he still think there would be free lunch falling from the sky? Lu Feng smiled at Yang Chen, enjoying watching him come to terms with the situation. Yang Chen awkwardly scratched his head. Was his thinking that obvious? Moreover, the greatest challenge was not the dangers within the ruins. Without giving Yang Chen a chance to process, Lu Feng continued. What could it be? Yang Chen fell into deep thought. If the dangers within the ruins were not the greatest challenge, then what was? Suddenly, a few words floated into Yang Chen's mind. Northern Europe, North America. Could it be that the emergence of the ruins would also attract Northern Europe and North America to come and take a slice? Master, but that. Yang Chen raised his head, his eyes sparkling as he looked at Lu Feng, as if confirming his answer. Lu Feng nodded slightly and said, you guessed correctly. When the ruins open, Northern Europe and North America will also come to Jiangnan to take a share. At that time, not only will we have to guard against the dangers within the ruins, but we will also have to be wary of the ruthless figures from those two countries. Yang Chen's expression grew serious. If that were the case, then the situation within the ruins would indeed be challenging. Just the dangers within the ruins were enough to cause grandmasters to fall, and on top of that, having to guard against those two countries' ruthless figures made this trip to the ruins truly troublesome. Then, Master, where is the location of the ruins? Without continuing to dwell on the previous issue, Yang Chen asked Lu Feng. Lu Feng looked at Yang Chen, a slight smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. You should be quite familiar with that location. Could it be? Yang Chen's mind jolted, and a long-forgotten name surfaced in his mind. That's right, it's Han City. Chapter 44. Target. Han City. Han City. Lu Feng's words instantly stirred up a storm in Yang Chen's heart. Han City is the place where Yang Chen has always lived. Although it is small, isn't there a saying that goes, though the sparrow is small, it has all the vital organs? In this small city of Han City, everything one could need is available. It also holds all the memories of Yang Chen's life. What shocked Yang Chen even more was that his system was obtained right in Han City. And now, this relic has opened in Han City. And it happened not long after he acquired the system, which made Yang Chen think a bit too much. Could this relic be related to his system? It's worth discussing. Moreover, Yang Chen was also worried that if this relic was related to his system, wouldn't his system be exposed? Yang Chen's eyes flickered for a moment before being suppressed. Luckily, Lu Feng is his master, so even if it was exposed, no one in the surface world of China would covet it. But who knows what might happen behind the scenes? Yang Chen is not someone who easily trusts others. What's wrong? The relic appears in Han City. Do you have feelings for it? Seeing Yang Chen's unusual reaction, Lu Feng said softly. Yang Chen suppressed his emotions and smiled, saying it was nothing. Just that Han City has always been where I live, and it's surprising that a relic like this would appear here. After all, Han City is not a big city like Jiangnan City. In fact, I find it strange too. Generally, the places where relics appear, even if they're not rich in spiritual energy, should at least have been abundant in spiritual energy during ancient times. However, Han City is just too small. Even in ancient times, that location wasn't considered a good one. So why did the relic appear here? Lu Feng also frowned and said. Hearing Lu Feng's words, Yang Chen became even more uncertain about whether this relic was related to his system. Forget it. It doesn't matter. We'll know when we go there. Lu Feng waved his hand and then returned to his seat, sitting down on the sofa. Yang Chen leaned his head against his hand, lost in thought. After all, is there a connection? The office fell into silence, so quiet that no one dared to break the atmosphere. After a moment, Chen Tianxin coughed, interrupting the thoughts of those around him. Since we all know, let's discuss some candidates. The eyes of Wang Lao and the others sparkled. Yes, it's time to choose candidates. This is an old rule. How about this? Let the master-level experts, Shan Shou and Meng Yao, lead the team, while the rest of us, including Wang Lao, stay in Han City to prevent those North European and North American charlatans from playing tricks. Lu Feng stroked his chin and said, Okay. Chen Tianxin was indifferent. After all, he could handle any position since a strong expert from Tianmen is not just a title. It's good to stay outside. At least there will be 2 Tianmen-level experts in the open, so those North European and North American people won't dare to act recklessly. As for S-level, is Yang Chen considered S-level? Lu Feng suddenly asked, causing everyone to look at each other with suspicion. Yes, does this kid count as S-level? If we're talking about cultivation, he undoubtedly is S-level. However, this kid's physique is already at the Grandmaster level, but if we consider him a Grandmaster, his cultivation is still S-level. What a monster! A group of people couldn't help but complain, having been supernatural beings for over a decade, or even decades. They had never seen a monster like Yang Chen. Yang Chen snapped back to reality from his thoughts and saw a group of Grandmasters looking at him with strange expressions. Touching his face, Yang Chen asked in confusion, Do I have something on my face? Why are you looking at me like that? Cough. Let us just consider Yang as S-level. After all, the ones getting tricked later will be those people, and our people won't be fooled. Chen Tianxin cleared his throat and then spoke. Fine. Lu Feng nodded and continued. The remaining people will be chosen from your Jiangnan's number 98. The capital side 1T send anyone since it's your Jiangnan relic. So let your Jiangnan people take it. Chen Tianxin's eyes showed excitement. Old Lu is generous. Don't flatter me. I'll tell you. If you don't get more than 50 of the relic, you, the overall person in charge, better go to the front lines and bring me back a few Grandmaster heads. Lu Feng said impatiently. Immediately, Chen Tianxin's face soured. Don't do that. I'm just an old bone. Sending me to the front lines will just waste me away. Oomph. Do you think I wouldn't dare to send you? Lu Feng snorted coldly. Well, fine. Chen Tianxin slumped helplessly on the sofa, his eyes becoming somewhat vacant. All right, everyone go prepare. I think that relic will open in the next couple of days. Whoosh. As soon as Lu Feng finished speaking, several Grandmasters stood up at once and said in unison yes. They then left the office to gather the people from number 98. Yang Chen followed behind Wang Lao, as he was considered part of the S-level group and wanted to witness it. About half an hour later, in the lobby on the first floor of number 98, several teams were already standing in neat rows. Each person exuded a powerful aura, and with so many supernatural beings gathered together, the entire first floor was filled with a suppressive atmosphere. Among them, there were 10 S-level experts. Yang Chen was also among them. There were about 20 to 30 A-level supernatural beings, and as for B-level, there were even more, totaling over 100. So many supernatural beings showcased the foundation of Jiangnan's number 98 headquarters. These people would be invisible in Yang Chen's small Han city, not to mention S level. Even A level only had one, Wild Wolf. In front of the many supernatural beings were Shan Shou and Meng Yao. At this moment, Meng Yao was no longer flamboyant. Instead, she became extremely calm, her face serious as she looked at the supernatural beings in front of her, glancing at the time before slowly saying, "You all know what is going on. Now you have 30 seconds to get organized." A commotion erupted. After 30 seconds, Meng Yao's voice rang out again. "Prepare to set off. Target, Han City." Chapter 45, The Anxious Wolf. In the headquarters of number 98 in Jiangnan, a large group of supernatural beings stepped out of the door, and an overwhelming aura burst forth instantly. The ordinary people around looked on with a hint of astonishment. Although supernatural beings were not rare in Jiangnan City, such a large number gathering at once was indeed a rare sight. At least, it hadn't been seen in many years. What could have happened for so many supernatural beings to mobilize? Could it be that other countries are attacking our Huaxia? Who knows, but it definitely indicates something significant is happening. The surrounding crowd buzzed with speculation, discussing what could have caused such a gathering of supernatural beings. It seemed there would be plenty to watch on tonight's news. One must admit, technology is indeed very advanced now. The internet connects everyone, allowing many events to be known through it. However, when Meng Yao and Shan Shou soared into the air, the crowd fell silent. Grandmasters, Meng Yao and Shan Shou hovered in midair, exuding a powerful aura. Meng Yao glanced at the gathering crowd and then spoke, "Everyone, do not panic. This is just a training exercise among the supernatural beings of number 98. Rest assured, Huaxia is invincible. Only Grandmaster level powers knew about the relics. Even the S rank and A rank supernatural beings were unaware. Ordinary people certainly could not be informed." Upon hearing Meng Yao's words, the crowd relaxed and began to cheer. Huaxia is invincible. Meng Yao gently nodded, then exchanged a glance with Shan Shou before addressing the group of supernatural beings. "Let us set off." "Yes." The supernatural beings shouted in unison. They then unleashed their powers and sped toward the outskirts of the city. To be honest, when one's cultivation reaches a certain level, even the speed of a vehicle may not keep up. The more than 10 S-rank supernatural beings, along with the dozens of A-rank ones, chose to move on their own, as their cultivation already ranked quite high among supernatural beings. Vehicles could not match their speed. Only the over 100 rank supernatural beings were traveling in the dedicated vehicles of number 98. Seeing this, Meng Yao and Shan Shou also flew towards Hancheng. Supernatural beings are not children, and since this is Huaxia's territory, no one would dare make a move against them, nor could they always protect the ordinary people. Yang Chen followed among the S-rank supernatural beings and began to sprint. With his S-rank cultivation, his speed was not lacking compared to other S-rank supernatural beings. In fact, some were even slower than him. In reality, Yang Chen had slowed down quite a bit, as his speed would be even greater if he activated his wind ability. However, he didn't want to expose himself. It was better to remain among the main group. Meanwhile, at the Hancheng number 98 branch, suddenly, a small hill outside Hancheng shook, and a large metal door slowly opened atop the hill. The figure of the Wolf King, Wang Teng, appeared, surrounded by several high-ranking figures from Hancheng number 98, all of whom were B rank or above. In Hancheng, the wolf was undoubtedly the top figure, but today this first person in Hancheng displayed an anxious expression. After leading Yang Chen to meet Chen Tianxin, he returned to Hancheng with Wang Teng. However, just yesterday, he received a notification. The overall head of Huaxia number 98, Lu Feng, was coming to Hancheng, along with a group of Grandmaster-level strong individuals, including Chen Tianxin. Hearing this news nearly scared the wolf half to death. Why come Hancheng? Jiangnan City would have been fine. Hancheng is a place where even birds wouldn't tea shit. Even the strongest person here is only A rank. Although A rank is already considered quite good among supernatural beings, it's just average in Jiangnan City, and there are plenty across the entire Huaxia. Moreover, Hancheng doesn't have much to offer. The city is small and lacks other attractions. Are they coming here just to drink tea? The wolf was quite frustrated. But since he received the notification, he had to brace himself and deal with it. Otherwise, he might lose his position as the head. Master, why do you think they're coming here? Wang Teng asked, standing beside the wolf. The wolf was equally puzzled. The more he thought about it, the more anxious he became. How would I know? I really can't figure out what these big shots are thinking, not to mention the wolf. The other high-ranking individuals around him were even more tense, with some even breaking into a cold sweat. They were weaker than the wolf, merely B-rank supernatural beings. Some had only ever seen the wolf as the strongest. Now, Grandmaster-level strong individuals are coming. They were in agony. Damn it, the wolf sighed, then looked despondently at the distant sky. Well, it's coming anyway. I just have to be clever when the time comes. Other than that, he had no other thoughts. If an S-rank strong individual came, he could manage something, and he wouldn't be very afraid. However, Lu Feng, someone of that caliber, coming directly to toy with him. If things went wrong, he might lose his life. After an unknown amount of time, the sun gradually set, and the orange glow bathed the ground. While the wolf and the others had been standing there for quite a while, they dared not move. If they did, and Lu Feng arrived, it would be awkward. Fortunately, since they were all supernatural beings, they wouldn't tire from standing for this short time, but it was still somewhat uncomfortable. They were usually high-ranking individuals, yet now they felt like servants, waiting there, which was quite discordant. At that moment, two black dots suddenly appeared in the sky, carrying a powerful aura that swept across the land, flying towards the wolf. The wolf's pupils suddenly contracted. Flying in the air, one of the characteristics of a Grandmaster. They're here, the wolf called out, and immediately everyone perked up, standing straight, as if at attention, motionless. Gradually, a young man and a refined middle-aged man appeared in their sights. I've seen Grandmaster Chen and Grandmaster Lu. Chapter 46, Actions of Various Countries. The night in Seoul remained brightly lit, with the bright and dim lights adorning this small city. From a high vantage point, it resembled a starry sky. In the old town of Seoul, a dilapidated noodle shop had lost its foot traffic. The dim lights flickered continuously, as if they might extinguish at any moment. On the door of the noodle shop, several large characters were engraved. Lu Ji Noodle Shop. An old man slowly walked out of the noodle shop, turned his back to look around, and found that no one had come by. Come close up. The old man swayed slightly and turned back, then walked toward the shop to prepare for closing and sleeping. At that moment, a clear voice rang out. Boss, do you still have noodles? The old man's body stiffened slightly. Then he turned around to find a young man with an ancient-looking box on his back, smiling at him. The old man seemed to forget that he hadn't seen anyone around earlier, and cheerfully greeted him. Yes, yes. How much you want, sir? 2 liang, please. With less chili. The young man thought for a moment and replied with a smile. Got it. The old man's face beamed with a smile as he nimbly walked over to the still boiling large pot. He skillfully turned on the fire, and instantly, the water in the pot began to boil again, steam rising from it. The young man casually found a seat in the noodle shop, showing no concern for the shop's lack of hygiene. With his back to the young man, the old man skillfully scooped out 2 liang of noodles from the side and dropped them into the pot, then began to prepare the condiments: garlic water, soy sauce, vinegar, and small chili peppers. Various seasonings were added in a certain proportion, and then a ladle of hot water was scooped from the pot, instantly blending the seasonings together, filling the air with a fragrant aroma. The young man slightly squinted his eyes, and his nose twitched as he caught a whiff of the appetizing fragrance. After a while, the old man finished cooking the noodles, placing beef sauce on top, revealing a rich red color. The young man took a quick glance and felt his appetite surge. He picked up his chopsticks and started eating heartily, while the old man slowly sat on a stool, watching the young man eat the noodles he had cooked. Eat slowly. The old man's weathered face broke into a radiant smile, as if he were watching his own son. After an unknown period, the young man finally finished his noodles. Satisfied, he leaned back in the chair, patted his belly, and said, Lu, uncle, your cooking is still as good as ever after all these years. You brat. Lu Lao looked at the young man in front of him, and a hint of nostalgia flickered in his murky eyes. Speak up, what brings you here? You wouldn't come without a reason, would you? Lu Lao chuckled at the young man. The young man grinned. You can't hide anything from you. I'm here in Seoul for two things. Two things? Lu Lao pulled out a pipe from somewhere and began to smoke. Circles of smoke wafted from his mouth. The young man frowned slightly, seeming to find the smell unbearable. Waving his hand and saying, "The ruins have appeared." Ruins? Lu Lao was a bit surprised, then pondered for a moment, looking up at the young man. In Seoul? The young man nodded gravely. That's right. If the tests from his second one are accurate, they should be around Seoul. Lu Lao seemed to contemplate, then slowly said, In Seoul then? Since you're involved, are you still worried about not being able to handle it? Lu Lao was well aware of the young man's strength. He was one of the top few individuals of this era. If even he was involved, then no one else in this age could possibly succeed. It's not about not being able to handle it, but about the interference from Northern Europe and North America. The young man sighed. Lu Lao chuckled. What's wrong? Are the people from Northern Europe and North America blocking you? Not really. It's just that ruins have always appeared in our China. While Northern Europe occasionally sees one or two, but as for North America, there hasn't been a single ruin so far. They always come to take advantage of our ruins. And I'm a bit frustrated. The young man said gloomily, a hint of resentment in his eyes. What will you do about it? Are you going to kill that old pope? Or take out that pseudo-god? Lu Lao shot a glance at Lu Feng. The two he mentioned were also top figures in this era. Lu Feng might not necessarily be able to defeat them. So, that is why I came to find you. Lu uncle, your cultivation. The young man glanced at Lu Lao, then hesitated. I knew you'd come with no good intentions. You just want to use me. Lu Lao glared at the young man, saying irritably. Then he sat back down and said gently, Don't worry, it'll be in the next few days. That's great. The young man smiled. On a snow-covered mountain peak on Earth, there was a dilapidated temple. Inside the temple, there was a burly middle-aged man, whose appearance was not like that of a typical Chinese. He had a light complexion, soft wavy golden hair, blue eyes, dense hair, low cheekbones, a flat jaw, a narrow and high nose, and thin lips. His upper body was completely bare. In front of the middle-aged man, there was a blue stone, shimmering with a faint glow. The middle-aged man's gaze was drawn to the blue stone, and he looked over. Suddenly, his body trembled, and he burst into laughter. Come here. His voice echoed, and several figures instantly appeared in the temple, hidden in the shadows, their faces unclear. The middle-aged man looked at them and said, You all go to China? There are ruins appearing. A few of them exchanged glances with a hint of reluctance. However, under the middle-aged man's gaze, they had no choice but to respond. Yes. On the other side of the earth, in a magnificent church, a cardinal was flipping through a book in his hands, as if sensing something. He suddenly looked up. Ruins. Chapter 47. The ruins open. Outside Han City, shadows flickered as they rushed toward a small hill outside the city. Yang Chen was among them. In the blink of an eye, he covered several dozen meters. Some S-rank psychics looked at Yang Chen in surprise. There weren't many S-rank psychics, and most of them knew each other, but Yang Chen seemed to have no impact in this group of S-rank psychics. It was as if he had appeared out of thin air. Who is this kid? He's S-rank at such a young age? I don't know, but he was arranged here by Master Meng, so he must have S-rank strength. Is he that monstrous? A group of S-rank psychics began to discuss. Yang Chen's ears twitched slightly as he heard their discussions, but he didn't care and directly increased his speed, secretly using his wind ability. Suddenly, his speed increased. Some S-rank psychics had no choice but to speed up as well. After all, they couldn't be surpassed by a junior. Damn, isn't this kid tired? His speed is so fast. A strong person cursed inwardly. To this, Yang Chen merely smirked and accelerated again. Now, he was far from his limit. Yang Chen's actions ignited the competitive spirit of those S-rank strongmen, who urged their cultivation to catch up with Yang Chen's speed. It's worth noting that Yang Chen was not just S-rank. He also had the physique of a Grandmaster. His speed was already comparable to that of a Grandmaster. And with the acceleration from his wind ability, those S-rank psychics, unless their abilities were speed-oriented, would find it impossible to keep up with Yang Chen's pace. Damn! Many psychics looked at Yang Chen with some annoyance. There was no need for S-ranks to compare. However, some older psychics managed to keep their composure. But they were still in the minority. Most were angered by Yang Chen's arrogant behavior. Kid, being fast doesn't mean anything. Strength is the most important. One middle-aged S-rank strongman couldn't help but speak up, disliking Yang Chen's arrogance and the lack of respect for his peers. Do you know what humility looks like? Yang Chen merely glanced at the middle-aged man before turning back and accelerating again. Let's see if he can catch up first. Yang Chen's indifferent voice echoed across the vast expanse. He floated like a feather between heaven and earth, seemingly weightless, directly widening the distance between him and the S-rank strongman. Can't even keep up with your own speed and still think about strength? Are you out of your mind? Yang Chen scoffed at the actions of the S-rank strongman. Thinking they had been in high positions for too long, their minds filled with indulgence. Arrogant. Anger flared in the middle-aged man's eyes, and a fierce expression appeared on his face as he threw a punch at Yang Chen. It was also a fire ability. Yang Chen noticed the movement behind him, raised an eyebrow, and flames erupted around him as he turned around and punched back. Boom! Seeking death. Yang Chen's gaze turned cold, and his Grandmaster physique erupted with power. As soon as the middle-aged man made contact with Yang Chen's fist, he felt a terrifying force explode from his fist. Crack! A crisp sound rang out as the middle-aged man's fist shattered. He clutched his fist, cold sweat breaking out on his face. His fist had been crushed by Yang Chen's punch. What happened? Meng Yao's indifferent figure slowly appeared, and the temperature in the surrounding area seemed to drop suddenly. Master Meng, this kid provoked us. The middle-aged man exclaimed as he saw Meng Yao appear, quickly getting up to plead his case. Meng Yao looked at Yang Chen with a strange expression. These S-rank strongmen didn't know Yang Chen's strength, but she did. He definitely had the combat power of a Grandmaster. Such powerful strength, and he still needed to provoke them? Yang Chen shrugged and casually said, "What do you think? Presumptuous. Is this how your elders taught you to be so disrespectful in front of Master Meng?" Before Meng Yao could speak, the middle-aged man began to complain, giving off a vibe of a villain crying out first. Meng Yao looked at the middle-aged man coldly, finding it somewhat amusing. Yang Chen's elder? Lu Feng counts, right? If we go by seniority, Yang Chen is on the same level as her. Technically, there is no need to be so polite. Meng Yao was well aware of this. But, do you really need to stir up trouble here? Besides, Shan Shou is nearby. Shan Shou is Yang Chen's senior brother. Aren't you asking for death? Get lost. The more Meng Yao thought about it, the more irritated she became, and she shouted at the middle-aged man. Master Meng Yu, what is this? The middle-aged man was somewhat dumbfounded, staring at Meng Yao, hesitating. I told you to get lost. Can't you hear? Meng Yao's aura erupted, and the temperature in the area dropped even more, as if it were freezing. The surrounding S-rank strongmen averted their gazes, not wanting to provoke Meng Yao. It was clear to them that Meng Yao wanted to protect Yang Chen, and the middle-aged man continuing to speak would only anger her. The middle-aged man seemed to want to argue, but was directly slapped away by Meng Yao, flying dozens of meters before barely stopping. Say another word, and I'll break your mouth, Meng Yao said coldly to the middle-aged man. Yang Chen stood by, practically enjoying the show, almost wishing for some snacks and drinks. Meng Yao turned to Yang Chen, somewhat helplessly saying, "You could have just beaten him up. Was it necessary for me to step in? These people are too inexperienced and a bit restless. It's good to suppress them now to avoid getting into trouble when we reach the ruins." Just as Meng Yao's voice fell, a crimson light pillar shot up into the sky from the east side of Han City. Boom, boom. The ground trembled, and the entire world seemed to be enveloped in a terrifying, oppressive aura. Everyone's gaze fell upon the crimson pillar of light. Then, the light gradually faded, revealing what was inside. A gigantic portal seemed to materialize out of thin air, hovering in mid-air, exuding boundless power. The faces of Meng Yao and the others grew serious as they stared at the portal. The ruins. Chapter 48. Entering the ruins. At the same time, above the sky of Han City, two figures stood in the heavens, their expressions becoming increasingly serious. The Red Ruins. Chen Tianxin lost his previous refined demeanor, replaced by a deep sense of gravity. Next to him, Lu Feng also appeared somewhat serious, but amidst the seriousness, there was an added sense of calm, as if he still had everything under control. The ruins are divided into red, yellow, and green. It seems that what has appeared this time is the most dangerous red ruins. Lu Feng spoke lightly, his eyes showing both joy and caution. The red ruins are currently the most dangerous among all known ruins, but they also offer more opportunities. Since the recovery of spiritual energy, the red ruins have only appeared twice, and this is the third time. The first two times were once in the Kunlun Mountains of China and once in a temple in northern Europe. Each appearance has represented the onset of bloody storms, with many supernatural beings perishing within those ruins. However, at the same time, those who obtained tremendous opportunities within the ruins could leap from being a mere B-level supernatural being to a master-level existence. There have even been master-level strong beings who entered, broke their shackles, and became shackled realms. Yet, within those red ruins, there have also been strong beings of the shackled realm who have fallen. Old Chen, it seems this time we can't let your people from Jiangnan enter. I need to request reinforcements from the capital. Lu Feng looked at Chen Tianxin. Previously, he had promised Chen Tianxin that this time the ruins would allow the people from Jiangnan to take the opportunity, but this time is different. This is the red ruins. Relying solely on the people from Jiangnan will not allow them to gain more opportunities. We need to send more personnel. Chen Tianxin nodded and then said he understood, but the speed must be increased. Otherwise, if the people from Northern Europe and North America arrive, we will lose the initiative. Lu Feng agreed, then took out a mobile phone and made a call. Some things really need to be expedited. Chen Tianxin looked solemnly at the portal floating in midair, then shot out a stream of spiritual energy, enveloping the entire Han City. It is better not to let ordinary citizens know about the ruins. Otherwise, it would cause panic. Meanwhile, on Meng Yao and Yang Chen's side, the figure of Dan Shou gradually emerged, his stiff expression becoming even more rigid upon seeing the red beam of light. Do you see it? Meng Yao nodded and said, I see it. The red ruins, it's a bit troublesome. Yang Chen did not understand and asked Meng Yao, who then explained the classification of the ruins to him. So, this time the ruins are a bit dangerous? Yang Chen touched his chin and murmured softly, not just dangerous. Even you and I might perish within. Meng Yao smiled bitterly and shook her head. She was only at the great master level, not yet at the shackled realm. Even Dan Shou would not dare to say he could roam freely in the red ruins, let alone her. As for Yang Chen, he was behind Meng Yao. Yang Chen did not continue to ask, but directly inquired with the system, as he found that sometimes the explanations provided by the system were more detailed than those from these people. System, introduce the ruins. Ding. In the world where the host resides, ruins are legacies left over from the previous era. Within the ruins, there are inheritances from strong beings and countless rare materials. But at the same time, there are also crises present, all set up by those who left the inheritances to prevent enemies from obtaining them. The classification of ruins in the host world is divided into red, yellow, and green, with increasing levels of danger. Red indicates a level that can threaten the lives of shackled realm strong beings. Yang Chen pondered for a moment and then suddenly asked, so, System, did you come from the ruins? After a long silence, Yang Chen felt a bit bored, but at that moment, the system's voice rang out again. Ding. Due to insufficient host permissions, please level up. Yang Chen felt somewhat helpless and then exited. However, before exiting, Yang Chen noticed that the time for his second sign-in was only half a day. That means he would be able to sign in again in 12 hours. The first sign-in turned Yang Chen from an ordinary person into a being with a master-level physique. What could the second sign-in bring him? Yang Chen felt quite excited. As time passed, the pressure emanating from the portal became increasingly powerful, and at the same time, several special vehicles numbered 98 also arrived. Over 100 B-level supernatural beings slowly stepped out of the vehicles, their eyes filled with endless shock at the giant portal. What on earth is this thing? It's so big. Yeah, I've never seen something this large in my life. Meng Yao stood in midair with a cold expression, shouting, everyone gather now. Such laziness is unacceptable. With Meng Yao's loud command, the B-level supernatural beings quickly formed a line, and the S-level and A-level strong beings also arrived, lining up. Yang Chen leisurely followed behind, casually finding a spot to stand. Meng Yao noticed, but said nothing. Yang Chen was technically a pseudo-master. If it weren't for giving North America and Northern Europe a surprise, he would have directly stood next to Meng Yao. One S-level can bring 2 A-levels and 10 B-levels. Choose freely. Meng Yao's voice resonated. Immediately, The team stirred. The S-level strong beings began to select their partners, as this was considered team. If they could choose stronger individuals of the same level, it would provide some advantages in the future. Before long, the team was formed, and those not selected came directly to Yang Chen's side. Yang Chen did not mind this, nor did he wish to compete for it. In his view, it was better to strengthen himself than rely on a powerful team. Glancing around, Yang Chen noted that on his side, there was one mid-level A, one early-level A, and the remaining 10 B-level strong beings were all mid to early levels, with none being late-level in the same realm. Yang Chen raised his eyebrows. He had observed earlier that even in the team of the middle-aged man he had incapacitated, there were late-level strong beings. However, Yang Chen did not select anyone, so he naturally did not care about this. After the team was formed, everyone turned their gaze to the giant portal, quietly waiting. After an unknown amount of time, the portal floating in midair suddenly trembled, and a faint red glow continuously emerged from it. The tightly closed door suddenly revealed a small crack. Though it was a crack, it was wide enough for an adult to pass through. Meng Yao's eyes narrowed, and then she shouted, "Go in." With a surge of energy, the 98 supernatural beings surged toward the portal like a tide. Chapter 49, Another World. Boom, boom, boom. The sound of explosions echoed through the heavens and the earth as the crack in the portal grew larger, and the ability user number 98 charged into the portal. Compared to the massive portal, humans seemed like mere bees, extremely insignificant. After number 98 entered, Meng Yao and Shan Shou exchanged a glance. Shan Shou looked up at the sky, as if he could see two figures above. Then, he and Meng Yao rushed into the ruins together. Before coming here, they had already divided their roles. Old Wang was stationed at the Jiangnan headquarters of number 98, while Chen Tianxin and Lu Feng were guarding Hansheng to prevent any incursions from North America and Northern Europe. As for him and Meng Yao, they were the Grandmasters entering the ruins this time. Now, the appearing ruins turned out to be a red ruin. Clearly, more ability users from number 98 would surge in, and their mission with Meng Yao had also changed a bit. Reconnaissance. Yes, reconnaissance. Every ruin is a different world. They were the first batch, and instead of obtaining a legacy first, they would survey the route in another world, essentially doing reconnaissance. Then they would wait for other ability users from number 98 to come in and seize the legacy all at once. However, similarly, their task was also the most dangerous, because you never know what kind of things exist in that world, many unknowns. Often, the unknown is the most terrifying. Seeing Meng Yao and Shan Shou enter the portal, Chen Tianxin looked at Lu Feng, who had finished giving orders, and joked, "I say, both of your disciples have gone in. If anything happens to them, who's going to take care of you? If you can't speak, then don't say anything. I don't know if you'll die by not speaking, but if you keep talking, you'll definitely die." Lu Feng looked at Chen Tianxin with a blank expression. Chen Tianxin smiled awkwardly and stopped saying more. If he continued, Lu Feng might really kill him. Lu Feng ignored Chen Tianxin and looked into the portal. Then he turned to Chen Tianxin and said, "Don't you think the frequency of ruins appearing in recent years is a bit fast?" Chen Tianxin was taken aback, then thought about it, and realized it was indeed the case, falling into silence. It seemed something was off, but he hadn't really thought about what the reason was. After Yang Chen entered the portal, he felt the world in front of him spinning, and his mind became a bit chaotic. When Yang Chen woke up again, he found that he was no longer in Hansheng, but in another area, or rather, another world. Yang Chen looked around. Apart from the 2 A-rank ability users who entered with him and 1 B rank, there were no other people. The scenery around him had also changed. Yang Chen was now on a small hill, surrounded by hills of similar size. In this world, spiritual energy still existed, and even seemed denser than the outside world. My cultivation has actually improved. At this moment, the voice of a B-rank ability user broke Yang Chen's thoughts. A B-rank ability user cheered with excitement on his face. Yang Chen silently felt it, and indeed discovered that the spiritual energy here was 3 times that of the outside world. This meant that cultivating here for 3 days was equivalent to 3 days outside. Yang Chen took a deep breath. What good place. Everyone, adjust and restore to peak condition, Yang Chen said to his teammates. He also sat cross-legged absorbing the spiritual energy from the world to adjust his state. The ability users obediently listened. After all, Yang Chen was still an S-rank ability user, and they were weaker than him, so it was better to follow his lead. Moreover, Yang Chen was the captain of this small team, wasn't he? After about 10 minutes, Yang Chen slowly opened his eyes, with a glint of brilliance shooting out. As Yang Chen regained consciousness, the other ability users gradually woke up from their confusion. It was only after the last ability user woke up that Yang Chen slowly spoke. Since everyone is adjusted, I will say this. In my team, you must obey my commands. If you are unwilling, you can leave now. Yang Chen's cold eyes scanned all the people. He didn't want to lead a group of disobedient individuals, as that would only become a burden. Yang Chen preferred to be alone. Sometimes, too many people also became a burden. Are you saying we should go to our deaths if you tell us to? A B-rank ability user spoke up, clearly unwilling to follow Yang Chen's orders. The speaker was a bit older, and seeing Yang Chen so young, clearly felt that Yang Chen was too inexperienced to be competent. You can leave. I'm not stopping you. Yang Chen looked at the person, his gaze flickering slightly. This person's impression in Yang Chen's mind had already dropped very low. The man merely moved slightly, then made no further actions. He was just a B rank. And if he left the team here, it would be easy to fall. It was better to stay with the main group. Yang Chen coldly looked at the group and said, "Since no one is leaving, then it's settled. If I find anyone not following my orders, I will personally kick you out of this team." As soon as he finished speaking, a few people showed displeasure on their faces. And Yang Chen memorized each of them in his mind. He didn't plan to use them again, and if necessary, he would just leave them behind. All right, then follow me to observe the terrain. Yang Chen said no more and directly led the group to walk towards the unknown. On the way, Yang Chen was very careful, paying attention to every corner around him. This was his first time entering the ruins, and he understood the dangers of the ruins. Without the strength to navigate freely here, it was better to be cautious. The hills were not very large, and Yang Chen and the others were all ability users, so they quickly climbed over to another hill. In the dense jungle, a faint aura wafted through, making Yang Chen quite uncomfortable. Yang Chen led the group of ability users through the jungle on the hill, when suddenly his ears twitched slightly, and he shouted, "Be alert!" Everyone immediately reacted, their spiritual energy circulating continuously, ready to fight at any moment. Soon, dark shadows suddenly appeared in front of them, rushing towards Yang Chen with lethal intent. In an instant, the killing intent surged. Chapter 50, Foreign Visitors. Attack. The moment the shadow just emerged, Yang Chen had already spoken. Yang Chen's perception was not weak, and he had been keeping an eye on everything around him. Any rustle in the grass could be detected by him. Moreover, the instant the shadow appeared, it exuded a terrifying killing intent. The group of ability users from Unit 98 reacted immediately, and a burst of spiritual energy erupted, colorful and vibrant. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Various abilities blossomed in an instant, like fireworks. At this moment, the shadow revealed their faces. They were a group of creatures resembling zombies. Their skin was wrinkled, like waves covering their faces. A deathly aura surrounded them, with a faint smell of decay lingering in the air. Zombies? Yang Chen frowned slightly. He had seen zombies on television before, but such things only existed in shows. How could they appear in reality? Moreover, weren't relics remnants from a bygone era? However, before Yang Chen could ponder further, a powerful zombie charged at him, opening its foul mouth to bite him. Hiss! The zombie let out a hoarse sound. Yang Chen frowned slightly and threw a punch. Get lost! Flames surged, and a stream of fire erupted from Yang Chen's fist, landing on the zombie's body. The zombie seemed to fear the flames. As soon as the fire touched it, it let out a miserable scream and began to beat its body. Tried to extinguish the flames. Yang Chen looked at the zombie, and his eyes suddenly lit up. They are afraid of fire. A full-force attack with fire abilities. Hearing Yang Chen shout, several fire ability users in the team immediately activated their powers, conjuring pillars of fire that spiraled like fire dragons, charging towards the horde of zombies. The effect was significant. Those zombies, whether they were engulfed in flames or not, suddenly displayed a faint fear in their previously soulless eyes amidst the rolling waves of fire. Uru, one of the zombies, seemingly the leader, had a stronger expression in its eyes than the others, suddenly let out a sharp scream. After that scream, the group of zombies seemed to retreat in an orderly manner, gradually disappearing into the forest. Seeing this, the Unit 98 ability users relaxed slightly. However, Yang Chen still did not dare to let his guard down and said in a deep voice, "Everyone, focus your spirits. In this area, if we relax, we will be close to death. What is there to be afraid of?" "I don't believe it." A disdainful voice rang out, belonging to the person who had previously expressed dissatisfaction with Yang Chen. However, before he could finish speaking, Yang Chen lifted him up, looking at him coldly. "I said, if you don't listen, you can get out. Now roll." Yang Chen casually threw the man out. The sudden roar startled the man. However, looking at Yang Chen's youthful appearance, he gritted his teeth and stubbornly said, "How can such tyranny represent a captain's demeanor? I won't stay." The man slowly stood up, dusted himself off, and hatred flickered in his eyes. He then walked deeper into the forest. At this moment, an A-level ability user leaned close to Yang Chen and said, "Captain, this isn't good. After all, we're all from Unit 98. Yang Chen glanced at him, remembering the man's name, as there were only 2 A-level strong ones in the team. This person was named Zhang Shirlei, the mid-tier A-level ability user, while the other was Kong Lingze. Zhang Shirlei's eyes showed a hint of reluctance. Yang Chen did not blame Zhang Shirlei, but calmly said, "I don't need fools in my team." Yang Chen's explanation was brief, yet everyone understood. Yang Chen needed a team that would completely obey him. At least in this relic, he needed complete obedience. Otherwise, the more people who left, the happier he would be. The fewer people, the less burden Yang Chen felt, making it easier for him. Just think about it. Is it easier to lead a group of people weaker than you, or just a few? Without thinking, it's obviously the latter. Among those present, some were smart enough to understand Yang Chen's thoughts, but they still chose to stay by his side. After all, he was an S-level powerhouse, at least in their eyes. Yang Chen was an S-level strongman, and regardless of strength, he was stronger than they were. Since no one was leaving, let us continue moving forward. Yang Chen coldly looked at the crowd and spoke. "Yes." The group responded in unison. Meanwhile, outside, above Han City, Lu Feng and Chen Tianxin silently observed the enormous portal. Han City had already been surrounded by their multiple barriers. The people inside could not see the outside situation, and those inside were left to the Wild Wolf and his team. These matters did not require their direct involvement. They had no idea how things were going inside. Tom was not waiting for anyone. After all, Chen Tianxin sighed. Lu Feng remained calm, his gaze fixed on the distant horizon. "They are coming." "What is coming?" Chen Tianxin was still confused, following Lu Feng's gaze but seeing nothing. "People from Northern Europe and North America," Lu Feng said indifferently. Suddenly, a 6-winged angel's phantom burst forth in the sky, radiating a gentle light in an instant. Chen Tianxin's expression grew serious. North America. On the other side, a burly old man wielding a massive iron hammer struck the sky with it. Waves of apocalyptic thunder rained down. In the old man's eyes, arcs of lightning flickered, resembling a thunder god in the world. Lu Feng's body slowly lifted off the ground, and the sheath behind him instantly opened. Boom, boom, boom. In an instant, the world changed color, and the clouds were torn apart by terrifying sword energy, revealing a faint white line in the sky. It seemed as if it wanted to cleave heaven and earth apart. Lu Feng coldly surveyed both sides and slowly spoke. "Everyone, this is Huaxia." Chapter 51, Instant Kill. "Ladies and gentlemen, this is Huaxia." Lu Feng's voice instantly resonated in the sky. At this moment, Chen Tianxin also slowly approached Lu Feng's side, holding a peach blossom petal in his hand, smiling at the corner of his mouth. "Ladies and gentlemen, it's not a good choice to show off your power here with Chen." After saying that, he gently tossed the petal in his hand. With a rustling sound, the peach blossom instantly scattered, and a sea of flowers made of peach blossoms emerged, each flower radiating a strong, killing intent. Minister Lu is joking. How could we dare to act recklessly on Huaxia's territory? Gradually, the phantom of the 6-winged angel slowly disappeared, revealing a middle-aged man with blonde hair and blue eyes. whose appearance was extremely handsome, with a smile at the corner of his mouth. No offense intended. The old man holding the hammer also said in a deep voice. However, his voice sounded like a thunderous roar, echoing through the sky. Behave yourselves, or you won't be able to leave. Lu Feng slowly sheathed his sword, and in an instant, the sword energy between heaven and earth vanished, as if it had never appeared. Then Lu Feng calmly said, "Please." The old man and the middle-aged man both smiled slightly and slowly stepped forward, following Lu Feng's arm. At this moment, inside the ruins, Yang Chen led the remaining 11 people deeper into the hills. During the process, Yang Chen encountered several attacks, but fortunately, the remaining 11 people were quite obedient, and the only disobedient one had already been eliminated. Thus, there were no casualties. After experiencing these several attacks, the strong ones in the team began to trust Yang Chen. Although Yang Chen was still quite young, he was very strong in assessing crises. At least, so far, there had been no casualties. Moreover, in these attacks, several S-class powerhouses were blocked and even killed by Yang Chen. This also led to Yang Chen's prestige becoming even stronger. At this moment, Yang Chen and his 12 companions moved forward slowly, not fast. After all, in this unknown place, even a locked realm powerhouse faced the danger of falling. So caution was necessary. Although this is not considered the core area, it still has dangers. Just take the several previous attacks, where S-class powers appeared. If Yang Chen were not in the team, they might have been wiped out completely. After all, there wasn't even a peak A-class powerhouse in the team. The jungle had been left behind by Yang Chen and the others, and they had now entered the mountains. The spiritual energy in the mountains was even denser than when Yang Chen first entered here, and one could faintly see drops of liquid composed of spiritual energy. The liquid formed from the rich spiritual energy. Yang Chen and the others looked at it with fiery eyes, eager to start cultivating right there. However, there was still one problem. Too dangerous. The situation here was unknown, and it was very easy for things to go wrong. Continue forward. Yang Chen looked around calmly. This place was somewhat similar to the White Tiger Mountain, where he had been before, but there were still differences. In Yang Chen's perception, there were several strong auras swirling around, and they needed to leave here as soon as possible. The people behind him nodded slightly, and then followed behind Yang Chen. But just then, an unexpected change occurred. Boom, boom, boom. The earth suddenly trembled violently, and cracks spread out like a spider web, covering the ground. Yang Chen's body trembled slightly, and he shouted, "Disperse." But it was too late. At the moment Yang Chen's voice fell, a black centipede surged up from the ground. Spiraling out, its massive body swept through, and several B-class ability users were hit by the enormous body, spewing blood immediately. In an instant, they were severely injured. Zhang Shirlei and Kong Lingze reacted a little faster and dodged the centipede's sweep, then rushed towards the injured B-class powerhouses to save them. Yang Chen looked at the black centipede with a grim expression. That centipede was an S-class existence, even stronger than the flying tiger. But it dared to ambush him, seeking death. Anger flared in Yang Chen's eyes. Flames instantly filled the air, roaring like a sovereign of fire, as if Yang Chen's fury had erupted. Yang Chen's fist suddenly swung out, and the power of the master body erupted instantly, strong pressure enveloping the black centipede. The powerful pressure fell on the black centipede's body, and it immediately let out a cry of despair, as if it had encountered an unbeatable foe. Then, Yang Chen's fist struck. Yang Chen's furious fist slammed hard against the centipede's body. Boom, boom! The flames spread out, and in the blink of an eye, the centipede's entire body was engulfed in flames and ignited. Yang Chen's eyes moved slightly. Thunder exploded, and tiny arcs of lightning surged from the wounds of the black centipede, sweeping over its entire body. Then it quietly erupted. Hiss! The small pupils of the centipede were filled with deathly energy. Then it slammed heavily onto the ground. Vitality, dissipating the S-class, centipede fell. In the horrified eyes of the 98 ability users, it was killed by Yang Chen in an instant. This. Some strong ones swallowed hard, stammering as they looked at the fallen centipede's corpse. They had been swept by the centipede and knew best how formidable it was. Just relying on its physical body nearly killed them. Yet this existence was directly killed by Chen. How terrifying! At this moment, Zhang Shirley's pupils flickered. Then he looked at the group of B-class powerhouses with a smile that was not quite a smile, saying, "Everyone, I know some people have been dissatisfied with our captain for a long time." While saying this, he still looked at Kong Lingzi with interest. Kong Lingzi frowned slightly, but did not speak. He was also shocked by Yang Chen's methods. Yang Chen shook his arm, glanced at Zhang Shirley with a smile, then put the centipede's inner core into his space ring. He then said, "All right, let us continue deeper. It's a bit unsafe here." Yes. Chapter 52. The Dominant Number 98. Upon witnessing Yang Chen's methods and strength, many of the powerful figures from number 98 cast respectful glances towards him. Strong individuals deserve their respect, and Yang Chen is indeed such a powerful figure. Yang Chen, however, was indifferent to this, continuing to lead the group deeper into the ruins. The ruins were vast, at least larger than the area Yang Chen had previously explored in Baihu Mountain, stretching endlessly before them. It was unclear how much time had passed, but during this time, Yang Chen's group had surprisingly not encountered a single attack. This made Yang Chen feel increasingly uneasy. Previously, they had faced several attacks, and although there had been no casualties, they had grown accustomed to it. This time, however, the prolonged absence of attacks made Yang Chen feel somewhat strange. After contemplating for a moment, he said, "Let's rest here for a while and take turns on guard duty." Even superhumans are human and need rest. Especially after experiencing so many attacks, everyone's mental state was in a tense condition. Suddenly, Yang Chen's words were met with cheers from the group. One by one, they sat down right where they were, not caring at all about the cleanliness of the ground. Following this, Zhang Shirley took 2 B-class experts to begin patrolling the surroundings. The ruins were so large that while resting was necessary, maintaining safety was the priority. Taking turns on guard duty would ensure a safe environment for resting. Yang Chen leaned against an ancient tree, his eyes slightly squinting. He was feeling a bit tired as well. Meanwhile, in Han City, a middle-aged man with blonde hair and blue eyes, along with a burly old man, appeared beside Lu Feng, keeping a slight distance from him. Clearly, they still held some trepidation towards Lu Feng. "Minister Lu, according to our agreement, our people can enter now, right?" The middle-aged man smiled slightly as he looked at Lu Feng. "Yes, but only after our people arrive," Lu Feng replied, not even glancing at the middle-aged man. Speaking for himself, "Minister Lu, that's a bit domineering, isn't it? Are you saying that when the ruins open, no one from number 98 can enter?" The middle-aged man's brow furrowed slightly, evidently surprised by Lu Feng's arrogance. According to the agreements between several top countries, they were supposed to enter simultaneously. In his view, it was already a good sign that he wasn't making a fuss about number 98 entering early. But Lu Feng seemed to ignore this completely. "William, watch your attitude. Even that old pope wouldn't dare speak to me like this," Lu Feng said, glancing sideways at him, without any politeness. "You." William's expression darkened, his veins bulging. However, before coming here, the Pope had instructed him not to get into conflict with the young man in front of him, or no one could save him. But the old man, who had been silent, slowly spoke up, and as he did, it felt like thunder roared around them, deafening. "Then just wait," Lu Feng replied. The old man and William both stepped back a few paces, falling silent. The man before them was too domineering. So much so that they believed if they showed any signs of defiance, he would strike. It was better not to provoke this man. Otherwise, they wouldn't even know how they died. After an unknown amount of time, a terrifying aura spread from the distance, a faint pressure instantly enveloping the area. Figures resembling angels and various divine shadows appeared in the sky, shimmering with brilliance and exuding a rich aura. Just as a faint smile appeared on the corner of William's mouth, he suddenly heard a loud shout. "In the territory of Huaxia, who dares to be reckless?" Boom! In an instant, the heavens and earth changed color. Dark clouds quickly covered the sky, and a suffocating aura erupted, pressing down on the people in the distance. Instantly, the angels' wings were clipped, and the divine shadows shattered in an instant. "Minister Lu, what are you doing?" William glared at Lu Feng, his face grim, not expecting him to act against his own country's people. At this moment, even the usually silent old man frowned slightly. though he didn't react like William. He simply looked at Lu Feng, clearly wanting an explanation. This is Huaxia. Lu Feng's calm voice resonated throughout the heavens and earth. This is Huaxia, not a place where any random person can act recklessly. William's face was filled with suppressed anger, but he held it back. He was no match for Lu Feng. The Pope hadn't come, so he could only endure. Chen Tianxin glanced at William with surprise, a hint of regret in his eyes. He had hoped that William would lose control and attack. Then he could openly kill him, and even the Pope's intervention wouldn't change that. Unfortunately, this guy was too good at enduring. Chen Tianxin shook his head, feeling somewhat regretful. At that moment, two teams of disheveled individuals rushed over, their faces filled with intense fear. Among the two teams were several locking realm experts, but even they felt fear under Lu Feng's earlier pressure. Minister Lu, can we enter now? William glared at Lu Feng, his expression unfriendly. I said, once our people arrive, you can naturally enter. Lu Feng completely ignored William, speaking in a low voice. You. William's expression grew even uglier. Since he arrived, Lu Feng had not given him a good look. They were both Tianmen realm experts. So why do you look down on him so much? William transmitted a message to a locking realm expert in his team. Once we enter the ruins, unite with the Northern Europeans and kill any Huaxia person we encounter. The locking realm expert's eyes flickered slightly. Then he subtly nodded. As for the Northern European old man, he cast a glance at William, lowering his head, obscuring his expression. At that moment, in the distance, a phoenix shadow soared in the sky, flames blazing like fireworks, bursting forth. Soon after, the phoenix's shadow drew nearer, quickly arriving before the crowd. Upon seeing the fire phoenix, Lu Feng's calm expression improved slightly, a smile appearing on his lips as he looked at the phoenix. After a moment, the fire phoenix slowly landed nearby, dispersing. From within emerged several powerful auras. There were not many of them, only 4 or 5. All were men. Among them were 3 elderly men with white hair, resembling triplet brothers, along with a slender middle-aged man with a 3-foot-long sword at his waist and sharp eyes. The last one was a young man who looked similar to Lu Feng. They're here. Lu Feng looked at the young man and smiled lightly. The young man grinned back, not paying attention to William and the others, and greeted Lu Feng. Big brother. This person was none other than Lu Feng's younger brother, Lu Ming. As for the 3 white-haired elderly men, they were the renowned Xiantian 3 elders from number 98. All 3 were experts in the locking realm. However, although they were in the locking realm, when united, they could even contend against a Tianmen expert. There was once a Tianmen expert from North America who underestimated the 3 and was directly killed. Moreover, even when separated, each was a formidable opponent within the locking realm. Upon seeing the 3 elders of Xiantian and the old man from Northern Europe, his brows furrowed slightly. As for the middle-aged man with a 3-foot clear peak hanging at his waist, he was the first person in the 9-8 lock realm of Huaxia, the swordsman Jian Wuchen. It is said that he is a descendant of an ancient sect passed down through generations. There is a saying that describes him, the first man under the heavenly gate. The swordsman Jian Wuchen. This is the most effective comment on him. The appearance of these few individuals instantly made William and the old man from Northern Europe feel a mountain of pressure. It is an unwritten rule among the 3 nations that no one is allowed to enter the heavenly gate within the ruins. And the 3 parties have always adhered to this. However, today, Huaxia seems to be a bit reckless, especially that Lu Feng's brother, who is a genuine powerhouse of the heavenly gate. Minister Lu, the powerful beings of the heavenly gate in the ruins are not allowed to enter. You haven't forgotten, have you? William said sarcastically. I know, so what? Lu Feng replied without courtesy. Then why does your country need to mobilize so many heavenly gate powerhouses? Are you trying to keep us here? William sneered coldly. What? Can I come to watch the show? What does it have to do with you? Before Lu Feng could respond, his brother Lu Ming spoke up. As soon as he opened his mouth, it felt as if a ruffian had barged into this gathering of powerhouses. Since when can a person without any courtesy stand on the stage? Minister Lu, your country is somewhat lacking in decorum, William said, looking at Lu Ming. Say one more word, and you'll die. Lu Feng said indifferently. his gaze towards William filled with a palpable killing intent, an endless murderous aura locking onto William, making his body stiffen instantly. Then, Lu Feng began to communicate with the three elders of Xiantian and Jian Wuchen, and after a few nods, Lu Feng casually said, "All right, let's go in." William glared fiercely at Lu Ming, then exchanged a glance with the old man from Northern Europe, calling his men to fly into the ruins. Jian Wuchen smiled slightly, and the long sword at his waist instantly flew into the air, its sword energy sweeping across the heavens and earth, becoming violent. He stepped into the ruins like a sword immortal. The three elders of Xiantian also rose into the air in perfect harmony, their violent spiritual energy bursting forth, and streaks of energy rained down, flying toward the ruins. However, those from North America and Northern Europe did not fare any better. Some with lower cultivation levels, upon reaching the side of the portal, were torn apart by the sword energy, their spiritual energy exploding. "Lu Feng, you have gone too far." William's face flushed, his eyes fixed on Lu Feng. In response, Lu Feng merely said indifferently, "It has nothing to do with me." To be continued. Chapter 53. Lu Feng takes action. Minister Lu, this is too overbearing. I will definitely report this to His Holiness the Pope. William glared at Lu Feng with a grim expression, gritting his teeth. The ones killed by Jian Wuchen and the three elders of Xiantian were all elites from North America and Northern Europe. Although the stronger masters above the Grandmaster realm were not harmed, many S-level, A-level, and even B-level experts suffered significant casualties. It should be noted that these Grandmasters have emerged from among these individuals. Moreover, for this relic, they had directly sent out the elites from various countries. Yet before even entering the relic, they were killed at the door. What is this? Wasn't it said that Grandmasters wouldn't take action against those below the Grandmaster realm? The old man holding the iron hammer also looked at Lu Feng with a heavy expression and said solemnly, "Minister Lu, you've gone too far." Lu Feng smiled faintly and replied, "I've already said, it's none of my business. If you want to find trouble, go look for them in the relic. I haven't even made a move yet, and you two are being so aggressive. It seems my blade has dulled." As he spoke, a cold light flashed in his eyes. These guys seemed to be getting a bit restless. However, if they couldn't hold it in, then they could all be killed, as they were an eyesore. Lu Feng licked his lips lightly, a hint of killing intent in his gaze as he surveyed his surroundings. "Hurry up and make a move. I can hardly hold myself back." Looking at the old man lost in thought, Lu Feng felt an urge to curse. "Damn it, why aren't you making a move? If you don't make a move, how can I act? You've already killed so many of your people, and you're still indifferent? Wasting my expressions." Lu Feng looked at the Northern European elder with displeasure. Just as William was about to act, if this old man showed even the slightest dissatisfaction, William would definitely take action. At that time, he would have a clear reason to strike. At this moment, William's peripheral vision was also on the old man. He couldn't dare to cause trouble alone in Huaxia, but with the addition of the Northern European, the situation would be different. He didn't believe that if North America and Northern Europe teamed up, Lu Feng would still dare to act against him. The Northern European elder fixed his gaze on Lu Feng, as if trying to sense even the slightest change in him, but he found that no matter how he observed, Lu Feng revealed no information at all. This made it difficult for him to judge. "Minister Lu." After a moment, the elder finally spoke, and, at this time, the North American and Northern European experts had entered the relic, including Jian Wuchen and the three elders of Xiantian. "I hope Minister Lu can give us an explanation." The elder finally made up his mind, and arcs of lightning danced in his eyes. Tiny arcs of lightning danced across the elder's iron hammer, jumping around, and the surrounding space seemed to distort slightly. Hooked! A glimmer appeared in the corner of Lu Feng's eye. William also smiled at this moment, looking at Lu Feng. He sneered, "Minister Lu, even if you're the best in Tianmen, you must ultimately give us two countries an explanation." Now, with the support of Northern Europe, William finally had the opportunity to vent his previous dissatisfaction. "You're just one person. No matter how strong you are, we represent two top countries. Countries on the same level as your Huaxia. Do you still dare to act against us?" But the next moment, William realized something was off. "An explanation? You want me to give you an explanation?" Lu Feng seemed to be liberated, grinning as he stepped toward William. Didn't your old pope tell you to be respectful to me? Boom, boom. Lu Feng's foot landed on the sky, and instantly, ripples spread through the space like waves. A fierce wind began to stir, and dark clouds enveloped the sky, with a suppressive aura spreading throughout. Minister Lu, please calm down. The Northern European elder stepped forward, and the iron hammer in his hand erupted with brilliant light, blue light exploding instantly. A phantom of the thunder god appeared, standing tall between heaven and earth. The pale hair swirled with the fierce wind, and with every movement, arcs of lightning exploded. What? Are you going to make a move? Lu Feng seemed to regain his calm, his eyes fixed on William and the Northern European elder. William even summoned the phantom of a six-winged angel, burning with holy flames, scorching everything between heaven and earth. Minister Lu has misunderstood. We only want an explanation. William made a gentlemanly gesture, smiling brightly at Lu Feng. Lu Feng glanced at William and the Northern European elder, then turned to Lu Ming and Chen Tianxin and said, "What if those two don't take the bait?" Saying this, Lu Feng put on a distressed expression. Lu Ming grinned and said, "Just take action. What are you afraid of?" "Ahem, we are all civilized people." "Well, those two have provoked you, so this is a good excuse." Chen Tianxin coughed lightly, then smirked. Lu Feng's eyes brightened, looking at William and the Northern European elder, angrily saying, "You two dare to provoke me? Kill." The moment the last word kill was spoken, a violent aura erupted, and the scabbard behind Lu Feng opened instantly. An ancient long knife slowly emerged, its cold light flickering on the blade. The surrounding space seemed to be cleaved in half by this blade's radiance, and a powerful pressure erupted instantly. Boom, boom, boom. A fierce blade aura spread throughout heaven and earth. Chen Tianxin smiled slightly, tossing peach petals from his hand, which fell into Hansheng, and instantly, blossoms of peach flowers emerged, enveloping the entire city. "Hey, there are still civilians below. Be careful." Chen Tianxin laughed, standing aside, watching Lu Feng as if he were watching a show. "Minister Lu, you've gone too far." The Northern European elder stepped forward, and arcs of lightning enveloped his entire body, making him look like the thunder god incarnate. "Why give him face? Let us all attack." William snorted coldly, and the six-winged angel behind him transformed into a beam of light, rushing into William's body. Then, six wings slowly appeared on William's back, shining with pure white light. White flames burned within William's body, and immediately, a gentle aura enveloped a radius of 1,000 meters around him. "Birdman, what are you pretending to be a god for?" Lu Feng said coldly, and the ancient long knife fell into his hand. Then, a crescent-like blade radiance burst forth in an instant. Enough! A thunderous shout echoed like thunder, filling William's ears with a severe booming sound. William momentarily appeared dazed. Although William was strong and a master at the Tianmen realm, one of the top figures on Earth, even such a powerful being was momentarily stunned by Lu Feng's shout. The Northern European elder's expression darkened, and he swung his iron hammer at the blade radiance, while arcs of thunder fell around him, forming a blue portal. The portal was surrounded by swirling lightning, shining with a blue light as bright as the sun. A powerful aura leaked out from the heavenly gate, instilling fear in people's hearts. Late stage of the heavenly gate. Lu Feng looked at the old man's portal and smiled faintly, not expecting that the swindler would dare to send out someone at the late stage of the heavenly gate, not fearing the loss here. Upon hearing Lu Feng's words, the old man's expression suddenly changed drastically, and his body fled in an instant. He understood. This was completely a trap set by China. A trap for a deadly battle between the Heavenly Gate experts of two nations. Heavenly Gate experts are extremely rare on the entire Earth, and the visible number of them is definitely no more than 2 fingers, with China having the most among them, officially appearing to have 4. Today, 3 of them have appeared. No wonder. This is aimed at killing people like himself. Escape. The old man no longer cared about William, although he was powerful. In front of someone like Lu Feng, who even made the Nordic deity and the North American Pope wary, he was nothing. Escape? Can you escape? Lu Feng smiled faintly, and with a gentle wave of his ancient blade, The entire world seemed to freeze momentarily, and the old man's body was suddenly suspended in midair. There was endless fear and bitterness in the old man's eyes. Before the old man could speak, an invisible blade aura instantly pierced through his body, and then, as if it had eyes, it rushed towards William. The old man's body instantly split into two, his life force dissipating. William was not much better off. His wings behind him fluttered, and intense holy flames ignited, as a white heavenly gate suddenly appeared, trying to resist. But it was like thin paper, easily torn apart by Lu Feng's blade aura, resulting in his head and body being severed. Two Heavenly Gate experts fell in an instant. At the moment when the two Heavenly Gate experts fell, two powerful auras erupted simultaneously, one in the north and one in the south. Two towering figures rose into the sky, standing tall between heaven and earth, their eyes filled with endless fury as they looked towards Lu Feng. And the world seemed to freeze momentarily. Lu Feng, you have gone too far. Two furious roars exploded like a nuclear bomb, with intense sound waves sweeping over, devastating everything. Lu Feng, whose body seemed somewhat small, gently stepped forward, his gaze cold, and the ancient blade in his hand trembled violently as beams of blade light erupted instantly, slashing towards the two towering figures. Then a loud shout was heard. Get lost! Chapter 54, Angelic Powers. At this moment, within the ruins, Yang Chen's team had already rested for quite a while. For ability users, resting for just an hour or two can allow them to go without rest for the entire day. Yang Chen slowly opened his eyes, looked at the sky, estimated the time, and then seemed to remember something. He turned to Zhang Shirlei and asked, by the way, do you know how to contact the other teams? According to Yang Chen's thoughts, since they had been dispersed to different locations and the ruins were so vast, it would be better to contact the others if possible. Having more people would certainly be advantageous, especially after experiencing several attacks from the ear-like creatures within the ruins. Yang Chen was more determined about this idea. While he might be able to protect himself within the ruins, preserving the strength of his team was quite challenging. The team members had varying levels of strength, ranging from B to a grade, and to be honest, it was tough to survive in this ruin. Zhang Shirlei was momentarily stunned, then looked at Yang Chen with suspicion and said, Captain, you don't know? Didn't we receive a communication wristband before coming here? As long as we're not too far apart, we can contact each other. Yang Chen suddenly slapped his forehead, feeling a bit embarrassed. How could he forget about that? Before they set off, Meng Yao had given everyone a small communication wristband. He hadn't paid attention, thinking it was for solo operations, and had tossed it into his spatial ring without caring. Now, after Zhang Shirlei mentioned it, he recalled it. He took out the small wristband from the spatial ring and put it on his arm. The wristband was small and seemed tailor-made for Yang Chen, fitting snugly on his arm. He tapped on the wristband and a blue screen appeared. On the screen, several red dots were visible, with one large red dot shining brightly. Yang Chen observed carefully and discovered that the large red dot represented the members of his team. The size of the red dots seemed to correspond to the strength of the individuals. Both Zhang Shirlei and Kong Lingze had red dots that were significantly smaller than Yang Chen's. However, Yang Chen felt a bit disappointed because, apart from his team, there were no other red dots on the screen. This meant there were no other teams from Unit 98 nearby. What a pity. Yang Chen sighed. Originally, he had planned to throw these people into other teams and fly solo, as he still had much strength hidden and didn't want it to be seen. Revealing his strength would be a big disadvantage. What is this? Yang Chen noticed a mailbox-like symbol flashing at the bottom of the screen. He reached out and clicked it open, and a message appeared. North America and Northern Europe have entered. If encountered, kill on the spot. Yang Chen raised his eyebrows slightly, glanced at his route before coming, and a smirk appeared on his lips. It seemed he had some other plans. Then he looked up and scanned his team, suddenly smiling and asking, everyone, are you interested in joining me to kill some people for fun? Clearly, these people had also seen a message in the mailbox. As it was mutual, Zhang Shirlei and Kong Lingze's eyes flickered, revealing a hint of bloodlust. Just what we wanted. On a hillside, several strange and chaotic figures suddenly appeared, each falling onto the ground. Some even created deep pits in the earth. There weren't many, only about 7 or 8, but even with their chaotic breaths, It was clear that they were incredibly strong. Not a single one was at B grade. There were even 2 S grade experts among them. The rest were all A grade. Such a powerful team could even escape if they encountered a newly entered master-level expert. However, their appearances were quite different from those of the Chinese. They had blue eyes, sharp noses, and hair of various colors. Their skin was pure white. North Americans. They were indeed a group of North American ability users who had narrowly escaped the massacre by Jian Wuchen and the 3 elders of Xintian. As for why there were no B-grade members, it was obvious. Those with such low cultivation had long been killed by Jian Wuchen and the 3 elders. This team was extremely powerful in North America, with 2 S grade and the rest all A grade. Although they lacked a master-level expert, they could definitely be said to be on par with any team from Unit 98's Jiangnan branch. They were all elite from North America. Damn it, we were tricked by the Chinese. It seems this time we are in for a tough fight. One red-haired North American S-grade expert cursed under his breath, a look of despair appearing. Although they had narrowly entered the ruins, once they left, they would surely be surrounded and killed by the Chinese ability users. And there would be no escape. Damn, then let's kill a few more from Unit 98 while we are in the ruins. At least it won't be a total loss. Another one, appearing more gentlemanly, still couldn't help but curse. There was no avoiding their fate. They would either die in the ruins or be killed by Unit 98 once they came out. Rather than that, they might as well kill some members of Unit 98 in the ruins to make up for it. Quickly adjust your breathing, the red-haired expert said in a deep voice. They had suffered significant casualties and had just entered safely. The priority was to stabilize themselves. Understood. The others' eyes flashed, and they nodded heavily, then began to circulate their abilities to recover. However, at that moment, a sudden change occurred. The ground beneath them suddenly cracked open, shaking violently, and flames, poison, and water arrows came crashing toward them in an instant. At the same time, a violent storm swept through the area. Looking for death, the blonde expert reacted first, roaring as the phantom of a 2-winged angel suddenly appeared and surged into his body. His aura exploded dramatically. Divine light radiated, and pure, white flames instantly engulfed the surroundings. Burning fiercely, the red-haired expert was slightly slower and was struck by a flame, leaving burn marks on his arm and a grim expression on his face. He too unleashed his abilities. His body swelled up, originally standing at about 7 meters, he instantly grew to 5 meters, and smashed away the incoming attacks. Who are you? The one here to kill you. A light, airy voice echoed, and suddenly, flames began to rain down from the heavens as if a rain of fire was falling, slaughtering this group of North Americans. An A-grade expert was struck by the flames, instantly losing all vitality. They had been ambushed, and this rain of fire possessed S-grade power. The A-grade expert had already been severely injured by Jian Wuchen and others. Now struck by the fire rain, he perished on the spot. A young figure suddenly appeared nearby, a youthful face adorned with a hint of a smile. Killing an A-grade expert had a nice effect. Several other A-level powerhouses were also injured, and their combat ability was directly reduced by more than half. The only threat left was those 2 S-level powerhouses. The young man was Chen, who looked calmly at the 2 S-level powerhouses. Upon seeing the abilities of the blonde, middle-aged man, there was a strong interest in his eyes. Angelic abilities? That is a unique ability of North American nobility. If he could absorb it, that would be quite nice. Chen licked his lips, looking at the blonde powerhouse with a greedy expression. Attack! Chen's voice rang out, and immediately, figures began to flash out around him, rushing towards the A-level powerhouses to engage in battle. Zhang Shirlei and Kong Lingze each targeted an A-level powerhouse and started to fight. The remaining 10 B-level powerhouses also teamed up to confront the A-level powerhouses in a fierce battle. The North American powerhouses were already injured, their combat strength significantly diminished. And under Chen's assault, one fell, leaving only 5 A-level powerhouses. The 2 strongest were entangled by Zhang Shirlei and Kong Lingze, while the remaining 3 faced off against 10 B-level powerhouses. As for the 2 S-level powerhouses, they had just intended to act when they were stopped by Chen. Chen smiled slightly at the 2. Your opponent is me. As soon as he finished speaking, His body moved slightly and then shot out like a cannonball towards the red-haired middle-aged man. Yang Chen considered the red-haired powerhouse to be the weaker one, so he decided to eliminate the weaker opponent first. The red-haired powerhouse's pupils suddenly constricted, and he unleashed a massive punch that tore through the surrounding air like a cannonball, aimed directly at Yang Chen. Physical enhancement ability. Although he was S-level, under the boost of his physical enhancement, his body could momentarily reach the realm of half-step master. Among S-levels, his physical body was invincible. He could already imagine the youth's bones shattering under his assault. However, the next moment, his expression changed dramatically. The small fist collided with his massive fist, and then the sound of bones breaking echoed. Crack! The bones shattered, but it was his own bones that broke. Intense pain surged through the red-haired powerhouse's nerves like a knife cutting through flesh, as if his heart was being ripped out. Following that, the young voice struck again with a punch. A light, airy punch landed heavily on the red-haired powerhouse's chest. Boom! A muffled sound reverberated, and terrifying power erupted within the red-haired powerhouse's body, sweeping through every inch of him like a shockwave. Endless blood flowed from his mouth, nose, eyes, and ears. In the next moment, life faded away. This entire process took less than 2 breaths. Before the blonde powerhouse could react, he saw his companion lying dead. And looking at Yang Chen's youthful face, his expression changed drastically. Devil! You are a devil! The blonde powerhouse trembled, wanting to escape, but he found that invisible, transparent wind blades had already surrounded him. If he moved even slightly, those wind blades would slice straight into his neck. The sharp wind blades, in his perception, could definitely cut through his throat. Gulp! The blonde powerhouse swallowed hard, his face horrified as he looked at the young man before him. He couldn't help but think, how could someone so young be so powerful? You people from Huaxia are all freaks. That Lu Feng as well. Yang Chen clapped his hands and then looked at those entangled with the A-level powerhouses. Although they seemed to be at a disadvantage, they were not in immediate danger. He then turned his gaze to the blonde powerhouse, his lips curling slightly. Speak, how do you want to die? It was as if the voice of death exploded in the blonde powerhouse's ears. The golden powerhouse gritted his teeth as a North American noble. How could he surrender so easily? A white light surged around his body, and a gentle wave spread out like ripples. Accompanying those ripples, pure white flames rolled in, scorching the air. Yang Chen's expression turned cold, and with a glint in his eyes, he said, "You are asking for your own death." The flames roared, and a fiery armor suddenly appeared, making Yang Chen look like a flame lord standing between heaven and earth. Angel's holy sword, the blonde powerhouse shouted, and a pure white long sword suddenly materialized, slashing fiercely towards Yang Chen. The rolling white flames surged, and the temperature suddenly rose. Yang Chen merely glanced at it and then punched out as before. Like a fire dragon, the flames roared and charged towards the blonde powerhouse. Boom! Boom! The flames surged and an explosion erupted, the heat wave rolling out as terrifying power burst forth in an instant. Yang Chen's eyes flickered as he charged directly into the center of the explosion, grabbing the blonde middle-aged man, a dark light flashing in his hand. A pure white phantom instantly separated from the blonde middle-aged man's body and then surged into Yang Chen. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have acquired a new ability. Angelic abilities. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have defeated 2 S-level powerhouses, rewarding you with 2 times S-level spiritual energy infusion. Hearing the system's cold voice, Yang Chen couldn't help but smile. Chapter 55, Breakthrough, Master Realm. The infusion of spiritual energy had already benefited Yang Chen greatly during several previous attacks. He had gained a lot, with 3 instances of S-level and 5 or 6 instances of A-level infusions, coupled with the 2 S-level spiritual energy infusions from this time. Yang Chen even suspected that he could directly rely on this to break through to the Master Realm. However, this was not the most important thing for Yang Chen. The main point was that he had devoured the angelic ability of the golden-haired middle-aged man. Yang Chen's interest in this novel ability was even stronger than that in the spiritual energy infusion. Superpowers were indeed a great thing, The abilities Yang Chen could currently master were mostly elemental types, and this was the first time he had acquired an angelic ability. Moreover, it seemed that this angelic ability could also manipulate flames. At this moment, the golden-haired middle-aged man had already fallen under Yang Chen's onslaught. After throwing the man's corpse aside, Yang Chen's eyes flickered for a moment, but he made no further movements. After all, there were still others around, and it wasn't suitable to experiment. He needed to find a suitable opportunity to test it out and also use the previous instances of spiritual energy infusion to see if he could reach the Master Realm. Currently, the S-level spiritual energy cultivation was no longer sufficient for Yang Chen. If he could reach the Master Realm with his spiritual energy cultivation, then his strength would definitely undergo a qualitative leap. By then, he would have some self-defense capability in the ruins. Right now, he was still only on the outskirts of the ruins, where the danger level was not too high. People like Meng Yao and Yang Chen's senior brother, Dan Shou, had already delved deep into the ruins. Only when one reached that point would it be the most dangerous. Spirit beasts at the Master Realm might appear. For Yang Chen, as long as he was a bit careful, there shouldn't be any significant problems on the outskirts. At this moment, the battles of the other people were also gradually coming to an end. These A-level powerhouses from North America, despite their cultivation levels, were ultimately injured, with their combat strength diminished to almost nothing. In addition, the people on Yang Chen's side had all rested well. Even if their combat strength couldn't match up, they could still wear these individuals down. After a while, all these A-level powerhouses fell. Yang Chen's gaze flickered slightly. Then he said softly, "You all tidy up the battlefield. I'll go take a look around to see if there are any other teams." Yes. Zhang Shirlei and the others were extremely excited. Being able to slay so many elite North Americans at such a small cost was incredibly thrilling for them. If this were in the outside world, these people would have been no match for them. Furthermore, these individuals surely had many treasures on them, so they were also very happy to clean up the battlefield. Yang Chen nodded, then quickly left the area. About a few kilometers away, he found a relatively concealed cave and placed several spiritual energy marks around it to prevent anyone from disturbing him. He then sat down inside. Yang Chen took a few deep breaths to adjust his state to its peak, and then the system page appeared before him. System: use all A-level spiritual energy infusions. Ding. Successful use. Boom, boom, boom. Yang Chen's body erupted with a roaring sound as a torrent of spiritual energy surged into him, flowing like a flood. If it were just one A-level spiritual energy infusion, it wouldn't mean much to Yang Chen, but with so much A-level energy pouring in, it was even more than one S-level infusion. Yet, Yang Chen's current cultivation could fully withstand it. Buzz buzz. The black orb in Yang Chen's dantian suddenly began to spin violently, flashing with dark light, wrapping around the incoming energy. After refining, it surged back into the dantian. This process lasted only a few minutes before it was completed, and at this moment, Yang Chen's cultivation had significantly improved. Previously, his cultivation was comparable to the late stage of S-level, and now it had directly soared to the peak of S-level. At this moment, Yang Chen could sense a bottleneck appearing before him. It was like a barrier blocking him from the Master Realm. However, the spiritual energy he had stored was still unable to completely negate or break through this barrier. Nevertheless, he still had 3 instances of S-level spiritual energy infusion left. 3 infusions were many times stronger than the total of the previous A-level ones. Yang Chen gritted his teeth. System: use 1 S-level spiritual energy infusion. Ding. Successful use. Boom. A wave of spiritual energy, even more surging than before, instantly surged forth, the quality of the energy much higher. Yang Chen controlled the torrent of spiritual energy, pouring it into his dantian, and then he unleashed a series of energy waves like dragon tails, fiercely crashing against the invisible barrier. Boom, boom, boom. Each impact struck the invisible barrier. A loud rumbling sound erupted from Yang Chen's body, like thunder exploding in his dantian, the terrifying roar erupting in an instant. The powerful fluctuations instantly enveloped Yang Chen's dantian, and even with the expanded dantian, it seemed to struggle under such impact. However, The black orb suddenly spun rapidly, and beams of light erupted in an instant, enveloping the shockwave and gradually dissipating it. It was as if it had never appeared at all. Chen finally let out a slight sigh of relief. Then his gaze sharpened, completely free from worries. The black orb in his dantian acted like a protective shield, enveloping and protecting his dantian. This was the confidence that allowed Chen to charge recklessly towards the Master Realm. Charge! Chen's gaze narrowed slightly, and he once again summoned the spiritual energy dragon to charge at the hard, invisible barrier. The rumbling echoed, and the fluctuations ran rampant. From time to time, spiritual energy was continuously consumed, dissipating in the dantian, and he could visibly see the energy dragon shrinking continuously. Chen's brow furrowed slightly. He could clearly sense that as his spiritual energy continued to dissipate, the invisible bottleneck was slowly loosening. However, the rate of loosening was a bit slow. While his spiritual energy dissipated quickly, Chen's expression hardened, and he thought to himself, "System, use 2 S-level spiritual energy infusions." Ding. Successful use. Boom, boom, boom. Like a tangible torrent, spiritual energy surged forth in an instant, rushing into Chen's dantian. The terrifying amount of spiritual energy even made Chen's meridians feel a slight pain, as if they were about to be torn apart. However, Chen didn't mind at all. With a thought, the black orb slowly began to spin, drawing in countless spiritual energies for himself. Without any delay, Chen instantly controlled the surging energy, transforming it into a series of energy dragons, striking towards the shackles. Bang! Chen's soul shook, and a mouthful of blood spilled from his lips. The shackles felt visibly looser in Chen's perception. It worked. Chen was instantly invigorated, and he once again summoned the spiritual energy and charged directly towards the invisible shackles. Twice the S-level aura irrigation is still a lot, equivalent to the total cultivation of 2 S-level powerhouses, and the quantity is probably hard to describe. Moreover, even if it's not enough, Chen has many spirit stones in his spatial ring. Anyway, that thing can be stored anywhere, and if the aura is insufficient later, he can use it directly. Of course, that is equivalent to a hidden energy source. The current aura is still very abundant. Chen focused entirely on breaking the shackles, with countless auras continuously pouring into his dantian, and then the advantage was instantly activated by Chen, striking towards those shackles. A simple cycle was formed. As time passed, the shackles became increasingly loose, and a powerful aura began to emanate from the loosened area. It fell into Chen's dantian, and suddenly a mysterious feeling surged in Chen's heart. He felt as if his soul had become clearer. This change made Chen strike the bottleneck even harder. With a faint mysterious aura swirling above his dantian, gradually flowing along Chen's meridians into his mind. As the bottleneck continued to loosen, the mysterious aura increased, swirling in Chen's mind. Gradually, the mysterious aura slowly transformed into a small humanoid figure. However, the figure was still extremely vague, and its features were unclear. But as the mysterious aura settled on the figure, it gradually became clearer. At this moment, Chen suddenly discovered that the little figure looked exactly like him. As the little figure gradually took shape, a connection instantly linked Chen and the little figure, making Chen feel as if he was that little figure, or that little figure was him. System, what is this? Ding, apart from flying in the air, the Master Realm has another characteristic, which is the power of the soul. Each master has different soul powers. Some represent a weapon, some a plant, and some even themselves. The upper limits, represented by different soul powers, are also different, and the manifestation of soul power as oneself has unlimited potential. The system's cold voice echoed in Chen's mind. Chen pondered over the system's words, and undoubtedly, his manifested soul power was himself. Does that mean his potential is unlimited? The soul figure in Chen's mind seemed to have heard the system's voice, immediately bursting into joyful cheers, filling his mind with a sense of joy. Chen was taken aback, then felt the shackles and was surprised to find that with the manifestation of soul power, the shackles were on the verge of collapse. Break for me. Yang Chen quickly manipulated the aura like a spear, breaking through with great momentum, instantly shattering the shackles, and then Yang Chen felt his body become lighter, with countless pores opening up at that moment. Between heaven and earth, countless auras surged toward Yang Chen's body. Above Yang Chen's head, a transparent vortex slowly emerged. And under the sudden pull of that transparent vortex, countless auras rushed towards Yang Chen's crown. The aura in the ruins was already much denser than that of the outside world, and at this moment, the aura around Yang Chen seemed to turn into raindrops, falling around his body, soaking his clothes. However, Yang Chen was completely unconcerned, feeling the difference brought by breaking through to the master realm, allowing the countless auras to flow into his dantian. Gradually, the droplets of aura continuously gathered together, and when saturated, they slowly transformed into a pool of water. Quietly lying there, the black pearl quietly floated above the pool, giving off a sense of wanting to dominate the aura. Rich fluctuations spread throughout Yang Chen's body, making the surrounding air seem to be torn apart, fleeing from around him. In Yang Chen's mind, the small Yang Chen slightly opened his eyes. At the same time, Yang Chen also opened his eyes. Boom! A beam of brilliance shot out from Yang Chen's gaze, and the space seemed to slightly distort. Who? Slowly exhaling a breath of turbid air, feeling the continuous power surging within, Yang Chen felt an immense sense of fulfillment. Yang Chen opened the character panel, and a row of attributes appeared. Character: Yang Chen Grandmaster. Constitution: Mortal. Rank title: None. Level: Grandmaster. Permissions: Sign in. Cooling down: Cooldown time: 2 hours. Maul: Insufficient kill points, unable to open. Abilities: Devour. Fire, Water, Poison, Thunder, Gale, Angel. Kill points: 2. Yang Chen raised his eyebrows slightly. After breaking through to Grandmaster, he noticed 2 things on the attribute panel. One was the sign-in time. In another 2 hours, he could sign in again. This undoubtedly excited Yang Chen. As for the second, it was the recently refreshed kill points. Moreover, it seemed that the system's Maul required kill points to open. For a moment, Yang Chen was instantly filled with great interest in these kill points. Chapter 56. In-depth second sign-in. System: What is the kill point? At this moment, Yang Chen was extremely interested in the unknown kill point. This kill point was even related to the opening of the system shop. The system shop appeared after Yang Chen obtained this sign-in system, but it had not been opened yet. Now, with the update of this kill point, Yang Chen saw a chance to activate it. Therefore, he was very interested. Ding! The kill point can only be obtained by the host killing an S-level or above strong person. An S-level strong person equals 1 kill point. A Grandmaster level strong person equals 10, and so on. Yang Chen's expression became strange. So, people below S-level are not counted in? System: You're too arrogant. How many points are needed to open that shop? Yang Chen continued to ask. 100 kill points. Hiss! Yang Chen gasped. 100 kill points meant he had to kill 100 S-level strong people, or 10 Grandmaster level strong people, or 1 locking level strong person. Isn't that a bit too difficult? S-level strong people are not weak. In a small country, there might not even be 10 S-level strong people. However, there are still ways in the ruins. Yang Chen rubbed his chin, his eyes slightly turning. At this moment, there were still many people from Northern Europe and North America entering the ruins. Excluding those A-level strong people, there were also Grandmasters and locking level strong people. Although there were not many locking level strong people, there were definitely a few Grandmasters. Plus, there were quite a few S-level spirit beasts in the ruins. Even Grandmaster level spirit beasts. Perhaps he could deal with these within the ruins. It's settled then. Set a small goal to activate the shop's function within the ruins. Then Yang Chen slowly stood up, and a surge of energy erupted around him because he had just entered the Grandmaster realm and was not yet very familiar with it. Although he had the body of a Grandmaster earlier, he was still somewhat inexperienced with his spiritual energy cultivation. After adjusting for a moment, Yang Chen stepped out of the cave and flew towards Zhang Shirlei and the others. Time actually passed quickly, at most half an hour. In that half hour, Zhang Shirlei and the others had cleaned up the battlefield, and the items from the North American strong people had been accounted for one by one. Swish! Yang Chen's figure appeared beside Zhang Shirlei like a ghost. Zhang Shirlei felt a gust of wind beside his face and realized that Yang Chen had somehow stood next to him. What terrifying speed! Zhang Shirlei swallowed hard, looking at Yang Chen in shock. Yang Chen touched his face, puzzled. What's wrong? Do I have something on my face? And no. Zhang Shirlei chuckled awkwardly and quickly replied. At the same time, he became even more respectful towards Yang Chen. If he had previously respected Yang Chen merely because he was at S-level cultivation, now, the strength Yang Chen displayed completely awed Zhang Shirlei. The others also noticed Yang Chen's arrival. Yang Chen's ability to face off against two North American S-level strong people had completely impressed them. They now looked at him with fervent eyes, their hands holding the spoils they had obtained from the North American ability users. Yang Chen lightly glanced at them, showing no interest. For Yang Chen now, the quality of these items was simply too low. After all, he had reached a new height. Grandmaster. Naturally, these items were not worth his attention. Take these things. Yang Chen waved his hand nonchalantly. The crowd was overjoyed and began to choose. After observing for a moment, once the 98 strong people returned from the excitement of the spoils, Yang Chen slowly spoke. Have you divided them up? Good. The joy in everyone's eyes was unmistakable as they looked at Yang Chen, eager to see what he planned to do next. Entering the ruins was inherently dangerous, but being alongside Yang Chen had eliminated that concept of danger. Instead, they could gain so many treasures. One must admit, those North American guys are indeed rich. Yang Chen's eyelids drooped slightly. Then he said in a deep voice, I checked the communication ring. There's a team of S-level strong people nearby. From now on, you will follow that strong person. As soon as these words were spoken, the entire team stirred. Zhang Shirlei felt something was off and hurriedly asked, Captain, what are you planning to do? Why do you want to leave us behind? Yang Chen glanced at Zhang Shirlei and then said slowly, I want to go deeper. Do you dare to follow? Do you dare? At the outer edge of the Red Ruins, there were already S-level combatants. If they went deeper, there would undoubtedly be Grandmaster-level existences. If they followed, it would only lead to death. Zhang Shirlei trembled slightly, then looked at Yang Chen with a bitter expression, as if he understood something. He sighed and turned to the group of strong people. Let's go. We cannot venture deeper. The others understood this reasoning, and then they followed Zhang Shirlei, moving towards the direction indicated by the communication ring towards another team of 98. There was nothing to linger on. After all, they were not familiar with Yang Chen. At most, being near him gave them a sense of security, and they couldn't help in any way. Did they not see that Yang Chen's words already carried a hint of driving them away? It was better to leave directly. Yang Chen watched the crowd leave, feeling a sense of relief. Damn it, with this group around, I still had to hide my cultivation, otherwise it wouldn't be good. Now it's fine. With them gone, I have no worries and can act freely. Yang Chen smiled slightly, not relying on his wind abilities, and directly floated up. However, at first he was a bit unsteady, but after adjusting, he regained his balance. One of the signs of a Grandmaster. Flying in the air, Yang Chen felt the fresh air above, instantly feeling refreshed. He soared above the sky, enjoying the feeling of freedom. His cultivation was fully displayed, spreading through the air. There was nothing foolish enough to approach. After a while, Yang Chen gently landed on a mountain peak. This place was even deeper than where he had taken a group before, and there were even powerful auras wandering around the mountain peak. At this moment, Yang Chen's perception ability had greatly strengthened, or rather, it could no longer be called perception, but rather divine soul power. The divine soul power spread out instantly, not very wide, but it covered a radius of several meters. In this area of several meters, whether it was ants or towering trees, they all clearly appeared in Yang Chen's mind. This was the reason a Grandmaster could crush those below the Grandmaster level. Every movement was under my surveillance. How could you be my opponent? Not to mention the gap in strength. Yang Chen nodded in satisfaction and then glanced at the time. It's time. A smile curved at the corners of Yang Chen's mouth as he opened the system page. Character, Yang Chen, Grandmaster. Physique, mortal rank title, none. Level, Grandmaster. Permissions, sign in. Store, insufficient kill points, unable to open. Abilities: Devour, Fire, Water, Venom, Thunder, Gale, Angel, Kill points. 2. The cooldown prompt had disappeared, indicating that he could sign in. A flicker of excitement appeared in Yang Chen's eyes as he licked his lips and said to the system in his heart, "System, start the sign in." Ding. Signing in. Suddenly, a huge roulette appeared in front of Yang Chen, spinning rapidly with a pointer standing upright. The roulette spun quickly, and shadows resembling phantoms dashed across Yang Chen's vision, which even his current Grandmaster realm couldn't clearly see. Then, the speed gradually slowed down. An ancient book slowly emerged. Ding. Sign in successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Xian rank technique, 9 Xian transformation. Immediately, a cooldown time appeared again in the sign-in section on the page. Then, the page disappeared, and an ancient book appeared in Yang Chen's hand. Yang Chen focused on the ancient book in his hand, his brows slightly raising. A technique? Yang Chen was no stranger to techniques now. They could accelerate cultivation speed and improve the quality of energy. A good technique would offer even greater help. However, what caught Yang Chen's attention was that this 9 Xian transformation was a Xian rank technique. What is Xian rank? There is no such classification on the current Earth. Forget it. I won't think about it anymore. The system's product should be nothing bad. First, I need to find a place to cultivate. Yang Chen shook his head, storing the technique in his spatial ring, and then began searching for a safe place. Now, Yang Chen was alone, carefree, and unbound. He also didn't care when the ruins would appear. He wasn't planning to gain anything here anyway. Even if he did gain something, could it compare to the rewards of the system? At most, he could just kill a few people to earn some kill points. For now, it was most important to cultivate this 9 Xian transformation. Chapter 57. Are you a bit brain damaged? Casually finding a cave, Yang Chen walked straight in, leaving some soul power around. Compared to before, Yang Chen seemed a bit more casual this time. Well, with stronger strength, he could do whatever he wanted. Opening the ancient book, mysterious waves immediately spread out, and a stream of light suddenly shot out from the ancient book, landing between Yang Chen's eyebrows. Following that, countless pieces of information appeared in Yang Chen's mind. At this moment, the little figure of Yang Chen's soul suddenly paused, and with a slight wave of his small hand, the chaotic information began to arrange itself one by one. Only then could Yang Chen clearly see the information. 9 transformations of the profound. 1 transformation is heaven and earth. 1 transformation is dragon and tiger transformation. 2 transformations are yin and yang transformation. 3 transformations are chaos transformation. 4 transformations are heaven and earth transformation. 5 transformations are star transformation. 6 transformations are celestial transformation. 7 transformations are ascension transformation. 8 transformations are celestial mysterious transformation. 9 transformations are entry into immortality transformation. 1 transformation is heaven and earth. Practicing to 9 transformations can even rival immortals. Yang Chen's eyes widened, and he gasped. The creator of this technique is so arrogant. Comparable to an immortal? Although we are in a high-tech era now, the legends of immortals still persist. One must know that the legendary immortals can pluck stars and moons. If this technique is cultivated to its extreme, it can rival immortals? That's too presumptuous. However, this also suits Yang Chen's taste. Without further ado, Yang Chen began to practice according to the patterns drawn in the 9 transformations of the profound, guiding the spiritual energy as it continuously roamed around his body. After an unknown amount of time, Yang Chen, sitting on the ground, suddenly opened his eyes with faint divine light flickering in his gaze. Immediately afterward, a powerful aura began to spread out. Dragon and tiger transformation. With a low shout from Yang Chen, the aura around him grew stronger, and faint dragon roars and tiger roars echoed out. Yang Chen's body even suddenly grew a bit larger, with veins bulging, tearing through the air with every movement. Looking at his hands, Yang Chen marveled at his powerful strength. At this moment, under the enhancement of the dragon and tiger transformation, the power within Yang Chen's body reached a terrifying level. Compared to when Yang Chen just broke through, he was at least twice as strong. Moreover, the enhancement of the dragon and tiger transformation instantly amplified his strength. If this were during a battle, it would be a great advantage. Another trump card. Joy filled Yang Chen's eyes. Now, Yang Chen had too many trump cards. Although he had just broken through to the Grandmaster realm, if all his trump cards are revealed, killing a Grandmaster would be easy. He even had confidence to fight against those in the locking realm. Unknowingly, Yang Chen had already stood at the pinnacle of this era. How many days had it been? In just half a month's time, he had progressed from an ordinary person to this level. It must be said it's terrifying. Dissipating the state of dragon and tiger transformation, a slight weakness came over Yang Chen, but he paid no mind to it, as this weakness was negligible for him. Now, what to do? Yang Chen pondered for a moment, realizing that this ruin didn't tempt him much. Instead, what was truly tempting was the system's kill points. So let's go kill a few Grandmasters for fun. Yang Chen smiled slightly, but there was a hint of cruelty in that smile. In a certain part of the ruin world, surrounded by endless trees, dense foliage covered the entire ground. In that deep forest, powerful auras emerged, and in the center, there was an extremely chaotic battlefield. Boom, boom, boom. Endless roaring sounds echoed, and blades of light suddenly flickered, cutting through everything. Ancient trees instantly toppled or were directly shattered. George, let me see if your spear is harder than my blade. A harsh voice rang out, but it was followed by more blade energy striking out. Shan Shou, if it weren't for being injured by Jian Wuchen, would you even have the chance to be here? A frustrated voice responded. Spear shadows cut through the sky, and powerful forces exploded, blocking the overwhelming blade energy. It turned out that Lu Feng's disciple could only take advantage of the moment. George's voice was somewhat weak, clearly unable to withstand Shan Shou's relentless attacks. However, even so, he still managed to maintain a tight defense. Even if Shan Shou unleashed a storm of blade energy, it would be resolved one by spear shadows. In this way, the two were entangled for a time. Shan Shou's expression was calm, as if nothing could stir a ripple on his face. Yusti, stop talking so much, Shan Shou mocked, and then the speed of his big blade swings increased, with blade energy cutting through everything, fiercely striking against George's spear, sparking showers of sparks. In this situation, it was clear that Shan Shou had the upper hand. After all, both were in the locking realm, and neither could do anything to the other, but George was injured, putting him at a disadvantage. Under Shan Shou's storm-like attacks, it was even harder for him to cope. Setting these aside, don't forget that Shan Shou is Lu Feng's disciple. A disciple of such a being surely has the potential to be invincible within the same realm, right? Sure enough, Shan Shou's blade edge slightly turned, raised high, and then fell. Overlord slash. Roar, roar, roar. It sounded as if a giant dragon was roaring, and a blade energy resembling a golden giant dragon suddenly spiraled out, carrying powerful force, and a faint golden glow spread out, causing the surrounding space to tremble slightly. Seeing this, George's face instantly changed, wielding his spear, desperately channeling spiritual energy, and forming a faint light curtain. Then his whole body suddenly retreated, realizing he couldn't block this move. If he were at his peak or uninjured, he could have resisted, but given the current situation, he was continuously being drained, and it was very difficult to block. He must retreat. Boom! Boom! The giant dragon tore through the sky, and the faint light curtain shattered instantly. Then it dove toward George with extreme speed. Damn it! George cursed inwardly, feeling endless frost and chill surging from his body, as if the space had frozen and the temperature around him dropped to freezing point. The golden giant dragon's speed slowed slightly under the effect of the frost, but it was still not enough. Even so, it was bound to land on him. A hint of ruthlessness appeared on George's face as he bit his tongue, causing drops of blood to shoot out, which instantly transformed into cold ice spirit beasts that lunged toward the blade energy, forming the golden giant dragon. Boom! 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 The ice spirit beasts penetrated the giant dragon's body, instantly crushing it, but they managed to delay it slightly. At the same time, George's body suddenly shot out, fleeing into the distance, and he even used his blood to push his speed to the limit. Shan Shou silently watched George's figure, not pursuing further. Although he was very powerful in combat, he was still weak in speed, and even some grandmasters who excelled in speed could reach his level. Clearly, he couldn't catch up, so it was better to give up. In the distance, George continued to flee, secretly relieved when he felt that Shan Shou had not pursued him. But his expression twisted with anger. Damn Chinese. George felt a mix of sadness and anger. It was supposed to be a treasure-hunting expedition in the ruins, but unexpectedly, the Chinese disregarded the agreements between the three nations and took action. As a result, he had to be extremely cautious in these ruins. However, at that moment, George's body suddenly stopped, his expression darkening. In front of him, a young figure appeared out of nowhere, standing in the sky and exuding a powerful aura. A Chinese grandmaster? Seeking death. George, already filled with rage, saw a Chinese grandmaster and immediately attacked without hesitation. The newcomer was none other than Yang Chen, who had been watching when Shan Shou fought George earlier. After George fled, Yang Chen directly pursued him, and with the enhancement of the wind force, Yang Chen's speed was not inferior to George's, allowing him to catch up. Boom! George attacked with all his might, frostlight flashing as it surged towards Yang Chen. Yang Chen smirked slightly. There were quite a few kill points for a shackled realm. Before George could figure out what Yang Chen was saying, his pupils suddenly constricted as Yang Chen's aura surged dramatically. Around them, there were faint sounds of dragon roars and tiger howls. Dragon and tiger transformation. Another sound of a sword ringing echoed as a pure white sharp sword slowly fell into Yang Chen's hand, bursting with astonishing power. Azure Dragon and Five Tigers Sword. George's body suddenly froze. He felt a threat of death from this Grandmaster Yang Chen. Wait, we can talk. George quickly spoke up. But what awaited him was Yang Chen's earth-shattering sword. The ice ability and thunder ability erupted suddenly, infusing into the Azure Dragon and Five Tigers Sword, which shone with an extreme blue light. Then Yang Chen swung it suddenly. The sword rang out, and the Azure Dragon and Five Tigers Sword instantly struck down on George's body, the powerful force breaking through George's defenses in an instant, then slicing through. One strike to kill. George's body was split in two, crashing heavily to the ground. Yang Chen glanced at George and scoffed. You're a bit brainless, aren't you? Chapter 58, Secret Realm. Yang Chen looked at the corpse of George lying on the ground and spat. Is this how people from the locking realm kill? I'm about to kill you, and you're here trying to reason with me. Idiot. Did you leave all your brain power for cultivation? Then, a cold voice suddenly echoed in Yang Chen's mind. Ding. You have killed a locking realm strongman. Reward. 1 medium-grade spiritual energy irrigation, 100 kill points. Yang Chen felt a wave of relief in his heart, but the medium-grade spiritual energy irrigation left him somewhat puzzled. Shouldn't it be spiritual energy irrigation from the locking realm? Why has it turned into medium grade? Does this medium grade represent the locking realm in the system's view? However, Yang Chen didn't dwell on these thoughts and directly opened the system's attributes page. Character, Yang Chen, Grandmaster. Physique, low-grade title, none. Level, low-grade, Grandmaster permissions, sign in. Cooldown, 15 days. Shop, 102 kill points can be opened. Superpower, devour. Flame, water, poison, thunder, gale, angel, kill points. 102 the page had changed a lot. For example, the sections for physique and level had directly changed to low-grade and low-grade Grandmaster. The sign-in was also in cooldown, while the shop could be opened. Ding. Detected that the host's kill points are sufficient. Do you want to open the shop function? Yang Chen raised his eyebrows slightly and then said, confirm. Ding. Successfully opened. Consuming 100 kill points. Yang Chen. Opening a shop costs 100 kill points? That's equivalent to a locking realm strongman or 10 grandmasters. Damn. That's too expensive. Yang Chen was somewhat dumbfounded, speechless at the system's unscrupulous merchant. This is such a scam. But since it was already opened, what else could he do? He might as well go for it. Then, the shop interface suddenly appeared in Yang Chen's view. Low-grade Gathering Spirit Pill, 10 kill points for exchange. Damaged Treasure Chest, 10 kill points for exchange. Profound Level Sword Technique, Songlong Sword Technique, 100 kill points for exchange. Saint's Teachings, 10. 000 kill points for exchange. Star Origin, 20. 000 kill points for exchange. A dazzling array of high-grade items immediately appeared before Yang Chen's eyes. But they all had one characteristic. They required kill points for exchange. Even the lowest gathering spirit pill and the damaged treasure chest required 10 kill points to exchange, while Yang Chen currently only had 2 kill points. Nothing at all. Yang Chen pouted. So, he picked up a locking realm person just to open a shop and ended up with nothing? Well, he did get a medium-grade spiritual energy irrigation. That could push Yang Chen to the locking realm. However, Yang Chen didn't plan to use it now, because if he went out and his strength increased too much, he would instead raise suspicions among those strongmen. Unless he could directly break through to the Heaven Gate realm, Yang Chen was still unwilling to take the risk. There was no way. It was just about survival. At this moment, the communication bracelet on Yang Chen's arm suddenly trembled, and a message came in. Yang Chen slightly opened the communication bracelet. An email popped up immediately. All S-level and above personnel of number 98, hurry to the depths of the ruins. The secret realm is about to appear. Secret realm? Yang Chen frowned. Before coming, he had been informed about many things regarding the ruins by Lu Feng, and this secret realm was one of the more important matters. To put it simply, the ruins were a small world created by a powerful being from ancient times, mostly used to enhance one's strength, but many treasures were also left within this small world. Moreover, when they fell, they would often leave behind a legacy, passing on their cultivation. These legacies were placed in the secret realm within the ruins. However, logically speaking, the secret realm generally gets triggered a few days after the ruins are opened unless someone directly reaches the depths of the ruins and automatically triggers the key to the secret realm. Yet, in this red ruin, even locking realm strongmen risked falling. Who could trigger the key to the secret realm? This was something Yang Chen found puzzling. However, since the communication bracelet had already notified him, he still needed to head over. After all, Yang Chen was also part of number 98. Yang Chen casually tossed a fireball, incinerating George's corpse completely, and then soared into the air, urging the power of the gale to fly toward the depths of the ruins. At this moment, deep within the ruins, in a vast plain, there was a vortex emitting a faint glow. Outside the vortex, powerful auras surged into the sky. A middle-aged man holding a sharp sword, dressed in a white robe resembling an ancient figure, stood there, with drops of blood dripping from the sword. Clearly, this sword had already tasted the blood of enemies. In front of the middle-aged man were several powerful presences, all of whom were locking realm strongmen. However, their appearances were not of Huaxia descent, Nordic, North American, and this middle-aged man was none other than Jian Wuchen. If you want to enter the secret realm, you must first ask Jian Sword. Jian Wuchen's long hair fluttered, his sword-like eyes radiating a fierce light. Swish, swish, swish. The sound of breaking air rang out as 3 old men with white hair suddenly appeared, as if they were carved from the same mold. And the 3 old men smiled in unison. A few pups actually dared to touch our Huaxia ruins. The 3 elders of Xiantian. The moment the 3 elders of Xiantian appeared, the several locking realm existences suddenly turned pale. Just Jian Wuchen alone was enough to make them fearful. Now, with the appearance of the 3 elders of Xiantian, it was even worse. They knew that regardless of who it was, they could compete with Heaven Gate strongmen. And Jian Wuchen was the number 1 in the locking realm. Damn it, it's either death or nothing. I want to let you have it easy. A white man's face darkened as he stared intently at Jian Wuchen. Their country as Heaven Gate strongman had been slain. And even if they obtained the ruins' legacy and treasures, they would be dead once they went out. It would be better to slay a few more strongmen from now. 98 in the ruins. That wouldn't be too much of a loss. However, the situation now was somewhat overwhelming. Although they had the numerical advantage, their strength was inferior. The 3 elders of Xiantian alone were powerful existences in the locking realm, not to mention when they teamed up. Together, they could even slay a weak Heaven Gate strongman. As for Jian Wuchen, there was no need to mention. He was the number 1 in the locking realm. The scene suddenly fell into a stalemate. As time passed, more and more people rushed over, but most of them were from number 98. The Nordic and North American people had been slain by number 98's forces within the ruins. Where is George? Why hasn't he come? A locking realm strongman from North America frowned, looking around but not finding George's figure. George was considered a strongman among the North American locking realm strongmen. If he could come, he would also be a fighting force. Speaking of which, this time the locking realm strongmen, including Grandmasters, still had some advantage from the Nordic and North American sides. Nordic and North America are two distinct realms. Just in terms of the locking realm, they have sent out as many as 4 powerful beings each, totaling 8 between the two. As for the Grandmasters, there's no need to mention them. Combined, they easily exceed double digits. However, on the side of number 98, there are 5 individuals in the locking realm. The 3 elders of Xiantian, Dan Shou, and Jian Wuchen. While there is only one Grandmaster, Meng Yao, in comparison, they are indeed much weaker. But the presence of Jian Wuchen and the 3 elders of Xiantian is essentially a bug, equivalent to 2 Heavenly Gate powerhouses, which significantly closes the gap. Upon hearing this, the locking realm powerhouses from Nordic and North America began searching for George, only to discover he was unexpectedly absent. Could he still be on his way? Someone frowned. At such a critical time, he actually dropped the ball. Just then, a shadow suddenly tore through the sky and landed within the range of the Grandmasters from Nordic and North America. Who? A powerful being immediately noticed and shouted loudly. Following that, flames shot up into the sky, swirling like fire dragons, exploding within the entire area of the Grandmasters. A figure stood amidst the flames. This is... Meng Yao's eyes narrowed slightly as she looked at the figure in the flames, feeling a sense of familiarity. Boom, boom, boom. The overwhelming power erupted among the group of Grandmasters, with waves of fire rolling and endless heat radiating outwards. Some of the recently arrived Grandmasters were instantly gravely injured. Then, in their eyes, a massive fist suddenly slammed towards them. Bang, bang. With 2 consecutive punches, the heads of 2 Grandmasters were instantly shattered. Red blood and white brain matter splattering onto the ground, soon to be burned clean by the flames. Afterward, amidst the astonished expressions of those from number 98, a young figure slowly emerged from the fire. The young man smiled slightly at the locking realm powerhouses from Nordic and North America, revealing a grin. Huasha number 98, Yang Chen, Dan Shou, and Meng Yao's expressions instantly turned strange. Before coming here, wasn't Yang Chen just at the S level? Although he possesses a Grandmaster physique, could he really have advanced this quickly? What a freak. Chapter 59. The dominant Yang Chen. Yang Chen glanced around indifferently. Then a slight smile appeared on his lips. Everyone, is this grand display a sign of disrespect towards me? China? Where did this little brat come from? Seeking death. A Nordic locked realm expert's expression changed, and a large blade suddenly appeared in his hand as he swung it towards Yang Chen. Yang Chen's eyes narrowed slightly, just as he was about to make a move. He heard a calm voice. Are you planning to strike under my very nose? Instantly, the body of the locked realm expert halted, frozen in midair. A few beads of sweat appeared on his face. If one looked closely, they would see that around the Nordic locked realm expert, sharp sword chi hovered like thin threads. If that person dared to move, even a little, the countless sword chi would instantly pierce through his body. Sword Wuchen, the man growled, veins bulging on his forehead, a hint of fear in his eyes, but more was resentment. Seeing this, Yang Chen smiled slightly at Sword Wuchen, then moved. Kill! A roar erupted from Yang Chen's throat, and endless flames surged like monstrous waves, sweeping forward, burning the space with waves of heat. In an instant, the air within a few meters was completely scorched clean by Yang Chen. The surrounding Nordic and North American Grandmasters quickly shot out, fleeing the area. At that moment, there were originally about 12 or 13 Grandmasters from Nordic and North American, but 2 were brutally slain by Yang Chen in the blink of an eye, leaving only around 10. Yang Chen was like a ferocious wolf, prowling among the Grandmasters. Although they were all Grandmasters, Yang Chen's foundation and strength were above all of them. Moreover, the cultivation method Yang Chen practiced was of the Xian rank. Though he didn't know what level Xian rank was on Earth, it must be top tier. The quality of the spiritual energy within him was far superior to that of these Grandmasters. Therefore, even though he had just advanced to the Grandmaster realm. Yang Chen could still crush most of them, unless some Grandmasters had been entrenched in their realm for a long time and reached the pinnacle of the Grandmaster stage. They could pose any threat to Yang Chen. But now, it seemed there were no such experts among this group. Yang Chen's figure roamed in the sea of flames, his fists flashing continuously. With each flash, a Grandmaster was injured. Yet they couldn't even touch Yang Chen. Rodents, seeking death. Immediately, the group of locked realm experts became furious. Meanwhile, Sword Wuchen looked at Yang Chen in astonishment, then turned his gaze to Dan Shou. Is your disciple really this strong? Dan Shou looked innocent, gazing in Yang Chen's direction, his expression somewhat bewildered. This. Block these locked realm experts. Meng Yao, go help Yang Chen. If you can slay some Grandmasters, it will greatly benefit us. Sword Wuchen smiled and then gave the order. Before coming, Lu Feng had mentioned Yang Chen to him and the 3 elders of Xintian, hoping they would take care of his second disciple. But now it seemed this genius did not need their care. Meng Yao nodded lightly, then twisted her waist, transforming into a pink glow, flying towards Yang Chen's location. At the same time, the 3 elders of Xintian simultaneously formed hand seals, and a Taiji-like phantom slowly emerged on the ground, enveloping all the locked realm experts from North America and Northern Europe. Layer upon layer of light screens appeared. You all just stay here and watch. The figures of Sword Wuchen and others appeared within the light screens, smiling faintly. One of the Nordic experts laughed angrily. Do you think that with just the 2 of you Grandmasters, you can contend with our 10 or so Grandmasters? We're not worried. You should be the ones who are worried. A group of locked realm experts from North America and Northern Europe laughed in anger, keeping a wary eye on Sword Wuchen while looking forward to seeing how these 2 Grandmasters from Zone 98 would fall under the hands of their Grandmasters. Sword Wuchen merely smiled faintly, saying nothing. At this moment, outside, Yang Chen was pounding down with punches, faint arcs of lightning flickering. He didn't use his thunderous abilities ostentatiously, as there were still so many people, but subtle usage was still not a problem. Although he hadn't slain a single Grandmaster yet, practically every Grandmaster had been hit by Yang Chen, and even a few slightly weaker ones were severely injured. At this moment, Meng Yao also quietly arrived. Instantly, subtle waves emanated from Meng Yao's body, enveloping the entire battlefield. Following that, the eyes of the Grandmasters from other countries filled with a dreamy look as they gazed at Meng Yao. Filled with heat, Meng Yao's face turned somewhat pale, shouting at Yang Chen, "Finish this quickly." This was Meng Yao's ability, enchantment. Upon hearing this, Yang Chen was immediately swept by the power of the wind, stirring the sea of flames, the wind fanning the flames, causing the fire to surge even more violently. At the same time, Yang Chen's figure darted like a stream of light, rushing towards each Grandmaster's position. Bang! 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 Inside the light screen, one could only see shadows flickering in the sea of flames, followed by screams erupting. Yang Chen's gaze was cold as he struck a Grandmaster's head with a punch. That Grandmaster's head was instantly blown apart. Yang Chen's figure then appeared in front of another Grandmaster. Yang Chen had never fought so joyfully before. It was simply one punch per little breath. Moreover, Yang Chen still had more trump cards that he hadn't used. It was hard to tell if the Grandmasters were weaker or if Yang Chen was simply too strong. In just a short time, 4 or 5 Grandmasters had already fallen at Yang Chen's hands. At this moment, Meng Yao suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood, her face weak, and the wave enveloping the entire battlefield slowly dissipated. Meng Yao was not weak, but trying to enchant more than 10 Grandmasters of the same realm alone was still a significant strain. Being able to hold on until now was already quite impressive. Devil, a North American Grandmaster, watching Yang Chen's continuous slaughter, suddenly felt a bit afraid and began to flee recklessly. Just as Yang Chen had just dealt with a Grandmaster, he noticed the fleeing North American Grandmaster, a slight smile appearing on his lips. Escape? Can you really get away? Chapter 60. The Battle of the Locking Realm. Fire. With a low murmur from Yang Chen, countless flames suddenly surged around the fleeing Grandmaster, enveloping him completely. Roar. The flames blazed, and a torrential heat wave swept in instantly. Yang Chen flashed, The power of the raging wind explosively erupted, like a streak of light racing towards the Grandmaster's body. His fist suddenly raised and then smashed down fiercely. The Grandmaster roared in anger. A rich brilliance surged from his body. The faith of the god of light. Buzz. Radiance poured down from the heavens. A shadow resembling an angel flickered above, its enormous eyes fixed on Yang Chen, and then a palm descended. Yang Chen looked at the angel with a hint of mockery in his eyes. Get lost. His fists, filled with flames, suddenly struck towards the angel's palm. Boom! Endless flames ignited in the angel's hand, wrapping around it in waves like water. Break! Yang Chen bellowed. The power of his blood and energy exploded, like crimson giant pythons, fiercely biting down on the angel's palm. Then it shattered. The Grandmaster's face turned pale, and he fled once more. But in the next moment, Yang Chen's indifferent expression appeared right in front of the Grandmaster. Then he raised his palm and quietly descended. Puffed. Brain matter exploded, and the head shattered. Another Grandmaster fell. At this moment, only 4 Grandmasters remained in Northern Europe and North America, most of whom were severely injured. On the China side, Yang Chen was a killer of Grandmasters. Damn it! On the screen, a locking realm powerhouse from North America had bloodshot eyes, watching Yang Chen continuously slaughter their strong ones, unable to hold back and directly made a move. As soon as the North American locking realm powerhouse acted, the other strong ones also moved together. Yang Chen had to be dealt with. The way to deal with Yang Chen was to send out a locking realm powerhouse to kill him. Jian Wuchen frowned slightly, as if he sensed the thoughts of this group and acted directly. However, the locking realm powerhouses from Northern Europe and North America were indeed numerous, as many as 8. On their side, there were only 5, and he could only hold off 2, but the opponent still had 2 more locking realm powerhouses. The other side only needed to send 1 locking realm powerhouse out to achieve their goal. Kill. We must not let them approach Yang Chen. Jian Wuchen's sword brow slightly moved, and he shouted. Immediately, he entangled 2 North American Grandmasters. The 3 elders of Xintian also joined in, blocking 4. But Danshou's side only managed to hold off 1. Locking realm powerhouses were inherently difficult to kill, and as long as the opponent did not want to fight to the death, they could only be entangled. In this regard, all the locking realm powerhouses from No. 98 were entangled, and those who acted were the strongest among the locking realm. Jian Wuchen was entangled with 2 North American late-stage powerhouses, and for a moment, he couldn't free himself, while the 3 elders of Xintian were also entangled by 4 locking realm powerhouses, and they had to control the formation, making it even harder to break free. Danshou was fighting alone against a mid-stage locking realm powerhouse. The remaining early-stage locking realm powerhouse from Northern Europe directly began to attack the light curtain. Speed up the resolution. We cannot let the locking realm join the Grandmaster's battlefield, Jian Wuchen shouted. At the same time, he swung his sword, and countless sword energies spread across the heavens and earth, trying to push the opponent back. But the opponent was not to be underestimated. Their abilities erupted, rushing towards Jian Wuchen. At this moment, Yang Chen was continuously slaughtering the Grandmasters from Northern Europe and North America, and with Meng Yao's abilities, it was as easy as playing with children. So easy. Meanwhile, Yang Chen also noticed the movements on the locking realm side, the light curtain rippling and showing signs of being broken. Yang Chen focused, sensing a hint of pressure. If a locking realm powerhouse joined the battlefield, it would be troublesome. Speed up the resolution of the Grandmasters. Yang Chen's mind moved, activating the low-grade spiritual energy irrigation. Ding! Low-grade spiritual energy irrigation used successfully. After killing so many Grandmasters, Yang Chen had also gained a lot of spiritual energy irrigation, but using it during battle was still his first time. However, the current situation left no time to waste. After slaying 7 or 8 Grandmasters, the spiritual energy in Yang Chen's body was exhausted. And if he couldn't resolve it in time, there would be big trouble soon. Boom boom. The sound of rumbling echoed within Yang Chen, and rich spiritual energy surged into his dantian. Instantly, Yang Chen's energy returned to its peak state. Kill. The sea of fire raged. Tiny arcs of lightning danced within the flames, and the power of the raging wind surged in an instant. Yang Chen darted like a meteor, appearing in front of a Grandmaster with each flicker. Then he punched out. Bang! Another Grandmaster was killed by Yang Chen. Yang Chen no longer cared about saving spiritual energy. After all, he had the benefit of spiritual energy irrigation now and was not afraid of it. In just a short while, 2 more Grandmaster powerhouses were slain by Yang Chen. At this moment, the light curtain quietly shattered, and a burly middle-aged Northern European man, wielding a giant axe, with a fierce expression, charged towards Yang Chen. Damn it! Yang Chen's expression turned grim. At this point, there was still one Grandmaster he hadn't dealt with, yet the Northern European Locking Realm powerhouse had already arrived, and Yang Chen had no time left. Sister Meng, I'll leave the rest to you. I'll handle this Locking Realm. Yang Chen shuktu Meng Yao. Meng Yao nodded slightly, then took a deep breath and rushed towards the remaining Grandmaster powerhouse. The alluring ability activated. Meanwhile, the Northern European powerhouse also arrived, but Yang Chen blocked him. The Northern European powerhouse, wielding the giant axe, twisted his neck. His face twisted with rage, and a violent energy surged from his body. Around him, a vacuum zone formed, with a powerful pressure enveloping Yang Chen. You little bastard, let the messenger of the great god of power, the offspring of Ontai, come to deal with you. Anla roared, raising the giant axe abruptly, gathering immense power on the axe, tearing apart space. Yang Chen focused, flames soaring like a king of fire. This was his first proper fight against a Locking Realm powerhouse. Chapter 61, Slaying the Lock Realm. Huff. Yang Chen exhaled heavily, his expression somewhat serious. The Songlong Wuhu sword instantly appeared in his hand, and he performed a flourish with the sword. Although Yang Chen did not know any sword techniques, it did not hinder his ability to wield a long sword. Moreover, the Songlong Wuhu sword was a high-quality weapon, a spirit-grade weapon at that, ranking among the top weapons on the entire Earth. Even without any sword techniques, the enhancements it provided to Yang Chen were significant. Wong Wong Wong. The Songlong Wuhu sword emitted a humming sound. The ice and thunder abilities were infused into the Songlong Wuhu sword, and pure radiance erupted from it, with sword lights sweeping out in an instant. Yang Chen's eyelids flickered slightly as he sensed the powerful force contained within the sword body, and he couldn't help but sigh. On the opposite side, Allah's eyes narrowed slightly, but the giant axe in his hand did not pause at all as he swung it down fiercely. Although he sensed a hint of threat from the longsword, he did not take it seriously. After all, he was a Lock Realm master. Allah roared. Yang Chen had slain so many Grandmasters. How could it not infuriate Allah, especially with many powerful figures from Northern Europe among them? Such a significant loss was all because of this kid before him. This kid must die. Only then could he vent his anger. Yang Chen raised the Songlong Wuhu sword, which then erupted with dazzling light, blocking Allah's giant axe. Clang! The sound of metal clashing resonated, and one could clearly see spiderweb-like cracks spreading across the giant axe. The powerful force still knocked Yang Chen back several steps. However, it seemed that Allah paid an even higher price. His weapon was becoming shattered, with chunks of metal crashing down heavily onto the ground, creating a deep pit. Allah's expression darkened, but when he looked at Yang Chen's Songlong Wuhu sword, a glint of greed appeared in his eyes. His weapon was no weakling. It had reached the peak of the mortal grade, and could even be considered a half-step spirit weapon. Yet, such a powerful weapon was shattered by the sword in Yang Chen's hand. One must know that Yang Chen's strength was even inferior to his. This showed just how terrifying the power of the sword in Yang Chen's hand was. Allah licked his lips, then his body shot out, stepping through the void as he suddenly expanded a few inches, his body directly increasing by several meters. He was now at least 4 to 5 meters tall. Mortal beings, accept the judgment of the God of power. Allah roared, and a white stream of energy blew out from his nostrils. The surrounding space twisted slightly, becoming fragile under the guidance of that immense power. Seeing this, Yang Chen immediately summoned the power of the wind, not daring to show any signs of arrogance. There was still a significant gap between him and Allah, separated by a major realm, making it difficult to bridge. Insect-like thing, Allah was furious, his hands constantly slapping at the surroundings, trying to hit Yang Chen. However, Yang Chen's speed was simply too fast, and Allah's large body reduced his agility significantly, making it extremely uncomfortable for him. Fine, let us just wear each other out. Allah wasn't foolish. His consumption was minimal, while Yang Chen needed to expend a lot of spiritual energy to maintain high-speed movement. His cultivation was originally higher than Yang Chen's, and his spiritual energy reserves were several times greater than Yang Chen's. If this turned into a war of attrition, Yang Chen would undoubtedly find it easier to lose. Realizing this, Allah's heart gradually calmed down. Although his hands were still waving, they were no longer chaotic. Yang Chen noticed Allah's change, but you might be disappointed. Spiritual energy was the one thing Yang Chen had in abundance. Not only did he still have 10 uses of low-grade spiritual energy, but he also had 1 use of mid-grade spiritual energy. With such reserves, could Allah, a beginner in the lock realm, possibly compare? Yang Chen smiled sleekly. After these exchanges, he had grasped Allah's power level. Very strong. Indeed, very strong. But it was still far from the point of fear for Yang Chen. Suddenly, Yang Chen's body came to a halt, and the Canlong Wuhu sword unleashed a series of sword flashes, momentarily blocking Allah's attacks. Then, Yang Chen's lips curled into a slight arc dragon tiger transformation. A low chant emanated from Yang Chen's throat, and soon, it seemed as if dragon roars and tiger howls were echoing within his body. Following that, one could distinctly feel a terrifying power gathering within Yang Chen's body. His aura surged instantly, becoming several times stronger than before. Now it was my turn to strike. Whoosh! Yang Chen's figure instantly vanished from sight, reappearing behind Allah, as the Canlong Wuhu sword shot out, striking fiercely against Allah's back. Wow! A huge gash instantly appeared. Thick blood burst forth, spilling onto the ground. And before Allah could react, he felt a sharp pain from behind. Ah, you're seeking death. Allah roared, turning around to try to smash Yang Chen. But Yang Chen's speed was simply too fast, especially with the enhancement of Dragon Tiger transformation. Yang Chen's figure vanished again, only to reappear in a place that Allah could not perceive. Then he swung one sword after another. Allah was a physical ability user, very strong. The hardness of his body was no weaker than that of a mid-level mortal-grade weapon. But even so, under the Canlong Wuhu sword, he seemed exceptionally fragile. A faint gleam flickered in Yang Chen's eyes as he quietly landed behind Allah's neck, and then the ice and thunder abilities erupted instantly. The temperature around plummeted, with arcs of lightning jumping, exuding terrifying power. Then, a sword slashed down. Boom! A massive sound echoed, and a gigantic head flew off, still bearing an expression of disbelief. Thud! The enormous body collapsed onto the ground, stirring up clouds of dust. Allah has fallen. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining 1 use of mid-grade spiritual energy infusion. Ding! Congratulations to the host for slaying a lock realm powerhouse, earning 100 kill points. The system's cold voice resounded, completely announcing Allah's death. Chapter 62. Entering the Secret Realm. The effect of the Dragon Tiger transformation gradually faded, and a sense of weakness spread from Yang Chen's heart as the spiritual energy within his body was completely drained. System. Use low-grade spiritual energy for irrigation. Ding! Usage successful. The overwhelming energy immediately filled Yang Chen's dantian once again. The shortcomings of the Dragon Tiger transformation were indeed significant, consuming enormous amounts of spiritual energy, but for Yang Chen, with his system as a bug, it didn't seem so important anymore. Having slain Allah, Yang Chen's gains were plentiful. His kill points directly reached 222, and he had 2 opportunities for medium-grade spiritual energy irrigation, not to mention the low-grade spiritual energy irrigation. Even after using it several times during the battle, he still had 8 uses left. This meant that if Yang Chen wanted to break through to the locking realm, it would be a simple task. Allah's death quickly attracted the attention of many experts in the locking realm. Jian Wuchen raised his sword-like brows slightly, sending one locking realm expert flying with a single strike as he looked at Yang Chen. This kid is a monster just like his master. Jian Wuchen grinned. Yang Chen was still quite young, but even at such a young age, he had reached the level of a Grandmaster. Although he couldn't compete with established locking realm experts, he was impressive nonetheless. How old was Yang Chen? At most around 20. And yet his current cultivation level was only that of a Grandmaster. To be able to contend with the locking realm at such a young age was astonishing, even on the entire Earth. As for the experts from Northern Europe and North America, their expressions turned grim. After finally gaining another locking realm expert, they had aimed to kill Yang Chen, only to be counterkilled instead. Now, the situation had taken a fascinating turn. With a Grandmaster gone and another locking realm expert lost, what were they to do? One North American expert spoke up. What now? The current situation was very unfavorable for them. Originally, they held a significant advantage with their Grandmaster level. But who would have thought that a young brat could take down a Grandmaster so easily, as if he were chopping vegetables? Now, they had lost a locking realm expert. At that moment, the blue vortex behind Jian Wuchen began to tremble violently. Boom, boom, boom. The entire world shook, and the ground cracked open. Everyone soared into the air. Only those present were above the Grandmaster level. Otherwise, they would have fallen. What is going on? Yang Chen narrowed his eyes at the vortex behind Jian Wuchen and slowly floated to his side. Although Yang Chen did not yet know Jian Wuchen and the three elders of Xintian, he did recognize Shansho and asked him about it. Jian Wuchen glanced at Yang Chen and then smiled lightly. The secret realm has opened. The secret realm has opened? Wasn't it said to have already opened before? Yang Chen was somewhat confused. Well, before it was considered to have opened the channel, but the channel was not fully opened yet. Now it has been completely opened. Jian Wuchen explained helplessly. Are you saying that you are already a Grandmaster and still don't know this? To be honest, it was indeed a misunderstanding of Yang Chen. Even Lu Feng had not anticipated that Yang Chen would advance to the Grandmaster level. His spiritual energy cultivation had only just reached S level before entering, and now he had become a Grandmaster. Therefore, he had not told Yang Chen about some matters concerning the ruins, such as this secret realm. He thought Yang Chen would only wander around the outskirts of the ruins for a bit as a form of training. But who could have known that he would advance to Grandmaster? Now he also had the qualification to explore the secret realm. I see. Yang Chen nodded and then turned his attention to the group of locking realm experts. What about these people? Should we let them in? These people's strength was not weak, and if they caused trouble after entering, it would be a headache. Jian Wuchen pondered for a moment, then flicked his flowing hair and said to Yang Chen, since there are some concerns, let them go in first. Entering the secret realm first not only prevents them from gaining advantages, but also poses some dangers. So letting them test the waters is not a bad idea. But what if they refuse? One of the elderly men from the three elders of Xintian said slowly, a mockery in his eyes. It wasn't that number 98 was afraid of these people, but if they were to deal with them, number 98 would also have to pay some price, and injuries were inevitable. Now that the channel to the secret realm had been opened, entering while injured would be somewhat uncomfortable. Do they still have a right to speak? Jian Wuchen smiled lightly, his expression full of dominance as his robes fluttered, resembling a celestial swordsman. Are you still waiting for me to drive you into the secret realm? Jian Wuchen called out to the several locking realm experts. The expressions of those experts continuously changed, some looking ugly. As fellow experts of the locking realm, why were you so arrogant? However, the current situation was indeed at a disadvantage for them. Jian Wuchen was the foremost expert of the locking realm, and if given time, it would be easy for him to slay 3 or 4 locking realm experts. Not to mention, there were also the 3 elders of Xintian, who were capable of contending with the Heavenly Gate experts. Let's go. One of the leading locking realm experts gritted his teeth, his eyes turning red as he waved his hand, leading everyone into the vortex. Within the vortex, brilliant blue light erupted, and then the figures of the locking realm experts suddenly vanished from the world. At this moment, Meng Yao had also slain the Grandmaster expert, her breath somewhat disordered, and she flew over with a pale face. Jian Wuchen looked at Meng Yao's condition and frowned slightly, then said, Meng Yao, just stay in the ruins. Don't enter the secret realm to avoid life-threatening danger. Meng Yao gave a bitter smile, glanced at Yang Chen, and then nodded. Her condition indeed wasn't suitable for entering the ruins. It was better to stay outside to recover, as no one could threaten her. After about half a moment, everyone's breath returned to its peak state, and then Jian Wuchen waved his hand lightly. "Let us go." Then he took the lead, and a terrifying sword aura erupted from Jian Wuchen's body, tearing through space, causing the vortex to slightly distort. Yang Chen's eyes flickered as he glanced at Meng Yao, who was healing, and then his energy surged as he rushed into the secret realm. Chapter 63. Heavenly Sword Sect. Yang Chen felt as if the scene before him suddenly twisted and spun, as if he were in a washing machine, with the entire world turning upside down. This sensation was similar to when he first entered the relic portal, but this time it was even more intense. If it weren't for Yang Chen breaking through to the Grandmaster level, his internal organs might have been shaken to pieces. No wonder they couldn't let anyone below Grandmaster enter. After a moment, Yang Chen felt a solid sensation under his feet, and he slightly opened his eyes. Immediately, a world that resembled a fairyland appeared before him. Around him, thick fog enveloped the area, making it impossible to see anything beyond a few meters. Yang Chen activated his spiritual power to sense his surroundings, but for some reason, it felt as if there was a strange resistance that hindered his spiritual power, preventing it from spreading outwards. "System, are you there?" "Dear host, I'm here." "Then it's all good." "System, do you think you're amusing?" Yang Chen let out a sigh of relief. Although his vision and spiritual power were blocked, as long as the system was still around, he felt grounded. Perhaps he had become somewhat reliant on the system. However, no matter what, as long as the system was there, he had confidence. Taking a deep breath, Yang Chen looked around and didn't see Jian Wuchen and the others. But that was fine. It should be similar to when he entered the relic before. They would likely be dispersed, which was better. He could exert all of his strength. Suddenly, the space in front of Yang Chen twisted, and an arrow symbol appeared before him, pointing forward. Yang Chen raised his eyebrows slightly and then followed the direction of the arrow, walking forward continuously. His spiritual power began to spread out, and although there was resistance, it was still better than relying solely on his eyesight. After an unknown amount of time, the fog around him gradually thinned, and the force hindering his spiritual power seemed to vanish. Yang Chen's spirit shook, and then it suddenly expanded outwards. Before him stood a towering peak that reached into the clouds. Aside from this peak, there was nothing else around. So, this is the secret realm? Yang Chen felt a bit skeptical. Wasn't it said that there was a legacy within the secret realm? What did this mountain peak have to do with any legacy? In fantasy novels, legacies are usually found in caves or fallen tombs. What was this mountain doing here? Shaking his head, Yang Chen didn't want to complain anymore. He hurried towards the mountain that pierced the clouds. Perhaps he could find Jian Wuchen and the others there. In just a moment, Yang Chen's figure appeared at the foot of the mountain, but around him, there wasn't even a single shadow. No one. Yang Chen was somewhat surprised. Logically speaking, they had all entered the same world, and with such a vast area, how could they not encounter each other? Yang Chen looked around. Aside from a massive platform and a portal made entirely of giant stones, there was nothing else. Above the portal, 3 large characters were inscribed. Heavenly Sword Sect. Looking at the 3 characters, Yang Chen mumbled, "Could it be that this is a sect? An ancient sect?" This was getting interesting. This relic turned out to be the legacy of a sect. No wonder it was a red relic. However, a sect's legacy is extremely rich. Those ancient sects, whether small or large, had countless strong individuals and treasures far surpassing those of the present era. This current era was merely the initial stage of spiritual energy revival, with the strongest being the Heavenly Gate. Yang Chen swallowed hard and then stopped focusing on anything else as he walked towards the platform. The moment he reached the platform, a voice suddenly exploded in his mind. "Heavenly Sword Sect entrance trial begin." Boom, boom, boom. Before Yang Chen could react, the entire platform began to shake, and then figures resembling wooden dolls shot up from the ground. Yang Chen looked up at the dense swarm of wooden figures and felt a chill run down his spine. Each wooden figure emitted an S-level strong aura. This meant that each of these wooden figures had the combat power of an S-level strong individual. Yang Chen's expression turned serious. Although he was already a Grandmaster, encountering so many S-level strong individuals still made him feel apprehensive. There were at least hundreds of them here. Hiss! Yang Chen gritted his teeth. His expression not looking good. However, he soon relaxed again. At this moment, the booming voice echoed once more. The trial begins. Reach the portal by defeating the wooden figures to be considered successful. You may use any means. As the voice faded, the aura of the wooden figures began to surge, and a blood-red hue appeared in their carved eyes. Yang Chen shrugged and then grinned. All right, since I can't escape, let's see what I'm capable of. Bang! Yang Chen shot forward like a cannonball, with ice, flames, and thunder erupting around him. Explosions rang out as the wooden figures were instantly crushed into dust. It should be noted that even a Grandmaster would fall under Yang Chen's full-strength attack, let alone these S-level wooden figures. Yang Chen's brows slightly furrowed, and just as a hint of joy appeared on his face, his expression changed again. The wooden figures that had been shattered by Yang Chen reformed, and their auras grew even stronger. They all turned to look at Yang Chen and surrounded him, then charged towards him. Yang Chen sighed. I knew it wouldn't be that simple. Boom! The Azure Dragon 5 Tiger sword appeared, and the power of ice and thunder erupted. Blue sword lights swept out like a storm, enveloping Yang Chen, instantly shattering the wooden figures that rushed towards him. Boom, boom, boom. The sound of explosions echoed, and then wooden debris rained down from the sky. Chapter 64. The Wooden Man Formation. Yang Chen was in the center of the sword energy tornado, completely unharmed, watching as the wooden figures around him were constantly shattered into wood chips. The corners of Yang Chen's mouth moved slightly, although there were many of them. As long as he consumed some spiritual energy, he could still defeat them. However, the next moment, Yang Chen's expression suddenly changed. In his line of sight, those flying wood chips began to gather together, and gradually, they coalesced into a giant wooden figure. In the hands of the wooden figure was a wooden sword made of wood. A hint of red light flickered in the wooden figure's eyes, and then, as if it suddenly gained intelligence, it charged towards Yang Chen. At that moment, the energy of the giant wooden figure surged to its peak. A Grandmaster-level wooden figure. Yang Chen gritted his teeth. Wasn't this supposed to be an entry-level trial? Are all the entry-level trials Grandmasters? In fact, they really were. In ancient times, in some powerful sects, Grandmaster-level experts were not considered anything special. Only those who opened the heavenly gate could have a place there. However, it's different now. In this era, Grandmaster-level experts are already considered top-tier existences. So, Yang Chen felt a bit of headache, but he could still accept it. Yang Chen took a deep breath, and his expression gradually became serious as he focused on the giant wooden figure, tightly gripping the Canglong Wuhu sword in his hand. Then, the powers of ice and thunder suddenly surged forth, and a blue light continuously flickered on the Canglong Wuhu sword. Sword lights burst forth, as if wanting to crush everything in front of him. Then, Yang Chen's entire body shot out like a cannonball, fiercely charging towards the wooden figure. The wooden figure seemed to possess intelligence as it swung the wooden sword and engaged Yang Chen in combat. On the platform, Yang Chen's figure continuously flickered. Every time he unleashed a terrifying attack, it was effortlessly blocked by the wooden figure. Yang Chen raised an eyebrow. The wooden sword in the wooden figure's hand seemed to become like its own arm, used with great agility, able to deliver the sword from any tricky angle to block Yang Chen's attacks. Yang Chen frowned, watching the wooden figure continuously block his attacks. As if realizing something, the wooden figure's techniques were very simple. Thrusts, stabs, blocks, and parries were all basic sword techniques, but in the hands of the wooden figure, these techniques seemed to come alive. Yang Chen suddenly had an epiphany and began to imitate the wooden figure's form directly. Thrust. Yang Chen's Canglong Wuhu sword suddenly thrust out, its speed as fast as lightning. However, the wooden figure's reaction was even quicker. Block. Then, the wooden figure also learned from Yang Chen, quietly thrusting out the wooden sword in its hand. Unlike Yang Chen's lightning-like speed, it felt light and airy like a spring breeze, but in Yang Chen's perception, it seemed unavoidable. Yang Chen was shocked. Then, he extended the Canglong Wuhu sword to block, but the moment the wooden figure's wooden sword struck Yang Chen's Canglong Wuhu sword, a powerful force suddenly pushed Yang Chen back several steps. Although there was not much damage, it was still very strong. One must know that Yang Chen's strength, even without using the Dragon Tiger transformation, was enough to look down on the Grandmaster realm. Yet the wooden figure had no spiritual energy, only the power of a Grandmaster. It hadn't even used its full strength and had pushed Yang Chen back. How is that possible? Yang Chen looked at the wooden figure in front of him and suddenly smiled. Understand. Yang Chen casually played with the sword. Then his gaze slowly drifted to the three characters Tian Jian Zong above. Tian Jian Zong? Sword cultivation sect? Goodness, I like it. Yang Chen's eyes sparkled. He loved swords and adored sword cultivators, who looked like transcendent beings, so ethereal. Then, Yang Chen's body burst forth again, learning the basic sword techniques from the wooden figure, beginning to replicate them. Not long ago, he felt a bit out of his depth, but gradually, through the wooden figure's training, Yang Chen became increasingly proficient in using the basic sword techniques, even able to contend with a wooden figure. After a moment, Yang Chen suddenly thrust out, just an ordinary thrust, without any spiritual energy, soft and gentle. But the wooden figure seemed to freeze, failing to dodge, or perhaps it was too late to dodge. Yang Chen's sword directly pierced the wooden figure's chest. The wooden figure's chest suddenly exploded, revealing a black orb inside. Yang Chen's Sanglong Wuhu sword struck that black orb. A powerful force directly shattered the black orb. Boom! It turned into fragments, scattering on the platform. At the moment the black orb shattered, the red light in the wooden figure's eyes gradually faded and extinguished. Then, the wooden figure's heavy body crashed to the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. As the dust settled, Yang Chen maintained the posture of the thrust, his eyes slightly closed, as if sensing something. Gradually, Yang Chen slowly opened his eyes, a sharp light bursting forth from them. So this is the way of the sword, Yang Chen murmured. Previously, when Yang Chen used the sword, he only manipulated it with strength, but now it was different. After learning from the wooden figure for a while, Yang Chen successfully incorporated the basic sword techniques into his muscle memory. Then, Yang Chen slowly retracted the Sanglong Wuhu sword, placing it into his spatial ring, looking at the fallen wooden figure and bowing deeply. Thank you. This bow was in gratitude, as the battle with the wooden figure had given Yang Chen some insights into the sword and slightly polished his foundation. According to what was said, Yang Chen was previously considered a novice in the way of the sword, but now, after battling with the wooden figure, he had finally stepped into the threshold of sword techniques. As for the way of the sword, there was still a long way to go. The next moment, that voice once again echoed in Yang Chen's mind. Entry-level trial passed. Score: First class. Reward: Entry-level disciple status, 1 gathering spirit pill. Upon the completion of that voice, the space in front of Yang Chen suddenly distorted, and then a token and a white pill slowly floated in front of him. Chapter 65. Breaking the Shackles Realm. Yang Chen looked at the floating token in front of him, along with the gathering spirit pill. He then extended his arm and grasped both the token and the gathering spirit pill in his hand. The token, made entirely of black iron, had the words entry carved on it. Within the token, there was a faint aura floating. If Yang Chen hadn't used his spiritual power, he might not have sensed it at all. A symbol of identity? What is the use of it? Yang Chen then put the token away and focused his gaze on the gathering spirit pill. The pure white pill was surrounded by a rich energy that continuously swirled around it, causing Yang Chen's palm, which held the pill, to instantly feel invigorated. A wave of comfort washed over him. Inside that pill, there was an aura comparable to that of a Grandmaster-level cultivator gathering within. Even without using his spiritual power, Yang Chen could feel the dense spiritual energy swirling within the pill. The gathering spirit pill was not unfamiliar to Yang Chen. It was introduced in the system shop. System: What is the use of the gathering spirit pill? Yang Chen Asket. The gathering spirit pill is formed by a formation set up by Xianjing Master to absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. It can be used for cultivation. In the world of high martial arts, the gathering spirit pill is also a unit of currency. It is a treasure above inferior spirit stones. Hearing the system's words, Yang Chen raised his eyebrows slightly. He was even more familiar with spirit stones. There were many inferior spirit stones in his spatial ring, but he had yet to see medium or superior spirit stones. However, even inferior spirit stones contained a significant amount of spiritual energy, and this gathering spirit pill was even more terrifying. It could completely forge a Grandmaster. A smile appeared at the corner of Yang Chen's mouth. In such a short time, he had gained so much. Not bad. Yang Chen looked around and, seeing no one, sat down cross-legged to adjust his breathing. Then, he focused and swallowed the gathering spirit pill in one gulp. Boom! At the moment he swallowed it, Yang Chen felt a wave of heat spreading down his throat, as if flames were burning within his body. Soon after, that burning sensation gradually faded, replaced by an overwhelming amount of spiritual energy flooding into Yang Chen's body. This sensation was very familiar to Yang Chen. It was similar to the spiritual energy irrigation from a system, but it was still lacking compared to the systems. The spiritual energy seemed not so pure. However, while its quality wasn't as good, it was still comparable to inferior spiritual energy irrigation. After a moment, Yang Chen absorbed all the spiritual energy from the gathering spirit pill, but his cultivation level did not increase significantly. Yang Chen frowned. This effect was not what he wanted to see, and he immediately spoke to the system. System, use inferior spiritual energy irrigation. Yang Chen had also considered this. Since the first stage was already at Grandmaster level, even though he was uninjured, who knew if there would be any dangers ahead? It was better to improve himself first to ensure safety. Gurgle, gurgle. It was as if spring water was flowing within Yang Chen's body and around him. Dense white mist dispersed. That was the overflowing spiritual energy. Yang Chen's skin turned red, and his body temperature suddenly rose, with pieces of skin continuously falling off. Ugh! Yang Chen let out a low roar, unable to bear the pain. At this moment, in Yang Chen's dantian, rich spiritual energy was gathering, constantly flowing into Yang Chen's physical body, continuously transforming him. Normally, advancing to the shackles realm shouldn't be this painful, but Yang Chen's speed was indeed too fast. Many places had not fully opened up, but he was forcibly advancing. It was equivalent to forcibly opening up the places that were not yet clear. To be honest, it was indeed very uncomfortable, but there was no way. Who knew if there were other dangers ahead? Yang Chen felt as if his internal organs were being burned, and the continuous sharp pain was honing his consciousness. However, amidst the endless trials, Yang Chen also felt increasingly at ease in controlling his body. It was as if he could clearly know every position within his body. Gradually, Yang Chen's spiritual power spread to every part of his body, with blood vessels, meridians, flesh, and heart all appearing in his mind. After a moment, Yang Chen felt the pain slowly dissipate, replaced by a refreshing current flowing throughout his body. However, at this moment, the spiritual energy in Yang Chen's dantian had become thin. Since the spiritual energy was insufficient, Yang Chen suddenly raised his head, his eyes shining with brilliance. System. Use medium spiritual energy irrigation. Ding! Medium spiritual energy irrigation successfully applied. Boom! 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 Yang Chen's dantian was instantly filled, and then, under the control of the 9 Xian transformation technique, it quickly circulated into Yang Chen's body. Buzz! With the enhancement of spiritual energy, Yang Chen's physical body instantly strengthened, and within Yang Chen's perception, it seemed as if chains appeared. Those chains seemed to wrap around Yang Chen completely, sealing his power. Yang Chen's veins bulged as he looked at those chains within his body. Then, he suddenly manipulated the endless spiritual energy, transforming it into a spiritual energy sword, and then fiercely swung it down. Clang! A resounding sound echoed, sweeping through Yang Chen's body. Break them for me! Yang Chen let out an angry roar, gritting his teeth as he used the last medium spiritual energy irrigation. Like a torrent, the spiritual energy surged, continuously striking at those chains. After several attacks, those chains finally became weak, revealing numerous cracks. Yang Chen's eyes brightened slightly, and then he directly manipulated the spiritual energy, transforming it into multiple spiritual energy swords and swung them down fiercely. Clang! The sound echoed again, and those chains instantly shattered. Then, an immense power erupted from within Yang Chen's body, unleashing a terrifying storm. The platform beneath Yang Chen's feet cracked, breaking into massive stones that fell down. Break the chains. Shackles Realm. Achieved. Chapter 66. Outer Sect Disciple Trial. Yang Chen slowly opened his eyes, a flash of brilliance bursting forth from his gaze, causing the surrounding space to tremble slightly. Stepping onto the scattered boulders, they suddenly exploded, turning into countless small stones that fell down. Yang Chen moved his lips and suddenly clenched his fist at the air. Boom! The air instantly exploded, and layers of ripples spread out in the space that Yang Chen struck. Looking at his fist and sensing the powerful force within, he thought that if he encountered someone like Amla again, he probably wouldn't even need to use the Dragon Tiger transformation to defeat him. So this is the locked realm. Truly powerful. Yang Chen let out a slight breath, expelling the stagnant air. After adapting to his newfound strength, he slowly directed his gaze towards the stone door. Behind that stone door lay a winding path, shrouded in thick mist, as if covered with a veil, concealing its true appearance. Even with Yang Chen's soul power in the locked realm, he couldn't extend his senses through it. Is the next trial site behind the stone door? Yang Chen rested his chin on his hand, looking at the winding path, wanting to see through its illusions. Forget it, I'll just go straight in. Shaking his head, Yang Chen walked toward the stone door. As he got closer, he suddenly felt the surrounding atmosphere, as if dense sword energy was tearing through, threatening to shred anyone who attempted to enter into pieces. Furrowing his brows, Yang Chen extended an arm, but immediately withdrew. Instantly, numerous sword scars appeared on his arm, and a trickle of blood flowed out. Yang Chen's brow tightened. Even the physical body in the locked realm couldn't withstand this. The secret realm is indeed terrifying. No wonder even powerful beings in the locked realm face the danger of falling. Just now, had Yang Chen forced his way in, he might have been obliterated by that sword energy, turning to dust. Thank goodness. Yang Chen felt a lingering fear. It was fortunate he didn't become arrogant after his realm increased, or he wouldn't even know how he would die. But how to get in? Another dilemma presented itself before Yang Chen. Clearly, to enter the mountain, he must pass through this soul path, but the terrifying sword energy outside made it impossible to enter, unless one is a heavenly gate expert. Wait, the token. Yang Chen's eyes lit up, and he quickly retrieved the black iron token from his spatial ring. Instantly, he could faintly feel that the surrounding sword energy seemed to have become much more docile. Effective. Yang Chen cautiously held the token against his chest and then stepped into the stone door. As Yang Chen stepped in, the surrounding sword energy instantly became gentle. Like cotton candy, Yang Chen let out a sigh of relief and then stepped in with his other foot. The sword energy around the stone door seemed to have not noticed Yang Chen's presence, allowing him to easily pass through the door. It wasn't until he had gone through the stone door that Yang Chen let out a slight breath, and then he could clearly see the winding path. The path coiled like a dragon winding around the mountain, with the stone door as its head, leading directly to the mountain's peak. The path was enveloped in thick mist, obscuring the surroundings. At that moment, a voice once again exploded in Yang Chen's mind. Sky Sword Sect, Outer Sect Disciple Trial, begin. Boom, boom, boom. Accompanied by the sound reverberating, the surrounding winds roared, and the mist instantly vanished, replaced by endless void. Even the mountain peaks disappeared. The only thing remaining was this path, stretching as far as the eye could see. Below the path, the endless void resembled an abyss, shrouded in dense darkness. Yang Chen cast his gaze into the abyss and felt a powerful force trying to pull him down. Quickly, Yang Chen activated the 9 mystic art, and a stream of clarity flowed through him, pulling him back. However, Yang Chen realized that he was still in place, not moving at all. This meant that the earlier sensation was merely an illusion. Huff, huff, huff. Yang Chen gasped for breath, beads of sweat dripping from his forehead onto the ground, where they were torn apart by the sword energy. This experience made Yang Chen acutely aware of reality. So is this trial about walking up? Yang Chen frowned, looking at the path. Walking up was easy, especially for someone like Yang Chen, a powerful being in the locked realm, who could fly directly up. However, If the first trial was already challenging, how could this second trial be simpler? It shouldn't be. Yang Chen couldn't figure out what the Sky Sword sect was trying to do. "Sai, forget it, I'll just go up." Yang Chen's expression was serious. There must be some unforeseen changes he didn't know about, but he couldn't let that stop him from trying. Boom! Suddenly, Yang Chen's body soared upwards, heading toward the top. But in the next moment, his expression changed. An invisible force manifested, like a giant hand pressing down on him fiercely. Boom! Yang Chen was instantly pinned to the path by this powerful force, creating a deep pit. Gritting his teeth, Yang Chen got back up and looked up at the sky. Was he only allowed to walk? Gazing at the distant endpoint, Yang Chen shook his head and directly began to walk up. Since he couldn't fly, then he would walk. What's the big deal? But to be honest, it did hurt a bit. Yang Chen rubbed his shoulder, which had turned red. However, as he continued walking, he began to feel something was off. In his ears, it seemed there was a voice continuously tempting him. Take a look below." Yang Chen shook his head, but the voice continued to linger in his ears. Having experienced the dangers of the abyss, Yang Chen naturally wouldn't easily heed the voice's words. However, the voice seemed to have a bewitching quality, its ethereal sound resonating, causing Yang Chen's state of mind to become chaotic. "Get lost!" Yang Chen shouted angrily, his energy surging as he punched out, causing ripples in the space. But in the next moment, that voice echoed once again. Take a look below." Chapter 67, Illusion. Take a look below." That illusory voice kept wandering in Yang Chen's ears, enchanting his mind. For a moment, Yang Chen suffered greatly from this voice's torment. Throughout the continuous climbing process, Yang Chen kept hearing this illusory voice, as if it were a parasite growing within him, whispering incessantly in his ears, constantly tempting him. "Go away." Yang Chen's face turned somewhat ferocious, the veins on his neck suddenly bulging, faintly visible blood flowing within those veins. A trace of black slowly emerged from the center of Yang Chen's brow. However, for some reason, Yang Chen was completely oblivious. In Yang Chen's mind, the little soul figure also had a trace of black appearing between its brows. The soul was tainted as well. In an instant, Yang Chen's mind became dull, as if a lead weight had fallen into his brain, feeling incredibly heavy. Yang Chen's eyelids were fighting, his whole body swaying, as if he would directly fall into the void at any moment. Gradually, Yang Chen felt the scenery before his eyes suddenly change. The road ahead vanished, leaving only an endless abyss. The pitch-black abyss seemed to have no light at all. Whatever fell into it made no sound. It was as if it had been extinguished. Yang Chen trembled violently, his pupils dilating, staring at the void beneath his feet, an endless fear arising within him. Yang Chen turned around, only to find that the road behind him had completely disappeared, severed. All that remained was the small floating stone beneath his feet. How is this possible? Yang Chen's soul shook, horrified as he looked around. But apart from the endless void abyss, there was nothing else. Or perhaps, Yang Chen was the only living being in this world. The surroundings were eerily silent, with no sounds at all. Even Yang Chen's heartbeat and breathing could be heard clearly. For some reason, a sense of fear lingered around Yang Chen. Yang Chen held his head, crying out in his heart. System. But the only response to Yang Chen was that endless coldness. The system did not respond. It was as if the radio had been cut off, unable to connect. Yang Chen felt an emptiness, as if he had lost something. He felt like an orphan, surviving alone in this surrounding darkness, with his only reliance being that small floating stone beneath his feet. Everything around seemed like a ferocious beast, eyeing Yang Chen covetously. For some reason, in that moment, Yang Chen forgot that he was still a powerful figure in the shackled realm, as if there were an imperceptible wave constantly disturbing his thoughts. Hoo. Drops of sweat appeared densely on Yang Chen's face, his chest heaving, his expression ferocious, with droplets of saliva flowing from his mouth onto the ground. And through it all, Yang Chen wanted to ignore it. He was afraid. Looking at the surrounding darkness and his solitude, Yang Chen was terrified. Yang Chen suddenly stretched out his arms, grabbing his neck tightly, choking himself like a madman. At that moment, the dark pearl in Yang Chen's dantian suddenly seemed to awaken. and a faint layer of dark light suddenly spread out. It enveloped Yang Chen's entire body, and in an instant, the trace of black between his brows was devoured, along with the little soul figures. The moment the black disappeared, Yang Chen's entire being slumped down, taking a while to recover. Yang Chen breathed heavily, a trace of clarity in his eyes. Boom, boom, boom. Yang Chen suddenly stood up, his energy surging, his cultivation in the compressing realm openly radiating, causing ripples to spread throughout the surrounding space. However, Yang Chen did not move, only resting his head as if pondering something. The fear within. Yang Chen murmured, then slowly raised his head, a glimmer of light flashing in his eyes. "Huh, disperse." The voice echoed again, then fell into Yang Chen's ears, with no response. Yang Chen's brows furrowed slightly, a rare hint of anger appearing on his face. "I command you to disperse." Yang Chen suddenly soared into the air, his hands slightly outstretched. On the left, endless thunder descended, striking the pitch-black abyss. On the right, a rolling sea of fire emerged, scorching everything. I stood tall, poison permeated, and wild winds surged. An angelic phantom slowly appeared behind Yang Chen, holding an angelic sword, then suddenly striking down towards the front. Wham! A pure white light suddenly swung over, and the scenery before him immediately changed drastically, gradually returning to its previous form. Yang Chen stood coldly in the void, and suddenly, a tremendous force pressed down on him. But Yang Chen merely glanced lightly, then punched towards the sky, roaring forward. Boom! Yang Chen's body trembled slightly, then the flames and thunder erupted, forcefully extinguishing that terrifying power. Playing tricks. Yang Chen's expression was stern, and then he manipulated the power of the wild wind, suddenly flying towards the mountain peak. Along the way, terrifying forces pressed down on Yang Chen. However, they were all effortlessly shattered by Yang Chen with a light palm. Just as Yang Chen was about to reach the mountain peak, he could already see the massive flat top. But at that moment, a transparent handprint suddenly fell from the sky. Yang Chen's body flashed suddenly, and then the Canglong Wahujian appeared, gently stabbing at that handprint. Just that gentle stab carried overwhelming power, and with it, thunder and ice emerged, making the space tremble slightly from Yang Chen's sword thrust. Bang! They collided, producing an earth-shattering roar, and a violent force erupted between the two, followed by Yang Chen using that force to charge directly towards the mountain peak, then floating down gracefully. Trial successful. Chapter 68, Trial Success. The atmosphere suddenly became somewhat awkward. Yang Chen smiled, with the Canglong Wuhu sword resting on his back, exuding the demeanor of a sword immortal, floating gracefully. Above the sky, a terrifying power continued to gather, yet it seemed to be pondering. According to the rules, it only restricts those on the road. Once they reach the platform, it has no authority over them. But this bastard, he climbed up using his own power. Can that be considered a violation? That force seemed to possess a weak form of intelligence, like a child just beginning to develop, constantly pondering. Yang Chen looked at the unwilling force in the sky and sighed softly, then shouted at it. "What are you waiting for? Are you waiting to lay an egg?" The force seemed to hear Yang Chen's voice, suddenly trembling, and the clouds in the sky began to gather continuously. "Oh no, it's getting serious." Yang Chen's smile gradually stiffened as he watched the power gathering above his head, quickly saying, "You can't hit me anymore. You've crossed the line. I've already passed the trial." Hearing Yang Chen's words, the force roiled in agitation. "If you hadn't said anything, it would have been fine, but now that you did, I'm even angrier. If I don't strike you down, I'll want to feel comfortable." Boom, boom, boom. The clouds in the sky gradually turned dark, and within them, it seemed as if thunder was constantly leaping and flashing. In an instant, a fierce wind surged, and countless thunders coiled like lightning snakes in the clouds. "Holy crap, are you serious?" Yang Chen's expression changed instantly, and he quickly retreated and ran backwards. As long as he stayed away from that narrow path, the force would surely continue to diminish. But it seemed that the force had noticed Yang Chen's movements, and above the sky, it gradually transformed into a giant face. Roaring in anger, rule violator, seeking death. Boom, boom, boom. A bolt of lightning suddenly fell, accompanied by a purple glow, causing the space to tremble violently as if it couldn't withstand this power. Like a thin sheet of paper, it would be shattered by this might. Yang Chen's face changed dramatically. Running was impossible now. He could only endure. But he couldn't help but curse himself. Why was he so reckless? Why did he have to court death? Yang Chen was quite helpless. With the Canglong Wuhu sword thrust out, ice and thunder erupted, and a thin layer of frost appeared, within which fine bolts of lightning continuously jumped. Bang! Suddenly crashing together, a terrifying wave quietly spread out like a bomb exploding. A massive fireball erupted, engulfing everything. Yang Chen's body was instantly consumed, endless flames scorching him. Fortunately, Yang Chen had fire resistance abilities, so he didn't suffer too much damage. Yang Chen's figure shot out from the flames, covered in dust, looking like a beggar. He used his spiritual energy to clean himself up, restoring his previous appearance. But he still looked a bit disheveled. Yang Chen grinned, looking at the giant face in the sky, and bitterly smiled. "Big brother, I was wrong, is that enough? Rule violator." But the giant face paid no attention to Yang Chen's words, roaring to itself. "You still want to act tough, huh?" Yang Chen cursed, his body flickering as he dodged the giant face's attacks. But those attacks were just too powerful and fast. Even with Yang Chen's shackled realm cultivation, it felt a bit strained here. Yang Chen's expression was serious. He wanted to fight back, but found that he couldn't even touch that giant face, meaning he could only take the hits. What the heck is this? Yang Chen felt like spitting blood. He was in a predicament. Sigh. It's also my fault for being mouthy. Yang Chen was very frustrated. But why could it attack him at all? Was it because he was easy to bully? As he thought about this while continuously dodging the giant face's attacks, he also pondered how to defuse this assault. If this attack was endless, it would be very troublesome. He didn't have any spiritual energy left to sustain a long fight. Perhaps Yang Chen's eyes turned slightly, and then he quickly pulled out the identity token from his pocket and suddenly threw it at the giant face. "Yang Chen, outer sect disciple of the Heavenly Sword sect. Stop immediately." The black iron token transformed into a streak of light and suddenly fell into the giant face. The giant face was just about to erupt, but seemed to sense the familiar aura within the black iron token and gradually calmed down. Token. The giant face seemed to be pondering something, slowly halting its attacks, and a puzzled expression appeared on its entire visage as it fell into thought. Phew! At this moment, Yang Chen finally exhaled slowly and then cupped his fist towards the giant face, saying, "Yang Chen, outer sect disciple of the Heavenly Sword sect. Greetings, senior." Although he didn't know if it would work, it seemed to have some effect. After a long while, the black iron token slowly fell, landing in Yang Chen's hand. Yang Chen put the token away and then looked at the giant face with shining eyes. His body tensed. If there was any unusual movement, he would surely escape. But it seemed the effect was quite good. The giant face in the sky gradually disappeared, and the pressure in the surrounding world also slowly faded away, as if it had never existed. Yang Chen grinned. He was already in the shackled realm, yet when facing that giant face, he felt powerless. It seemed the Heavenly Sword sect was indeed hiding talents. Just then, a voice rang out. Outer sect trial passed. Rating, 3rd rank. Reward, on the outer sect disciple token. 1 top grade, gathering spirit pill. As usual, a token and a pill slowly floated before Yang Chen. He finally breathed a sigh of relief, putting the token into his spatial ring, then focusing on the top grade, gathering spirit pill. Top grade? Yang Chen licked his lips, his eyes flickering. A regular gathering spirit pill contained the energy of a Grandmaster's full cultivation. How much could this top grade gathering spirit pill contain? Could it possibly hold the full cultivation of a shackled realm expert? If that were the case, it would be terrifying. Just the fact that an outer sect disciple could be rewarded with something like this made Yang Chen unable to imagine how powerful the Heavenly Sword sect had been in the past. Chapter 69, Gathering Falling. System. Introduce the Supreme Gathering Spirit Pill. Yang Chen asked the system in his heart. Ding. The Supreme Gathering Spirit Pill is an upgraded version of the Gathering Spirit Pill. Compared to the ordinary Gathering Spirit Pill, The Supreme Gathering Spirit Pill contains much more energy, equivalent to the total cultivation of a locking realm expert. Yang Chen nodded slightly. Not bad, equivalent to having medium-grade spiritual energy irrigation. Although it is of no use to him right now, it can also be used for recovery during battles. It's like having 2 lives. Not bad. Yang Chen felt somewhat pleased, and then began to observe the surroundings. In this vast plain, there were several platforms in the center, and in the middle of those platforms, there was a tall stage. A golden flag was planted on that high platform. On that flag, there were several large characters. Heavenly Sword Sect. What is this? Yang Chen scratched his head, not understanding what was going on, but the next moment, a strange wave enveloped him, and then Yang Chen's body slowly floated up, drifting towards one of the platforms. Bang! Yang Chen was directly slammed onto the platform, instantly baring his teeth in pain. Damn, what is this? Yang Chen rubbed his sore, and complained to the sky. Then he began to observe the surroundings. At this moment, there was only Yang Chen on the entire platform, and there was nothing or no one on the surrounding platforms. What is going on? Yang Chen looked around but found no other discoveries. Just then, a figure slowly appeared on one of the platforms. One of the 3 elders of Xiantian. Upon seeing this, Yang Chen immediately bowed to the old man and then asked, "Senior, do you know what is going on?" The newcomer was the 2nd elder of the 3 elders of Xiantian, named Xian Er. Xian Er carefully observed, then said solemnly, "If I'm not mistaken, it should be that all the passers will fight together and then select the strongest one to claim that flag." Yang Chen squinted at the flag fluttering in the wind, uncertain of his thoughts. "However, what surprised me is that you actually arrived first. It seems your potential is quite great." Xian Er stroked his white beard and smiled. "Senior, you flatter me. I'm just lucky," Yang Chen said somewhat embarrassedly, scratching his head. "I still don't know the difficulty of the first 2 levels. Since you can appear here as the first person, you must have some skills. So don't say those unnecessary things in front of me." Xian Er waved his hand and laughed. Yang Chen was taken aback, and, after asking, he discovered that everyone had similar experiences, which included the wooden man array and the stairs. Yang Chen understood, then said, "Senior, weren't the 3 of you together? Why did you get separated?" Logically, the 3 elders of Xiantian had excellent teamwork and had the combat power of the Heavenly Gate when working together. But even such beings were separated. Xian Er smiled and said, "Just as you think. The 3 of us brothers working together naturally have the combat power of the Heavenly Gate, but when separated, we are still just locking realm individuals. So that's how it is." Yang Chen nodded. Just then, several figures appeared again, but they were not from the 98th group. Instead, they were from a North American church and a Northern European temple. As soon as those 2 appeared, they were directly assigned to the same platform. And when they realized the situation, their expressions turned ugly. The temple and the church hoped to face the 98th group, not each other. After all, teaming up would give them a chance to kill more of the strong from the 98th group in the ruins. But obviously, things didn't go as they wished. Yang Chen and Xian Er exchanged glances and then smiled. Although the people from the temple and the church were unhappy, they were delighted. If the enemy is unhappy, that is the best news for themselves. Time continued to pass, and more locking realm experts appeared. 2 from the temple, 2 from the church, and on the 98th side, all 3 elders of Xiantian were present, including Dan Shou. The only one missing was Jian Wuchen, who had not yet appeared. Meanwhile, there were still no other people on Yang Chen's platform. This meant that if Jian Wuchen appeared, then Yang Chen's opponent would be Jian Wuchen. But if Jian Wuchen didn't appear, then Yang Chen would win directly. However, regardless of the situation, neither Yang Chen nor the 98th group wanted to see that. However, the fact that Jian Wuchen had not appeared yet was quite puzzling. After all, among those present, the strongest was undoubtedly Jian Wuchen. Yet he had not appeared even after all the others had. Could it be that something went wrong? The locking realm experts from the temple and the church were gloating at the 98th group, as they were more than happy if Jian Wuchen didn't show up. If Jian Wuchen fell here, it would be a significant loss even for the 98th group. Moreover, there was still some difficulty, as 3 of the temple's experts had already fallen. The church had also lost 2 in the previous levels. However, if Jian Wuchen fell, it wouldn't be a loss. It seems that the so-called number one in the locking realm is just a boast. One temple expert laughed. That's right. It's just them from the 98th group bragging about it, saying something about defying the heavenly gate. I haven't heard of any heavenly gate experts falling. TSK, TSK, TSK. A church expert chimed in. If you want to see death, I don't mind helping, Dan Shou said coldly to a temple expert on his platform. It was this person who had spoken earlier. Suddenly, Dan Shou's hand waved, and a large knife appeared, a terrifying aura immediately spreading out. The temple expert in front also gradually turned cold, his narrow eyes like eagle eyes, staring intently at Dan Shou. Behind him, a faint phantom appeared, resembling a giant bear. Come on, roar. Suddenly, the giant bear behind the temple expert let out a roar and charged towards Dan Shou. The battle instantly ignited. Among the three elders of Xian, only Xian Er faced a church expert, while the other two, Xian Yi and Xian San, were on the same platform. Xian Er's eyes flickered slightly. Then he raised his hand, and a formation was activated. Formation. Buzz. In the space, a series of rumbling sounds erupted, and a pure white light suddenly surged, enveloping the church expert. Then Xian Er smiled slightly and stepped into the formation. Xian Yi and Xian San exchanged glances, then Xian San sighed and bowed to Xian Yi. Brother, go ahead. Xian Yi didn't hesitate, just nodded slightly and gently pushed Xian San out of the platform. On another platform, a temple and a church expert exchanged glances, and then both saw the fierce look in each other's eyes. The next moment, the temple expert took the lead in launching an attack, charging towards the church expert. Both sides were just temporarily allied. When it came to seizing opportunities in the end, there was no need for alliances, as one's own interests were the highest priority. The powerful figures from the church also reacted, their expressions changing as they hadn't expected the opponent to strike first. However, as fellow experts in the shackled realm, even with the advantage of a first move, they could still manage to hold their ground. Boom, boom. On the arena, except for Yang Chen's platform and Xian Yi's platform, all others had erupted into battles. For a moment, it became somewhat chaotic. Yang Chen's expression was serious as he looked towards the direction of the stairs. He found it hard to believe that Jian Wuchen would fall. After all, he was the number one under the heavenly gate. Even the trash from the temples and churches could survive, so how could Jian Wuchen not? Xian, he was also watching that direction, a flicker of light shining in his murky eyes. Time continued to pass, and some matches on the platforms had already determined their winners and losers. Shan Shou was drenched in blood, looking like a blood-soaked figure, panting heavily. In front of Shan Shou, a mangled body lay on the platform, having been chopped into pieces by Shan Shou. A rare smile appeared on Shan Shou's face as he looked at the bloody mess and laughed. You dog bastard. Meanwhile, the strong figures from the temple and church had also determined their winners and losers. But unlike Shan Shou, they did not directly turn their opponents into mush. Instead, the temple's expert severely injured the church's expert and then knocked him out of the arena. Buzzing. On the platform where Xian Er was located, light flickered as Xian Er slowly emerged from the light, holding the body of a powerful figure, which he then threw away. The remaining temple expert's face looked somewhat grim, but upon seeing that Jian Wuchen had not yet appeared, he sneered sinisterly. Indeed, Jian Wuchen has fallen. Just as the temple expert finished speaking, a torrent of sword energy suddenly erupted, and a figure clad in white slowly emerged. With a cold expression and a hint of fatigue, his sword-like eyes slowly swept over the temple expert. As he spoke, I will definitely kill you. The temple expert's face immediately turned ugly, and he took a few steps back. It was none other than Jian Wuchen. Jian Wuchen glunged at Yang Chen. Ten slowly floated onto Yang Chen's platform. Shackled realm? Jian Wuchen nodded and then said, I've been waiting. Since that's the case, let's begin. Chapter 70. Yang Chen versus Jian Wuchen. Please. Yang Chen didn't say much and didn't care why Jian Wuchen took so long to come up. Everyone has their own secrets, and asking too much isn't a good thing. Moreover, he wasn't that familiar with Jian Wuchen. Jian Wuchen glanced at Yang Chen with slight surprise, then smiled slightly. You're quite impressive. Yang Chen shrugged, maybe. Jian Wuchen shook his head lightly, Then the long sword in his hand slowly appeared. You are indeed talented. You are a trump card for our number 98. I admit that in all these years, I've never seen anyone with a cultivation speed as abnormal as yours. Not even your master Lu Feng. There was a hint of complexity in Jian Wuchen's eyes. Yang Chen's performance was truly stunning. From entering the ruins at S rank to now, he had directly advanced to the locking realm in just a day or two. Even Lu Feng, the current leader of number 98 and hailed as the most talented man in this era of spiritual energy recovery, did not have such a cultivation speed. But Yang Chen had done it. Clearly, Yang Chen also had his secrets. However, Jian Wuchen was quite pleased with Yang Chen's earlier performance and did not intend to ask further. You're too humble, senior. Yang Chen lowered his head modestly. Jian Wuchen furrowed his brows slightly. Do you use a sword? Yang Chen focused on Jian Wuchen, and the Canglong Wuhu sword instantly appeared in his hand. Exactly. Jian Wuchen shook his head slightly. That's not how you should use a sword. Oh, senior, please guide me. Yang Chen raised an eyebrow. As soon as he finished speaking, Jian Wuchen's figure suddenly shot forward. Yang Chen's pupils contracted sharply, and he hurriedly raised the Canglong Wuhu sword in front of his chest. Clang! Jian Wuchen's sword suddenly struck the blade of Yang Chen's Canglong Wuhu sword, producing a crisp sound. Sword cultivators must be fearless, if you're as timid as you are now. What is the point of practicing the sword? Jian Wuchen shouted, his voice booming like thunder from the heavens, resonating in Yang Chen's mind. Yang Chen's expression turned serious, and a hint of clarity gradually emerged in his chaotic eyes. However, the next moment, Jian Wuchen's storm-like swordsmanship suddenly descended around Yang Chen. Every strike aimed to kill. Yang Chen hurriedly defended himself. Although he had improved a lot in his understanding of the sword compared to before, he was still just a beginner. He barely relied on the basic moves of swordsmanship to block Jian Wuchen's strikes. But the powerful force emanating from the long sword still left Yang Chen feeling overwhelmed. Use your full strength, otherwise you will die. Jian Wuchen shouted, striking down like autumn rain, impenetrable. The fierce sword energy was as piercing as a cold wind. Yang Chen activated his spiritual energy, and the abilities of ice, thunder, and other elements suddenly manifested. Rays of cold light flickered, and the surrounding air instantly formed layers of thin frost. Arc after arc of lightning danced among the frost like cunning venomous snakes, ready to strike with thunder at any opportunity. Jian Wuchen was momentarily stunned, then realized, his lips curling slightly. Interesting. He then increased the speed of his strikes considerably. Waves of sword energy suddenly appearing like silver crescents. The air was torn apart, and the surrounding space trembled slightly, as if it couldn't bear Jian Wuchen's sword energy. Yang Chen's mind was as clear as a mirror, and in his mind, he recalled Jian Wuchen's previous words. Sword cultivators must be fearless. If you're as timid as you are now, what is the point of practicing the sword? Fearless. A swordsman goes against the heavens. Cultivating the sword is about going against the heavens. If you are timid, what is the point of discussing sword cultivation or going against the heavens? Yang Chen sighed slightly, then suddenly opened his lowered eyes wide, a smile appearing at the corners of his mouth, his face filled with sunshine. It seemed he had misunderstood. He had only thought of conserving his strength, but in doing so, he had lost his sharpness. At the beginning, when he encountered the wild wolf, he could still maintain a fearless sharpness, unafraid to reveal his strength. But after going to Jiangnan, for some reason, he had become timid, afraid to expose all his strength. He had seemingly forgotten that his cultivation was already top-notch among the entire number 98. What was there to be afraid of? His master was the number 1 in number 98. What was he still concerned about? Since that was the case, then kill. Yang Chen said to Jian Wuchen, "Thank you, senior." Then, his gaze suddenly sharpened, and it was as if sword energy flickered in his eyes, a bright light suddenly shooting out from them. The surrounding space slightly distorted. Seeing this, Jian Wuchen merely smiled slightly, and the speed of the sword in his hand became even faster. The speed of his sword strikes had already exceeded 10 strikes per second, and it was still increasing. He held nothing back. If Yang Chen were still at the Grandmaster level, Jian Wuchen might have held back a bit. But upon seeing that Yang Chen had already broken through to the locking realm, Jian Wuchen decided not to hold back. This was respect for a strong opponent of the same realm. This kid Yang is not simple. He can actually withstand 1/3 of Jian Wuchen's strength. Xian smiled as he watched the battle on the stage between Yang Chun and Jian Wuchen. Indeed, Jian Wuchen had only used 1/3 of his strength. After all, the title of the number one under the heavens was not unearned. It represented a certain level of strength. Yang Chen's expression gradually became serious, and his hands felt slightly numb from the rapid defense. Jian Wuchen's speed was simply too fast. So fast that Yang Chun could hardly catch a glimpse of Jian Wuchen's sword shadow with the naked eye, relying only on his spiritual force and intuition to block. However, this could not prevent him from being injured. At this moment, Yang Chen's clothes were already tattered, reduced to strips of cloth, and his strong upper body was well-defined but covered in dense sword marks. Blood streaks appeared. Yang Chun gritted his teeth. Even after breaking through to the locking realm, he still felt somewhat powerless against a powerful opponent like Jian Wuchen, who could defy the heavens. Yang Chun ultimately had too short a practice time with the 10 swords and lacked sufficient foundation. Tiger and Dragon transformation. Yang Chun suddenly shouted, and immediately, a faint dragon's roar and tiger's roar could be heard around him. Roar, roar. Waves of sound spread out, carrying a heavy pressure that temporarily slowed Jian Wuchen's sword strikes. Yang Chun felt the constant influx of power within his body, then his eyes slightly narrowed, and the powers of thunder, wind, fire, ice, and poison burst forth unabashedly. A swordsman is meant to be fearless. Then he might as well not hide anything, explode everything. Meanwhile, he could test his own strength. Secret technique? Jian Wuchen was slightly surprised, but quickly adjusted. He had just been caught off guard. But for someone who had been through many battles, this small mistake could still be compensated. This young kid is a bit mysterious. He seems to have at least 5 abilities. Xian Er's eyes flickered as he stroked his beard, looking at Yang Chun, his murky eyes showing a hint of shock. 5 abilities. How many have we seen at most? Xian fell silent for a moment, then turned his head and asked, 2 or 3, right? Lu Feng seemed to have multiple abilities too. Xian Er pondered for a moment and then said, 2 monsters, Master and Disciple. Xian Tian Sam Lao silently watched the battle between Yang Chun and Jian Wuchen without saying anything. In the era of spiritual energy recovery, many strange things were bound to happen. Just because you cannot possess multiple abilities doesn't mean others can't. Obviously, Yang Chen's worries were unnecessary. However, now, Yang Chen didn't need to worry anymore, as Jian Wuchen had already dispelled his concerns. Yang Chun's body suddenly soared into the air, empowered by the dragon and tiger transformation, allowing him to temporarily possess the strength of a peak in the locking stage. Yang Chun unleashed several sword lights, temporarily forcing Jian Wuchen back, then suddenly raised the Songlong Wuhu sword in his hand. Senior, receive a move from me. If you can remain unharmed, I will naturally admit defeat. Jian Wuchen looked up, watching countless energies gather towards the Songlong Wuhu sword in Yang Chen's hand, as if there were small whirlpools around the sword, constantly absorbing the surrounding energy. Good. Jian Wuchen gently waved his long sword, standing with the sword on his back. Yang Chun took a deep breath, the spiritual energy in his dantian trembling continuously, gathering into the Songlong Wuhu sword. The blue light suddenly surged like a blue sun, shimmering in the sky. A chilling aura spread out, with arcs of lightning constantly flashing and jumping into space. Yang Chun's eyes narrowed slightly. His entire focus was on the sword body of the Songlong Wuhu sword, and in his mind, the image of the wooden man's stabbing sword suddenly appeared. Then, Yang Chen's eyes instantly opened, and the Songlong Wuhu sword in his hand slowly slipped out, then again wrapped in extreme speed, transforming into a ghostly blue light. Like a blue dragon, diving towards Jian Wuchen. Roar, roar, roar. The dragon's roar and tiger's howl made it seem like they were in a snowy land, with endless frost and cold appearing, as if they were in a sea of thunder, with lightning surging. Watching the ghostly blue dragon dive down, Jian Wuchen's expression gradually became serious, and the energy around him suddenly burst forth. Behind him, it seemed there was a phantom of a long sword, emitting the sound of sword cries. Then, the sword shadow behind Jian Wuchen instantly scattered into numerous small sharp swords, as if there were thousands of them. All swords returned to the sect. Jian Wuchen's calm voice resonated. Immediately, countless sword shadows rushed towards the ghostly blue dragon. Boom, boom, boom. The roar resounded. Chapter 71. The Dominant Jian Wuchen. Boom, boom, boom. The endless roar echoed, and the sword energy scattered everywhere, directly shattering the arena, with countless flying stones falling. The three elders of Xintian frowned slightly, and Xinshu waved his hand, causing a brilliant light to erupt, shattering all the debris. Shansho stared intently at the center of the explosion, worry evident in his eyes. Yang Chen was his junior brother, but his opponent was Jian Wuchen, the number one under the Heavenly Gate. Even Shansho was not confident that he could survive Jian Wuchen's sword strikes, although they were both in the 98th rank, and Jian Wuchen would not use excessive force. However, if the foundation were damaged, it would be over. Now, Shansho could only pray that Jian Wuchen would hold back. The only remaining strong man from the temple suddenly had his pupils shrink. Whether it was Yang Chen or Jian Wuchen, he was not their match. Especially Yang Chen, who had clearly been a Grandmaster before. How could he suddenly break through to the locked realm? Did he think breaking through the locked realm was just child's play? And who the hell becomes so strong right after a breakthrough? What a freak. For some reason, the temple strongman felt like he was a sheep among a pack of wolves, and they were all terrifyingly powerful. As the dust gradually settled, the situation inside was revealed. Yang Chen sat weakly in the shattered arena, the floor around him completely destroyed, exposing chunks of precious stones. As for Jian Wuchen, he stood like an immortal, his clothes unscathed, with a long sword on his back and a pair of sword-like eyes filled with sharp sword energy. Yang Chen looked at Jian Wuchen and sighed with a mix of crying and laughter, realizing once again how powerful his senior was. Jian Wuchen's mouth twitched slightly, and his hands, resting on his back, trembled slightly. How long have you been cultivating? And how long have I been cultivating? Still not satisfied. However, Jian Wuchen ultimately did not show this. Some things, if said, would lose their meaning. Jian Wuchen said to Yang Chen, "You did well. Keep it up." Jian Wuchen forced a false smile while looking at Yang Chen, suddenly feeling very tired. Yang Chen brushed off the dust from his body and then walked down the arena alone, showing little attachment to it. As for the so-called inheritance in this relic, to be honest, Yang Chen really didn't care much. No matter how good an inheritance was, could it compare to the system? The system was the real deal. In Yang Chen's heart, he couldn't help but praise the system. Seeing this, Jian Wuchen looked at the flag, his eyes flickering for a moment. And then a hint of excitement appeared. Jian Wuchen of the Heavenly Sword sect murmured softly, his eyelids drooping slightly, making it hard to see what he was thinking. Then, Jian Wuchen raised his head slightly, glanced at the temple strongman, and a slight smile cracked at the corner of his mouth, filled with sharp, killing intent. "You temple bastards want to taint the relics of my Huaxia?" The face of the locked realm strongman from the temple changed drastically, and he hurriedly retreated, a hint of horror in his expression. "Jian Wuchen, what do you want to do? This is not a place where you can act recklessly. This is the relic of the ancient sect." Clearly, before coming, he had made adequate preparations and had some understanding of this relic, including some of the rules within it. Jian Wuchen's face was cold as he glanced at the sky and suddenly knelt down. Jian Wuchen, the 137th disciple of the Heavenly Sword sect, returns to the sect. A powerful voice suddenly exploded between heaven and earth. The faces of the temple strongman, Shansho, the three elders of Xintian, and Yang Chen all changed dramatically. They looked at Jian Wuchen with puzzled expressions. Jian Wuchen is from the Heavenly Sword sect? Yang Chen was momentarily stunned and confused. However, the three elders of Xintian and Shansho quickly regained their composure. Yang Chen didn't know, but they did. Strictly speaking, Jian Wuchen was not really one of the 98th rank. Jian Wuchen was a successor of one of the hidden sects. Coming to the 98th rank was just for an identity, but he was ultimately still a person from Huaxia. However, they didn't expect it to be such a coincidence that Jian Wuchen was actually the successor of the Heavenly Sword sect. But now a question arose. Since Jian Wuchen was the successor of the Heavenly Sword sect, how could the inheritance of the Heavenly Sword sect continue if its relics were all here? The three elders of Xiantian had a lot of knowledge, but they were also somewhat puzzled now. Just then, a red glow suddenly fell upon Jian Wuchen from the sky. Jian Wuchen was bathed in red light and felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity. Then, red light spots appeared around Jian Wuchen's body. Jian Wuchen was taken aback, and then the red glow around him suddenly disappeared. Following that, a human face gradually emerged in the sky. Yang Chen was very familiar with that face. It was the one that had just attacked him. Sect Bloodline. The giant face spoke, its voice booming like thunder from the heavens. Jian Wuchen slowly lowered his head in response. Heaven does not abandon my Heavenly Sword sect. After a while, for some reason, the giant face suddenly became excited, and the entire face twisted slightly. Moments later, the giant face returned to calm, its gaze firmly locked on Jian Wuchen. Since that's the case, the inheritance is yours. Then the face swept over the surrounding people, and upon seeing the temple strongman, its brow furrowed slightly. Bloodline of the barbarian? The temple strongman was already dumbfounded, trembling all over. Even as a strongman of the locked realm, under the gaze of that face, he felt like an ant. Jian Wuchen said to the face, "Senior, don't worry, I will naturally clear everything." That's good to know. This barbarian bloodline makes me very uncomfortable. The face said indifferently, then slowly disappeared into the sky. The entire process took only a minute or two, but the temple strongman felt as if half a year had passed. The moment the face disappeared, the temple strongman suddenly exploded forward, running towards the back. He wanted to escape. He originally thought that in the secret realm, he wouldn't have to fear the 98th rank. But who would have thought that this relic was actually Jian Wuchen's home? How was he supposed to play this out? The temple strongman cursed inwardly, his mentality shifting. Jian Wuchen slowly stood up, watching the temple strongman flee in panic, and couldn't help but smile. Since it has been said to be my home, do you really think you can escape? Jian Wuchen extended his hands and then suddenly clenched them. Bang! It was as if an invisible force trapped the temple strongman directly. The temple strongman's face was filled with fear, and then he felt a powerful force suddenly explode around his body. Bang! 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 The surrounding energy exploded under Jian Wuchen's control, and terrifying power suddenly vented onto the temple strongman. The temple strongman's body was instantly shattered, chunks of flesh flying everywhere. Jian Wuchen frowned slightly, feeling a bit dirty. After that, with a gentle movement of his hand, a sudden storm erupted in the world, accompanied by a light drizzle of rain. Jian Wuchen appeared as if he were the master of this realm, exuding boundless power. He communicated with the lost. The strong wind blew the flesh and blood into the abyss, while the light rain washed away the blood. After doing all this, Jian Wuchen seemed to be exhausted. His face turned pale, but a faint smile lingered at the corners of his mouth. Then, Jian Wuchen turned around and looked at Yang Chen and the others, smiling sorry. Everyone, I've already informed Minister Liu. Xian Yi stepped forward and cupped his hands towards Jian Wuchen, saying, since it's your inheritance, it naturally belongs to you. We won't compete over it. Everyone present had been colleagues for a long time and were familiar with each other. After all, they were all from Huaxia, so there was no need to be so calculating. Jian Wuchen nodded slightly, and then he soared into the air, grasping the central flag in his hand. Immediately, a brilliant light erupted from the flag, and then, in the astonished eyes of everyone, Jian Wuchen was engulfed by the dazzling white light. His body transformed into specks of starlight, disappearing into the world. At that moment, only the three elders of Xiantian, Shanshou, and Yang Chen remained in the entire realm. The people from the temple and the church had all perished. It must be said that the situation this time was not bad, although they did not gain too many opportunities, especially the inheritance of the sword sect. Weakening the high-end combat power of the temple and church to such an extent was also a boost in strength, at least within the next 10 years. The temple and church would not be able to rival number 98. As for the competition between the realms of the Heavenly Gate, Let Lu Feng and the others handle it. And just as Jian Wuchen disappeared, the entire secret realm suddenly twisted. Yang Chun felt the scenery in front of him change abruptly, followed by a powerful force, as if it were pulling at his clothes, throwing him out. When Yang Chun regained consciousness, he found himself thrown outside the secret realm, appearing right around the vortex. The vortex also began to slowly shatter after everyone emerged. Then it disappeared. Chapter 72. The Ruins Emerge. Bang! With a crisp sound, the blue vortex gradually transformed into specks of starlight and slowly disappeared. Yang Chen's pupils suddenly constricted, and then he realized that he had been directly thrown out of the secret realm. A faint look of regret appeared in his eyes, but quickly faded away. Although he didn't gain too many opportunities, being able to break free from the shackles of the S-rank realm was already a considerable achievement for Yang Chun. In Yang Chen's view, the opportunities from the Tianjin sect were nothing compared to what the system offered. Just think about it. After passing 2 trials, he was rewarded with a spirit gathering pill and a top-grade spirit gathering pill, which was equivalent to a low-grade and a mid-grade infusion of spiritual energy. Calculating it out, Yang Chen really didn't need this at all. At this moment, Meng Yao slowly flew over, her beautiful eyes filled with confusion and doubt. What was going on? She felt that it had only been half an hour. How could they all be out? Moreover, where was Jian Wuchen? Among Meng Yao and the others, they did not find Jian Wuchen's figure. However, at the same time, they did not see anyone from the temple or the church. The absence of people from the temple and church did not worry her. After all, Jian Wuchen had also entered. This man, who had once defied the strong from the heavenly gate, how could he let those ordinary shackled realm experts walk out alive? It was only natural that they couldn't come out. However, the fact that Jian Wuchen did not come out was the most surprising thing for Meng Yao. Xuania, one of the 3 old men of Xintian, smiled bitterly and explained the situation inside to Meng Yao. So, they had known about it long ago? A hint of shock still lingered in Meng Yao's eyes. You should know that when the ruins do not appear, it is impossible to know what is happening inside. But Lu Feng actually knew about the ruins before they appeared. That was somewhat against the odds. Meng Yao's beautiful eyes shifted, and when she glanced at Yang Chun, she was even more shocked, moving closer to him. Her handsome nose slightly lifted, and her gaze locked tightly onto Yang Chun. Little brother, you become even more monstrous. I haven't seen you for just a short time, and you're already in the shackled realm? Meng Yao was truly a bit dumbfounded. The first time she met Yang Chun, he was just an S-rank ability user with a master-level physique. At that time, she was even planning to take Yang Chun as her disciple. Now, just a few days later, Yang Chun had directly surpassed her, becoming a formidable expert in the shackled realm, and his foundation was extremely stable. This was simply against the heavens. A monster. Meng Yao felt that the world she knew was somewhat collapsing. It turned out she was just a clown. Yang Chun awkwardly touched his nose, his face slightly flushed. He could even smell the faint fragrance emanating from Meng Yao's graceful body, which made him, who had never been in close contact with girls, feel a bit flustered. However, just because Yang Chun had little experience with girls didn't mean Meng Yao hadn't had much contact with boys. Meng Yao giggled enchantingly, looking at Yang Chun with a hint of teasing in her eyes, her slender fingers lightly touching Yang Chen's chin and then gently lifting it. Little brother, you really surprised me. It seems that, before Meng Yao could finish her sentence, Yang Chun hurriedly evaded her finger and his face turned beet red. Hee, little straight man. Meng Yao wasn't angry. She just playfully scolded him and turned away. Yang Chun kept a distance of several dozen meters from Meng Yao, activating the 9 Xian transformation to suppress the fluttering in his heart. Women were truly scary. Yang Chun patted his chest, suddenly remembering something he had read in a sword manual as a child. First page of the sword manual. If one's heart is free of women, drawing the sword will be natural. Sure enough, women only affect my sword drawing speed. Yang Chun complained infinitely in his heart, while quietly distancing himself from Meng Yao's position. So, what do we do now? We've pretty much looted everything in the ruins, and the most crucial item is still in the secret realm, taken by Jian Wuchen. At this moment, Shan Shou, who had not spoken until now, slowly opened his mouth, sounding somewhat dissatisfied. It was clear that he still hadn't come to terms with Jian Wuchen's concealment of matters from them. Xian smiled slightly, patting Shan Shou's shoulder, and said, "Little Shan, one must be magnanimous. After all, we are all from number 98 and also from Huaxia. If Jian Wuchen is doing well, doesn't that mean Huaxia is becoming better? Otherwise, do you think your master could lead number 98 at such a young age? Isn't it's still thanks to the older generation of practitioners paving the way for him?" Shan Shou pouted, wanting to refute, but ultimately didn't say it out loud. After all, if his own master was like this, why couldn't others be? However, Shan Shou still felt somewhat dissatisfied. But since things had already come to this point, there was no need to pursue it further, as it no longer mattered. Let us go. Send messages to those S-rank people, and prepare to take them back. Once we go out, it's likely to be a hard battle. Xian shook his head slightly, looking at the direction of the sky. Yang Chen was somewhat puzzled. Hard battle? What hard battle? Yang Chen raised his head and asked. Xian smiled slightly and said, "When we came here, you all had already entered, so you probably don't know. But even if you don't know, you should be able to imagine that after we slaughtered so many powerful figures from the temple and the church, would they just let it go?" Yang Chen understood. Then the corners of his mouth cracked into a smile. In Huaxia's territory, how could we allow these scoundrels to act recklessly? Kill one if they come. That's right. After all, with Minister Liu and the others standing in the way, we can just kill some shackled realm experts. Xian also laughed heartily, and the two exchanged glances, laughing even more recklessly, like two friends with the same foul smell. Then, Meng Yao began to send messages through the communication wristband, and then took out a piece of black stone from her pocket. "What is this?" Yang Chen looked at the black stone in confusion, feeling a faint energy fluctuation within it. "This is the eye of the entire ruins. Only by obtaining this can we activate the ruins and exit. I found it accidentally in the cave of a Grandmaster level spirit beast." Meng Yao explained. Yang Chen nodded, understanding. Then he saw Meng Yao channeling spiritual energy into the black stone, and soon he could see weak rays of light suddenly appearing within the black stone. The black stone began to shatter, its black outer shell completely breaking apart, revealing a deep blue glow inside. Ripples of energy started to emanate from the deep blue stone, and then Yang Chen saw waves resembling ripples spreading out from within the blue stone. Buzzing vibrations rippled through the space, causing it to twist and distort like a whirlpool, continuously spinning and writhing. Then, a blue portal gradually emerged, radiating a rich blue glow. Within that blue portal, faintly, it seemed that sound from the outside world could be heard. At that moment, a commotion arose in the distance. Swish, swish, swish. A group of people in uniform number 98 approached, and the leader was someone Yang Chen recognized well. He was the one who had provoked Yang Chen before in the outside world. The man's eyes were sharp, and upon seeing Yang Chen floating in midair, his pupils suddenly contracted, and his body trembled uncontrollably. Great Master. The man's face was filled with fear, cold sweat breaking out densely around his forehead. Yang Chen merely glanced at him and did not pay further attention. To Yang Chen now, S-class powerhouses were like elementary school students, easily dealt with a single punch, sending them into despair. "I have met the great masters." The leader of the S-class powerhouses was sweating profusely, hurriedly lowering his head and speaking. "Leave." Meng Yao said no more. Even though she knew this person had once provoked Yang Chen, she didn't hold it against him. Instantly, the man felt as if he had received a great pardon and quickly led his subordinates towards the blue portal. Get out of this place of trouble as soon as possible. After a long time, once all the 98 powerhouses had exited, Meng Yao called for the three elders of Xiantian, Shan Shou, and Yang Chen to enter the blue portal together. During this time, some powerful figures from the temples and churches tried to sneak away while Yang Chen and the others were not paying attention. But their fate was the same. Each was slain. Yang Chen stood in the void, walking through the air as if taking a leisurely stroll, heading towards the blue portal. Boom! A thunderous sound echoed, and the scenery before Yang Chen suddenly changed. When it returned to normal, Yang Chen found himself back in the outside world. Chapter 72. The Situation. 2. In Huaxia, above Han City. Lu Feng stood faintly in the void, while Chen Tianxin beside him held a handful of peach blossoms. Lu Ming's body was engulfed in roaring flames, the fire resembling a phoenix soaring in the sky. In front of Lu Feng stood an old man in a red cloak, holding a yellowed book, his expression cold, emanating a golden glow from his body. Beside the red-cloaked elder was a burly middle-aged man, a yellow lightning bolt slowly materializing in his hand, distorting the surrounding space. Lu Feng, I want an explanation from you. The burly middle-aged man spoke slowly, his voice booming like thunder, deafening. Lu Feng looked at the burly man indifferently, a slight movement at the corner of his mouth. Isn't the revered temple master able to hear the prophecies of the gods? Why not ask your omnipotent God instead of coming to me? Presumptuous. The gods are not something you can slander. The temple master was enraged, his voice echoing like thunder, sending ripples through the entire space. Terrifying waves instantly spread out, pressing towards Lu Feng and the others. Above the sky, pale clouds suddenly vanished, replaced by thick dark clouds, within which lightning leaped continuously, radiating endless power. The red-robed elder slowly spoke. Lu Feng, the Heavenly Gate strongmen are not insignificant characters. Do you truly think we cannot stop you after you slaughtered the Heavenly Gate strongmen of both our sides? Buzzing. As soon as he finished speaking, the book in the red-robed elder's hand burst forth with a rich white light, a sacred aura descending, bathing them as if they were in paradise. The scabbard behind Lu Feng slowly opened, and an ancient large knife gradually appeared in his hand. Lu Feng's arm turned slightly, and an endless blade energy suddenly emerged, incredibly sharp, causing cracks to appear in the surrounding space, like a dense spider web. What? Do you want to fight? Lu Feng's knife was positioned in front of him, and a terrifying aura erupted, with countless blade shadows appearing behind him. A phoenix cry resounded, and the blazing flames of the fire phoenix suddenly swept across the entire sky, the terrifying heat seemingly ready to incinerate the entire space. Brother, why say so much? Just fight it out. Are we three Heavenly Gate warriors afraid of these two dogs? Lu Ming chuckled, a murderous intent evident in his eyes. Chen Tianxin beside him smiled helplessly, throwing out the peach petals in his hand, and an endless sea of peach blossoms surged forth. Pontiff, summon your Birdman. I haven't had a decent meal lately, and I could use a change of taste. Lu Ming licked his lips, nearly drooling. The pontiff's face darkened slightly, his eagle-like eyes fixed on Lu Ming, solemnly stating, if it weren't for your brother being here, you would have died 5 or 6 times already. TCH, if you have the ability, then kill me. I really don't believe it. Lu Ming laughed, then waved his arms, stirring up a storm of flames towards the pontiff. The pontiff merely frowned slightly and slowly opened the yellowed book. God said, let there be light. Buzzing, the light surged, and the white brilliance immediately enveloped the sea of flames, easily dissipating it. Trivial skills, the pontiff said blandly. Immediately, Lu Ming's expression turned sour. His attack was resolved before it even reached the opponent. Lu Ming felt a wave of self-doubt wash over him. All right, you're not his opponent. He has already reached the peak of the Heavenly Gate. And how long have you just ascended? Lu Feng spoke lightly, having seen the gap between Lu Ming and the pontiff. Although they were both Heavenly Gate strongmen, the difference was significant, akin to the disparity between someone just entering the Heavenly Gate and a binded realm expert. Since both of you are here, allow me to give you a proper explanation. Lu Feng took a step forward, the large knife in his hand crossing in front of his chest, a violent aura erupting. Powerful pressure enveloping the pontiff and the temple master. The pontiff and the temple master's brows furrowed slightly, feeling the pressure. All three were among the top in the Heavenly Gate, having touched the peak of the Heavenly Gate realm, and were progressing towards the next realm. How could Lu Ming possibly resist? Clearly it was impossible. Lu Ming pouted, standing behind Lu Feng. Minister Lu, it seems it's time to take that step. The pontiff's eagle-like eyes were fixed on Lu Feng, trying to discern something from him. At that moment, the temple master's expression changed slightly, and his gaze also locked onto Lu Feng. Lu Feng smiled lightly. What do you think? A playful glint appeared in his eyes as he looked at the pontiff and the temple master, creating an indescribable tension. For a moment, Neither the pontiff nor the temple master dared to move. If Lu Feng was truly on the verge of taking that step, perhaps today they really wouldn't be able to do anything to him. But they were also unwilling. The pontiff's face darkened, seemingly contemplating something, then turned his gaze toward the temple master and nodded slightly. Then, the temple master's body suddenly exploded forward, with countless thunders crashing down around him, echoing in the heavens. The protective barrier outside Han City shook, and the citizens looked up at the sky, which seemed to darken as if it were the apocalypse. In Lu's noodle shop, countless diners hurriedly dropped their money and rushed home. Lu Lao slowly walked out, looking at the sky, fuming. Damn it, are we not allowed to do business anymore? Then he slammed the rag in his hand onto the table before suddenly disappearing. Lu Feng looked at the temple master charging towards him. His body shifted slightly to create distance, lightly laughing. Uncle Lu, are you not going to make a move? The temple master's body paused slightly, glancing around, but found no one else had appeared, and he became somewhat furious. Damn it! The temple master gritted his teeth, then raised his burly fist and struck towards Lu Feng. Lu Feng smiled again. Uncle Lu, if you don't make a move, I'm going to be in trouble. Still dare to deceive me. The temple master immediately quickened his pace, wanting to entangle with Lu Feng, while the pontiff was also unwilling to be outdone. The yellowed book in his hand suddenly flipping open, pages turning rapidly. White light radiating forth. God said bind. Boom, boom, boom. Endless roars echoed, and purple beams of light directly trapped Chen Tianxin and Lu Ming. Lu Ming and Chen Tianxin's expressions changed drastically as violent spiritual energy bombarded the cage, trying to shatter it. However, the purple cage was exceptionally sturdy and could not be broken in a short time. Sai, why bully a junior? At that moment, an ancient voice echoed, and the temperature in the surrounding space suddenly dropped several degrees. In front of the master of the temple, an aged arm slowly stretched out, grasping the fist of the Lord of Gods. An old man slowly appeared. The instant the old man manifested, the expression on the master of the temple's face changed dramatically. It's you. Following that, the Pope's expression also suddenly shifted. Lu Qingtian, aren't you supposed to be dead? The Pope's face showed disbelief as he looked at the old man who had appeared, and for a moment, his body trembled violently. The old man slowly raised his head, and if Yang Shan were present, he would certainly recognize that the old man was none other than Lu Lao, the owner of Lu's noodle shop. Now, he should be called Lu Qingtian. Lu Qingtian chuckled, looking at the Pope and the master of the temple, and said, You two old geezers are still alive. How could I be the first to go? What, are you picking on me, the 98th, because there are no elders left? Looking for trouble with my nephew? As he spoke, an extremely domineering aura immediately spread out. Then, Lu Qingtian threw away the master of the temple's fist, turned around, and looked at Lu Feng, who had a smile on his face, shaking his head helplessly. You kid, you really have me figured out. Lu Feng grinned and said to Lu Qingtian, Isn't this because Uncle Lu you succeeded? Otherwise, I wouldn't dare to act like this. Lu Qingtian shook his head slightly and then stopped speaking. There was no way around it. He had to pamper his nephew. Uncle Lu, Uncle Lu. Lu Ming was also not in a hurry to break free from his restraints, waving his hand to greet Lu Qingtian. Lu Qingtian glanced over, and a surge of energy erupted, shattering the purple cage, stretching his limbs a bit. Do whatever you want. This old man still has some use. Lu Feng smiled lightly, and then stepped towards the sky, one step at a time. His mood instantly became relaxed. With each step he took, a powerful aura emanated. Below, the Pope and the master of the temple's expressions changed drastically, and they hurriedly tried to stop Lu Feng, but were blocked by Lu Qingtian. Gentlemen, let this old man accompany you for a while. Chapter 73, Breaking the Heavenly Gate, Ascending to Creation. 2 of you, let this old man entertain you. Lu Qingtian smiled faintly, and suddenly a Fangtian Huaji, a type of halberd, appeared in his hand, exuding a domineering aura, while a pale yellow crown floated above his head. The Pope's brow furrowed slightly as he said in a deep voice, Do you think you alone can withstand the two of us? If you were at your peak, I might still fear you a little, but now, you are not worthy. The last few words sounded like a wild beast's roar. Boom, boom, boom. The endless roar echoed throughout the heavens, and a phantom of a six-winged angel suddenly appeared from the heavens and the earth, radiating a rich white light. God said, "Let there be light." The Pope roared, and an infinite white holy light of angels suddenly illuminated the entire world, shining like the blazing sun. In Han City, countless ordinary people knelt on the ground. A miracle. Celestial blessings. The gods have manifested. The clamor echoed as the ordinary people's eyes glowed brightly, gazing at the angelic phantom between heaven and earth, with a flicker of white light in their eyes. Lu Qingtian's expression remained calm as he swept the Fangtian Huaji in his hand, shattering the void. Just a birdman, daring to claim divinity. Lu Qingtian suddenly stepped forward, and at that moment, his momentum became ferocious, and his appearance instantly became youthful. His white hair gradually turned black. The wrinkles on his face smoothed out, and his skin resembled that of a baby, making him look youthful. How is this possible? You're not. The temple master beside him suddenly changed his expression, looking at the constantly transforming Lu Qingtian with a hint of caution in his eyes. This is a trap. The temple master suddenly recalled, and seemed to understand the purpose of this ruin. It was to lure the two of them here, to prepare to fight them. The Pope also shook his body violently, and the angelic phantom slightly dimmed. A trap. The Pope's aged face became even more unsightly as he watched Lu Feng, who was stepping through the air, sensing the increasingly powerful aura emanating from him. Not good. We must act. We cannot let him advance. Otherwise, we will both be finished. The Pope shouted, awakening the temple master's spirit. The temple master hurriedly took action. A golden trident appeared in his hand, and towering waves reminiscent of a tsunami suddenly surged in the heavens. Boom! 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 The blue giant waves crashed against the void, causing it to tremble slightly. Lu Qingtian's expression remained unchanged as he suddenly thrust the Fangtian Huaji forward, and a yellow crescent appeared, continuously exuding a yellow halo that landed on the towering waves. Instantly, a massive earthen wall rose from the earth, blocking the waves outside. Uncle Lu is mighty. Lu Ming, trapped in a purple cage, exclaimed excitedly. All right, stop babbling. You're just someone else's lackey. Why are you so excited? Chen Tianxin said, with a row of black lines on his face, helplessly ridiculing. None of your business. Lu Ming retorted. Okay, whatever you say. Chen Tianxin shook his head, feeling utterly powerless to mock the two brothers from the Lu family. The two seemed like a madman and a fool. However, both were exceptionally intelligent, which made it quite difficult. Lu Ming ignored Chen Tianxin, his gaze locked onto Lu Qingtian, filled with excitement. It had been many years since he had seen Uncle Lu make a move. This time, those two old geezers were in trouble. Lu Ming was thrilled, almost jumping with joy. Chen Tianxin nodded in agreement, a hint of reminiscence or perhaps nostalgia in his eyes. The imposing presence of the old minister could finally be displayed once more across the universe. Buzz. At that moment, the red portal began to tremble continuously, its light flickering and drawing everyone's attention. Then, Yang Chen, Xuantian's three elders, and others appeared outside the portal. So fast? Lu Ming raised an eyebrow. He knew some things about the ruins, but this speed was still beyond his expectations. Even Lu Feng paused for a moment, frowning as he looked at the portal. As soon as Yang Chen appeared, he felt an incredibly violent aura surrounding him, as if he were inside a volcano. He quickly circulated his spiritual energy to feel a bit better. They've come out, Lu Feng murmured, looking at Yang Chen, sensing the aura of the shackled realm emanating from him, and couldn't help but be stunned before bursting into laughter. Ha! As expected of my disciple, you are doing well. Lu Feng's voice reached Yang Chen's ears. When Yang Chen looked up, he found his master climbing step by step towards the heavens. Yang Chen, Liu Shou. Lu Feng's voice, as thunderous as a storm, resounded, reaching Yang Chen and Lu Shou's ears. Watch closely. I will grant you a creation. Yang Chen was still a bit confused, but upon hearing Lu Feng's words, he immediately focused his gaze on Lu Feng's figure. Creation? What kind of creation could there be? Although Yang Chen still didn't understand the situation, He chose to follow Lu Feng's instructions, especially after noticing the terrifying power of those around him. Each person's aura was above Yang Chen's, even more terrifying than that of Jian Wuchen. As for the others, their expressions grew serious. Yang Chen did not recognize those people, but they recognized him. The one in red was none other than the first person of the church, the Pope. And the one wielding the trident was indeed the master of the temple master. How did these two appear? The expressions of Xuantian's 3 elders improved slightly since they knew some things. But upon seeing these two, especially sensing the terrifying aura emanating from them, their faces still grew somewhat grave. Too strong. Even though the 3 of us have previously joined forces to fight against the strong of the heavenly gate. In front of these two, we are like ants, weak and vulnerable. This was the gap from strength, a gap that was hard to overcome. However, when they saw the man in front of the Pope and the Temple Master, their hearts suddenly calmed. Lu Qingtian, the previous minister number 98, a peak powerhouse of the heavenly gate. I met the minister. The Xintian 3 elders bowed to Lu Qingtian. If Lu Feng was a junior to the Xintian 3 elders, then Lu Qingtian was of their generation, an unparalleled genius of that era. But for some reason, he had not appeared in public for a long time, and there were even rumors of his demise. But now, it seemed, that was not the case. Lu Qingtian's gaze lingered slightly on the 3 elders of Xintian before shifting to Yang Chen, offering a faint smile, but saying nothing. Yang Chen felt a bit puzzled. Lu Qingtian's appearance seemed somewhat familiar, but Yang Chen knew he had never encountered such a powerful figure. Why did he seem familiar? However, Yang Chen no longer focused on Lu Qingtian and instead directed his attention to Lu Feng. Because it had begun. Attack! The Pope shouted, but Lu Qingtian directly intercepted him, and the Lord of the Temple was also similarly stopped. Lu Qingtian, you're seeking your own death. The Pope exclaimed, his eyes filled with rage. If Lu Feng truly stepped into that realm, then the temple and the church would naturally be no match for him and would be directly devoured. This outcome was not what he wanted to see. But now, with Lu Qingtian blocking them, things had become troublesome. At the same time, Lu Feng was ready, a large blade appearing in his hand, and before him, a massive portal materialized, resembling the grand entrance of a palace. It was magnificent, with auspicious beasts carved above and clouds engraved on it. Endless energy emerged from behind that portal. Lu Feng looked at the heavenly gate before him, which was indeed the heavenly gate, but to break through the heavenly gate and enter the next realm, one must shatter this heavenly gate. Lu Feng's not-so-loud voice resonated, instantly reaching everyone's ears. Many people's faces changed dramatically because the source of power for the heavenly gate strongholders was this heavenly gate itself. If the heavenly gate was damaged, it would affect them as well. How could they shatter the heavenly gate? Big brother, you must be mistaken. Lu Ming's face showed a hint of confusion. This madman, Chen Tianxin cursed inwardly, clearly also in disbelief. Only Lu Qingtian looked at Lu Feng with a gentle gaze and said lightly, since that's the case, go ahead. Here, I am with you. Lu Feng's lips curled into a slight arc. Then he nodded, turned around, and said to Yang Chen, since you became my disciple, I have never taught you anything. Now, watch closely as I break the heavenly gate and seize fortune. Yang Chen slightly bowed to Lu Feng, honoring his master's teachings. Chapter 74. Breaking the Heavenly Gate, Seizing Fate. Part 2. Lu Feng smiled faintly, then focused his gaze on the luxurious heavenly gate, feeling the faint aura emanating from it. He took a deep breath. To be honest, even though he knew some things, when faced with it, he still felt a bit nervous. After all, he understood that the source of power in the heavenly gate realm came from the strength within the gate itself. If he were to destroy the heavenly gate, it was possible that all of his cultivation could be ruined in an instant. However, if he didn't do this, he wouldn't be able to step into the next realm. Clearly, Lu Feng was not someone easily satisfied. He had ambition and a desire to step into the next realm. Just like now, setting a trap to bring the 2 pillars of the temple and the church here was precisely to eliminate them. Now was the most critical moment. If he succeeded, there would be no need for the temple and the church to exist. But if he failed, the entire number 98 would suffer severe damage. While it wouldn't lead to annihilation, it would inevitably fall behind the temple and church. Thus, this was a gamble for the chance of no. 98 to stand supreme. Lu Feng adjusted himself slightly, then smiled as he slowly raised the great knife in his hand, the other hand brushing against it, his eyes reflecting a hint of tenderness. "Old buddy, are you ready?" Lu Feng spoke slowly, the smile on his lips becoming more pronounced. The great knife seemed to sense Lu Feng's state of mind, emitting a low rumble, with a hint of its power radiating out, causing the surrounding space to tremble slightly, as if fearing this weapon. Below, Yang Chen was taken aback, narrowing his eyes as he looked at the great knife in Lu Feng's hand, asking the system in his mind. "System, what level is my master's weapon?" Ding! 9 dragons, heavenly knife, half-step earth rank. Yang Jin nodded, then suspiciously said to the system, "Didn't you say that in our realm, the strongest is spirit rank? How did a half-step earth rank weapon come out?" "System, please don't mind these details. Focusing on improving yourself is the most important." After a long time, the system's voice finally echoed in Yang Chen's mind. Yang Chen secretly smiled. "Haha, so the system can make mistakes too." However, he was still somewhat shocked by his master's trump card. In a realm where the system believed there were no earth rank weapons, to have a half-step earth rank weapon was truly remarkable. If he didn't have the system, his master would be the chosen one of this world. Yang Chen sighed inwardly. At this moment, Lu Feng also moved. The 9 dragons' heavenly knife was slowly raised, a violent aura emerging, and a terrifying pressure erupted instantly, as if a great mountain was pressing down upon heaven and earth. Everyone felt a slight sense of oppression. Even the Pope and the leader of the temple felt the pressure. The Pope's aged face looked somewhat grim. Is this the power of the first person of the heavenly gate? Beside him, the temple leader, holding a trident, also trembled. Clearly, they were both at the peak of the heavenly gate realm. But why was Lu Feng so powerful? Lu Qingtian chuckled lightly, scolding, "This brat really hides his strength well." However, there was also a hint of worry in his murky eyes. After all, even if Lu Feng hadn't reached that realm, he could still suppress the temple and church with his own strength. But Lu Feng insisted on stepping into that realm. There was nothing he could do. As his uncle, he could only stand behind him and be his strongest support. "Xiao Fengzi, just do what you need to do. I got everything covered." Lu Feng smiled faintly at Lu Qingtian, then turned his gaze back to the heavenly gate. The 9 dragons' heavenly knife kept rumbling, and suddenly a strong brilliance erupted. Boom, boom, boom. The heavens and earth instantly resonated with endless booming sounds, and a yellow dragon spirit suddenly soared, roaring towards the heavenly gate. Roar! The sound of the dragon's roar exploded, and the golden giant dragon coiled around Lu Feng, an endless pressure once again bursting forth from the dragon spirit. Lu Feng's expression was cold, with faint yellow gas swirling around his body, making him look like a reincarnated dragon god, incredibly powerful. Then Lu Feng's hands moved. Gripping the 9 dragons' heavenly knife, his entire aura surged toward the knife, and the golden giant dragon coiling around him let out furious roars, wrapping its massive body and diving toward the heavenly gate. Roar! The dragon's roar echoed as it crashed violently into the heavenly gate. Boom, boom, boom! The heavenly gate erupted with dazzling brilliance, white light engulfing everything, illuminating the entire world. Furthermore, the sound of celestial music resonated from behind the heavenly gate. A white phantom emerged from behind the heavenly gate, dressed in flowing white, exuding an ethereal quality, long white hair draped over its shoulders, and powerful waves radiated from its body. The phantom slowly opened its eyes, devoid of any emotional color, as if a robot surveying the world. "Mortal, are you the one provoking the heavenly gate?" The phantom spoke slowly, like an immortal, suppressing all sounds. Terrifying waves instantly descended upon Lu Feng, as if trying to force him to kneel. Lu Feng's face turned cold, as the number 1 and number 98 and the first person of the heavenly gate. Such formidable strength would not allow him to kneel, and his pride would not permit it. Get lost! Lu Feng let out a furious roar, and the giant dragon, circling the heavenly gate, roared along with him. Roar, roar, roar. Noisy. The phantom's expression turned cold. and it suddenly pressed down with a hand toward Lu Feng. It was as if an entire world was instantaneously pressing down on Lu Feng. Terrifying waves spread out, and Lu Feng felt the gravity around him increase dozens of times, making his movements slow. Lu Feng furrowed his brows slightly. The appearance of this phantom was something he hadn't anticipated. His idea of breaking the heavenly gate was only found in some ancient texts, but there was no record of the phantom behind the heavenly gate in any ancient texts. Perhaps in ancient times there was no such phantom, but in this era, it existed. The power exhibited by this phantom was not weak, even comparable to the Pope or the temple leader, but under Lu Feng's hands. It could only be deemed average. After all, being the first person of the heavenly gate was not just a title. Lu Feng slowly raised a hand and gently pressed it against the phantom's palm print, and then one could see a rich brilliance erupting instantly. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Swastika said, accompanied by Lu Feng's soft shout. A square seal shaped like a swastika, radiating terrifying waves, suddenly appeared between heaven and earth. It emitted a loud, rumbling sound. Then it slowly descended upon the palm print. Boom, boom, boom. The sound of a terrifying explosion echoed. It was as if a nuclear bomb had exploded instantly. A mushroom cloud rising rapidly, blossoming between heaven and earth, terrifying waves sweeping through the surroundings like ocean tides. The Pope and the Temple Master directly broke free from Lu Qingtian's entanglement, turning to resist the residual waves. Lu Qingtian frowned slightly, then casually cast a series of spiritual energy barriers, shielding Yang Chen and the others inside, preventing them from harm. In Yang Chen's eyes, there was a surge of power. Lu Feng's strength was simply too formidable. Yang Chen believed that if he faced his master, he would be defeated in just half a move, or even perish. Above the sky, Lu Feng slightly raised his head, gazing at the phantom of the heavenly gate, wanting to see its reaction. However, to Lu Feng's surprise, the phantom showed no signs of change at all, as if it were a robot, existing only to follow its programmed commands without anything else. Lu Feng frowned slightly, but then relaxed. Just a puppet, daring to speak so boldly here. A faint smile curved Lu Feng's lips, and then spiritual energy began to gather in his hands, erupting with a bright red glow, before the 9 dragons' heavenly blade slowly floated up. Following Lu Feng's hand movements, it suddenly swung towards the phantom. Dense spiritual energy and blade light suddenly appeared, as if intending to cut through everything, causing the space between heaven and earth to tremble slightly, with countless cracks suddenly appearing. Cutting through space, the phantom seemed oblivious. Even when the 9 dragons' heavenly blade landed upon it, there was no awareness. Boom! A tremendous explosion echoed, and the phantom was instantly shattered by Lu Feng's 9 dragons' heavenly blade, transforming into fragments of spiritual energy that scattered down. Landing on the ground, dense grass and flowers began to grow wildly, as if nourished. Then, cracks began to appear densely on the heavenly gate right after the phantom shattered. Lu Feng suddenly felt a wave of weakness rise within him, and before he could react, he fell directly to the ground, crashing heavily onto the earth. Chapter 75. Breaking the Heavenly Gate, Seizing Destiny. 3. Lu Feng's sudden change drew the attention of those around him, especially Lu Qingtian, who instantly broke free from the Pope and the Temple Master, rushing directly to Lu Feng's location. The ground was smashed by Lu Feng, creating a huge, deep pit, with dust swirling around. Lu Qingtian looked into the pit with some concern. Cough, cough, cough. The sound of coughing echoed, and it was this sound that gradually eased Lu Qingtian's worries. As long as Lu Feng was still alive, that was good enough. The fear was that Lu Feng might shatter the heavenly gate and be lost forever. Xiaofengzi, how are you? Lu Qingtian shouted into the deep pit. I'm fine. Not dead yet, Lu Feng said with difficulty, slowly climbing out of the pit, feeling waves of weakness coursing through his body. Although his physical strength was still at the heavenly gate level, the spiritual energy in his dantian seemed to have become thin, leaving him feeling like an empty shell. Lu Feng grimaced, his face looking somewhat pale, but when he noticed the Pope and the Temple Master, his expression immediately returned to calm. He couldn't let them see his weakness. If they noticed, things would become troublesome. However, the Pope and the Temple Master were not fools. Upon seeing Lu Feng's condition, even without seeing his expression, they could basically guess what was happening. A hint of a smile appeared on the Pope's aged face as he said aloud, "Minister Lu, do you need our help?" Lu Feng's face stiffened slightly, but quickly returned to calm. "What? Do you want to help me lift my knife?" The Temple Master replied blandly. "Lifting the knife is out of the question, but I can help lift you." The two of them had figured out that after Lu Feng shattered the heavenly gate, the source of his power had vanished. Now Lu Feng only had the physical body of the heavenly gate level, while his cultivation had directly fallen to the peak of the shackled realm. Lu Feng chuckled and then said, "Lift me? You want to give it a try?" The smiles on the faces of the Pope and the Temple Master gradually faded, replaced by serious expressions. Lu Feng's status as the top person of the heavenly gate was due to his exceptional abilities, although it seemed that his cultivation had vanished. Who could guarantee that there weren't any traps? Perhaps Lu Feng had already dug a big pit, waiting for them to jump in. The Temple Master and the Pope exchanged glances, each seeing the determination in the other's eyes. Although there might be elements unknown to them, this was also an opportunity to kill Lu Feng. The strength of number 98 was originally above that of the Temple and the Church. If it weren't for the continuous cooperation between the Church and the Temple, number 98 would have been swallowed long ago. Now, although both the Temple and the Church had lost a Heavenly Gate powerhouse, if they could kill Lu Feng here, everything would be turned upside down. The advantage of 98 would no longer exist, and at that time, if the two forces joined hands again, number 98 might only exist in history. Lu Feng's eyes flickered slightly as he noticed the intentions of the Temple Master and the Pope, a subtle smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. Young Chen, standing nearby, watched Lu Feng's demeanor. Although he wanted to help, his own strength was too weak to assist in a battle at the Heavenly Gate level. But the next moment, Yang Chen's worries vanished. "System, do you know what's going on?" Yang Chen asked urgently in his heart. This situation looked a bit dire for Lu Feng. Transition. Insufficient permissions, no comment. Although he was filled with frustration, the word transition gave Yang Chen some assurance, easing his worries. He was only concerned about how long the transition would take. However, seeing Lu Feng's expression, Yang Chen felt slightly less worried. As long as there was some certainty, it was better than coming in only to find his master dead. Lu Feng looked at the Temple Master and the Pope, suddenly feeling a tickle in his nose. He rubbed it lightly, and then focused his gaze on the heavenly gate hanging in the sky, now riddled with cracks. At that moment, the Temple Master and the Pope suddenly moved. It was as if they teleported, landing directly near Lu Feng in an instant. The divine says, "Imprison." Buzz, buzz, buzz. Purple tentacles shot up from the ground, sweeping towards Lu Feng, looking for death. Lu Qingtian reacted quickly, swinging his Fangtian Huaji to sever the tentacles. But the next moment, the Temple Master's figure appeared beside Lu Qingtian, and his trident violently collided with the Fangtian Huaji. Clang! The sound of the collision echoed, and terrifying waves of energy surged from the point of impact. The Pope did not hesitate either, continuing to control the tentacles, trying to trap Lu Feng. He dared not approach, wanted to test Lu Feng's depth first. Lu Feng was a knife cultivator, inherently domineering. If he got close, if it was indeed a trap, the Pope wouldn't even know how he died. Better to use long-range attacks for a test. Lu Feng frowned slightly, and then the 9 dragons' heavenly blade instantly manifested. A giant golden dragon roared out, but the aura of this dragon seemed somewhat wilted. "You really can't do it anymore." A rich smile appeared on the Pope's face as he called to the Temple Master, "Entangle Lu Qingtian. Once I kill Lu Feng, I'll come back to deal with this old immortal." The Temple Master nodded slightly and instantly became entangled with Lu Qingtian again. "Get lost, you dog bastard looking for death." Lu Qingtian roared, his aura surging, a powerful pressure radiating from him, and the crown above his head suddenly shone with a bright yellow light. His eyes turned red as he attacked the Temple Master frantically, trying to drive him back to rescue Lu Feng. But the Temple Master was no simple opponent and easily blocked Lu Qingtian's attacks. "I'm not going to clash with you head-on. I'll just entangle you." After all, they were of the same realm, and it was too easy to do something. Meanwhile, the Pope's figure burst forth, quickly flipping through the book in his hand, and dense scriptures emerged from it, surrounding the Pope. Behind the Pope, a six-winged angel's phantom slowly emerged, holding a cross that appeared in the Pope's hands. Shining with silver light, Lu Feng's expression remained unchanged, summoning the golden dragon to roar towards the Pope, unleashing a terrifying attack. Roar! The giant dragon's roar created a shockwave that swept through the air, and then the heavenly gate hanging in the sky suddenly shattered, transforming into a shower of starlight. At the moment the heavenly gate shattered, Lu Feng's face turned pale, and waves of weakness surged through his body. The Pope's expression changed dramatically, and the attack in his hand fell. Angel's holy light, Wong buzz buzz. Endless holy light surged like a storm, roaring towards Lu Feng. Just as the holy light was about to descend upon Lu Feng, a faint yellow gas emerged from the broken position of the heavenly gate, and then instantly fell into Lu Feng's body. At the moment the faint yellow gas descended, the energy within Lu Feng's body suddenly surged, breaking through the constraints of the heavenly gate realm, and then became even more turbulent. The angelic holy light that swept over was instantly shattered by the energy emanating from Lu Feng, causing the Pope's face to turn pale in an instant. The situation of the two seemed to have reversed. Lu Feng's body slowly rose into the air, and the powerful pressure was instantly suppressed by Lu Feng. If one looked closely, they could see a faint yellow airflow continuously swirling around Lu Feng, which then merged into his body. Just as the faint yellow airflow merged into Lu Feng, a rich yellow radiance appeared on his body. Suddenly, thunder rumbled in the heavens. Countless arcs of lightning gathered in the sky, with dark clouds densely packed, clearly showing blue arcs of lightning jumping within the clouds. Lu Feng cast a casual glance at the Pope and the Temple Master, then focused his gaze on the dark clouds, because within the arcs of lightning in the clouds, he sensed a trace of danger. So the final obstacle is the heavenly tribulation. Lu Feng slowly spoke, feeling the continually condensing pressure. As if the world were about to be destroyed, the surrounding space slightly distorted as if it were about to shatter. What is that thing? Everyone's gaze was fixed on the thunder within the dark clouds, where a power that made their hearts race was gathering. The heavenly tribulation. Lu Qingtian's expression suddenly changed as he looked at Lu Feng, sensing the formidable energy emanating from him, and smiled. Did he really succeed? Lu Feng slowly walked towards the gathering place of the dark clouds, as if taking a leisurely stroll, completely at ease. Just as Lu Feng was about to approach the dark clouds, a bolt of lightning suddenly struck down, hitting Lu Feng's body. The terrifying power exploded in an instant. Lu Feng was completely engulfed by the lightning.